Liu Yang had crossed into a world of cultivation. He ended up as a registered disciple of a demon sect, the Chuxing sect. In his hand was a strange treasure called the 100 Lives Book. Open it, and you could wind a life back. Die, and you could start another life. You could bring things from a previous life with you: treasures, power, even leftover lifespan. Sometimes it would jolt awake a sudden talent. But the uses were limited. It wasn't an amulet of immortality, only a chance to start over, again and again. He meant to keep a low profile, hide in the demon sect, train life after life. If he couldn't become an immortal, he'd keep his head down and never leave the mountain. But the sect was dangerous. Talent was everywhere. Everyone schemed, everyone wanted to climb. First life. His senior sister ambushed him from the shadows. He was trapped and died horribly. Second life. He finally turned the tables and killed his senior sister, only to be handed a cup of poisoned wine by his senior brother before he could catch his breath. Third life. Fourth life. Life and death came like tides, each time harsher than the last. After 100 lives, he looked at himself and saw a rock shaped by wind and rain. In the Chuxing sect, no one was more ruthless than he was. His smile was the coldest. People used to boast, everyone in the demon sect is a genius, and they speak words as sweet as honey. He had once said the same thing, later it became nothing but sarcasm. The Chuxing sect sat above a sea of clouds. The clouds billowed like great waves, peaks rose like floating islands. In the distance they packed together like pieces on a chessboard. The wind was fierce and the fog thick. Boats alighted and took off from the cliff faces. At each enrollment, the flying boats set the newcomers down on a peak a little lower than its neighbors, a summit that looked as if someone had chopped the tip off and left a flat terrace. On that flat table, the newly registered disciples were lined up in a row. Liu Yang was one of them. The moment he opened his eyes, he was standing on that terrace. Wind plastered his hair to his skull. The stone slabs were so cold they seared through the soles of his shoes. Rope whined, and the crowd's shouts drifted far off. Something tightened in his chest as the original memories surged back. His situation was bad. The Chuxing sect held great power in this region. Once there had been a dynasty called Chun. Every 3 years the Chun court sent a batch of registered disciples to the sect. In exchange, the sect guaranteed favorable weather and kept the royal house secure. It sounded like the chance of a lifetime entering the sect meant possible longevity and power. Reality was different. No high minister wanted to come. Only poor kids were pushed up as pawns. In the crowd, parents wept with red eyes. Guards checked the rolls like livestock tags. Looking at those faces, Liu Yang understood he was nothing but a piece on a chessboard. The wind kept blowing. The sea of clouds grew heavy. The flying boat, like a great bird, departed, taking with it the last faint thread of news from home. After all, every 3 years thousands of registered disciples were sent into the primary saint sect. Strangely, the number of full disciples never showed any clear increase. Registered disciples disappeared one after another, without a trace, as if swallowed by some invisible abyss. It wasn't a sacred place so much as a trap. Just the thought of it sent a chill down his spine. No wonder I'm so weak. Liu Yang rubbed his arm. His flesh felt soft under the skin, no strength at all. He was about to stand when a knife-twisting pain clenched his chest. Sweat dripped from his brow and his breathing shortened. He clutched his chest and spat a few curses. His voice was dry. This illness couldn't be explained by simple weakness. It felt as if his bones had been hollowed out. He could see there weren't many good days left. Just as he was almost ready to give up, a tiny point of light popped into view before his eyes, like a firefly. The dot rapidly swelled, buzzing in the air, and became a floating screen ringed with cold blue light. Lines of text jumped out on the screen, crisp and impersonal. Name: Liu Yang. Lifespan: 18. Cultivation: none. Talent: none. Technique: none. Divine power: none. Treasures: none. The words stabbed at him like needles. Liu Yang stared at those lines, his throat tightening, tears threatening to spill. He fought to push hope back down. There must be a way, he whispered. System, give me something to open a path. Give me some points. He searched the screen, scrolling up and down, looking for an icon to add points, a familiar plus sign, any clickable hint. The screen stayed still. No plus signs, no minus signs, no options at all. Panic rose as he searched harder, his fingers slicing through the cold glow. In the end, he had to accept the hard, bitter truth. This panel had no auto-assign function. If he wanted to get stronger, he would have to do it himself step by step, with real blade and real sweat. Liu Yang stood in the room, his chest still aching, his hand resting on the screen like it was a cold face. He froze. His expression, thin as paper dried by the wind, held no blaming of heaven, no roaring fury, only a deep weakness and a quiet, clear resolve that slowly settled over him. System, are you kidding me? I already awakened you. And you still want me to try harder? Then what was the point of awakening the system? Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lives? 100. Book of 100 Lives. After death, you can rewind your life like a videotape back to the start and live a new life. When you restart, you may bring back one thing from your previous life, a treasure, the power you had, or your former lifespan, or you can give it all up in exchange for a new talent. Dad, it's fine. Liu Yang lowered his voice and edged closer to his father. His voice was barely a whisper. His hand trembled. His heart hammered. It felt like a hand was squeezing his chest. Possibilities crowded his mind. Do it again. Take back the treasure from the last life. Take back the power. Buy more time. More choices. A single thought churned in his throat like a struck match. Just as he lost himself in imagining it, the arena fell quiet. A cold draft stirred the dust in the air. Someone inhaled sharply. Someone bit their lip. A black-robed Taoist stepped up to the platform, holding a register. A small lamp floated beside him, the flame in its wick burned bluish-white, as if the wind couldn't put it out. The Taoist's face was cold, his eyes like blades. Those whose names are called, come forward. His voice was low and chilly, with the clink of metal in its echo. The light fell on an empty spot near his hand, a small glass lamp cup with a ring of emptiness around the wick, as if meant to hold something. Drop your blood into the life lamp beside me and kindle the life flame. From then on, you will be registered disciples of my first holy sect. He finished, pointing at the roster. Calluses rimmed his finger. His words landed like a hammer on everyone present. Those who had been standing stiffened. There was no laughter. Some closed their eyes, some stepped back without thinking. The name of the first holy sect here drew no welcome, more like a shadow people avoided. The Taoist offered no explanation. He just bent his head and read names, line by line. Chun Liang. A small, thin voice answered, here. It was a little temple boy, maybe 10. His skin was fair, his lips still had the flush of childhood. His eyes were bright, almost expressive, and there was an otherworldly quality about his features, not strong, just like light in morning mist. He stood, bounced up to the platform with quick, confident steps, stopped, clasped his hands in salute, and said in a clear, ringing voice, Taoist master, Chun Liang pays his respects. The black-robed Taoist glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Others couldn't help staring too. Someone murmured, this child seems different. The Taoist nodded, a note of surprise in his tone. A born spirit child. The boy bowed slightly, shyness and pride mingling in his voice. You're flattering me, Taoist master. His childish tone was pleasant to the ear, and it pulled at people's pity. Whispers spread through the crowd, eyes exchanged. Liu Yang stood there, his gaze prickling as if prodded by needles. The option rose in his mind again. Take the things from his past life, or trade them for a new talent. The ceremony before him was a fork in the road. Everyone's next move waited inside that lamp for an answer. The black-robed Taoist smiled even wider. Good. Exactly the kind of talent we want. He finished, and the tip of his pen sliced across the roster. A name on the page was crossed out. The sound was slight, like something being cut. Without any warning, the whites of a young attendant's eyes suddenly rolled up. He convulsed once and crashed to the floor. His chest stopped moving moments later. A metallic, rust-like scent rose in the air. Noise vanished, as if the hall had been hollowed of half its breath. The Taoist looked down at the body without hurry. He casually ordered, send the flesh and blood to the pill chamber for refinement, the bones to the forge for crafting, the organs to the beast hall for feed. Don't waste such materials. His words were flat, cold as blades. Several registered disciples in the crowd went numb. A few dropped the tokens in their hands. Faces drained of color. Conversation ceased, only breathing echoed in the room. The Taoist grinned, a smile with ice in it. Don't misunderstand, he added. Our sect only sees value. If someone can be useful to the sect, they are good material. That child, his talent carries spirit, his sinews and bone are hard. Only in death can he give us the greatest return. So he died. He spoke as if discussing a harvest. No one could argue, no one could find words. He continued calling names, his voice like a judge's gavel. One by one the people below shrank back. No one wanted to step forward, everyone feared the pen that might cross off their name. Lu Yang, he called. Present. Lu Yang stepped forward. His strides were steady, his eyes held a polite light. The Taoist studied his face, first handsome, regular features. A trace of satisfaction touched his mouth. Then he reached out, felt Lu Yang's wrist bone, tapped his chest lightly, an artisan weighing material. He shook his head soon after. Disappointment wrote itself across his face. Pretty enough, but the skeleton one tea do. To Huan Hall. Lu Yang didn't tea press it. He answered softly, yes, and turned away. His steps were a little tight at first, but courtesy smoothed them over. After the allocations, Lu Yang received a jade token. It was nearly transparent, like thin ice, his name carved on its face. At its center a faint glow burned, like a flame pressed beneath glass. The jade was cold, yet a trace of warmth could be felt in his palm. The light flickered faintly, as if a breath had been sealed inside. Besides those few pieces of luggage, he was also given a cultivation manual. The title was blunt, the Yin Yang Ode of Bliss. It was the entry manual for the Hall of Bliss. The masters said it could stir that faint ember inside a person, let one take the very first step in cultivation. Said like that, it sounded simple. In truth, everyone had to feel it for themselves. They were led by an old servant, carrying an oil lantern, talking as he walked in a dry voice. The life token seals your life as fire. Don't forget to carry it. The sect's formations, spirit plants and spirit beasts recognize the token, not the person. If you go out without it and leave yourself outside, don't blame me for not warning you. Before he finished, the group had been brought to a hall. The doorway was low, but the beams were carved and painted. Tiny wind chimes hung from the eaves. When the breeze passed, they gave out a clear tinkling that rang on the stone steps and was then swallowed by the night. A woman stood before the hall. Her robes were in gentle colors, the hem whispered against the fabric when she moved. A jade pendant hung at her waist, casting a cold glint in the lamplight. Her name was engraved on the jade plate, Yu Suzhen. Someone nearby swallowed audibly, small but unmistakable. Yu Suzhen saw it and a smile unfolded in her eyes. She did not shrink away. She simply lifted a hand and smoothed the jade plate at her waist. The motion was so slight it made almost no sound, yet the plate gave a clear, bright click in the lamp glow. This is the Hall of Bliss. Her voice was soft but decisive. I am junior sister Yu Suzhen, your senior here. Her gaze swept the faces and landed on Lu Yang, direct as a spotlight. There was no concealment, no hesitation. This junior brother has some looks about him, might be a good fit for our hall. She gave a light laugh, like a wind chime, teasing but mostly appraising. She stepped toward Lu Yang, each pace steady, the skirt's rustle throwing off little shifts of light. Under the lamp, the pendant's halo wavered before his eyes, slightly dazzling. I think you'll do. Come with me. She reached out as if it were the most natural thing. I'll explain the hall's rules and the practices. Her tone had a professional, composed quality. Lu Yang hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked her. His voice came out a bit rough. What's the fuss? She replied with a sidelong look and a smile. Then she turned, a twist at the waist, and led the group toward the hall entrance. Her steps weren't quick, but each one seemed to draw an arc in the air, leaving a faint scent of her robes behind. They followed. Lu Yang kept his gaze steady as he could, hearing the soft scrape of his soles on stone and smelling sandalwood mingled with the night wind. The crisp clinking of jade plates echoed around him, making him both nervous and curious. Our sect's outer gate is split into 4 halls, the elder said in a steady voice. 1 hall for forging weapons, 1 for alchemy, 1 for taming beasts, and finally the Huan Hall. He spoke plainly, but each word landed like a hammer. Only by passing the trials of the 4 outer halls can one enter the inner gate. Enter the inner gate, and you gain the school's true teachings. Only then are you a true disciple. He paused. Short, forceful. Yu Suzhen stepped forward smiling. Her feet were light, her robes made no sound. Lamplight gilded her face like honey. She came close to Lu Yang and held out one hand. In her palm lay a thin jade slip. A fragrance curled around her, not lover's words, but faint herbal notes, like a morning meadow. "You're lucky," she said softly, like a ribbon brushing an ear. "The Hahuan Hall's test is far more gentle than the others." She smiled. There was a blade in that smile. Lu Yang looked up. In the lamp glow, he could see the tiny lines on her fingertips. A few characters floated on the jade slip. Yin Yang de Le Fu. It was the name of the technique handed out with the assignments. A jolt ran through him. A brief, sharp understanding climbed into his chest. "Please, senior sister, guide me," he said, voice unsteady but trying to be respectful. Yu Suzhen didn't answer. She placed her hand on Lu Yang's shoulder as casually as patting a friend. The instant they touched, warmth spread along his joints. The warmth quickly turned into suction. Not wind, not a tide, as if an invisible mouth were drinking at his chest. Lu Yang felt his qi being drawn away. Like a riverbed baked dry in summer, the flowing water lessened bit by bit. His body went light, then heavy. His face paled. His clothes clung to his skin like cloth bled of color. "What worthless trash," Yu Suzhen said, flat, without much feeling. She pulled her hand back, and a faint pulse remained in her palm. That thread of breath dissolved into her, like a wick catching flame and flaring bright. Lu Yang swallowed. Lines from the Yin Yang de Le Fu flashed through his mind. In a few short lines it laid out the Hahuan Hall's method. With smiles and touch, guide the other's breath toward yourself. Victory by force, not by blade or fist, but by theft. Like a quiet contest. In the end, only those left with a single breath could be accepted as full disciples. People around murmured. Some praised, some whispered. The sounds were like drums muffled by cloth, indistinct, but taking note. Someone clapped, sharp and clean. "Congratulations, senior sister Yu." Yu Suzhen rubbed the newly gained breath against her chest, as if caressing a newly acquired jade. Confidence settled on her face. In the lamplight, her eyes were like quick blades, cold and bright. The registered disciple beside her went from sullen to pale. The scent spread through the air. The rules of the trial were declared complete, wordlessly. At the same time, several registered disciples drifted over, their grins painted on like makeup. Senior sister took the last person's life force. She should be able to condense the energy in her body now. If she can condense energy, she won't be an ordinary mortal anymore. "Please teach me in the future. Your disciple is willing to serve at your side." They bowed low, voices full of flattery. The air tasted cloyingly sweet. Lu Yang heard them and suddenly laughed. The laugh was dry, out of place. The laugh cracked like glass struck by a stone and immediately drew every eye. Yu Suzhen glanced up at him. Her gaze was as calm and sharp as a blade. She asked, "Junior brother, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing because I'm happy for senior sister." Lu Yang's voice was steady, as if he were saying the name of an old thing. He took a few steps closer. Something showed in his eyes, not fear, not reverence, just a lightness in his words. "Before I joined, my health was weak. Senior sister was too hasty. Just now, I didn't get a chance to say anything." He let the sentence fall like he was dropping a pebble. "Since senior sister is going to condense the energy in her body, that little problem shouldn't be an issue, right?" Yu Suzhen froze. A flicker of puzzlement tugged at her brow, as if a guard had been casually prodded open. The disciples looked at one another. The atmosphere popped like a balloon pricked by a needle and went instantly quiet. Someone swallowed. The sound was dry as paper. System prompt. Yu Suzhen, enraged, strikes and kills you. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lives, 99. When you restart a life, you may choose one of the following gains from your previous life. 1. A treasure. 2. Power. 3. Longevity. 4. Forfeit all gains and randomly awaken one talent based on past experiences. Those whose names are called, come to the front. Lu Yang snapped his eyes open. The black-robed Taoist on stage was pointing at the assignment list in the crowd. Sunlight stung the corners of his eyes, dust motes danced in the beam. He blinked. His chest felt pressed down, then released. Everything he'd just experienced felt like a tide. The enchantress's presence still lingered on his tongue. In his memory there was pain, heat, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now, in this moment, everything had returned to the beginning. The clamor of the crowd, the calls, the young man standing in the center of the square. The scene was calm and real. He stood there stunned for a long moment, and then a smile rose up surprised and bright. The Book of 100 Lives was no empty name. For him, it was a true treasure. Lu Yang steadied his breath, his eyes fixed on the options in the 100 Lives book. He crossed out the first 3 one by one. The ending of his last life cut him like a blade along the spine. Just when it was about to begin, Yu Suzhen had leached the life from his body, and he collapsed on the bed to wait for death. Only the fourth choice remained. The panel flickered. Cold light danced in his pupils. The characters appeared with a metallic ring, settling your previous life experiences. After draining your life force, Yu Suzhen broke through to the foundation spirit stage. However, she contracted a stubborn illness. The energy in her body could not be cleansed. She lay ill for months and ultimately died of her sickness. Since ancient times, following the natural order has been easy. Reversing heaven and earth is hard. The difference between a mortal and a cultivator is more profound than that between mountain and water. Yet you entered the game as a mortal, using unorthodox energy techniques to slay cultivators, becoming an exception who swims against the current. You have awakened the white tier talent, unorthodox prodigy. Unorthodox prodigy. Your grasp of unorthodox energy manipulation is exceptional. Compared with others of the same tier, no one can steal your energy. The words dissolved. The panel kept shifting, like pages being turned by the wind. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 18. Spiritual power: none. Talent: unorthodox prodigy white. Cultivation method: Yin Yang Grand Melody Introductory. Divine ability: none. Treasure: none. Pages remaining in the 100 Lives book: 99. He let out a breath. It was heavy, like a taut string finally loosening. A warm current surged up from his chest. His blood felt reignited, churning inside him. Something in his dantian was waking. His body was no longer so frail. Muscles slowly filled out with strength. His mind cleared, as if a window had been half wiped clean. He pressed a hand to his chest. He could still feel the faint remnant of illness. It wasn't he as deep now. He could hold on longer. He could fight a while more. Fragments of the Yin Yang Grand Melody rose in his head, not words, but rhythm. A faint vibration in his palm, like a drumbeat. With each breath, he could hear energies inside him striking against one another. The talent was a key, opening the lock on the unorthodox method. Practical combat insight did more than written theory. Paired with the talent, his movements and his energy began to take on new variations. Assignments still followed the usual rules. Because of his naturally handsome face, he was placed in Hahuan Hall again. Figures stood at the entrance as always. Yu Suzhen appeared in the doorway. Her gaze was a cold blade. That look treated people like chess pieces. She came forward on light feet, but her presence fell like a heavy stone. The air itself felt pressed down. Her eyes on him carried possession, as if she smelled the metallic tang of prey. Last time he fought with everything he had, struggling until he collapsed. This time he did not resist. He closed his eyes. His fingers relaxed. A helpless, watchful smile flickered on his face. She reached out, her fingertip touched his shoulder, cold as ice. The contact sent a small tremor along his bones, both pressure and provocation. Light at the hall's entrance sliced into strips. The leaves rubbed together like whispers. Yu Suzhen's look held no warmth. Her breathing was steady. She curled her hand and led him inside. Lu Yang followed. His steps were even, his posture unhurried. In his heart he knew, this round, he could still play. The next moment, Lu Yang felt something inside him snap into place. It was like an invisible door being struck open. His chest tightened. A low, muffled crack seemed to sound in his ears. Heat shot through his meridians like flames licking skin, like a tide surging, and his whole body trembled. He jerked to his feet, eyes bright. His voice was short and clear. I've broken through. That change couldn't be explained with textbook terms. It was simply that his body had gained an extra faculty to sense the world. His breath carried an echo, a thread-like warmth flowed through his palms. Others couldn't see it, only he could feel it. On the floor, Yu Su's body lay motionless. Her face had gone ashen. A smear of dark red stained her sleeve. Lu Yang's gaze lingered for 2 seconds. Memory surged. She had once been a veteran registered disciple of the Hahuan Hall, just a hair's breadth from that next step. In her last life, she had spent her last reserves to push through and became that kind of person. This time she tried again and was rebounded. Her accumulations were ultimately fed to the gate and to him. Lu Yong murmured, voice layered with complexity, "Senior sister Yu, I'll probably remember you for the rest of my life." He drew his eyes away from her. Shoulders slightly hunched. His steps were heavy, but his gaze was clean and determined. He was no longer just an outer branch registered disciple. Today he had crossed the threshold of the first rank. The status of a formal disciple had quietly settled on his shoulders. His position had risen, and a crack opened in the road ahead. When he pushed the door and walked out of the quiet chamber, someone was waiting in the corridor. The man wore black, his robe fitted neatly. His face was dark, his eyes like thin ice, and when he smiled it was thin and cold. Lu Yong's chest tightened, and he snapped alert. The man was the black-robed Taoist who assigned him to Hahuan Hall a few hours earlier. "Greetings, senior brother," Lu Yong said quickly, bowing with respectful composure. The black-robed man smiled without warmth. "Not bad. Has potential." His voice ground like stone, clean and sharp. He stepped closer and glanced back toward the chamber. "I heard someone had brought a talented youth in who was about to break through. I didn't expect that woman to fail." He paused, as if savoring an amusing outcome. He looked at Lu Yong again. The gaze was different now, evaluative, with a hint of approval. "You came out of there alive. People like that don't stay ordinary." The corner of his mouth twitched, but the smile hit a blade. He held out a hand, signaling for Lu Yong to follow. His movements were brisk, no wasted motion. "I'm Lu Xian," he said. "I handle ushering promoted registered disciples. Come with me." In the sect, the outer branch has 4 halls and the inner branch 4 peaks. They correspond and are clearly divided. "Someone should be waiting to hand you off." His words were short, each carried weight. The wind along the corridor tugged at their robes, making a low rustle. Lu Yong steadied himself and fell in step. Their footsteps on the stone kept a steady rhythm, like a new chapter slowly turning. On the path, the sun climbed over the peaks. Light danced on the stone steps. Dust rose with each footfall. Lu Xian smiled as he spoke, his pace of speech slow, like someone giving directions and telling a story at the same time. "Our sect, our leader lives on Holy Fire Cliff. The Real Foundation is the 4 inner peaks." He pointed toward the 4 distant mountains. His tone was flat, but carried weight. "You came from the Hahuan Hall. By the rules, you should go to Butian Peak. I'll take you to update the roster." He finished and pointed. Blue veins stood out on the back of his hand. His gaze contained both command and the warmth of a fellow disciple. Lu Yong kept thanking him and fell into step. His footsteps were light, but his heart was tense. The wind brushed the wild grass growing in the step cracks, making a soft rustle. At the roster table, the procedure was simple. An old man sat behind a wooden desk, many small lamps arranged across it like the little guiding flames lit when one first entered. Lu Xian plucked one lamp and lifted it. The light was gentle, like a guiding flame. He moved the lamp from the outer door position to the inner door spot. The table clicked with a crisp sound. The air took on a new sense of order. Lu Yong reached for the token at his waist. It was cool, its edges etched with fine patterns. Lu Xian gestured. Lu Yong closed his eyes, controlled his breath, and sent a warm current into the token. The warmth flowed through him, not exactly fire, not only chi, more like a steady incoming tide. The token hummed, and letters surfaced, like tiny fireflies ignited across its face. Official Disciple Lu Yong. The characters landed solid and formal, like a copper seal. More entries followed, a line after line in the steady, official voice of a recorder. As an official disciple, the sect grants 50 contribution points. Contribution points may be exchanged for spirit stones, cultivation manuals, magical implements, and cultivation caverns. Each official disciple may receive the initial grant only once. To redeem additional items of the same tier, disciples must complete sect-issued tasks to earn more contribution points. After entering the inner sect, renting a cultivation cavern costs 30 contribution points per month. Caverns may be purchased outright. If purchased within 10 years, the down payment receives a 20% discount. The text went on, like a contract, like a machine's instruction manual, dozens of pages of numbers and rules. Between each page there was no feeling, only calculation. Lu Xian folded his hands and smiled faintly. He wasn't boasting, just stating reality. It's routine work, no trouble, he said. After you update the roster, you'll see these details on your token. Want more? It's only by doing tasks and earning points. Lu Yong scrolled through the token S entries. His fingertips felt the tiny characters as if they'd been branded with heat. Every number read like the cost of living 50, 30, 20% simple as a shop's price list. He looked up, eyes equal parts defiant and clear. The wind ran through the valley and fluttered his sleeve. So it all comes down to these points? He asked, his voice low, as if throwing the words into an empty gorge. Yes. Lu Xian nodded, calm. The sect's resources are limited. You're an inner disciple. Most of the good things are bought with those points. Lu Yong stared at the token like it was a bill. Those dozen pages kept turning in his head. He scoffed, a laugh edged with helplessness and sarcasm. So the inner sect runs on money. The words scattered across the stone steps. The sky above looked measured, cold and wide. People kept walking around them with steady steps. Lu Yong clenched the token until his palm grew slick with sweat. With contribution points you could walk the world. Cultivation manuals, elixirs, magical implements, everything was available. Without them you could barely take a step. You couldn't even pay the deposit on a cave dwelling. Lu Yong quickly understood what Lu Xian meant by benefits. Every registered disciple, upon promotion to a full disciple, would receive a disciple token. With that token, they could pick one item for free from each of 4 halls. One magical implement from the treasure refining hall. One elixir from the pill refining hall. One companion spirit beast from the beast hall. And a cultivation partner from the union hall. None of those choices cost contribution points. In short, 4 big free gifts. Taken that way, it really is a benefit. Lu Yong felt something stir inside. The token in his palm was slightly warm. He pressed it with his fingertip and it gave off a thin light. A list of redeemable items floated up, as if ink had been written in midair. Manuals, implements, elixirs, spirit beasts, partners. Beneath each entry a number of required contribution points was marked. The cheapest items still demanded 100 points. All 4 added up to at least 400. For a newly promoted full disciple, 400 points weren't a small sum. He casually checked the sect's task rewards. Most of those tasks gave single-digit contribution points. Double digits were rare. Racking up 400 points by doing tasks in the short term was almost impossible. Lu Yong's brow tightened, but there was also a flicker of hope and calculation in his eyes. Around the bend in the corridor, the door to the treasure refining hall eased open. The hinges made a low metallic whisper. The air inside smelled of oil and cold iron. Shelves of artifacts were displayed like cells. Light and shadow danced along their edges. Each implement seemed to breathe. Blades emitted a faint, vibrating sound, like wind blowing across thin strings. The man on reception was Chun Hao, a young man in his early 20s, wearing an attendant's robe and several small boxes at his waist. His gaze was sharp. He glanced over Lu Yong, then turned to Lu Xian with a smile that was more appraisal than warmth. Lu Sr.? Chun pushed up his glasses. The smile was sincere. Long time no see. Bringing a new disciple? Yeah. Lu Xian returned the smile and patted Lu Yong's shoulder. Meet him, Lu, my junior. He just got promoted. There was pride and a little smugness in his tone, as if he were showing off a prized possession to a friend. Chun raised an eyebrow and tapped 2 fingers on a brass dish on the table. The ring was crisp and resonant. Come in. I'll show you our finest implements. Take your time. His voice was light, like greeting an old friend, and also like a practiced merchant. A display case behind him slid open. Inside lay a short sword whose blade was as thin as autumn water, catching light like frozen moonlight. A small bronze mirror showed a faint blue shimmer as if ripples moved beneath its surface. Further in, a staff was wrapped in carved patterns. An amber orb topped it, inside which a faint pulse moved, as though tiny creatures stirred. Chun pulled each piece from the case in turn, each wrapped in velvet. As the fabric was lifted, a different scent or aura escaped. One felt like a blade cold chill, one like a warm tide. Another released a subtle low hum, like the distant murmur of a pendulum. These are all top grade. Chun laid the items on the table with clean, efficient motions. Full disciples can choose one for free. If you want the rarer, named top-tier implements, those have to be exchanged with contribution points. He spoke the words contribution points with a calm authority, as if stating a rule, as well as a reminder of an opportunity. Lu Yang stared at the implements, his chest tightened. The brightness in front of him made him momentarily forget to breathe. Lu Xine leaned in, eyes narrowed, smiling. Chen Steward, don't hold back. Bring out the best so Lu can see. Chen shook his head and tapped the disciple token on the desk. It emitted a soft glow. A deeper compartment in the cabinet slid open, and a small talisman rose up. Patterns flowed across its surface like a stream running within it. Light on the lines pulsed with a rhythm uncannily like a heartbeat. This little talisman may be small, Chen said, turning it in his palm so the light played over it, but it steadies one's aura. In a sudden crisis, it can save a life. It's not cheap. If you truly need it, you can redeem it with contribution points. As he spoke, his gaze flicked between the two of them, assessing and hinting at a transaction. Lu Yang still had the token in his hand. A direction had formed in his thoughts. The outside world suddenly felt closer. With enough points in hand, many doors would open for him. The light from the artifacts kept dancing in the room. He knew the choice he made today might well determine the path he would walk next. Chun Hao nodded obligingly and led the two of them into the inner courtyard of the Hall of Treasure Refinement. The courtyard was quiet. The stone path beneath their feet gave off a faint echo. Lu Yang grew increasingly stunned as they walked, frowning. This isn't the storage for tools, is it? It looks more like rooms where disciples seclude themselves for cultivation. Chun Hao waved a hand with a light laugh, explaining breezily, the best pieces are often placed here. It's quiet, which helps with condensing qi. You wouldn't understand. They stopped in front of a small room. The door was half open, thin incense smoke, and a low murmur slipped through the crack. The senior brother in this room isn't young, Chen Hao said. He stayed as an outer disciple for 3 years and had proper standing. Sadly, his nature skewed and he went astray. We'll help bring him to an end. With that, he pushed the door and went in. The lamplight inside was soft. A meditation cushion sat in the center. Someone was kneeling cross-legged, eyes shut, muttering in broken breaths as if talking to himself. It's done, I'll make it, the voice whispered, fragile like a distant wind chime. Chun Hao made a hand sign. The air snapped still, as if pinched by an invisible hand. The man's eyelids twitched, then flew open. The blankness of his face split into sudden, ecstatic laughter. Huh, I've succeeded. Before the words finished, a muffled boom burst from the room. White light scattered flesh didn't spill as blood, but broke into tiny motes of light that scattered and then circled back, coalescing on the cushion into a long sword of crystalline white. Its grain looked like bone. Its sheen like jade. The blade gave off a cold glint, settled down with a clear metallic chime. All Lu Yang heard was a low click. Something hit his chest at the same moment. Chun Hao stepped forward, lifted the sword, and handed it to Lu Yang. The cold from the blade was real, like grasping the edge of a winter knife. This is a bone jade sword, Chun Hao said, satisfaction in his voice. In the Dongjin Compendium of Treasures, it's considered fine quality. To forge such a form means that senior brother's power wasn't weak. Years of bitter cultivation left the artifact's spirit that pure. Lu Yang took the sword. Light ran along its length like a clear spring, like winter lightning dancing at his fingertips. Memories came back like a biting wind. He recalled what had happened in his previous life and the sect's methods. The truth of the Chuxing sect's ways settled over him. Polite on the surface, precise in calculation beneath. A sound lodged in his throat and turned into a silent sigh. Put simply, survival of the fittest. Everything must be put to use. The sect invests resources. You have to return value. If you can't, the sect will reclaim whatever value you carry. Just like a business, make profit, recoup the investment. You are investments, and you are tools. The elder's words were as cold as a knife. He did not speak loudly, but the weight of it made the air hard to breathe. To the Chuxing sect, disciples had different roles. Some were like clouds, drifting high and dazzling when they appeared. Some were like water, flowing quietly and handling the trivial tasks. Not worthless, just different parts to play. Lu Yang's eyelids dropped. He exhaled a short, hollow breath and pinched his sleeve hard, as if pinching down the stirrings in his chest. A faint smile touched his mouth. He still remembered the lifeline. He held a fallback plan. When he opened his eyes again, calm lay over him like a lake. This sect really lives up to its reputation, he murmured. Surprise and resignation mixed in his tone. Lu Xian beside him stared for a moment. Then his smile widened. Junior brother, you have a good-tempered, truly impressive composure, he said warmly. They left the hall one after the other, their steps striking a rhythm on the stone stairs. At the alchemy hall, Lu Yang received a small pill. The alchemist set it on a dish and said only, "Qi-restoring pill." He didn't need to ask. He pinched the pill into his palm. The moment he swallowed it, the herbal scent exploded in his mouth. His chest felt filled with warm spring water. Heat climbed his spine, tiny flames igniting the cold spots within him bit by bit. His qi thickened, his breathing steadied. Next was the beast hall. The creatures in the pens called to one another. Lu Xian pointed to a small nocturnal bird. Rimyanao, trained as a courier, remembers routes, moves silently at night. Official disciples use them to pass messages. The bird fluttered its feathers, whispered through the air. Its eyes were like little lamps, cool and bright. It settled quietly on Lu Yang's shoulder and chirped, as if nodding. By the time they finished, the items lay neatly in his palm. One pill, one bird. Simple, practical. The sect ran like this, efficient. The last matter involved a cultivation partner. Lu Xian frowned. Junior brother, you've broken through too fast. It's only been a day. The partner reserved by Hehuan Hall hasn't arrived yet. A cultivation partner? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, smiling as he cupped his hands. Whatever you arrange, senior brother. Lu Xian laughed, as if he'd hit upon something, and pulled a smooth jade from his robe, handing it over. This is Butian Peak's secret transmission. Take it back and study it well. The jade was cool. He could feel a faint vibration in his palm. Lu Xian's look was honest and expectant. Lu Yang accepted the jade slip. He touched it with his fingertips and reached his thoughts into probe like slipping a hand into a heavy sack. But inside were not cloths, but layers of folded text and diagrams. Quickly, a complex cultivation technique unfurled in his mind. Intricate structure, strict rhythms. Each page felt like a mechanism that only functioned in a precise order. The title was short, but heavy, the innate Dao Tome. He stood in the corridor while the surrounding noise seemed cut off. Only the tremble of feathers, the soft sound of the pill warming and dissolving in his hand, and the steadying beat of his heart remained. Ahead of him was a hard road that might yet open up more choices. Pages turned. The sentences were short, like the tap of fingertips on a guqin. Madam, the book began, is formed from innate true qi. That passage on the innate was clean and spare. The words turned abstraction into image. The innate true qi likened to a primordial wind that could pierce bone and marrow. Qi refinement was described as honing that wind. Refining oneself meant using the flesh and blood as a whetstone. To reverse the innate was no idle boast. The book explained, begin with the viscera, dissolve the 5 organs, then transmute flesh, sinew, and bone finally. Even the body itself could be transformed into a flowing strand of true qi. Once the body became qi, its form gathered and dispersed at will and was hard for spells to harm. In a clash of arts, one would be nearly invulnerable. Then came a set of entry techniques. The innate arts, designed to temper the body. There was a close-quarters method called the innate great, seizing movements described with a blunt, direct force, like iron hooks tearing through an opponent's defenses. Afterward, the book listed supporting spells, heavenly net, dust smoke, single-minded true qi sword, spirit breath, qi gathering art. Each entry had casting essentials and contingency mantras, complete in variety, abundant in function. The more Lu Yang read, the more his horizons opened. He immersed himself, a smile spreading across his face. Compared with the great ode of Yin and Yang, this innate Tao manual flowed better, like a full roadmap from mortal to transcendent. Just as his excitement peaked, his gaze snagged. The pages stopped in his hands. The line seemed cut away by a blade. The final paragraph ended mid-sentence. Why does it stop? He asked under his breath. He looked up at Lu Xian. The book in his hands was only the first half. The rest of the chapters were missing beyond halfway through. Lu Xian shrugged, a teasing note in his laugh. Junior brother, techniques aren't given out lightly. He said it casually, as if sharing an old rule of the sect. The second half contains the secrets of foundation establishment. Liu Xian continued, his voice even but clear. That part isn't a sect benefit. It has to be redeemed with contribution points. Liu Yang forced a smile and shook his head. I see. My mistake. He drew back his hopes, though his eyes still betrayed a sting of disappointment. Liu Xian patted his shoulder, softer now. Half a volume will be enough to build a foundation. Come on, let's go to Heaven Mending Peak and pick a grotto. Find a good place to settle, come back often, and ask me whenever you get stuck. Liu Yang nodded, gratitude in his voice. Thanks, senior brother. The mountain wind carried the scent of pine needles. Their footsteps on the stone steps echoed dull and measured, as if announcing the start of something. Half an hour later, they stood at the cliff mouth of Heaven Mending Peak. The view opened wide. Mist boiled through the valley like white waves. Grottos dotted the cliff face like a honeycomb. A wind, sharp as a blade, cut across their cheeks. From afar, the bells and chimes floated, carrying the sect's old echoes. Liu Xian pointed to a terrace-like cave. That one has a good view and plenty of light. Few people pass by, it's suitable for focused training. He didn't say much, but each word dropped like a pebble on stone and sent ripples outward. Liu Yang looked at the grotto. A withered pine stood before the entrance, its roots clinging to the rock like a guardian. A sliver of cold light slipped from within. Someone had already set things up. Heat rose in his chest, anticipation, and a hunger for the unknown. They drew closer. The wind made the candle smoke within sway low. A few characters were carved on the threshold, strokes economical and sure. Liu Yang reached out, his fingertips met the cool stone and felt the subtle roughness and polish of years. The air smelled of old paper and pine resin. This would be the starting point for the next part of his path. At the foot of the mountain, in a remote cave dwelling, Liu Yang hauled his luggage inside and officially moved in. The furniture and utensils that had been in the cave were all dragged out like trash, the wood that hit the ground giving off a dull thud. He stood in the mouth of the cave, eyes sweeping the empty chamber. There was a hollow feeling in his chest. Being a full disciple isn't easy, he murmured. But Tian Peak wasn't large. Every year the sect registered a long list of names. By rights it should be bustling. But what lay before him were mostly unused cave dwellings. No one lived there. No sound. The wind ran along the stone walls and stirred up dust. He tried to imagine where all those full disciples had gone. Maybe they'd left for more famous sections. Maybe they found other paths. Or perhaps they simply couldn't afford an inner cave at all. When he couldn't make sense of it, he let it go. You can't pry every mystery open and see it clearly. Liu Yang fetched a straw mat and sat down. Legs crossed, breathing steady, hands on his knees, palms up, he began to settle into meditation. After a breath or two, the cave's aura became palpable. The world's spiritual energy rushed in like a tide, not some vague fantasy, but tangible. The air felt cool, like wet stone after rain. A current slammed into his dantian, like a surge of heat filling him. His meridians hummed, a low metallic rasp like chains sliding together. His skin tingled, not painful, but like warm needles. True chi threaded through his channels, seeping into muscle, tendon, and organ layer by layer. The efficiency was astonishing. The same technique, the same time what took him a whole day to accumulate outside could be done here in an hour. Liu Yang opened his eyes and smiled. The moss on the cave wall shivered in the candlelight. He muttered, "No wonder the inner cave comes with a price. Cultivating there is like growing up in a greenhouse. It's a different world from the wild." He didn't leave the next day either. Outside was wind, inside was stillness. The little fire in the brazier crackled, the turn of a page sounded sharp and clear. He cultivated while reading an ancient treatise on innate cultivation. The handwriting was old, the sentences terse. Liu Yang read aloud. Not loud, but clipped. In this world of cultivation, status is not judged solely by one's spiritual roots. Anyone with heart may step onto this path. He closed the book and let his gaze settle. The absence of innate privilege wasn't a pitying excuse. The page went on. Yet the grade of one's true chi still determines a person's ceiling. He tucked that line into his mind like a measuring stick. No innate advantage didn't mean there were no ranks. True chi was like the purity of metal, deciding what weight it could bear and how much force it could withstand. He sank back into his practice. The world narrowed to breath and channels. Each inhalation sinking in was a cleansing of the body, each exhalation rising was a touch on a new realm. Outside, wind and the distant bark of a dog belonged to another world. In here, Lu Yang could hear his own blood flow. He felt every muscle accept the change. As dusk deepened, the cave held only candle shadows and the steady rhythm of his breathing. He stretched his hand and felt a faint warmth moving through his arm. It wasn't pain or numbness, but the sensation of being driven forward, a force being pushed into him. The road lay under his feet. You take it one step at a time. There are no shortcuts, only the persistence of every single breath. The cultivation method determines everything. A technique one level higher refines a different kind of qi. That qi is like a scorching light from within. It can shove someone up a tier. Qi one level lower is like thin mist. The thinner it is, the more you'll hit a wall. There was no abstract ranking chart here. True Qi was divided into 9 grades, each with 4 ranks, 36 levels in all. Picture 9 halos, fierce at the core and faint at the outer rings. The smaller the number, the closer to the core's heat. The higher the rank, the stronger the impact. Qi sitting on the outermost ring couldn't even push open the door to foundation establishment. Below that, forming a golden core was harder. Condensing a nascent soul was basically hopeless unless you held a first-grade, unparalleled transmission. Lu Yang rested his hand on the pages. They were warm, like a heartbeat with a rhythm. The qi refined from the innate Dao tome was 6th grade, rank 1 enough to reach the edge of foundation building, but not strong enough. The air lacked that weight that could push someone onto a higher platform. His brow tightened. He withdrew his fingers, the tips still warm. Independent cultivators really have no way out, he said softly. His voice was like crushed wood shavings, threaded with resignation. Compared to the great sects, independent cultivators had too few choices. Those with a lineage had options. Without one, you could only practice whatever came your way. No matter the talent, you'd lost at the starting line. His eyes fell to the 100-generation tome in his lap. That was his ace. Hidden in its binding were history and opportunity. When the pages turned, there came a low hum, like distant thunder drums. He pictured a stronger transmission, a storm of qi tearing through the chest and catapulting a person to a new height. But it was only a fantasy. He drew a breath and exhaled calm. A one-step ascent to the heavens wasn't on his board. A step too large, and the fall would be brutal. First, he had to steady the road beneath his feet. First, he would raise his current method to foundation establishment. Once foundation was set, his lifespan could be extended by 300 years. 300 years was time. It was a stake. Get the strength, then fight for higher inheritances. Once obtained, reopen other paths. Repeat the cycle, and opportunities would inch closer. He closed the book. Warmth lingered in his palm. Patience, that was the gift the 100-generation tome had given him. Tom would stand with him. So he let go of fantasies, brought his attention back to his breath, and focused on the daily practices he had to complete. Step by step, he would walk steadily forward. 10 days later, in Lu Yang's cave abode, a white mist of qi rose slowly. The vapor sometimes curled into black smoke, sometimes condensed into an invisible sword of energy, and finally collapsed into a light human shape. Its movements were like water and like a blade at once. The air split with a cold, clean cut. I did it. He laughed aloud, relief ringing in his voice. The formulas of the innate Dao manual were profound, but not hard to grasp. In 10 days, he had transmuted the flesh of his body into pure qi. He felt like a taut string that, once released, left only ripples behind. The 100 Lives book hovered before him, a page turning as its information updated. The characters glowed faintly. Name: Lu Yang. Lifespan: 18. Cultivation: qi refining. First level. Body has become pure qi, can feel energy revolving at the chest. Talent: unorthodox genius, can sense unconventional energies. White aptitude. Techniques: yin yang, grand melody, complete, balances inner and outer qi. Innate metamorphosis, art, complete, refines the form into qi. Divine powers: none. Treasures: none. Pages left in the 100 Lives book: 99. Lu Yang stepped down from midair. His toes did not touch dust. Cool and warmth alternated through his limbs, as if wind had passed over him. The old ailment that had clung to him was gone, along with the qi. The suffocating pain that had once been unbearable suddenly eased. He was pleased with himself, but then his expression shifted. He stopped. His gaze returned to the page, and his heartbeat grew cautious. He instinctively replayed the path of this life. Joining the sect had gone smoothly. He'd been accepted as a full disciple and had obtained the innate Tao manual. His cultivation had risen steadily. Memory, like an old photograph, had a tear in it. His eyes fixed. His face changed. "Something's wrong," he muttered, his voice barely closing a door. A line of text on the book floated up and made him widen his eyes. "After pillaging your Yuan Qi, Yu Suzhen broke through to the Qi refining realm. However, disease had taken deep root, and her true Qi could not be purified. She was bedridden for months and ultimately succumbed to illness. Why had senior sister Yu died in his previous life? The question churned in his mind. As a full disciple who had also obtained the innate Tao manual, she shouldn't have died from a minor illness after breaking through. He began to doubt his first conclusion. If Yu Suzhen had been capable of absorbing Yuan Qi and advancing, why would she take months to complete it? Why would a small illness cost her life? Unless, his voice shrank to an even smaller whisper, as if forced out by a cold wind, she wasn't practicing the innate Tao manual. At that moment, it was as if ice water was poured down his chest. His blood seemed to slow by half a beat. The surrounding Qi turned heavy, like a film of dust settling in the air. Lu Yang felt a cold clarity spread across his vision. An outcome he had never imagined was quietly beginning to unfold. His heart hammered like a drum, each beat painfully sharp. His breath came short, like someone who'd run a long way and hadn't caught his wind. The excitement on his face was being siphoned away, inch by inch. Lu Yang stood frozen, the ancient scroll in his hand trembling. The scroll that outlined the breakthrough technique had been given to him by Lu Xian himself. The thought dragged him back to the scene in the refining hall. Someone had thought they'd reached the top. Instead of ascending, they were refined into a cold, lifeless instrument. Blood congealed on the metal. The man's eyes were still full of terror. The whole hall smelled of burnt flesh and metal. That image pressed down on Lu Yang's chest like a dark weight. Could it be the same? He'd given the inner disciples everything they were owed. Treasures piled up like small hills. Boxes of pills lined up one after another. Spirit beasts sat in their cages, low sounds rumbling from them. In the refining treasure hall, stewards set the brightest bone jade and the sharpest swords before him. Each item seemed to be saying, "This is for you." All of it was a lie. There was only one move left. Make him drop his guard. Make him completely believe in that goodwill. Then hand over the ancient scroll. The scroll that could condense a person's own life force into usable power. Whoever obtained it could refine body and primordial spirit into powerful innate Qi usable for pillcraft, artifact forging, even breaking into a new realm. The thought ignited him like needles in the chest. "Beast!" A sound came from outside the cave. First a crisp click. Then the formation shattered. Stone walls crumbled with the tremor. The gate was torn open by a blade of sword light, like a knife through paper. The doorway yawned. Lu Xian strode in. His robes whipped in the wind, his eyes held the satisfaction of a harvest. When he saw Lu Yang, he smiled the smile of a hunter looking at prey caught in a net. "Junior brother, you really are a talent," he said softly, as if appraising a prize trophy. Before the words finished, Lu Yang erupted. Innate Qi surged like a rising tide, exploding out of him. The bone jade sword trembled in the wave and then became a razor of light. The blade screamed through the air and slashed straight at Lu Xian. The sword light cut the space itself. The air gave a metallic hum. Dust was sliced into fragments and drifted like snow. Then the blade stopped, as if it had struck an invisible wall. The hum died instantly, even breath seemed to freeze. Lu Xian didn't dodge. He stood his ground and reached out. His fingertips traced a complex hand seal. The movement was so calm it could have been someone fiddling with a rope. Lu Yang's body went rigid. His muscles were pulled by unseen strings. His arms fell limp. His eyes rolled, terror flooding them. But his mind felt sealed, no fight left. Cold sweat beaded on his arms, his joints clicked dryly, like a puppet's hinges. "A dying struggle," Lu Xian said, laughing louder, with not a trace of mercy. He stepped closer, bent, and looked at Lu Yang's ashen face. His voice was slow and clear. "This ancient scroll of innate power is a real treasure. It can turn body and spirit into a stream of innate chi, into medicine, into artifacts, into fuel for cultivation. With it, if I push my chi into the late stage and break through to the next tier, it won't be a dream. He tipped his chin, his eyes full of schemes and greed. It helps me break through, so you help pave the way. Your death worth it. When the words fell, he turned and left with steady steps. The cave was left only with echoing sounds. Lu Yong hung there, frozen like a breathing mannequin. His breaths were short and quick, as if trying to force every ounce of rage and despair out of his chest. The moment the words fell, Lu Xin's fingers coiled like a snake. The air was squeezed into a tight knot. Light flipped, torn like cloth. Lu Yong felt his consciousness being pulled like a thin thread slowly drawn out of his body. Every thought was peeled away as if cut by a blade. Pain, not of the flesh. The tearing of self. Memories burned like paper, the edges crackling faintly. All he could hear was Lu Xin's low breathing and the metallic cold force in the gesture. He saw it clearly, like lightning. The lower half of that scripture wasn't a legacy to make someone stronger. The top pages were sweet bait. The bottom half was the real mechanism. Other people's cultivation was only stitching him an outer garment. When others handed over their minds, he took them from the dark and calmly harvested the fruits. Not cultivation, more like an art of forging, not with iron as the furnace, but with people as the smelter, refining a person's consciousness, emotions, even will, into a raw energy he could drive. He didn't exert effort. He only reaped. Anger flared like a flame. Then he pressed it down against his chest. Lu Yong closed his eyes and gave up resisting. His breathing eased. The muscles at the corner of his eye still trembled. He heard his own breath short, low. He carved a name into his mind, like a mark on stone. When he had the chance, he would return it. A reply in blood. The grinding of his teeth was nearly inaudible. Darkness swallowed his awareness. Only a thin rustling remained, like old paper being turned shoo. The sound circled his ears and hollowed out. You were refined by Lu Xin. Your consciousness has been completely transformed into primordial energy. Death. Current remaining pages of the 100 Life Book. 98. Restart a life. You may choose one item from the gains of your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Power equivalent to a significant boost in strength. 3. Lifespan. 4. Forfeit all gains, and, based on your previous life's experiences, randomly awaken a talent. The voice on the stage spoke again. The sentence was short, like an order. Those whose names are called, come to the stage. Familiar, like the voice of an old friend. Lu Yong clenched his teeth and didn't look up. His fingers pressed the panel, feeling the cold metal edge. The three options blinked like cool colored lights. Treasure, power, lifespan. Power tempted him most. One jump could solve so many problems. But he also knew such power would come with an unusual origin. People would scrutinize his background. Doubt would follow him for life. If he couldn't explain it, disaster would follow. Lifespan. Too long a life meant more onlookers. Too short, and the choice was worse. He looked again at the word treasure. A treasure could be seen, touched, hidden. No one would have to know it came from his past life. He could use it, slowly trade it, disguise it, use it to take revenge. His hand hovered on the panel for a second. His breath was steady. He whispered, "Choose treasure." His finger pressed. The button clicked. One light went out, and another lit. The panel's edge glowed a faint blue, like a lighthouse far out at sea, cold and resolute. Lu Yong frowned. As for treasures, he only had one thing he could really show: a bone jade sword. The blade was cold like the bones of a corpse. He tried to trigger it, but it felt like trying to wake up a sleeping iron. Without the right layers of internal power, it was just a heavy piece of metal. No response. Then the 100 Lives book suddenly gave feedback. A faint light flickered on the screen, like someone sliding him a receipt. "This counts as a treasure?" he muttered. The voice was low, edged with disbelief. He froze for a second, then settled himself. His finger hovered over the choices. Finally, he grit his teeth and pressed option 1. Keep one treasure obtained in his past life. No sooner had he decided than something changed. No shout, no alarm. The change was confined entirely to his dantian. First, there was a squeezing pressure, like hands pinching his chest. Then a cloud of white mist surged and churned. The light was weak but pure, like a beam through morning fog. The breath carried warmth, not burning pain, but primeval life. Lu Yong's hand went instinctively to his lower abdomen. He could feel something pulsing. This was the so-called innate true qi, an energy closer to the source of life. If he had to put it another way, it was the purest life force in his body. Incredible, he whispered, a smile in the corner of his eye. He didn't show it. Only the sweat in his palm and the tightness at his mouth betrayed him. He tested it. The white mist obeyed, flowing slightly along his meridians. Lu Yong reached out with his mind and tugged back a thin thread of light. The thread darted through the air like a firefly, like a moving needle. With a simple breath, the strand condensed into a small spell. He flicked it and shattered a nearby fallen leaf. The leaf's edge blackened into a faint, glowing scorch. The sound was small but sharp, like a nail scratching glass. He was startled back to the surgeries and alchemies of his former life, the extreme methods that had simmered his organs into something else. Now that thing had returned, and it obeyed him. For him. This qi was not foreign, it was part of him, an extra primitive layer of internal power. In technical terms, it was like an independently functioning clone of his strength. More than enough for emergencies. Even more surprising, it could carry spells from his past life. He hummed softly, and a simple move from memory flashed from his fingertip, a clean, biting beam of light. It was an old skill, like digging up and replaying an old recording. Only he could read every frame of the motion. That shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances, he murmured. Then he remembered what Lu Xian had once said. This innate true qi could be used in medicine to aid a breakthrough. He understood then that what he had was not merely short-term fighting power, but a long-term asset. He calmed his heart and cataloged the discovery. The next moves were quick. The sect still assigned him to Hahuan Hall. He entered like an outsider, face calm, eyes guarded. There was Yu Su Zhen, staring at him with provocation. Last life, he hadn't even landed a blow before getting beaten down. This time the fight flipped fast. Lu Yong didn't unleash an earth-shattering strike, nor did he move with grand gestures. He seemed to be performing, concealing all his force in his palms. One move, and Yu Su Zhen's chest jolted as if struck by an invisible hand. She stumbled back and hit the floor, breathless. She was subdued, not slain. The hall erupted in noise, every gaze turned to him. Some people glanced back, some opened their mouths, but no one dared step forward. Lu Yong's look was cold. No showmanship. He quietly drew in the residual yuan qi from Sister Yu, not for himself. It was clean, full energy. He didn't use it to push his internal level higher or to make an attack. Instead, he funneled that vitality into the white mist churning in his dantian. The breath filled out like a hot cup of soup. It grew fuller and brighter. The motion was neat and efficient. No clamor, no explanation. He set a rule in his mind. His mouth tightened, the thought echoed only in his head. This life, survive first, don't attract attention. Don't be reckless. Don't be the one they target. He slipped the bone jade sword to his back like some inconspicuous tool. The white mist in his dantian burned quietly, like a hidden lamp. It could be used later. For now, he would learn to keep his head down. Lu Xian stood outside watching for a while. His expression slowly flattened. After Lu Yong had taken that strand of cultivation from Yu Su's true body, he didn't break through as expected. The air didn't ripple. No light burst forth. Only silence. Lu Xian arched an eyebrow and turned away, bored, disappointed. Lu Yong stayed in the shadows, saying nothing. He waited patiently, silent for a long time, breathing evenly like a rock waiting for the tide. About 10 days later, an outer disciple from Hahuan Hall, named Qin Yu, suddenly broke through. His fist twitched, and his aura swelled. The courtyard erupted in cries. Lu Xian came running, face all smiles, and swept Qin Yu up, giddy as if he'd found a treasure. A few days after that, Lu Xian announced he was going into seclusion. His senior disciple position was replaced. The new senior was not Lu Xian, cold-faced and taciturn. Lu Yong still didn't show himself. He thought it over. Maybe this new senior would be like Lu Xian, better not be the one to stick his neck out. He gave his shadow a wry smile and decided to wait another month. Safer, slower. Half a month passed. Only after another outer disciple safely advanced from the entry level to core disciple did Lu Yong slowly step out of hiding. He knew the innate qi in his body was churning like a warm spring with it. He wouldn't have needed that dubious demonic art to cross the barrier. But he had to remain hidden, so he pretended to train with a few outer disciples, blending into the crowd like a gray stone. The disciple guiding him was openly perfunctory disdain on his face, laziness in his tone. "This is the library," he said, pointing casually. Each word fell like a breeze of indifference. The library sat halfway up the mountain. The wooden railings wore old paint. Sunlight spilled through the windows like scattered gold. Dust floated in the beams like tiny stars. The smell of pages mixed with a faint mustiness. As Lu Yang stepped in, the flagstones underfoot gave a dull echo. After collecting the token, the senior shoved a cold token into Lu Yang's hand. It clicked softly in his palm. "Take the token inside. If you want any technique manuals, trade for them with contribution points." He tossed the line over his shoulder and left. His footsteps receded until only the scrape of soles on stone remained. Watching his retreating back, Lu Yang felt a small relief. Being ignored had its advantages. No eyes on him. His movements could be almost invisible. He lifted his gaze to Butian Peak in the distance. Clouds wreathing its summit, flags snapping in the wind like a display of pride. Lu Xian humph. He snorted, cool. A few days earlier, Lu Xian had come out of seclusion and risen to a higher level. More importantly, the master of Butian Peak had taken him as a direct disciple. He was now enjoying every favor, riding high on his success. Lu Yang didn't linger. He drew his gaze back and walked with steady steps through the hall's door. The wooden door closed behind him with a soft creak, quiet, but as if it split the world in two. He stood between towering bookshelves. The rustle of pages sounded like distant wind. He clenched the token in his hand, heart steady, ready for his next move. He clenched his fist. His knuckles went white. An old, unhealed wound lingered at the corner of his eye. Blood-colored thoughts churned through his head, but his movements were calm. Right now, he didn't have the strength. Impulse would only get him killed. No matter how fierce the hatred, he would wait until he was sure. Get stronger first. Stay alive first. That decision lay heavy on his chest. At the entrance to the library, sunlight sifted in like through a sieve. Dust floated in the beams, making a soft, rustling whisper. In the window-facing rocking chair lay a man in his 60s. He had his eyes half closed and was turning the pages of an old book. The paper rubbed together with a faint sound, like an old clock keeping time. When Lu Yang stepped in, the old man glanced up. His gaze was like water in an old well, cold and clear. "New here?" the old man asked, his voice low and flat, without much feeling. Lu Yang answered and nodded. The old man waved a hand. "Pick whatever book you want. Remember the house rules. Break them, and don't blame me if you die." There was no threat in the words, only blunt finality. "Thank you, senior." Lu Yang bowed slightly, stepped lightly toward the stacks. The wooden floor gave a dull creak beneath his feet, like a stamp of approval. He moved close to a shelf. The sect token at his waist twitched, emitting a crisp pulse. A faint glow rose on its surface. The light pooled like a droplet, then cracked open, turning into lines of text that drifted into the air. The letters seemed alive. They jumped out, flickering like a candle in the wind. Lu Yang read them. Butian Peak Disciple. Eligible to claim Butian Peak's secret transmission technique for free. First-time redemption waives the down payment. It read like a bulletin. Lu Yang didn't hesitate. He reached out and touched the line. The token snapped to his palm, and its warmth flowed into his fingers like clear spring water. The next moment, the technique's scroll unfurled in his mind like a film. He read, and his eyes darkened. The words on the page braided themselves into images, dragon and tiger entwined, yin and yang flipping. A name struck in his head, Dragon Tiger Grand Rhapsody. The name was heavy, like an ancient bell. His expression shifted. A thin sweat formed in his palm. Memories from his previous life surged back like a tide. A half-finished technique abandoned midway, leaving him with nothing but failure and despair. The afterheat of that failure still burned in his chest like a banked ember. He murmured, his voice almost swallowed by the air. "This technique, is it split into two parts too?" But the token only showed the entry volume. The title read, Qi Refinement Volume, the basic chapter for awakening and sorting the body's energy. Lu Yang's brow tightened. Reality felt like a slab of ice pressed to his forehead. He remembered the risks of partial techniques. Practice them the wrong way, and you might plant a time bomb inside yourself. Don't practice at all, and you'll never rise. He drew a long breath. It felt as if a hand had pressed on his chest, and then let go. He gripped the token harder, something pulsed in his palm. I still have to practice, he said to himself, like giving an order. There was no hesitation in his tone. The words in the token continued to flow into his sight. This method wasn't ordinary. It could draw the opponent's internal energy away. Stranger still, it could devour an opponent's memories and techniques, turning everything they knew into the user's sustenance. The imagination tore open like two beasts ripping at each other, a dragon and a tiger. The clashing currents of chi slammed together, carrying heat and a bitter tang. He closed his eyes. The sun warmed his face, gentle, not harsh. He could hear his heart beating. Each thump sounded like a hammer striking the choice he had to make. He sealed the technique back into the token. A faint shimmer lingered on his fingertips. The house rules echoed in his ears. The senior's warning had been brief and sharp, like a knife. Outside, the wind turned pages. His future felt like a book, some pages blank, some full of footnotes. The immediate task was to grow stronger. Step by step, master every section of the entry volume steadily. Then, when the night was quiet, search for the unwritten later scrolls. Tonight he set his doubts aside and began to prepare. His hands curled into fists again, his knuckles gleamed, like torches lighting the next stretch of road. He could siphon other people's moves, their magic, even the hard-won experience of years in combat. The page said it plainly. The words were like a knife. Every line warned of danger. One more thing, the marginal note read, cold and flat. Those who were twisted by this path would grow obedient, their thoughts pulled by thin threads. In the end, there was only compliance puppets, even willing to die for you. Like a poisonous vine, once it clings, it's hard to shake off. This was a dark road, bizarre to the extreme. Lu Yong looked down and read. His fingers rubbed the cover. He could still feel heat trapped in the paper. Half an hour later, he shut the book and exhaled. Then he decided to try. He inhaled. His belly tightened. Two currents formed at his fingertips, like little snakes sliding across his knuckles. The force wasn't too crude, but it had shape. The two spirals coiled like dragon and tiger, layering into the old current inside him. He felt something new almost being born, like a frozen lake about to break open, a pulse beneath the ice. He murmured, trying to draw that change inward. The next moment it felt as if an invisible hand had slapped him. The breath at his fingertips scattered, like a wick snuffed out. His skin chilled, his face drained of color. Failed. He muttered to himself, voice steady but edged with reluctance. He knew the steps in theory. He just had no field experience, no one pressing on him as he traveled this path. Between theory and flesh lay a deep ravine. He did not give up. He set the book aside, stood, and his boots clicked crisp against the stone floor. The stacks stood like rows of silent soldiers in the light. The library's holdings were far more complex than simple sect manuals. Orthodox sword manuals, 5-element techniques, divination arts, renowned longevity secrets, and colder forbidden methods, leaning like shadows in the corners. By the library rules, as a newly admitted full disciple, he had one chance for a no-down payment loan to redeem a single technique or skill. The prompt on the screen was frosty. You may redeem a technique. First-time newcomer, no down payment required. Loan annual interest rate 36%, repayable over 10 years. Confirm exchange? Lu Yong hesitated, his finger hovered between entries before landing on a name, the Divine Heaven's Sword Technique. The sword art was famed for being light and razor sharp. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Another prompt popped up. A little window like a bill, the letters harsh. Detected first-time redemption. Down payment waived. Annual interest rate 36%, repayable over 10 years. Alarm bells rang in his head. He did the math fast. Paying it off over 10 years meant repaying 1/10 of the principal each year, plus interest charged annually on the outstanding principal. In other words, he'd be paying 100 points of principal per year plus 360 points of interest, 460 points a year. Over 10 years, that totaled 4,600 points. How much? He blurted, his voice almost cracking. 36% a year. 10 years, for 1,600 total. Borrow 1,000. End up paying 4,600? The deal was bloodsucking. He pressed his fist until his knuckles whitened. His eyes darted between the shelves and the prompt. The air around him felt dust thick. Wait, I'm not the same. He snapped, urgent. Then he let out a self-mocking chuckle and lowered his voice. I'm a new disciple, no connections. Where would I get that many contribution points? He reached for the confirm key, then pulled his hand back. The screen's light fell on the back of his hand, cold as a blade. The library's prompt remained indifferent, like an order never meant to be argued with. The books around him waited quietly, to be taken or put back. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. Alone with 0 down. The interest was enough to make anyone nervous. For most people, it might be a pit to fall into. For him, it was nothing. He let out a short laugh and let his fingers slide across the disciple token. There was a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Debts from a past life? That had nothing to do with who he was now. Reborn or not. So what? If there was a way, he could still take advantage of the archive. He didn't think much about it. With a wave and a slap, a silver bill landed on the counter. The ledger's pages turned with a crisp sound. The archive's door creaked open. Liu Yang bought the Celestial Imperial Sword Manual, as if he were picking up an ordinary item. Name, seal, transaction. He didn't even lift an eyelid. Then the token changed. It vibrated once in his palm with a soft chime. Letters rose on its surface. It wasn't the full manual, just one line, the script cold and chiseled. The technique is being dispatched and is expected to arrive at your cave within 3 days. Please wait patiently. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. The token felt cool, as if some breath had been exhaled from inside it. 3 days? Dispatched? What did that mean? Was this a soul copy that couldn't be duplicated? He ran a fingertip along the token's edge and felt a faint residual warmth, like heat slowly flowing within. He really was puzzled. The archive wouldn't simply hide people's purchases and not send them, would it? Before the thought fully formed, something else occurred to him, and he rose, walking toward the doorway. An old man sat there in a rocking chair. The chair creaked. Sunlight under the eaves mottled his face. He clutched a cigarette holder, unlit, the dry scent of tobacco only. Seeing someone approach, he squinted and spoke in a voice like weathered wood. Looking for something? Liu Yang bowed his hand respectfully, but was direct. Brother, do you have any condemned prisoners or inmates who can be used as practice partners? I need someone who will cooperate for cultivation. The old man looked up, amusement and appraisal in his eyes. He studied Liu Yang a moment, then slowly shook his head. Don't call me brother. We're about the same. You bought that manual. Liu Yang nodded. The old man smile deepened. Bought it. Then relax. Don't think those 0 down, high-interest deals are all traps. They do make people nervous, but they're not without their perks. He paused, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Some provisions come with the loan. They'll be sent along with it. Go back and wait. Within 3 days, someone's sure to knock on your door. The wind died down again. Dust settled in the room. The old man tucked the cigarette holder back into his robe, and the rocking chair gave 2 more creaks. Liu Yang stood at the doorway, possibilities spinning through his head. Still puzzled, he returned to his cave, not hurried, not slow. The 3-day wait sat there, plain and unavoidable. Soon he understood why the manual, Shenshao Imperial Sword Manual, had to be sent on a timed delivery, and he understood what the old man had meant by benefit. 3 days later, a wooden crate appeared at the cave entrance. The delivery took less than 45 minutes. The box lay there quietly. It thunked against the ground with a dull echo. The smell of sweat and damp would leak from the cracks. Something moved inside, like a suppressed breath. Liu Yang hauled the box into the cave. Sounds echoed off the walls. The iron nails were pried free. The boards split with a high, grating crack. When the lid was thrown open, a blast of stale, hot air rushed out. There was someone inside. She was tied hand and foot, wrapped in coarse cloth. Not sickly trained. Her shoulders were solid. Her movements retained the economy of habit. No heavy makeup, but an austere air. Long hair in disarray, eyes and brows sharp, like a short sword yet to be drawn. Sweat beaded at her hairline and throat and slid down her collarbone. The rope had rubbed red marks into her skin. Her breathing came in ragged stabs, like a rope tightening on a throat. She stared at Liu Yang. Her look held hatred and terror. Her lips moved, and a dry voice, like pebbles sliding, said, the Demon's Sect. Lu Yang crouched and slipped a hand into a tear in her sleeve. There was a jade pendant. Tiny sword motifs and an inscription were carved into it. He read it clearly. Yushu Sword Pavilion. One of the leading righteous sects of the South. The righteous sect's aura still clung to the jade, like lingering warmth. "You're a disciple of Yushu Sword Pavilion?" he asked calmly. She raised her eyes. The anger in them was like a blade. "Yes. So what?" The words snapped back like a stone, tasting of blood. Two clean lines of tears traced down her face, as if the stone had been washed. "Kill me." Lu Yang did not strike. He washed her wrists, saw how her knuckles were white, as if she were trying to wrench herself out of the ropes. He looked at the pendant, and his thought locked in place. The Demon's Sect was not content to steal a few pages of a manual. They had a more direct method. People in tea houses had whispered that dark art could copy another's memories and skills. Treat a person like a living template, read them slowly, and etch the contents into oneself. The crate had given him the answer. Chu Sheng's sect was sending real righteous disciples over. They were shipping living sources. With such a person, the Demon's Sect's copying technique could transfer an entire system of mindsets and moves, bit by bit. He looked up at the woman. Her chest still rose, not yet surrendered. Anger mixed with helplessness. Light laid gray shadows across her face. The cave's lamp was dim. The air smelled of wood shavings and sweat. His fingers brushed the jade pendant. It was cool like a key. "You want to die?" he asked, with no pity. She curled her mouth like she'd been stepped on. "No. Who wants to be taken by the Demon's Sect? But I'm afraid of pain." There was stubbornness in her voice, and the most ordinary human fear. She feared pain, feared losing herself, feared being turned into a tool. Lu Yang was silent. His silence held no sympathy, only calculation. The Demon's Sect's method was brutally pragmatic. Learn the technique, and, at the same time, siphon off the disciple's cultivated progress. Use resources to the utmost. That was their efficiency. Compared with righteous sects that spent seasons in the mountains toiling, the Demon's Sect's means were faster and more ruthless. He made his choice without flourish-only action. He used the crate as a bed, eased the woman onto a crude bronze cot, covered her wounds with rough cloth. He burned medicinal incense and cleaned the blood. His movements were careful, but his purpose was clear. Over the next few nights, the cave filled with low murmurs and the rhythm of ritual. Lu Yang spread a few rough formation diagrams on the wooden table. The arrays were traced by candlelight chalk scraped faintly on stone. Every stroke sounded like a percussive beat in the silence. The ritual was not ornate. It felt like a machine at work. Cold light skimmed across memory, sounds acted like conduits, drawing images out in segments. The woman lay on the bronze bed with her eyes closed, a soft hum leaving her lips like chewed sutras. Her fingertips scratched tiny tracks on the table. Each time the diagram activated, the cave vibrated with a low, rolling drone, distant thunder, water grinding stone. The taking wasn't a brutal wrenching. It was more like turning the pages of someone's memory book and showing them to another. Lu Yang shut his eyes and felt something spread across his chest slowly. Sword moves did not snap into being, they straightened like a line being pulled taut, muscles reflexing to memory. The air around him thickened. Whenever he imagined a move, the air seemed to sharpen into a blade against his wrist. The lines between the woman's brows hollowed. Her breathing grew shallow. The whites beneath her lids flicked, as if an unseen finger toyed with them. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, sometimes a whimper. In sleep she struggled, and in sleep she taught him the rhythm of the whole sword system, how to pair breath with footwork, how to listen to the subtlest changes of a sword in the wind. Days passed. When the ritual ended, the cave fell back into its usual silence. The woman collapsed on the bed, drawn of strength. Her hands were empty, her eyes were hollow. The jade pendant still rested against her chest like a sleeping moon. Lu Yang stood, holding something new. It was not paper or mere memory. It felt as if a sword had been hung from his bones. The warmth in the air lingered like embers burning his skin. He folded what he had learned into himself with the care of donning a battle coat. No celebration, no grand words, only a low, practical satisfaction. He went to the bed and picked up the jade pendant. He wiped it with cloth. The carvings showed clear. Wind moved the cave curtain outside, and it thrummed like a plucked string. Liu Yang pocketed the pendant with a decisive sound. "Let us go," he told himself, as if ordering a familiar ally. Night outside was thick. One lamp remained in the cave's shadows, stretched long and knife-like. In a few days, a new challenge would be quietly closing in. The cave was as quiet as a night-pressed flat. Liu Yang sat upright on his meditation cushion, his spine a straight line. His right hand formed a seal. A spark of spirit light leapt from his fingertips and slowly congealed, finally becoming a white flying sword as thin as a cicada's wing. The sword's core was snow-white, its surface gave off a cold, bluish sheen. When it trembled, it sounded like distant thunder, low and unending. "Go," he called softly. He snapped his fingers. The bone-white sword tore forward like a ripped length of silk, wrapped in wind, darting dozens of feet. The sword light screamed, like a bolt of lightning across the sky, cleaving the heavy air beneath the roof. "Nice form," he said, a laugh laced with excitement. He changed his hand seal again. The bone sword split into two blades. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he sat. As if pulled, he reappeared riding one of the sword lights. With another change of hand, his form became like a flashed split current, darting back and forth between the two beams. Each move set the air to tiny snapping sounds, like fine threads being plucked at someone's ear. He stopped and exhaled, a self-satisfied flush on his face. He slapped his palms together, warmth lingered in his hands. "The basic form of the Shunshao sword riding technique really does work," he murmured. His voice was low, but his eyes burned bright. The sword form itself wasn't too complicated. Once mastered, one could divide their sword chi into sword light and use that light to cross space. In an instant, the stronger the power, the farther the leap. Like a drawn bow, the tighter the string, the farther the arrow flies. If a top elder of a sect personally struck, he could sit within the sect halls, launch a single sword and cross 10,000 miles, then take an opponent's life with a smile. A higher refinement could even turn the sword light into real thunderous force, but that part the leaders rarely showed. The full manual required sect points to purchase. A mere 1,000 points wouldn't buy it, only at 10,000 might you secure a more complete scroll. "Humph, clumsy and useless," a cold voice sneered from behind. Liu Yang looked up. At the doorway stood a woman from the Yushu Sword Pavilion. Her cloak was plain, her gaze was ice. She tipped her chin as if appraising something beneath her notice. Disdain curled the corner of her mouth like a knife through air. There was no warmth in her eyes. She never hid her sarcasm. Having spent many days with her, Liu Yang was used to it. She spoke fast and barbed. She walked with a measured step, as if weighing every inch of ground. She'd come to correct him again. He wasn't too surprised. He redirected his attention to the sword form, the cold white afterglow still fading in his palm. Yun Miaoqing was an inner disciple of the Yushu Sword Pavilion. She had studied under Master Shunshao and specialized in the sword control mind technique. She had once advanced to the 6th level of Qi, where her fingertips could grow warm. Liu Yang looked at her, his voice flat. "Did I use the wrong sword formula?" Yun Miaoqing turned her head and sneered. "You think I'd tell you? The demonic path, even if you steal it, it's only a malformed shadow of the real thing." Liu Yang shrugged and stepped closer, a helplessness in his tone. "Why be so wound up? You really aren't going to say? Or are you trying to force me to use that?" That Yun's lips moved. Her eyes stayed fixed on Liu Yang's face, as if she were trying to see through what was true and what was false. Liu Yang reached out and pointed below her collarbone. There was a faint mark there, like a brand in the light. The edges were a little red. "You already yielded once," he said, his voice cutting like a blade across glass. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Yun's hand shot to the pendant at her chest. Her fingers closed on a small white jade sword, polished, smooth, and translucent. Cold ran along her fingertip. It was the pavilion's token worn only by inner disciples. It was both a calling card and an oath. "You're lying." She raised her voice. There was humiliation and anger in it, and a tremor she couldn't hide. She gripped the little sword harder, her knuckles whitening. "That time you just took advantage while I was off guard," she muttered, as if trying to explain to herself as much as to him. She lifted her head, her eyes were suddenly clear and cold. Her voice dropped small, but each word came clean. "I belong to the Yushu Sword Pavilion. I stand opposed to that dark heart technique." No matter what tricks you use, a person's heart won't be dragged away by evil so easily. My loyalty will not waver. She pressed the white jade sword to her chest, as though anchoring her wavering with the object. The chill of the jade lingered in her fingertips. When she finished speaking, she bit her lip and held her gaze, unbowed like a lotus that rises out of muck, dirty yet stubbornly upright. A day later, the cave dwelling was so still it felt waterlogged. Lu Yong sat cross-legged on his cushion, breathing steady, eyelids half closed. After a long time, he opened his eyes slowly and let out a long exhale low, carrying a trace of fatigue and a hint of relief. Yun Miaoqing's breath was thread-thin as she sat in the chair. Her voice was as soft as wind through bamboo leaves. The Shinshao sword technique. You've known it a long time, she said, exhaustion in her tone. Then she added, the real problem isn't the technique itself, it's the external aid. She had been questioned. There were marks of restraint on her, but no blood. She only snorted, then spilled the sword pavilion's secret. The rules in our pavilion are simple. She smoothed her robe, a stubborn glint in her eyes. Any disciple who has just joined, once they reach the Qi refinement stage, uses a secret of the sect, smelting metals and spirit herbs into a small energy pellet. Outsiders call it a sword pellet. I don't like that name, but it's the easiest way to explain. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow and listened quietly. The sword pellet isn't like an ordinary pill, Yun continued, shaping the idea with her hands as if painting an invisible picture. It's like a sealed core of power. Carried on your person, it feels weighted, but at the same time like a flame pressing on your chest. It changes the way the sword works. How does it change? Lu Yong asked, his voice clipped. She nodded. There was a light in her eyes. Without a sword pellet, your Shinshao technique can split into at most 2 sword lights. Those sword lights act more like teleportation fast, but they can't deliver a heavy strike. You can dodge, but you can't produce killing force. She paused, remembering the feel of blade light cleaving the air. With a sword pellet, everything's different. The sword lights double. Your body can fuse with the pellet, like embedding a spark in an arrowhead. When you shift between the sword lights, your power concentrates. Every flash is like a blade tearing the air, leaving a real, cutting sound. When an enemy is surrounded by sword light, it's like they're trapped in a cage. You can slip to an angle they can't see and take them down from behind. Her voice was low and cold, but the image was vivid. Lu Yong pictured golden sword light rending the night, the sound of air being sliced with a metallic crispness. If the opponent is half a beat slow, they're in danger, Yun said. After a few exchanges, they'll show an opening. In that instant, one full power slash, and it's fatal. Pride couldn't be hidden on her face. There was that sword pavilion arrogance in her eyes. At Yushu Sword Pavilion, our duels value precision, ruthlessness, and speed. The disciples on the front line often say we're the best in Jiangnan. So the difference is the sword pellet. Lu Yong stood, as if he'd just fitted the last piece of a puzzle together. His voice was calm, but edged like a blade. You've told me how it's refined. There's nothing more for you here. Go rest. Yun Miaoqing froze. Her hand still rested on her knee as if a gust had passed. After a moment, she widened her eyes, incredulous and offended. Wait, this is it. She had expected more. Further questioning? Punishment? She looked at Lu Yong as if waiting for a verdict. The room fell briefly silent. Outside, the night wind sighed, as if for her. The next instant, she snapped back to herself. Her fingers tightened around the sword hanging at her neck without her meaning to. The hilt was icy. Her breathing came short and fast. She whispered, as if convincing herself, "No, this is fine. I'm a disciple of the Yushu Sword Pavilion." Lu Yong pushed open the stone door of his cave. Morning sun poured down from the peak, dust motes dancing in the beams. The air smelled of plants and incense ash. He stood in the doorway and let his eyes fall on the little token in his palm. The numbers on it flickered. 50. Only 50 contribution points. Time to make some money, he muttered. He flipped open his pouch. Inside were only a few old copper coins and some creased task slips. He counted them again. This month's rent for the cave was 30 points. That left 20. If he didn't add some income soon, he'd have to move back into Hahuan Hall next month and share a room with the other new disciples. At the Chuxing sect, contribution points were the sect's common currency. They were like a salary and like money. You earn them for doing work for the sect. You could trade goods for them, take on tasks for them, or collect rewards for completing bounties. Everyday life and cultivation were propped up by those little numbers. Lu Yang crouched and laid his palm on his knee. The sun warmed his spine. There was resignation in his voice. I have no patrons, no family wealth, not strong enough to tackle high-paying bounties, no one to recommend me for a post, and the things I can sell aren't worth more than a few copper coins. So I can only take sect tasks, work for the sect like a laborer, and trade that for points. He bit his lower lip. His fists tensed and then relaxed. A bitter smile creased his mouth. For a moment, the thought of ending it and restarting flashed through his head. Then he pushed it away. The 100 Lives book had a limited number of pages. Using a restart so directly would be a waste. He wanted to save that chance and raise his starting point in the next life. At least he had to live a few more months this life to earn some capital. Inside Batian Peak, the cave dwellings were packed tight. Two places stood out most: the Peak Master's Cavern, heavy with authority, and a 9-story building called Shanggong Tower. Shanggong Tower was the hub of commerce. Official disciples posted bounties there, exchanged items, accepted sect assignments. Most business ran through that building. If you went upstairs, you could get the sect's protection sash, and your dealings were more secure. Lu Yang headed toward Shanggong. Under the paifong before the tower, wind slapped the notice papers stuck to the wooden pillars. Voices called prices in the distance. People rifled through reward lists looking for names. Sound layered over sound. His footsteps on the bluestone sent dull echoes along the lane. He stepped inside. A low counter faced him, and behind it a senior disciple with cool features tapped an abacus. Rows of little boxes with colored labels sat on the counter. The wall was plastered with bounty notices. The corners of the papers were trampled and curled, some handwriting fresh, some blurred by rain. Lu Yang set his token down on the wood. His voice was small, but the sound rang clear. He looked at the senior disciple. The words he was about to say were already forming at the back of his throat. A wisp of pale smoke rose from the incense burner behind the counter. The wooden counter gave a soft creak. The characters on a few plaques flickered in the candlelight. Senior brother, is this where we pick up sect assignments? Lu Yang asked evenly, his gaze steady. The young Taoist at the counter was impatient at first. His eyes swept over Lu Yang, then suddenly brightened like someone spotting gold from a distance. His smile came fast, springing open to show his teeth. His tone softened with it. Don't be so formal. Call me Zhao Xua. I'm a steward disciple of the Merit Hall. You're new, right? I don't think I've seen you before. Lu Yang bowed and laid his disciple token flat in his palm, pressing it against the counter. The token rang with a clear, brittle sound. A tiny point of light slid across its surface. The seal on it blinked, as if something were confirming his identity. Zhao took the token. His fingertip felt cool. When he read the name carved on it, his smile widened. He lingered over Lu Yang's face a beat longer than necessary, sizing him up. Not bad, not bad. Zhao returned the token, his voice growing more enthusiastic. Lu Jr. brother, good looks, solid bearing, the right temperament. He leaned closer with the kind of smile that inspects merchandise in detail. Lu Yang felt a chill run down his spine and took a half step back. Want a task? Zhao lowered his voice, the tone becoming coaxing. I just happen to have an opportunity. If it goes through, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Your path will be a lot smoother. What sort of opportunity? Lu Yang frowned, clenching his hand until the token felt colder against his palm. Zhao pointed toward Batian Peak. The summit was wrapped in mist. The eaves of a stone house showed through the fog. He spoke plainly, almost like tabulating gains. The current Peak Master is looking for a husband for his daughter. You look good, you're bearing fits. If you can marry into her household, you'll have someone to back you. Cultivation methods, supplies, the sect's support, they'll all flow to you. Take the right step now and you dodge decades of detours. His words hit like water from a bucket, blunt and direct. There was no courtesy in them, only calculation and the eagerness of a deal about to close. Lu Yang's expression hardened. His breath shortened, like a blade cutting his chest. He didn't spout abstract speeches about independence. He simply tightened his grip on the token, as if holding on to a handle of conviction. I'm here for tasks, he said at last, voice calm. I want to do things by myself, with my hands and my sweat. Zhao froze for a moment. Then his smile flashed brighter, though with a trace of disdain. Ah, you're being idealistic. You should know, this is real, hard benefit, not some empty thing. Marry into the Peak Master's household, and you're caught in a big net. Food, lodging, spirit stones, transmissions, recommendations, it all goes to you directly. If you want to rise fast, this is the way. He stepped nearer to the counter, lowering his voice into an insistent whisper, like an offer pressed to the ear. Don't call it freeloading. Call it taking a fast lane. Lu Yong stepped back. He raised an arm slightly, placing it across his chest. Somewhere in the incense, the charcoal snapped softly, as if punctuating the moment. I won't take that road, he answered shortly. Each word landed crisp and firm. Zhao's smile faltered, then recovered into something practiced and brittle. Think it over, Lu Jr. brother. Opportunities like this don't come every day. If you want, I can put in a word. Don't regret it later. A few low chuckles drifted back and forth across the counter. Someone thumbed through a scroll paper, whispered. Lu Yong didn't look back. There was a cold light in his eyes, like the first frost on a mountain morning. Thanks for the offer, he said, polite but leaving no opening. But I'll take the task. On my own. Zhao was left standing there, his grin frozen as if glass had caught it. The incense smoke thinned and drifted away, leaving silence and a faint, lingering scent. The air, once stirred, slowly settled back into stillness. Lu Yong didn't mind being a kept man. But this was the Chu Shang sect, the orthodox hall of the demonic path. Lu Xian's ruin was still the talk inside the gate. Zhao Shuha's offhand offer to take a son-in-law sounded like a trap. Lu Yong knew exactly what that meant. There had to be a catch. He simply sighed and looked up at Zhao Shua. Senior brother Zhao, to be honest, I'm not unwilling to be a son-in-law. It's just there's an awkward problem I can't easily say. Zhao's smile faltered. Awkward? Lu Yong bowed his head, his voice dropping a notch. I have an illness. He didn't elaborate, only forced the name out in a hush, a venereal disease. Those 3 words hit Zhao like a cold wind. The smile tightened, a chill crawling into the corners of his eyes. He squinted, his hands slowing. He wasn't startled by the ailment itself, he could have cured it, but out loud, he only shook his head. Oh, what a pity. Zhao's gaze snapped around, and calculation hovered in the air. Lu Yong understood. This wasn't a simple refusal, it was deeper concern. The Peak Master won't agree, Zhao said softly. His tone was calm, but it slammed a door shut. A daughter paired as a Dao companion with a man who could bring disease? It wasn't merely treatable or not, it was sect rules and reputation. Lu Yong inclined his head respectfully. Then I'll leave it to you, senior brother. Zhao's smile returned to that earlier curve, but there was the glint of a deal in his eyes. He handed over a jade slip. It made a faint rubbing sound in his palm, as smooth as ice. I'll give you a task, he said. The writing on the slip was brief and blunt. Zhao read it evenly. Yin Yang Immortal Blossom. Requires a low-ranked cultivator, must be nourished with the cultivator's own blood and true qi to survive. Butian Peak buys at a high price, 150 contribution points per blossom. He added, this is a job issued by the Peak Master. No limit on quantity. You take whatever you can grow. It doesn't demand advanced spirit plant skill, it's hardy. Keep it in a cave dwelling, and it's hard to die. Lu Yong took the jade slip, a cold prickle ran through his fingertips. The numbers were clear, the conditions explicit. Those few lines felt like a scale with weights dropping into place. He looked up, voice steadier. How safe is it? Zhao shrugged, smiling like he was calculating sums. Safer than going out on an expedition. The risk is you have to feed them with your own true qi and blood. For someone with a hidden illness, whether you can raise them on your own comes down to luck. After that, the room sank back into silence. Their breathing stood out. Lu Yong's heart beat like a drum in his ears. He slipped the jade slip into his robe, clutching it like a key. Lu Yong listened, his face softening for a moment. He shook his head soon after, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Shua frowned and asked, what's wrong? Thanks for the warning, senior brother, Lu Yong said quietly. It's just I haven't lined up the rent for my grotto next month. I really can't afford to buy the seeds for that rare flower. Zhao sighed softly. His voice held both understanding and seasoned calm. I've been down that road. It's not easy. Here, let me help. Before he finished speaking, he held out a hand, palm up. It was a simple gesture, but there was an unrefusable certainty to it. Liu Yang was taken aback, but he still passed the sect token tucked at his chest into Zhao's hand. The moment the token changed hands, a faint glow spread across its surface. Numbers flickered in the light. The two large characters for 500 Liang appeared as if grown out of the air, firmly imprinted on the token. Liu Yang froze. Surprise and a trace of unease shone in his eyes. Senior brother, isn't this basically the same as borrowing from the sect? I'm afraid they're LLB conditions. Zhao laughed, gentle and reassuring, like calming a child. These are the Three Rivers Association's spare credits. Take them whenever you need. It's much better than borrowing from the sect's loan program, and the association gives a 30-day interest-free period to newcomers. That should spare you the trouble for now. He adjusted his sleeve, and his tone softened even more. You wanted to buy the seed for that exotic flower, right? I happen to know a brother who deals in those. Since I fronted the credits for you, I'll put in a good word. He'll sell it to you at cost, not a penny over. Warmth spread through Liu Yang's chest, and he nodded repeatedly. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, senior brother. Zhao laughed, and the laugh had a bright quality to it. We just happened to hit it off. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't let people into such a good opportunity. He produced a jade slip from his sleeve. It was cool to the touch, polished like a mirror. He handed it over, his voice carrying a few words of goodwill. This is that brother's contact. Take it, and go sooner rather than later. Liu Yang accepted it, thanking him again and again. His figure receded into the crowd, his steps noticeably lighter. Zhao watched his retreating back, a crescent of a smile on his lips that suddenly turned chilly. Voices rose and fell in the Hall of Merit, and faint smoke curled from the incense burner. He turned, his gaze sweeping slowly over the people passing by, as if searching for the next hand he could reach out to. Liu Yang didn't go straight to buy the Yin Yang Immortal Blossom the reliable senior, Zhao Shuha, had recommended. He shut the cave house door and sat down at the rough wooden table. On it sat only a guttering oil lamp and a stack of account books. The lamp's shadow flickered the pages made a faint, raspy sound. He began to tally. His voice was flat and cold, like striking a stone. Borrowed 500 contribution points can buy 10 spirit plant seeds. Annual interest rate, same as the cultivation method installments 36. He read under his breath, the pen tracing neat numbers across the ledger. The nib cut the silence with a crisp sound. Leave at dawn, return at dusk. Water with blood, feed with spirit energy. Probably takes a year to grow. By then you'll get back 1,500 contribution points. He put the pen down and looked out the window. The night wind brought the echo of a distant clock tower, a sound that felt like mockery. He kept calculating. Each sentence sounded more like passing judgment on himself. After paying the dwelling rent, only 1,140 left. The principal and interest for the cultivation method total 460. Pay that, and you're down to 680. Plant loan principal 500, interest 180. When they come to collect their nothing left. He spread his hands on the table. The lines in his palms looked as if they'd been cut with a knife. The lamp lengthened his knuckles into shadows that looked like black claws. My money? The question snapped out of him like a broken spring. He pushed up, the chair shrieking. He ran the numbers over again, fingers tapping the table edge like he was counting heartbeats. When he finished, his pupils were hollow. He stayed frozen a long time, as if his strength had been pulled out of him. Then suddenly he laughed. There was fire in it. I'll be damned. He spat, 2 words iced with sarcasm. They didn't even leave money for food. He thought about how the sect ran things, the rules, the way his start as a holy sect disciple had been set up. Begin in debt, then be tugged around by the sect's finances. The contribution points from tasks only covered day-to-day living. Want to save more? Take more tasks, do the hard labor until you dropped. He assembled all of it into a cold, clear sentence. No pleading, just calculation. Lots of people suffer, so there's lots of work. The sect pins its needs on you, and you can only work. Give your strength, give your life, all for the sect's glory. His fist clenched until his knuckles whitened. A weak numbness crept across his palm, like it had been soaked in ice. Anger rose like a tide in his throat. He went to the window and cracked it open. Night wind hit his face, carrying the smell of distant campfires. He swallowed and cursed. Bastards. The word was short, like it had been cut with a blade. After the outburst, he slid between self-mockery and calculation again. He reached into his robe and found the cold metal of his disciple token. The metal clicked hollowly between his fingers. On the back, the small line of characters added only yesterday was still visible. Loan 500 contribution points. He raised the token to the lamp. The light fell on the inscription like a verdict. A smile pulled at the corner of his mouth, but there was no warmth in it. I work for the sect. The sect feeds me points. Loans, dwellings, interest. It's the sect's circular business. I'm stuck in the middle, surviving on these points. Produce and sell to myself. He said it with a bitter, self-mocking chuckle. Zhao Shuha's smile from yesterday flashed through his mind, honeyed and sticky, a trap disguised as sweetness. He put the token back in his robe, pressing his palm against the loan number like he was holding down a knife that might flip over at any moment. The lamp had guttered. Half the table was swallowed by shadow. He stood where light met dark, his face bisected by the gloom. A cold laugh rolled in his chest. Outside, the night deepened. Footsteps passed the door now and then, as if to announce the world kept turning while he remained only a tiny pawn being counted and moved. If you're being unreasonable, don't expect me to go easy on you. Loan shark? I'm just a deadbeat. The words had barely left his mouth when it felt like a ball of fire wrapped itself around Liu Yang's chest. Anger churned in his ribs. His fingers clenched into fists until the knuckles blanched and his joints ached faintly. He lifted his eyes, his vision dimmed. Those disciples of the sacred sect were sent out like expendable tools, chess pieces, spare parts. The thought lodged in his throat like a stone. His whole body protested. Heat rose from his chest, and his ears buzzed. A demon? The curtain was yanked aside. A thin breeze followed the soft fabric. Yun Miaoqing stood in the doorway, just out of bed, hair still mussed with sleep. Her voice was like finely turned porcelain, clear, with a fringe of concern. You're in a bad mood? She blinked and stepped closer, her gaze pausing on his face. A little. Liu Yang let the two words out as if tamping down a flame. He ran through the problems he'd met like reading a checklist, each sentence plain, without flourish, only facts and a sharp hollow. Yun Miaoqing's lips pressed together. She leaned closer and lowered her voice a touch. This is the demon sect. They treat gatekeepers like consumables, no humanity. You have talent. You have the right disposition. Why put up with this? She hesitated, testing him, then added, help me remove the binding on me and take me away. I can put in a good word for you. The Yushu Sword Pavilion needs people. I can get you in. Her words hung in the room. There was hope in her eyes and calculation. Liu Yang looked at her. She seemed to offer him a knife and a road at the same time. He shook his head. His tone was cold as winter iron. I'm not going to die with her. He had no urge to throw himself into danger for someone else. When you're cornered, you survive first. Get stronger first. After weighing it all, Liu Yang didn't buy the legendary herb. He emptied his savings instead. 10 pills sat on the table, each wrapped in thin bamboo paper and giving off a faint medicinal scent. The pills would nourish his inner power, make his breath feel solid rather than hollow thought. This life is probably coming to an end, he told himself, calm as if closing an account. He didn't plan to repay those debts, nor to waste his life as someone else's tool. When the deadline came, there might be no turning back. So he had to get as strong as possible in the time he had. Faster, faster. He swallowed the pills one by one. The aroma flooded his throat like a hot stream, warmth spreading through his chest as if countless filaments began to flow within. His breathing grew weighty. Every inhale carried substance, every exhale pushed out old weariness. If I'm too weak, he murmured. Liu Xian would have noticed that at the scene. I at least have to be on his level. The room filled only with the scent of the medicine and the two of their breaths. Outside, the sky lightened. The air thinned and the light grew hard. Liu Yang's resolve sharpened like a blade, clearer and clearer. Liu Yang pressed his hand against his chest. Inside his ribcage there was an invisible barrier, as thin as glass, stopping every upward surge. He closed his eyes. Cold sweat traced down his spine. Calculations ran through his mind like tolling bells, monotonous and urgent. 10 steps. Energy divided into 10 layers. Beginner, intermediate, late, completion. There were many names, but the true bottlenecks were only a few narrow gates. To break each one required not inspiration, but quantity and opportunity. Most people in the sect were stuck at the same place. They endured time, endured seniority, treating life like a brick on a ladder. You step on it, and you still never reach mid-mountain. Liu Yang knew his fate. Barring accidents, he would become one of those who accepted ordinariness. He flexed his fingers. A thought in his mind clicked into place like a key in a lock and answered at once. 10 primal energy pills. Add the constantly flowing spirit vein under the grotto, and in theory it was enough to push him to the third tier of power. The third tier was no longer the beginner's narrow gate. Once he crossed it, he could finally catch his breath and see a different height. Easier said than done. The real bottlenecks from beginner to intermediate, from intermediate to late, each step felt like a slope that doubled in steepness. Countless cultivators had died here. What was visible to the eye was only faces growing more haggard and steps growing heavier. He lifted his hand, and a white mist gathered in his palm. It was neither warm nor cold, like the edge of fresh snow, with a clean metallic tang that lingered at his nose. The mist behaved like something alive. One instant it drew into a thin, sword-like blade, its tip flashing cold light. The next it melted into smoke and rolled silently between his fingers. The innate chi. Liu Yang did not speak its name often. He only remembered how it looked and how it struck. It was how Liu Xin had once vaulted from the late stage into a higher plane. Liu Xin had closed his eyes as if swallowing the world, and then an invisible current had torn him open from the inside. If others could use it to cross the late stage, then using it to patch the gap to intermediate ought to be possible. The knuckles of his hand were lit white by the mist. It slid past his palm and into his chest like cold water rushing into a river already warmed, stirring a clear ripple. If I break into the intermediate, it won't have been for nothing, he murmured. His voice was soft, but each word was like a pebble dropped into a clear pool, sending rings outward. Even if he failed in this life, he could begin again next time from a higher starting point. Footsteps came from outside the grotto. Not running, not hurried, the measured steps of someone carrying a basket. Then a gentle knock at the door. Liu Yang pushed the door open. A woman stood there in a plain long robe. Light fell across her face like polished porcelain. Her looks rivaled the famed beauties inside the sect. She was full of figure, yet her movements were practiced and efficient. The edge of the herbs in her basket peeked out, sending up a bittersweet, grassy scent. She cupped her hands in a polite bow. Her voice was soft but steady. My name is Qingchen. I've come to bring medicine to junior brother Liu. She extended a small wooden box. It had weighed in her hands. Whatever was inside knocked gently against the walls of the box with a low sound. Liu Yang reached out and took it. His fingertips touched the lid. Its temperature was ordinary, but a familiar medicinal scent rose and tightened his throat. The world outside seemed to fall silent. The white mist in his palm spun slightly, as if waiting for the next command. The woman gave a respectful bow, then let out a light laugh. It was clear and bright like a spring carving stone, like wind skimming a lake. The sound softened something in the chest, and, for no good reason, made one like her. I was ordered to escort the grand vitality pills you bought. She pushed a small wooden box across the table. The lid clicked softly. Inside were a few pills, emitting a faint herbal scent, warm and honeyed. She also produced a copper token and set it on the tabletop. Take the token out so I can inspect it. Liu Yang knew the routine. He reached. When his fingertip brushed the token, it felt cool. The copper bore old scratches, as if it had been handled for many years. He passed it over with steady hands. Their fingertips met for an instant, and a thin, electric chill ran between them. During the handoff, Qingchen's voice softened. She stepped closer, smiling as if testing him. Junior brother, where did you suddenly get the money to buy so many pills this time? Hit the jackpot somewhere. Liu Yang smiled, but it was a bitter smile. He shook his head. No jackpot. I took out several loans. I want to improve myself so I can take higher paying missions. Invest in myself first. She inclined her head, concern tucked in her eyes. Don't sell yourself short. Which of us formal disciples isn't carrying some debt? Then her tone sharpened. But you're too rigid. Oh. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow, pretending interest. Qingchen smiled even brighter, as if lifting a corner of a veil. There's only so many official missions. Just taking them one clear debt fast. If you want to make quick money, you have to learn to walk the side paths. She dropped her voice, like sharing a secret. I figured you'd found some senior brother's old cave and pocketed a relic. Turns out you didn't. A cave? Liu Yang's eyelids sank. His gaze was as still as a deep well, but his voice put on a note of curiosity. Tell me. Qing Chun leaned closer, her fingertips tapping the table in a steady rhythm as she spoke. You know our sacred sect stands atop that sea of clouds that meets the sky. Beyond the inner sect's four great peaks, there are many small peaks and valleys, leftover territories from those who came before. She sketched an invisible map with her hand. People leave, but peaks and cave abodes don't vanish. When someone falls, their houses, their caverns, and the things they collected remain. Going in carries risks, traps, lingering toxic mists, even guarding spirit beasts. But every so often there's a place with real opportunity. A good cave can be worth several years' worth of mission pay. Her voice was soft but blunt. If you only follow the usual paths in the sect, you won't suddenly get rich. Some chances aren't out in the open. Someone has to be bold enough to go in and take them. If you're willing to learn, I can show you the way, and it's nice to have an extra hand. Liu Yang fell silent for a long moment. Only the scent of the pills and their breathing filled the room. He looked down at the copper token. His eyes narrowed slowly, as if he had heard the faint sound of a stone tumbling somewhere far off. Even the slightest haul can be exchanged for a huge number of contribution points. Qing Chun smiled like a spring breeze. Her voice was soft, deliberately so. She shook a small vial in her hand. The pills inside chimed in the lamplight. Junior, if you're interested, I just happened to find a relatively safe grotto recently. Her eyes invited, like a net being cast. Liu Yang stood in the doorway, clutching the few new vials he'd bought. Warmth from the elixirs spread through his palm, the scent of medicine, not a threat. He did not move. His expression was cool, as if watching a play. He remembered the last time he'd been tricked. Someone had deceived him into buying a so-called innate Taoist scripture and left him in the wastes. The memory cut across his heart like a blade. Qing Chun's smile happened to be the same as that man's. The corner of Liu Yang's mouth twitched. He gave a cold smile with no sound. Her tones softened further, becoming more like temptation, more like bait. Really? She feigned surprise, her eyes glittering like gems. She stepped closer, the fragrance wrapped around like silk. Many who drew near would forget caution. Liu Yang did only two things. He looked down at the elixirs in his palm, then at Qing Chun. His gaze was steady. He was unmoved. I need to think it over, he said, his voice even, unhurried. The short sentence fell like a cut rope, clean and decisive. Qing Chun nodded, her smile threaded with calculation. There's no rush. The acceptance paperwork is already done. Junior, after you've decided, you can contact me. I've decided. I'm not going, Liu Yang replied coldly. He turned and left, his steps steady. The cave walls echoed his footsteps. The bottle and stopper in his hand knocked together with a clear clink, like a warning bell struck against their plan. Qing Chun stood frozen for 2 seconds. Then her expression changed instantly. Her smile split and sharpened into a blade. She clenched her teeth, her nostrils flared as if she could smell defeat. That Liu Yang. How dare he play me? She hissed under her breath, the words laced with bitterness and danger. She pivoted and hurried off. The cave light swayed, her hems stirring up fine dust. A few steps later, she appeared before another grotto. The scent of incense inside was stronger. A figure waited by the lamp. He wore fine clothes, his features clean and sharp, eyes full of calculation. His name was Zhao Xua. Seeing Qing Chun's sour expression, he frowned at once. Didn't work? He asked, impatience in his voice. Qing Chun shook her head, her tone cold. That man was far too cautious. We set him up, but he saw through it. She stepped closer and spoke quickly, succinctly, her voice as sharp as a blade. He borrowed money but didn't buy that yin yang immortal flower. He bought elixirs instead. I suspect he never intended to repay. Zhao Xua's smile curled thin. Trying to dodge the debt? In your dreams. He leaned against the stone wall, his sleeve brushing a few copper coins on the table. The coins clicked softly. Sandalwood smoke curled from a burning stick, as if trying to swallow their words. Do you know, Zhao Xua said slowly, confident in his tone, the sacred sect has already put a price on every new disciple in secret. Each person's worth is on a list. Some pay to redeem people, others take action to settle debts. We only wait for the right moment. Qing Chun's eyes brightened at that, a vicious smile returning. Her fingers tightened into a fist, her knuckles showed white. The cave offered a faint echo, as if answering their ruthlessness. He left with elixirs. She swallowed. We can't just let him go. Zhao Shuha nodded, his gaze cold as a blade. Let him go? That's not our way. When he shows any crack, we'll close the net. There's an iron rule when the sect lends money. Zhao Shuha set his cup down, the rim rang with a clean, crisp chime. The loan will never exceed what the collateral can fetch on the market. That way, no matter what happens, the sect can get its principal back. His words cut straight. A person's value isn't just their belongings, he continued, eyes cool as he ticked them off. Bodies, organs, even consciousness can be sold. If a debtor can't pay, the sect still has ways to recoup its investment. The others exchanged glances. He's going to try to advance his cultivation? Someone asked, voice like metal scraping. Let him. Zhao Shuha laughed. The laugh had wind in it and blood beneath it. The corner of his mouth tilted, a blade-like glint there. As long as the person stays alive, the higher the cultivation, the greater the value. He added casually. By then, we might not only break, even we could turn a profit. Qingqin's eyes brightened a fraction. She shifted, her figure rippling like the surface of water. Besides, he can afford the pills, but he might not be able to afford his life, Zhao said with a sly smile. Senior brother, you mean? Someone pressed in a low voice. Zhao Shuha nodded. His reply was like a door shutting, neat and final. A lot of things aren't a problem, so long as nobody finds out. The line landed. Qingqin's smile, thinned, calculation flickered in her eyes. Her tone softened, but it was still cold. Deep in the cave dwelling. In the quiet room, only the brazier's faint light remained. Lu Yang sat cross-legged. He held the spirit pill in his palm, his hand trembled. For half a month he'd been refining qi without rest. Every breath felt like swallowing iron. The pill went down. Bitter flooded his tongue. Then the true qi surged like a river breaking its banks. Something inside his ribs felt as if it were being split open. A thunderous roar filled his ears, the sound of qi smashing through his meridians. The flame in the bronze lamp flickered up and down from the shock. He felt himself step up a rung. The breath in his chest shifted, like a flood pouring into a still pond. His skin heated, his cheeks flushed, and his mind cleared. He opened his eyes. A resonance echoed in his chest, refining qi second layer. In other words, his true qi had settled into a new, stable tier. He closed his eyes. A comparison popped into his mind. What had been creek water before was now a river, deeper, stronger. Before refining qi level 4, there really isn't an absolute bottleneck, he calculated inwardly, voice dry. With enough resources and enough time, you can push through. Time weighed heavy in his ears. Qingqin's presence felt like the hand of a clock, inching closer. He remembered the raid from his previous life. Lu Xian had swaggered into the cave dwelling, movements clean and efficient. If that man could get in, others could too. The dwelling wasn't a fortress. He felt the remaining pills tucked in his sleeve. His fingertips trembled. You can only rely on yourself, he told himself in a tight, low voice. He gritted his teeth and shoved the remaining pills into his mouth one after another. Each swallow felt as if flames closed around him. True qi smashed through his body, pain and exhilaration mixed. Sweat ran down his neck and dripped onto the stone floor in fine, soft sounds. He called a name, voice low and steady. Yun Miaoqing. The name echoed in the quiet room. Footsteps sounded softly in the corridor outside, like wind brushing through a bamboo grove. A thin sliver of light beneath the door slowly widened as it was pushed open. It was wasteful. At least 30% of the pill's potency was being lost for nothing. But the effect came fast enough to shove him up a notch. Lu Yang thought that if he could push through this thin sheet of ice barrier in one go, the pill wouldn't have been money thrown away. Time stretched. 3 days and nights slipped by in an instant. He neither ate nor drank. The room held only the sound of his breathing and the rustle of his robes. Every inhale was a key turning in a lock. Every exhale was an old shackle breaking. At last he felt a hairline barrier pry open like a thin membrane pressing on his chest that suddenly split in two. It worked, he whispered. The voice was small, yet it echoed in the silence of the room. He closed his eyes and looked inward. The breath inside him woke like a river. What had at first been a broad creek suddenly swelled into roaring rivers. Every sinew trembled. Beneath his skin a damp, hot current ran. His ears buzzed with a distant rumble, like thunder on the horizon. But his progress soon slammed into another wall. This one was heavy, without a visible crack like a mountain, like iron. The flow of energy was stuck. No matter how hard he strained, it just circled in place. He knew it was a bottleneck. One more step, and he'd reach a whole new tier. Cross it, and his strength would double. Within the sect, only disciples at that level could take on real responsibilities. Lu Yang didn't relax. He produced from his bosom a small vial of primordial qi, a single drop of pure energy. It looked like condensed light, cold yet burning, like the earliest flame, clean and dangerous. Keep going, he told himself. Then he swallowed it. The primordial qi detonated inside him like a dry riverbed blasted open by a downpour. His true qi surged. Blood vessels flowed backward like rivers in flood. The pressure on his chest seemed to be ripped away by half. A crisp crack sounded in his ears, like thin ice snapping. A sting under the skin was followed by a rush of warmth that pushed from his dantian out to his limbs. The invisible wall was gnawed away bit by bit, like snow melting in spring. As the primordial qi drained drop by drop, the wall collapsed inch by inch. Finally, it shattered completely. Stones and dust rolled and dispersed as if swallowed by the air. In the dim, quiet chamber, he snapped his eyes open. His gaze was sharp as a blade. The void seemed cut by light, revealing a plain clarity. He blinked, and another day and night passed. From that moment, Lu Yang knew he had changed, not a small improvement, but an entirely different level. He pressed a hand to his chest and could clearly feel the flow within. The little stream that had been there before had become an ocean. The energy's fluctuations were deeper and broader. Each circulation carried a force that rattled his limbs. He smiled, softly, like wind through treetops. This is what cultivation should feel like, he murmured. Early stages are like brooks, the middle stage is like an ocean. The difference is bigger than you imagine. When he first started, the energy inside him was like a half-filled barrel of oil. Spells had to be rationed. Every wave of his hand was an expense. Once the energy reservoir filled a little more, things would change. Minor spells would be as simple as breathing. A few breaths, and the cost would be made up. Not bad. Very good. Lu Yang stepped out of the meditation chamber. The white bone flying sword in his hand took on the warmth of his palm. With a thought, the sword light detonated. 10 bright streaks tore through the air at once, like blades slicing the cavern into bands of light and shadow. Wind was ripped apart by the sword light. The metallic low hum carried a chill. He half closed his eyes and formed the divine firmament sword mind technique. The sword moved with his will followed the sword. His body felt hollowed out and then refilled with the power it ought to have. Each breath brought a rush of pleasure and clarity. Heat churned in his chest, his blood quickened. Thanks to Lu Xine, he murmured. The so-called innate energy was like a key that fit his hand. Without it, he probably would have wandered in place for years, stalled. Lu Xine had abandoned a scroll called the Yin Yang Great Joy Ode and turned to another forbidden book. That book taught how to draw out native power. The price had been heavy. People were harmed. Others were dragged into it. Lu Yang's brow twitched. The world wasn't fair. Dark arts could be used for his benefit and could serve as a substitute. Greed surged up from his heart like a hot tide, brief and sharp. He held the thought down. He endured it, told himself not to rush. There would be time enough. At that moment, one blade of sword light shivered, as if someone had brushed its edge. Lu Yang's pupils contracted. A cold light flashed from his eyes. Relief flickered through him. If he'd still been in seclusion, he wouldn't have noticed. Coming out of his breakthrough, when he did, had saved his life. He quickly drew in the newborn energy. Killing intent rose slowly, like a hunter drawing a bow. He waited quietly, waiting for the target to walk into his net. Click. The bolt turned with a crisp, clear sound. A shadow slid through the door crack. The air carried human scent, damp, with the tang of distant earth. Lu Yang's fingers tightened on the sword hilt. He clenched his jaw. A soft click. The cavern's door was quietly pried open. 3 dark figures slipped inside. They were dressed in black, faces covered, breathing pulled tight, still as water that has settled to the bottom, with no ripple. Lu Yang stayed in the shadows, holding his breath, his eyes fixed on them. If not for his keener perception, he probably wouldn't have noticed a single flaw. 3 ordinary men. Not likely. The leader made a hand signal. No one spoke. 2 of his companions split up and began to search the cavern. The black-clad man in front had barely taken a step when his vision blurred. Then a white, star-bright sword flash tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Oh no! He couldn't react in time and rolled to dodge, but the flying sword was like lightning faster. The sword light flashed. A geyser of blood exploded up, spraying the ceiling. The clear ring of metal and the wet sound of flesh mixed together. His power is extraordinary. The leader's eyes went wide. From that single strike, he immediately judged the other's force far beyond normal. Anger flared, he growled low, as if to curse, then swallowed it. He formed hand seals, and a pale cyan protective light flared. Chanting, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. We're here on business, misunderstanding, don't." Before the words finished, the sword light slashed across like a blade cutting air. The protective glow fractured, sparks flying. From the dark, another surge of inner force rolled out, like crashing waves, low and thunderous. The force coalesced into a giant palm shadow, the palm lines clear, several meters across, and it pressed down toward another black-clad man. The gust carried heat, like a huge hand descending from the sky. SSS, the tearing of flesh. The man caught in the palm let out a short, agonized cry. Blood bloomed across his black clothing. The cavern instantly filled with the metallic stench of blood. The next moment, he surged with force. His true chi condensed into an invisible giant hand, clamping the black-clad man like an iron pincer. Crack! The sound of joints breaking was crisp. Blood spurted, but there were no gory details. The man went limp like a torn sack and fell to the ground. The leader in black went deathly pale. His pupils shrank until they seemed about to burst. Lu Yong, however, wore a satisfied smile. He murmured, "This palm technique is useful. Against those a level below, it's steady, precise, and ruthless." Before he finished speaking, sword light rose again. A dozen sword slashes howled through the cave. The white flying sword blinked and darted like a ghost, cutting the air and leaving a cold wind in its wake. Each blade of light aimed at the gaps in the leader's defense, giving him no room to breathe. The leader kept retreating, his breaths growing sharp. After a few gasps, he ran out of strength. Lu seized the opening and drove his sword down. There was a dull thud. Blood spurted up. The leader dropped to his knees, collapsed, and lay still. Lu exhaled. His chest heaved. He looked around. Bodies and shattered armor littered the floor, the air heavy with the metallic tang of rust and gunpowder. The fight had passed through his mind like a blade, leaving a chilling aftershock. In truth, this was the first time he had truly ended a life. He had rehearsed ambushes and combinations countless times, but putting them to use in a moment of life and death still felt awkward. He could still feel the after warmth of his heartbeat in his palm. He dissected the fight in his head. Short thoughts flashed through his mind. I'm outmatched in combat experience. In a straight-up fight, I'd lose. But if I seize the initiative, open the battle with an ambush, I can use a firmer foundation to overpower them. Spell power isn't as decisive as surprise. No amount of technique can outlast the endurance a solid foundation brings. He noted those lessons down, as if carving a map into his heart. Next time, he'd do better. The next day, Lu Yong waited inside the cave the whole day. It was very quiet. No footsteps. No one came to check. No sect inquiries. No messengers. The 3 black-clad men seemed never to have belonged to any school at all. They had simply vanished into the silence. Lu Yong looked down at the 3 black-clad figures collapsed in the dust. The night wind carried the metallic tang of blood away. Broken tools lay scattered at his feet. Moonlight stretched their faces into thin strips, like slips of paper. He scanned the area again. No patrols. No shadows. The sect's great lamps still hung high, and the small lamps that logged each disciple's information were under the sect's control. By rights, a death like this should have left a trace. But there was nothing. He crouched and felt for a pulse on one of them. Cold, like a snuffed wick. A thought rose in his chest. If the sect could keep every disciple's roster and track life and death, why had no one come? He found the answer and mouthed it softly. As long as it doesn't make a fuss, nobody checks. It wasn't a conclusion so much as a grim observation. He picked up the 3 token plates. They were small copper slivers, stamped with names and data, the edges shown from where. One number made him narrow his eyes. 400 contribution points. 400. An unusually high figure. Too high to be accidental. He held the token in his palm and pressed his knuckles against the thought. 400 was a lot of mission reward. It meant these men took dangerous jobs regularly. It meant they weren't reckless newcomers. It meant they'd probably gone in deep more than once to earn that score. Liu Yang stood and searched the scattered debris by the bodies. A box for lamp wicks. Rags. A few copper coins. Finally, from a tattered cloth pouch, he drew out a small booklet. The cover was plain, the cord tied tight. The pages were yellowed, they smelled of old paper when he flipped them. He pressed a finger to the cover, as if touching something important. 3 neat characters were stamped on the front, as if carved. The Quieting Qi Manual. He knew what the name meant. To quiet the qi, gather and suppress the body's energy, let the breath sink, prevent leakage. Like tamping a flame into embers, so only residual warmth remains, no sparks. Useful for stealth, for infiltration. He opened it. The handwriting was plain. The diagram simple. The instructions short and precise. Every stroke read like it was written for battlefield use, not for ceremony or legacy. Liu Yang's chest tightened. If he hadn't recently broken through, if his true qi and mental awareness had not increased so much, he probably wouldn't have detected the traces of concealment these 3 left. More alarming was that the manual didn't match the sect's records. The sect's techniques were normally logged on the tokens. The sect was unlikely to let core methods be distributed as informal booklets. That meant this book wasn't an official sect transmission. It came from elsewhere, or someone had deliberately kept this technique off the books. He hugged the booklet to his chest. Moonlight moved across the paper, making the secret seem clearer. He exhaled and muttered, "Well, it's got some pedigree, at least." He said nothing more. He gathered the 3 bodies, wrapped them in rags, and fetched a small iron shovel. The soil was cool, each scoop sounded dry and hard, stone grinding on stone. At last the 3 were laid in a shallow grave. When the earth slid back over them, it made a muffled, settling sound. He placed some dry grass at the head to keep the wind from blowing straight into the dirt. He carved a crude mark on the mound. No prayers, no rites, just a simple gesture, like drawing a period under something past and easing one more burden from himself. Back at the campfire, he opened the Quieting Qi Manual again and smoothed a corner flat. His finger traced the diagrams. A faint thrill jumped at his fingertips. How had a technique like this fallen into the hands of these men? Had someone earned it? Had it been lost? Or was someone quietly feeding practical methods to people who could use them? He narrowed his eyes. The firelight caught them, small and creeping, like danger and like opportunity. Thoughts started to stir in his chest. He kept his face calm, but he could no longer see the task of collecting the bodies as anything simple. Who outside the sect could teach something this useful? He asked the night. No answer came. Only the dark and the booklet whispering between his hands. He tucked it into his shirt, as if it were an unlit torch, part valuable, part hazard. His mind churned. Maybe, behind this, there was a larger chance waiting. He held his breath. Greed swelled up like a tide. Then he forced it back down. His eyes went cold again. He spoke as if convincing himself. Not yet. Not yet. The 3 of them. Maybe in the next life we can be friends. The earth still smelled of blood. Liu Yang gathered the 3 together, smoothed their collars. Dirt had been shoveled over them and packed down. His palms were rough with sand. He murmured a short offering. No tears came. Only the wind moved, whispering through the grass. After burying them, he took the disciple token from his chest. It gave a faint glow in his palm. An interface hovered in front of him. The item list slid by page after page, like the turning of an old ledger. He found the formula for forging a ritual sword pill. The instructions read like a checklist and a recipe at once. The materials had to be mixed with a person's qi, the steps exact, almost alchemical. 3 liang of gold essence, like refined metal dust. 3 liang of jade agate, warm and smooth as bone china. 2 liang of cinnabar, red as smoldering embers. 2 liang of sword qi, clear and piercing, like a blade slicing the air. Total, 10 liang, plus 2 auxiliaries, a blaze of true fire and a gourd of spirit water. First, the fire was used to calcine, crackling and spitting, to purge impurities. Then the water cooled it, like plunging red-hot iron into ice. Finally, the sword formulas were intoned, syllable by syllable, and the mixture was slowly refined until the materials and the forger's own chi fused. Only then would it become a proper sword pill. He traced the price column with his fingertip. The numbers were knives. Gold essence, jade agate, cinnabar, sword chi 100 contribution points per liang. True water, 1 gourd, 500 points. True fire, 1 blaze, 500 points. He read each line under his breath. With every item his face grew darker. The total popped up. 2,000 contribution points. 2,000 points. He nearly crushed the token in his fist. His teeth ground together. A memory stabbed at him. Disciples of the Yushu Sword Pavilion received a sword pill from their master when they broke through. At the First Saint sect, the same thing would cost double or more. Contribution points were the sect's currency. Tasks, labor, promotions, that was how you scrape them together. An ordinary disciple, living for the sect, could spend 10, 15, 20 years before finally getting enough. Anger circled his chest once. That small hope he'd had was cut off by this sky-high price. Liu Yang's smile dissolved. His fingers trembled. The token in his palm felt icy. He knew he was flat broke. The truth was like cold water dousing his last bit of triumph. He checked the ledger at his waist. 400 contribution points. The number sat there, glaring. 400 was nothing. Not enough to buy a finished pill. Worse, he would be reborn in the next life, his cultivation reset. He couldn't take this with him. There was no slam of a door. Only his low exhale. His fist tapped the table in a dull rhythm. He considered the 400 points again and again. He'd thought of dumping it all into cultivation, but cultivation came in stages. The gap between late and early stages was a ravine. 400 points wouldn't even get him over the first stone. Even spent all at once, it couldn't thicken that layer of chi by an iota. Finally, he scanned the remaining options in the catalog. Techniques, mental methods, basic manuals, each with its own price. A technique was a long-term thing, something to be absorbed day by day, like turning a small flame into a hearth. He sighed, low and even. Then I'll trade for a technique. He tapped the token to the exchange slot. The swap sounded crisp and clean. 400 contribution points bought him a thin training manual. No golden light, no grand promises. Only the soft rasp of paper. Knowledge traveled farther than treasure. Thinking that, Liu Yang rose, left his cave dwelling, and headed straight for the library. His steps whispered on the stone path. Wind swept through dead branches, making fine, brittle sounds. An old man stood at the library door. When he saw Liu Yang, his eyes narrowed as if a memory had been suddenly pulled up. "Well, if it isn't you, kid," the old man said, surprised in his smile. "Back to trade for more techniques? You look like you've come into some money." "Thanks for the kind words, senior brother," Liu Yang replied with a slight bow and a faint smile, saying no more. He went into the stacks with a clear purpose. Not seeking a rare spirit tool or precious pill, he wanted a secret skill that would take his life away. A move that, at the last moment, would draw the curtain for him. Soon he found the book. On a black wood shelf, a small plaque bore cold, stark characters. The life-ending curse, 300 contribution points. Liu Yang pulled it out. The cover was rough, the sealing wax cracked with a tiny, crisp sound. The pages were yellowed, and between them seemed to cling a chill. He opened it. The turn of the page whispered. The words were archaic, but they struck like knives to the chest. The method was both mantra and oath. "Store a breath in the chest," he read, testing it aloud. A hollow rose in his sternum. He read further. "Nurture a mouthful of killing chi. Day and night refine it in the furnace of your life. Let the killing chi and your life interweave." The text unrolled images like a film before his eyes. Done properly, one could laugh and speak in ordinary times. At the crucial moment, you open your mouth and shout a single word, "kill." The thing held in your chest would burst out like a flood breaching a dam. The description was coarse and blunt. That killing chi was not wind or light. It was like a blade, like fire, like a black tide that devoured everything. When it surged forth, it tore through surrounding spiritual senses. Shouts were shredded. Bodies were shaken to ash. The user would be pulled away with it, life taken along. His knuckles went white. He closed the book. His palm was warm. A faint smile creased his mouth. "Good," he murmured to himself. "Kills and ends. Just what I want." He exchanged the points and redeemed the technique. The sound of wood shavings at the counter lingered like the aftertaste of the deal. The old man watched him with a gaze that mixed doubt, curiosity, and a thread of awe. Lu Yang found a quiet corner and sat cross-legged. The late sun slanted and dust drifted slowly in the beam. He began to follow the book. Fingers formed seals. Sweat on the backs of his hands slowly congealed. He exhaled softly, as if reciting some ancient charm, each phrase short, each beat like a hammer on an iron ring at his chest. First, hide a breath in the chest. He sank his attention inward. His ribcage felt pressed down, pressure crawling up. It wasn't ordinary pain. It felt like cold pebbles jammed against his heart, like a knot of black fire stuttering in his lungs, both burning and freezing, stealing his breath. He felt his life force scraped up, slowly concentrated to a point. The point grew brighter, not light, but a weighted rage. It had mass, as if it gripped his bones and drew the blood outward. In his ears there was nothing but the rush of blood, like distant waves. Following the notes, he used auxiliary materials. Herbs rubbed together in a fine rustle. Thin metal plates clicked with a clear, bright clink. Each strike seemed to be shaping a mold for that breath. The smell was bitter scorched iron and uprooted roots. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the odors, little by little turning them into the thing in his chest. Time dilated. Every breath was leaden. Sweat rolled from his temples. Something pressed his throat, stifling sound. The killing breath in his chest grew purer, refined into something like an edge, cold, sharp, absolute. He thought of the 100 Generations book, whose secret could only be opened after death. Lu Yang did not fear dying, he feared failing to die, living on, and being unable to unlock that book. So he practiced with more urgency. He wanted a finisher that would take him completely away. Night fell, and the library held only his breathing. Wind tapped the window frames like a metronome. He closed his eyes and probed the thing simmering in his chest. It trembled like a beast ready to spring. At a single command, he would unleash it, and it would take everything. He whispered the final steps. A change in the hand seal, and his life force flowed back toward his chest like loose threads. A crisp snapping came from his chest, like old wood splitting. In that instant, he knew the true forging was nearly complete. He opened his eyes slowly and said in a calm voice, "Good, the materials were already at hand." Then his tone dropped, as if speaking to himself and to the ending that lay ahead. He hadn't thrown away a single blade from the 3 men in black. Murder still clung to those weapons. The air smelled of old rust, with an indistinct chill mixed in. Lu Yang reached out. It felt like drawing an invisible dagger from their edges. He inhaled that ferocity into his chest. His chest exploded. It was like 1,000 knives scraping through muscle at once, like needles stabbing back and forth at his heart. The pain made the corner of his eye twitch, sweat trickled down his spine. He gritted his teeth. His mouth wouldn't move. This was the critical moment. If he let his breath slip, the energy circuit inside him would break, and he'd fall on the spot. Time stretched. The blade pain slowly receded. The ferocity no longer felt foreign, but like hot blood merging with his own. Energy flowed inside him like water finding a new riverbed. After a few breaths, he felt every heartbeat could drive that force. With a thought he could strike, and power would erupt in an instant. He chuckled softly, a laugh threaded with expectation. He decided to himself, if he lived, he'd try that forbidden technique, the so-called killing curse. He wanted to see exactly what that energy could do. Back at the entrance to the library pavilion, someone in the distance was cursing. The voice was rough and cracked. It was an old man, holding the sex token. His knuckles had gone white, his wrinkles twisted like a map. He slammed the token down on the ground. The crisp clack as it hit the floor echoed through the quiet courtyard. "Damn," the old man panted, half cursing fate, half cursing someone. Then he plopped back into his rocking chair and leaned against the wood, like an old tree whose anger had been blown away by the wind. Lu Yang stepped closer and crouched, looking at the token. It displayed the sect's news. He tapped it open. A stream of short messages popped up on the screen, words spreading ripples like pebbles dropped into still water. Blessing pool grand prize. Someone finally hit the jackpot. The colorful lucky fish in the blessing pool was drawn by a new disciple, Xiao Shiya. A senior master announced publicly, the prize is 1 billion. After collecting the award, Xiao Shiya went into seclusion and has not been heard from since. Colorful lucky fish, 1 billion prize. The lines were terse. The news spread like wildfire. People in the courtyard were whispering, conversations drifted in from the corners. Lu Yong read the messages and felt his brow loosen. So that's it. He finally understood. It wasn't complicated. Everyone was just talking about the sudden jackpot and the mysterious winner. At the Chusheng sect, there was a standing assignment with a blunt name: accumulate merit. It took place beneath the sacred fire cliff. Under the sea of clouds, deep in the mist, there was a hallowed spot called the Merit Pool. Living in the pool was an exotic creature the sect called the Merit Fish. The Merit Fish came in 5 colors: white, blue, purple, gold, iridescent. The closer a fish's color was to iridescent, the brighter its scales and the stronger its aura. Eating one purified and stabilized a person's internal energy. In extreme cases, it could blow open a bottleneck that had been stuck for years, like slamming a rusty door wide and letting the light pour in. The rules for earning merit were simple. Each person could take the task only once a month. You blindly picked a number, then paid 10 contribution points. The 10 points were non-refundable. Those contributions were recorded on the Merit Pool's ledger. The sect's elders had already made it clear there was only one true iridescent merit fish in the pool. Whoever picked it took every contribution in the pool at once. The task had been running for almost a century. No one had picked that iridescent fish in 100 years. Point after point piled up. Year after year, the total grew until it became a visible prize pool, like a small mountain getting higher and higher. Word spread through the sect. Everyone knew the number that made eyes gleam. The old man in the library rocked in his chair and murmured, 1 billion, 1 billion. There was envy in his voice, jealousy too, and an unshakable sense of loss. He tapped his fingers against his knee, as if counting opportunities that had slipped away. Yesterday, the grand prize fell. When the result came out, the entire sect exploded. The winner was a newcomer less than 10 days into the sect. A kid who had just given his 10 contribution points and blindly chosen a number. He had selected the one iridescent merit fish. People came in with the certificate held high. Others downed wine and cheered. Someone flipped through the ledger and pointed at that astronomical figure, unable to believe his eyes. That day, every contribution in the pool was transferred to the child's name. The billion materialized. The line of numbers on the account rolled like a surging river and made people's hearts lurch. More importantly, the boy ate the fish. The moment it went down, the world fell quiet, as if the air itself had been sucked away. His face changed. He closed his eyes and seemed to weather a storm. His chest ballooned suddenly, then ebbed like a tide, leaving a calm, deep surface. By the next morning, his aura had shifted. The immature energy he had was compacted and solid, like loose sand pressed into a single slab of stone. Seeing it, people felt a jolt. Overnight, he had cleared a massive gap in his foundation. A senior elder in the sect saw it and took the boy as a disciple, arranging seclusion so he could push his foundation to the next level. The news spread like wildfire. Some applauded. Some smiled bitterly. Some snorted and turned away. Even Lu Yong couldn't escape the stir. He looked at the illuminated roster with a complicated look in his eyes: envy, surprise, and a stubborn reluctance. The gossip in the sect continued. The cloud sea kept rolling. Beneath the merit pool, the still water ran deep, as if hiding more unknown mockeries and gifts. His expression shifted in an instant. The man didn't try to hide it. Xiao Shiya announced, in front of everyone, the number he had chosen when he drew the colorful prize fish. 202-5113. His voice was flat, but the words hit like a pebble dropped into a still pond, sending ripples outward. Lu Yong heard the string of numbers. His throat tightened. His fingers twitched without him realizing it. He tucked the number away in his mind like a key slid into a hidden pocket, saving it for later use. Just as he thought that, a light figure stepped into the library. The curtain at the door fluttered and her robe caught a breeze. "Brother Lu," she called with a smile. Her voice was clear, threaded with surprise. Lu looked up and recognized her at a glance. It was Qing Chun. She stood in the doorway, an unexpected smile on her face, as if she'd simply bumped into an acquaintance on the road. The elder in the library saw her too. His previously lazy expression snapped tight. He stood and said seriously, "Then let's set off right away. Senior brother, Are you going after that grotto too? Lu asked, curious. The elder snorted and slapped the table with a petulant sound. Do I need to be reminded? I just lost a fortune. If I don't try my luck, how am I going to eat? Lost a fortune? Qingchen arched an eyebrow. She stepped closer, twirling a lock of hair with a skeptical look. The elder sighed, his eyes burning but tinged with helplessness. He told the story like pouring a cup of bitter wine. A while back, two major sects fought a brutal battle in the south. There was an ancient pit their people call the 10,000-person pit, not an ordinary grave, but the source of a rare kind of black bone. They say those bones can take on a person's injuries for them. They're nearly impossible to come by. The price was already insane. He spread his hands as if opening a pile of invisible money. The Sword Pavilion seized that mine. Once the news broke, the bones' price went through the roof. Everyone started hoarding. I was cautious at first, watching from the sidelines. But seeing the price only climb, I panicked and threw down a lot of coin to buy a batch. His voice carried self-reproach. He patted his thigh, his knuckles went white. Who would have thought? He bowed his head even lower. Just after I stocked up, the sacred sect launched a counterattack and retook the pit. The inflated price collapsed overnight. The current market won't even cover what I spent. His words landed like a heavy blow on the table. Qingchen's features softened from surprise to sympathy. Lu's chest sank. The wind outside rustled the leaves. The three of them were silent for a moment. Then the elder looked up, a sly glint in his eye. Since we're going that far anyway, we might as well check out the other grottos. Can't let this lost lie unused. Qingchen smiled, a conspiratorial curl to it. She stepped toward the door, sunlight catching the hem of her robe. Shadows lengthened by the threshold. The three of them walked out of the library side by side, toward unknown caves and new chances. Lu Yang fell silent. Only the candlelight and the soft rustle of turning pages filled the room. Dust drifted down slowly in the shaft of light. The old man in the library sighed long and low, his voice rasped like old pages rubbing together. Luckily Qingchen was here, he said, patting a stack of scrolls. The motion lifted a dry, papery scent into the air. Then he brightened, smiling with a satisfied air. Qingchen is a good person. Qingchen lowered her head and smiled, her cheeks flushing as the silk at her fingertips brushed back a lock of hair. You flatter me, senior brother. The elder grew earnest again, a pleading note in his voice. If you hadn't recommended Brother Zhao to me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even gotten my money back. Qingchen waved her hand, speaking softly. It was nothing. Brother Zhao happened to be short a batch of substitute corpses, and you happened to have them. I just put the pieces together. If in the future I find something useful in the caves, and you can lend me a hand, I'll remember it. Brother Zhao. Lu Yang's cup trembled slightly in his hand when he heard the name. His gaze sharpened. Zhao Shuhe, the name sliced through his mind like a dagger. Oh, Lu Jr. brother, Qingchen said, turning to him with a wink. You're really not coming to that ancient cave this time? Lu Yang shook his head, his voice low and steady. Senior sister, you're flattering me. I only just joined and my foundation is shallow. I want to focus on my internal training. Going into an ancient cave to hunt for treasure is too risky. I'm not up to it. The elder's expression changed at once. He set the scrolls down, his toes crunching the wood shavings on the floor, and his tone turned scornful. I don't like hearing that. Always burying your head in cultivation won't get you far. For disciples without backing, if you don't take a chance, do you expect the immortal fruit to fall from the sky? He straightened, eyes sharp. To break through you have to dare. When everyone else hesitates, you step forward. If you never try, you won't even hold the chance. His words swept through the air like a shuttle. Lu Yang merely shook his head politely. The elder slammed his palm on the table with a dull thud and spat. People like that can't be taught. Then he turned and strode out, his steps heavy. The door closed behind him with a dry, rasping clap. Qingchen glanced at Lu Yang, then turned and left. She and the old man from the archives walked down the mountain side by side. The two of them entered a secluded cave dwelling on Butian Peak. The elder waited in the outer courtyard. She went alone into the inner compound and stopped in front of a quiet chamber. The courtyard was hushed, broken only by the faint scrape of wind over stone. The door to the quiet chamber eased open. Zhao Shuhe stepped out with steady strides. The wooden door clicked softly behind him, a low, resonant sound. Didn't succeed again? His words were as sharp as a blade. His brow creased slightly. The calm that usually lived in his eyes had withdrawn. He still refused? Qingchen bit her lip. Her voice was cold as frost at night. He refused. Worst 3 assassins I sent never came back. They went to die last night, and were all killed. Zhao Xuhe fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the hilt of his sword without thinking. The taps rang clear in the small courtyard. They weren't strong, he said. About the level of the 3rd layer after initiation. Normally, 3 against 1 should be enough. Qingchen's voice dropped lower. But that man managed to kill them. Senior brother, do you think she didn't speak the word mid-stage? Instead, she used motion to fill the gap, her hands trembling slightly, as if holding some invisible weight. A short-term breakthrough to the mid-stage is like climbing to the heavens, Zhao Xuhe said, shaking his head with an unmistakable firmness. At most, he could rise to the 3rd layer in a short time. It's impossible to suddenly become a mid-stage expert. He stepped closer, his gaze darkening. I checked his transactions. He bought a lot of qi replenishing pills. If he took them without restraint, reaching the 3rd layer wouldn't be surprising. More importantly, he paid for a sword technique, the Yushu Sword Pavilion's Shenshao Imperial Sword Manual. Qingchen's pupils tightened. Zhao Xuhe continued, peeling the facts layer by layer. That manual trains someone quickly if they have talent. It emphasizes footwork and the exact angle at which the sword is released. Once mastered, killing 3 practitioners of basic cultivation isn't inconceivable. Wind pushed in from the valley, carrying the sound of stones grinding together. Qingchen lowered her head and closed her eyes, thinking. She remembered her own past agony, how it had taken her nearly 10 years to break through that barrier. That makes sense, she finally said, nodding, her voice composed. If that's true, losing 1 person is something we can bear. But we must guard against more. He may have reserves, or he may have left a blade hidden in the dark. Zhao Xuhe cast his eyes toward the sea of clouds surrounding Batian Peak. The clouds rolled, as if something stirred them. His voice was slow and cold. Track his movements. Check his dealings with the Sword Pavilion. And if he could buy that manual, don't underestimate the forces behind him. Qingchen brought her hands together, as if compressing an invisible flame. She nodded, then turned and left. Her steps were light and resolute. The echo stretched down the quiet chamber's corridor, taking with it a lingering chill. Who could break through in a month? Someone murmured from below. Doubt laced the voice like ice chips striking stone. It didn't make sense unless someone had truly been reborn to cultivate anew. All right, enough talk. Zhao Xuhe waved a hand. The motion was small, but it carried a coldness that swept through the air. A glint of chill passed through his eyes. His voice struck like a bronze bowl, low and clear. Settle the grotto matter first. Is everyone here? They are. Qingchen, the young immortal, nodded. She stood straight. Her voice was soft but penetrating. Especially Wang Beirong from the library pavilion. He trusts us. Senior brother even prepared a corpse made to look dead to fool outsiders, so he agreed to help. Zhao Xuhe snorted, a smile with edges like a blade. He dropped the smile and spoke more evenly. Good. The Sanha Society always has talent in abundance. Whether we manage to turn this into a big score depends on all of you. At the foot of the mountain, about 10 formal disciples had gathered on the open ground outside Batian Peak. 3 stood out at a glance. Zhao Xuhe was in the center, straight-backed. Qingchen hovered at his left like a drifting wisp. On his right was Wang Beirong of the library pavilion, older, tapping his cane on the stone with crisp sounds. Among the crowd, only those 3 felt steady. The others were either weak or green, like candles burning down to a faint flame. The presence of the 3 compressed the air slightly, like a hand pressing on the chest. It wasn't that they were unreachable in power, but that they exuded a pressure that made people instinctively yield. Zhao Xuhe thrust out his chest, his voice blared like a horn. Thank you all for coming today. I, Zhao, express my gratitude first. He bowed formally, precise, swift, like a ritual. To be frank, Qingchen followed, voice low but each word sharp. Senior brother has discovered a grotto left by those before us. There's an array protecting it. We couldn't break it open. I asked you here only to combine our strength to dismantle it. Whatever we find inside will be split evenly by head count. Brother Zhao is affiliated with the Sanha Society. His reputation is known, so you can trust us. Her words slid over them like soft silk. Zhao Shuhe played his part perfectly. Wang Beirong nodded beside them, supplying details now and then as if laying a path. The three of them, moving in concert, turned the scattered disciples into a single rope. Wind slapped their faces, stirring the folds of robes with a susurrus. Eyes were exchanged in low glances someone swallowed. The group's reservations were tamped down, bit by bit, until at last they nodded and fell into a tacit arrangement of teams and duties. They rose as one. Streaks of light tore through the low clouds like a volley of arrows. The trails left pale arcs across the sea of cloud below, an endless white that seemed to swallow the heavens. The flying lights sped on. Wind screamed past ears, robes snapped. There was only brief chatter between the points of light, mostly there was silence. 15 minutes later the lights halted at a break in the clouds. Below, the cloud layer split open into a long fissure. Black shadows writhed within it, and faint cold glints flashed. The air smelled ancient, like the dust that rises when an old wooden chest is opened. A distant, thin hum hinted at an array probing the outside world. Zhao Shuhe fixed his gaze on the crack. It tightened like a drawn blade. He turned his head and, low and decisive, said, "This is the place." Zhao Shuhe inhaled. A wave of heat from his palms split the mist like a curtain. The peaks revealed themselves. Massive stones ringed the summit, ridges coiling like an old dragon lying across the horizon. "This is Panlong Island," he said calmly. His voice was close, but thinned by the mountain wind. Water circled the foot of the mountain, the surface fracturing the moonlight. Ancient sigils were carved into the cliffs, faint currents of energy clinging to the grooves. That power had once been strong enough to guard a region. Now it was like a dried riverbed, only cracked traces remained. The waves were gone. "Come in with me. Try to break that barrier." Zhao glanced back. There was only resolve in his eyes. He leapt first into the void. Wind kicked up beneath his feet, sending a scatter of pebbles spinning. The others didn't dare fall behind. One by one they followed. Low-voiced judgments passed between some. Others braced themselves. In the wind, the rubbing of cloth sounded like thin, scattered thunder. Moments later, another figure surfaced above the sea outside the island. He stood on a reef, his robes plastered by the wet sea breeze. He didn't go in. He slowly drew 4 black banners from his hands. In the dusk, the banner faces drank the light, like 4 black mirrors swallowing the directions. Each time he unfurled one, the sea wind seemed to tear, snapping with a clean whip crack. "Interesting," he chuckled, the sound shredded by gusts. His name was Lu Yang. His face carried a reckless hardness, his eyes hid calculation. He fingered the crumpled IOU in his breast like it was a live coal. The repayment date was close. He didn't have much time. There were lots of people on the island. Zhao's group was especially aggressive. Lu Yang wasn't stupid. Charging in alone to fight a crowd for a chance was a bad bet. Besides, there was an old man from the library shrine inside. Wang Beirong, a hard match. If it came to blows, Lu would come up short. He planted the 4 black banners in the 4 directions of the sea wind. Each banner thrust made the water ripple as if prodded. The banners hummed faintly, like dragonfly wings. Directions in the air started to blur. Seabirds flying past spun off course, compasses trembled. Before he left, Lu had bought a disorientation array with his last 100 contribution points. It didn't attack, it played tricks. It could invert directions and trap people inside. Once someone entered, paths were flipped and bearings stolen. For a short while, finding the way back would be as hard as finding an exit in a hall of mirrors. He secured the final banner, fingers still slick with sweat. The banner unfurled a dead silent wind, smelling of soil and salt. Energy spread across the sea in ripples, slamming into the island's old array marks and producing a faint reply. It sounded like the sigh of old wood, threaded with metallic echoes. Lu leaned against the rock. His easy expression was a bluff. He tapped the stone with his finger as if tapping time. "Wait," he thought. "They'll make some noise inside. Fewer will come out, then I'll pick the leftovers." He put his smile away and his gaze went hard. Night drooped low. The 4 banners faintly pocketed the island in black. The sea wind carried that ancient trace of array ink. He lit a small firebrand. The flame flashed over his face and died. Then he sat, back against the rock, like a cat waiting for prey. From inside the island came the faint clatter of falling stone. Someone cried out, excitement in their voice. Someone else shouted in alarm. The sounds were torn by the wind and drifted to Lu like laughter from a distant room. He narrowed his eyes. The black banners trembled quietly in the dusk. The whole sea seemed to be covered by an invisible net. Lu exhaled, the breath whitening in the damp air. "Don't rush," he murmured. "Wait. Let time do the work." Lu Yong sank down without a sound. He was like a rock, holding his breath, waiting for the wind to move, for a sound. Panlong Island was no longer itself. The ground was stained red. The air smelled of metal. People fell with short noises. Someone screamed, the sound carried off by the distant wind. Disciples who had fought shoulder to shoulder now struggled alone. Screams kept coming. One by one their shapes were swallowed by that streak of bloodlight. Outside the crowd, Zhao Xuhe and the fairy Qingshan stood side by side. Their smiles were knives, their eyes full of mockery. The softness from before had vanished. All that was left was a cold amusement, a composed performance. "Zhao Xuhe, what do you mean by this?" Someone shouted, equal parts fury and helplessness. Zhao Xuhe smiled coldly. His voice was brisk, like a blade. "No need to struggle," he said. "This is the trap I set. I spent 3,000 contribution points," he added, as if counting. 3,000 contribution points, those are the sect merit points. "The knife," he said, glancing up, pride in his eyes. "I bought it with money. Today, no one walks off Panlong Island alive." At that, a flash of bloodlight cut the sky. There was a wet, tearing sound, like flesh being ripped. The blood mist was sucked away like a tide. The struck disciple gave a muffled groan, went rigid, then slumped, drained of life. The bloodlight congealed into shape, a crimson flying knife. Its blade looked soaked through, its edge glinting cold. It hovered, emitting a low hum, as if sucking. "You filth!" Someone in the crowd roared, desperation in their voice. The only one still resisting was Wang Beirong, the elder from the library pavilion. He threw his body in front of the others, clutching a talisman. Sweat beaded on his brow. Even with ragged breaths, he refused to step back. Zhao Xuhe didn't hurry to snuff out his struggle. He was savoring it, like taking the last drop of profit. He walked over with light, steady steps. His tone was hard and casual, as if telling a joke. "You, Wang," he said slowly. "Did you really think taking my money could buy you a new fate?" He smiled, calculating. "I bought the death substitute corpse you kept." He enunciated the name. A death substitute corpse is something that can take a lethal blow for someone. You thought you could avoid death with it. His voice turned icy as he looked at Wang Beirong. Wang's eyelids twitched. His fingers trembled. Blood seeped from his palms. Zhao Xuhe pressed on, not giving him a chance to answer. "If you still had a pile of those, I could take you in them easily," he said, lifting his chin, "but now I've bought them all." He stepped closer, a smile at his lips. "I'll kill you," he said, "and take back the contribution points I gave you. It's as if I got a bunch of those substitute corpses for free." He sighed, as if admiring a play deal. "So, really, I should be thanking you, old Wang." The wind smelled of blood. The knife's cold light fell across every face. Zhao Xuhe's voice rolled over the island, clear and merciless. One sentence from Zhao Xuhe was like pouring salt into a fresh wound. Wang Beirong's face went deathly pale in an instant. A dry cough rasped in his throat as blood welled into his mouth. He wanted to argue, to deny sound stuck in his throat. He bit his lip. His face was painted with hatred he could not swallow. Zhao Xuhe said nothing more. His hand trembled. The throwing blade cleaved the air like a rending wind and drove straight into Wang Beirong's chest. The moment the blade pierced flesh, it was as if someone had stolen his last breath. Wang's breathing halted. Blood seemed sucked away, circling the blade and vanishing. With a dull thud, his body collapsed. His lips moved, as if to force out one last word of resentment, but time ran out. His eyes grew dim. Around him, there remained only the warm, damp air and the cold left on the knife's edge. After that strike, the scene finally quieted. Wails and cries ebbed like a retreating tide, slowly settling. When the dust fell, the sound was a silence that chilled the marrow. Fairy Qingshan was sweating all over. Her robes clung to her skin. Her breaths came quick and shallow. The blood demon's soul-slaying blade had taken a terrible toll. She and Zhao Xuhe had cut down many foes. She stood there, tiredness in her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. "Congratulations, senior brother," she said softly, but genuinely. "Thanks to you, junior sister." Zhao sheathed his blade. The steel flashed a dark red in the daylight. He nodded at her and asked, "Now? With its power, can it tear open that seal?" Qing Chen stared at the hilt, brow drawn. Her expression quickly grew grave. "It still seems a little short." Before the words finished, a crimson throwing knife sped through the air. The moment its tip sank into her belly, Qing Chen froze. Her gaze went empty, as if she saw some distant scene. Then the color drained from her blood. Her skin lost its elasticity. Her voice turned to dust. A single exhale slipped out like wind sucked out through a window. Her body stiffened, dried like an autumn leaf, and finally became a silent corpse. The blade spun back through the air and settled into Zhao Xua's palm. He closed his eyes for a beat, studying the dark pattern on the steel with calm detachment. In a low voice he said, "Now it's enough." He walked toward the sealed chamber door deep within Panlong Island. The door was scrawled with ancient runes, their grooves giving off a faint blue glow in the dusk. He raised the blade and struck again. With a thunderous crack, the stone door split. Dust billowed as long, stagnant air was cut open. Behind the door lay a small dim room. In its center, a jade casket lay. Quiet light leaked out from the seam, as if something inside were breathing. He stepped forward. The casket was warmer to the touch than the air. He opened it slowly. Inside, 2 ancient books lay neatly arranged. Their pages shone with a yellowed light and gave off the musty scent of ink and old paper. The upper volume's title, 9 Transformations Dragon Art. The lower, Myriad Chariots Dragon Riding Ascension Scroll. Zhao Xua's hand trembled. His eyes shone with disbelieving light. He whispered the conclusion, voice trembling with excitement and reverence. "This is a 3rd-grade true art, a genuine transmission that can directly guide a cultivator to break into the Golden Core realm." He remembered what his master had once said. Across 3 lifetimes he had cultivated, accumulating merit for Panlong Zhenren. In this life, the merit was complete, and Panlong Zhenren's legacy would fall to him. Only the soft sound of pages turning filled the air. Zhao Xue drew the 2 books close to his chest. His heart felt both scorched and lit by a cold, fierce hope. At last, the moment had come. When he closed the book, Zhao Xue's hand trembled slightly. The manual described a strange cultivation method. Condensed the body's qi into a searing current that rolled in the chest like a dragon, then bind that current into a single root capable of commanding monstrous beasts. If he succeeded, he could reclaim himself. He could alter his fate completely. With the 3-fold power in hand, the path before him would smooth out. The next realm would be only a matter of time. He put the tome away, his eyes alight. To change levels, you have to shed the old first. "I can't stay here. I have to return to my cave and seclude myself at once. After I emerge, I can formally take discipleship," he said, his voice betraying an eager excitement. A streak of escaping light flashed, and he shot out from Panlong Island. Wind whistled past his ears. The salt and sea mist fell away behind him with the retreating gleam. The world beneath stretched into a long line. The air pricked like needles, taut and icy. Suddenly his face went pale. Zhao Xue halted in midair, eyes widening, and shouted, "Who goes?" A sword light ripped the sky like lightning, blindingly white. The sound came like a thunderclap, a drum struck with brutal force. As the light closed in, it made the air snap. In an instant the blade descended before him. With a crack like split wood, his neck was cleaved in 2. His body detonated, scattering into a field of bones. The sound of shattering bone clacked like stones. From the shattered remains crawled a cold, dark breath. It billowed like mist, like smoke, like a thing alive. The aura drifted, and 100 meters away Zhao Xue rematerialized. Fear still marred his face. His eyes held a torn bewilderment. He hadn't even caught his breath when the sword light shadowed him. Wish another white streak slashed past. The head flew again, turning into a rain of bones. The dark breath receded and reconstituted him once more. Each reappearance was a new fragmentation. Each time he remade himself, his expression grew a little paler. He tried to cry out, but the words stuck in his throat. The sword light was a silent verdict, cutting off the rest of his thought. The sword lights came without cease. Thunder rolled and rolled. Space itself felt like it was being carved over and over. The cracks of bone were metronomic and merciless. 10, 20 countless beams wove a net around him, the air filled with cold white blades. Finally, a sliver of an opening appeared. Zhao Shuhe grit his teeth. He felt the heat current inside him torn and then pressed back into his chest. He seized the gap, rolled aside, and slipped clear of the closest sword light. Wind rushed past, bringing the stench of blood and burning. Dust-churned bones hit the ground with dull thuds. He pressed himself against a rock, chest heaving. Residual sword intent lingered, like a cold blade grazing his fingertips. Zhao Shuhe knew this had only been a probe. The enemy was still out there. His fingers curled white around his fists, another light burned in his eyes. He was seen through in an instant. Zhao Shuhe's eyes tightened. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, blood-red dust billowed out like a tide. The smoke piled into a protective shell around him, wrapping him inside. The metallic tang of blood and the grit of dust were whipped up together. He popped several pills in quick succession. Warmth rolled through his body. Wounds drew closed, his breathing steadying. He gathered his scattered thoughts and swept his gaze around. "Lu Yang, it's you." Zhao's voice was low, a spark pried loose. He recognized the chain sword flash at a glance. The blades had a cold, slicing precision, trajectories clean and decisive, clearly the work of a masterful sword-controlling art. That level of control wasn't something a beginner could fake. Lu Yang's progress in just a few days surprised him. His anger cooled. A smile creased his face, greed glinting in his eyes. Good things come in pairs, he thought. I can't let this opportunity pass. Outside the mist trace array, Lu Yang's expression darkened. He bit his lip, fingers tensing on the sword hilt. He admitted to himself he'd gone too hard. He had meant to finish Zhao with a combo, but had left him a thread of life. Worse, his technique had been read. He didn't panic. The array scrambled sight and direction, his true body hid in shadow. His flying sword was only being used to keep distance. If it came to close quarters, the odds still favored him. Zhao had noticed the formation too. It was crude given time. He could work it out, but his inner power was down to half its usual strength, and Lu Yang's constant disruptions made a quick breakthrough unlikely. He let his eyes flick, then smiled. His voice rang clear, like a chime on the rim of a cup. "Brother Lu, we bear no great grudge. Why hold back?" Before the words finished, sword light surged again. Lu Yang didn't answer. He pinched a sword seal between his fingers, and the flying sword leapt out as if called by life. It sliced the air with a high, razor sound, like a fine knife dragging across skin, its edge aimed straight at Zhao. Zhao snorted and swept his sleeve. The blood-red dust split into shards, like a red curtain torn apart. Powder drifted down on a wave of heat. Two gusts of force met in the air with a low, resonant boom. "PFT," Zhao spat, full of scorn. "You refuse the toast? Then drink the penalty." More hidden weapons flew from his sleeves. The metallic clash of blades was crisp and piercing. The air was cut by streaks of light. In the night, two silhouettes traded blows in the smoke and dust, sword light striking the shield again and again, sending off a string of sparks and snapping, electric crackles. Zhao Shue's eyes darkened. He flipped his hand and formed a few seals. In midair, a heavy golden stamp rose up. Its surface was engraved with ancient patterns, like a small black hole. The air around it gave off a low metallic hum. The treasure was called the Primordial Magnetic Gold Seal. It sucked up metal like a magnet and specialized in countering flying swords. Zhao Shuhe kept it as a trump card against the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. At this moment, he produced it only to clamp down on Lu Yang's sword light. "Set," he barked, and the pressure in his palm plunged. The seal dropped violently, like an iron lid slamming down on a slashing beam. The sword light was pinched under it, emitting a high, keening hiss. The ray froze, as if nailed into the air, no longer able to move. Lu Yang, however, looked calm. He stood outside the formation, motionless. His breath was tight and steady. He was at his peak. Zhao Shue's face, by contrast, seemed shaded. The two men were, in that moment, like a summit facing a valley. Lu Yang didn't hurry to show himself. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly. Dark sigils in the formation masked his true position. An outsider might see the flying sword being suppressed, but could not tell where its controller was hiding. "You looking for me?" Lu Yang's voice was light, as if it circled through the air, yet perfectly clear. His hand shifted at his waist. His internal energy wasn't flashy, but it rolled in his chest like a rising tide. A hazy white mist drifted down from above his head and condensed into a giant palm. The hand spell was dozens of zhang across. It swelled slowly in the air, then struck the formation. The air compressed with a low, booming crack. Stone slabs trembled and grit flew up. The palm carried no elegant flourish, only blunt, coarse force like a boulder slamming the water and sending out spreading ripples. Zhao Xua's face went even darker. The primordial seal still hovered, the metal scent of its attraction lingering. He tensed, realizing his opponent had seen through his plan. Unease stabbed at his chest. He gritted his teeth, his palm trembling. A vein throbbed at his temple, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. He changed his posture, adjusted his breath, trying to focus the seal's pull. The seal's hum quickened, as if sensing its owner's resolve. He cursed inwardly. Both of them were mid-stage qi refiners, but Lu Yang was cautious as a snake. Zhao Xuhe felt the turmoil in his chest. He knew that forcing someone into a corner might also bury his only chance. Opportunities were rare, he couldn't just let this pass. He drew a deep breath and decided to risk it all. His palm plunged down, his intent cutting at the seal like a blade. The seal flared wildly, the surrounding air ripped open in a white fissure. Stone flakes fell like rain, and the sharp clash of metal rang in his ears. He also knew that this all-out move left him little room to retreat. His chest felt branded with fire, most of his internal energy sucked away. Zhao Xue's eyes were bright, full of unwillingness and a streak of madness. He wanted to win, even if the price was his life. Outside the formation, the white palm came down again, carrying wind, sound, and an undeniable oppressive force. The two powers clashed at the formation's heart. The air was stretched, and time seemed to grind itself finer. Zhao Xuhe gripped the seal with aching hands. He could feel the metal's temperature running from his fingertips to his chest. Every breath felt like being cut with a blunt knife. There was no spoken judgment to decide the fight, only the two men and the currents of air they tore between them. The power inside him felt like sand slipping through a funnel. Zhao Xuhe's breathing quickened. He finally couldn't hold back, his voice burst out across the maze. "Brother Lu, I found a cultivation manual on Panlong Island. It can push someone to the 3rd level. With it, someone could potentially form a golden core. If you let go right now, I'll split it with you half for you." 3rd level manual? Before the words had even faded, Lu Yang shot upright outside the formation. The air seemed to tighten around him. His eyes sharpened like blades. Those 3 words lit a greed in him. He took a step forward, the dust under his feet trembled. His fingers quivered. Then he forced the impulse back down and slowly sat back down, a dangerous calm in his gaze. Seeing that, Zhao Xuhe hurried on, urgency in his voice. "Brother Lu, don't be rash. This book is the result of years of effort. If I willingly share it with you, you'll be able to have it." A deep voice answered from all around, rolling out like something from the depths of rock. "Foolish. Kill him, and the technique is mine." The sound cut through like wind through the trees, bringing a chill. The glowing patterns of the formation quivered, a shadow flickered in the dark. Zhao Xuhe shook his head, a bitter smile in his eyes, his tone gentle but firm. "You heard wrong. Luck like this doesn't go to whoever kills for it. I earned it with years of my life. If I die, it won't go to the murderer. Only if I choose to share it will it come to you." The words hit like a stone thrown into water. Ripples spread. Lu Yang froze, his expression grew unreadable. After a moment of silence, he sneered, testing. "If that's true, why should I make peace with you?" Zhao Xue's voice dropped lower, part promise, part plea. "Brother Lu, you had no tie to this technique. But if I teach it to you, I can change that. You could have it." A smile crept into the corner of Lu Yang's eyes. He reached out, his fingertip traced a cold arc through the air. "Copy one for me, and I'll let you go." The moment the words left his mouth, the maze's air felt sliced by a blade. Zhao Xue's chest loosened, as if he'd finally drawn a breath he'd been holding for a long time. He nodded, voice weary but resolute. "Fine, let's do it." Zhao Xuhe nodded decisively. He reached into the jade box. When he flipped the lid open, 2 thin scrolls lay side by side, the pages still faintly smelling of ink. The upper volume is called the Ninefold Dragon Rending Technique. It can condense into a force that tears like a true dragon, he said calmly. It's a combat cultivation method. Used well, it gives you the edge against others at the same level. The lower volume is the 10,000 Chariots Dragon Ascension Scroll. It's a foundation stage manual. It can lay a solid root, planting the seed for a breakthrough to the next tier. He stated each sentence plainly, as if taking measurements. Then his expression shifted. He frowned, unease creeping into his voice. But Brother Lu, I'm injured now. My inner strength is weak. He pressed a hand to his chest, his fingertips trembling. If I give you both volumes and you make off with them, what then? That's easy to solve. Liu Yang's eyes slid, his smile oily. Give me the foundation manual first. Keep the ninefold dragon rending technique. After I let you go, I'll return it to you. Zhao Xue froze. Liu went on, slower, sounding like he was reasoning it out. You only have novice-level internal force. Even with a foundation manual, you can't practice it yet. Don't worry, I wouldn't kill you for a book. I release you. You hand me the upper volume afterward. How's that? His sincerity looked carved into his face. Some might be swayed. Zhao stayed silent for a moment, then nodded. A promise. The jade box snapped shut for an instant. Zhao pulled out the 10,000 Chariots Dragon Ascension Scroll and extended it. A fine ripple ran through the air. There was no visible hand, but a current like a giant palm seized the scroll across the distance. The motion was as sharp as a blade, slicing the silence. Zhao let go of the last thread of caution and obediently released his grip. The scroll slid into that invisible palm. Without touching it, Liu Yang imprinted every character on it into his heart, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Goodbye. The smile was full of calculation. The next second he gathered force in his dantian and whispered a strange incantation. His internal power surged like a dam breaking and exploded outward. The half-air seemed torn open, followed by a deafening blast. Boom. Dust and smoke rose in waves, blotting out sight. When the grit settled, only Zhao Xue stood amid rubble and scattered pages. Dust had turned his face ashen, his eyes were blank with disbelief. My manual, it's gone, he murmured. His throat felt as if a stone sat on it, his voice was dry. He stared at the smoking aftermath of the blast. Why self-detonate? Why not earlier or later, but only after getting the scroll? He couldn't make any sense of it. I didn't even flip open that manual once. The wind stopped. Dust scattered with the gust. The ancient sheet of paper labeled the Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Treasure Scroll turned into a puff of ash. Zhao Xue stood there, the breeze blowing the soot across his face. He mouthed a name, Liu Yang. His expression twisted, as if some limit inside him had been ripped away. You bastard, he spat, the word like a blade. Don't you dare say it's a promise. We'll settle it in the next life, he roared, his voice raw with despair and rage. There was the 100 Lives book, he murmured, voice drifting in and out. This time it's gone, but next life I'll still get an even stronger book. Ash fell. The air felt like it had frozen. From the beginning, Liu Yang had never trusted Zhao Xue. That talk of sharing the Dao manual was, to him, only a delay. As long as Zhao lived, he was a danger. If Zhao could survive, Liu Yang could be hunted at any moment. Zhao was strong. Liu Yang wasn't sure he could kill him outright. In a life or death struggle, he might be the one to die first. Even worse, the debt had come due. The loan was maturing. He had no way to repay it. Time trickled like sand in an hourglass, only a little was left. So the moment the Dao scroll fell into his hands, Liu Yang made a clean, ruthless choice. He self-destructed, blasting himself apart and taking one page of that scroll with him. Decisive. Final. A line of cold words detonated in his mind like a system prompt. You have willfully detonated yourself. Death. Current 100 Lives book, remaining pages, 97. Reopen a life. You may choose one gain from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Internal energy. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all gains, randomly awaken a talent based on past life experiences. On the stage, Liu Xian's voice sounded like a trumpet, familiar and hateful. Those whose names were called stepped forward. Consciousness floated back. Liu Yang listened, but his mind was calm as water. He chose a single word and said it aloud. I choose internal energy. In the next instant, it felt as if a current of heat had been ignited, surging up from his dantian like a fire-fed stream. Warmth drilled into his bones. Every meridian felt like it was being scraped with a fine knife, then filled with newly forged force. Energy rebuilt every fiber of him. Pain. Speed. A bizarre, liberating unblocking. He bit down and, eyes shut, ran a sealing technique he'd stolen from the three men in black. Outside, there was no movement. The storm beneath his skin was locked down, no gasps, no ripples. A moment later, he exhaled heavily. His chest felt like a weight had been lifted. "I'm back," he said softly. His voice was steady. He sensed a new boundary within himself, like a lamp that had been lit and layered with another ring of light. His energy had reached refining chi, fourth tier mid-stage. He looked up at the man on the stage. Lu Xian stood under the lights. His presence wasn't overwhelming like a candle flame being gently shaken by the wind. Lu Yong was no longer afraid. Right now, Lu Xian was only emitting the energy fluctuations of the sixth layer of chi refinement, not enough to threaten him. They were going to pick a registered disciple from the crowd, push that person to the front, and remodel his vitality into an innate, pure white chi. Only after someone became an innate one chi could they break the bottleneck and step past the late chi threshold. Only then might Lu Xian be able to see through people's chi concealment. It was too soon now. Even if Lu Yong stood right in front of him, Lu Xian would only see an ordinary person. Lu Yong lowered his voice. In his dantian, he touched something different. Pressing his palm against it felt like touching a warm mist, pale, faintly luminous. It was the innate chi left over from his previous life, like a small sun quietly suspended inside him. He understood in an instant. The book, The 100 Life Return, had not pulled him back to the very beginning, it had pulled him back to his last life. Not 1,000 years ago, not to some origin this time, he brought everything from his previous life with him. Treasures, techniques, even fragments of the path he'd walked before. He no longer started from zero each time. The realization slid down his spine like a warm current. Lu Yong smiled once there was relief in it, and a greedy sort of anticipation. Then he moved as he always did. Up on stage. Distribute tasks. He went to the Hehuan Hall, where hearts were easily swayed and relationships tangled. Yu Suzhen stood in his way. Lu Yong struck fast. The dagger tore the air and found its mark. Her face registered shock, then froze, as if someone had hit pause. Blood brightened for a moment, then spilled into dark red petals. The scene was quiet for 3 seconds, then uproar flared again. He didn't boast. Back at his cave, he lay low without a sound. At night, he heard his own breathing. The chi in his palm hummed softly. 3 months later, he felt a brittle snap, as if an invisible cord had been cut. At that moment, his strength spread outward in ripples across the surface. So he became an official disciple. His name was carved on the sect roster, and his place at the evening meal was fixed. Outsiders couldn't tell the difference, but he knew the road had moved one step forward. This life, his plan was clear. Besides the volume of the 9 transformations dragon technique he hadn't finished, there were 2 big things to do. First, the merit lottery. He stayed in his cave several days, then walked out to the Tower of Good Deeds. People inside wore practiced smiles, and their voices sounded like pages turning. At the counter, he picked up a task to accumulate merit. The task was written on a small, creased slip of paper. Then he headed to the merit pool. The pool sat in the middle of the square. Its surface was black and glossy like a huge mirror. A crowd ringed the edge. Some whispered, some clutched copper coins, some had hope shining in their eyes. Lu Yong smoothed his hair. Dust fell from his cuff. Sunlight struck his face and made him look neat. He planted his feet, took a deep breath, and began to calculate. 1 billion. What could a billion do? Buy a plot of land, build a study house, buy a stack of rare books. The images spread in his mind like smoke. A smile creased at the corner of his mouth. He tossed in a merit token. The number tile sprang up into the air, and the pool rippled in widening circles. Immediately, the crowd erupted. Someone pointed at the merit fish that had been summoned from the water. Its body flashed with a metallic sheen, like a ribbon lit from within. The tag showed the very number he'd called out. 202-5113. A hand came down on his shoulder, voice close in his ear. "Man, nice you got it. Lucky." Someone squeezed up beside Lu Yong and murmured with envy, "A purple merit fish. Rarer than the white or blue ones, pretty lucky to get one." "What?" Lu Yong's head tilted. A question mark seemed to be knocked loose in his skull. Purple merit fish? Not the rainbow one. He hurriedly looked at the fish in his hand. The scales gave off a faint purple glow, like moonlight sinking into water. Then he checked the draw number 2025113. The number was absolutely right. Why didn't I win? He muttered. It felt like a needle had pricked him. Did the so-called lucky guy from my last life, Xiao Shiya, really lie? But how could Xiao Shiya possibly have known someone could restart a life? He had no reason to lie. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. 2 years' worth of hope shattered all at once. His hands trembled. His face flushed red. He looked at the man, and his eyes were almost on fire. This was rigged. His voice was low but harsh. The crowd fell quiet. Some people murmured, trying to find an excuse. Lu Yang felt as if icy water had been poured over him, and then his skin set alight. He took a deep breath and forced the anger down. Purple was fine, at least it wasn't white or blue. A merit fish could infuse spirit energy into the body, even if it wasn't the top prize. It could rapidly strengthen one's foundation. He held the fish up for everyone to see. He didn't take it back to his cave to hide. Instead, right there in front of everyone, he ate it. The flesh was cold at first, then a warm current shot down his throat. The warmth drove into his chest like a flame dancing beneath his ribs. Under his skin, countless tiny lines vibrated. His chi began to circulate. Sweat rolled down his forehead, carrying the mixed scent of rust and fish. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. The oily taste and herb-like aftertaste lingered in his mouth. His palms felt the vibration in his joints, as if every bone were receiving energy. The stares around him slowly thinned out. The whispering of the crowd seemed to be blown away. After a few breaths, the change settled. Lu Yang felt his chi stop fluttering. It was as if a taut string had tightened around it, forcing it to run steadily through his meridians. His chest felt firmer, his footing steadier, as if a nail had been driven into the ground beneath him. The unprecedented sense of solidity almost made him laugh out loud. This is only purple, he told himself. The purple power had lifted him to a new rung, enough to multiply his damage in battle, enough to absorb far more harm. He could even feel the edge of a higher threshold, like his fingertips touching a doorframe that he hadn't yet pushed open. He thought of Xiao Shiya in his previous life, how that man, after eating a colored merit fish, rocketed from a beginner to the top overnight, like a rocket escaping the atmosphere. The thought stirred a strange longing in Lu Yang's chest, but he quelled it with calm. Never mind. Don't expect too much, he told himself. The first thing had failed, but there was still a chance with the second. That next target, its name read like a riddle. The substitute Death Shade puppet price bubble incident. That was what he would watch next. Wang Beirong, the old man from the book pavilion, had nearly gambled away his entire estate not long ago. Zhao Shuha saw his chance and shoved him out of Panlong Island's latest hotspot. People later said Wang had entered too late and been tripped up by a bubble. Lu Yang pulled out his disciple token. The surface of the token gave off a cold gleam. Numbers flickered across its screen, pulsing like a nervous heartbeat. The price of the death substitute shadow puppet had risen a few points since half an hour ago. Laughter drifted through the air. Someone in the dark was propping the price up. Lu Yang watched the scrolling figures, his palms sweating slightly. There's actually an upward trend now, he murmured to himself. His voice was quiet, but clinical in its calculation. He was still short by one payment, enough to buy one contract. No capital, no entry. Lu Yang turned and headed toward the merit hall. Thin smoke curled from the incense burners inside. Footsteps and the soft rustle of turning pages blended into the background. As expected, a new disciple was looked at as an easy mark. Zhao Shuha stepped out from the crowd, his smile steady, like a polished bronze mirror. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he tapped Lu Yang's shoulder, his voice oiled with feigned concern. "Junior brother, you don't look well." "Trouble?" he said. Lu Yang looked up, gave a bitter little smile. Exhaustion was written in his eyes. "Short on money," he answered tersely, then pointed at the token. "Any tasks that pay contribution points?" Zhao Shuha sighed, as if recalling a hard stretch of life. His tone softened into a familiar parable. "I was poor too. I ran myself ragged on tasks my partner couldn't take it and left." He let a touch of theatrical helplessness flash across his face, then smiled. smooth and practiced. In the end, I learned this. Money doesn't move by itself. He spoke in short, measured sentences that stacked into a ladder. You've got to make money make more money. Use contribution points to buy more contribution points. Sit on them, and you'll just be used as labor. Learn to make your resources work for you. Lu Yong's eyes brightened as if he found a path. Respect showed on his face, his mouth twitched with urgency. Hearing you, I could really use that. He stopped, his head lowering, voice dropping. But senior brother, I don't even have contribution points. No capital, how do I earn contribution points? Zhao Shuha's smile narrowed a fraction. The air cut sharp and quiet. Lamplight left a cold shadow at his temple. He didn't rush to answer. He reached out a hand, as if weighing an invisible coin between his fingers, the invitation plain in the corner of his mouth. You're being short-sighted, thinking too small. Zhao Shuha smiled warmly, his teeth flashing. His voice had a slick, oily quality. You don't have any money right now, can't you borrow some? Take a little loan first. Earn it, and then pay it back. Isn't that simple? He pushed the idea closer. Lu Yong hesitated, his voice dropping 2 notches. But I'm afraid of getting into trouble. Zhao's eyes brightened. He smelled opportunity. He patted his chest and smiled even more generously. All right, I think we're meant to help each other. I'll lend you a sum, let you catch a break. Lu's eyes lit up instantly, like someone starving who finally spotted food. Really? He almost didn't dare believe it. Zhao shoved a Sanha Association card onto the table, a calculating smile beneath his friendliness. Of course it's real. Junior brother, how much are you planning to borrow? Lu was silent for 2 seconds, then held up 2 fingers, decisive. 200? Zhao probed. 2,000. Lu said without hesitation. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unarguable certainty. To be honest, he went on, picking up speed, I've got a cultivation technique I can use as collateral. A technique loan, you put up a method you practice, and it's converted into sect contribution points. Basically a line of credit. The technique loan can cover 1,000 contribution points. Add my newbie pack, the white bone flying sword, chi and blood pills. The human-faced owl, if I put all that up, can I get 2,000 contribution points, brother Zhao? Zhao froze. His mouth twitched as if doing mental arithmetic, like a predator sizing up prey. These kids nowadays, what nerve. He only tossed out a suggestion, and this guy had shoved everything he owned on the table. All in. Before Zhao could swallow that thought, Lu clarified. Brother Zhao, I plan to put every cent into the death substitute puppets. What? Zhao blurted, then lowered his voice. Junior brother, you don't happen to know some insider information, do you? Lu's voice dropped even lower. He leaned in a step, the air felt like it had been pulled away, even the tea in their cups trembling slightly. I was in the library picking out techniques and overheard Wang Beirong at the door. He said the fighting in the South isn't going well. The large production site that makes the death substitute puppets was taken. The sacred sect is suppressing the news, keeping it from getting out. Shi Zhao nearly sucked in a breath. The laughter around them seemed to be drained away. The air suddenly grew heavy. Zhao Shuha inhaled sharply. A sudden, burning hunger surged into his eyes as if he caught the scent of easy money. His fingers twitched without him realizing it. Really? He whispered, excitement leaking through despite his low voice. Lu Yong watched from the side, lips tilting in a faint smirk, a cold laugh hidden in his gaze. He narrowed his eyes without a show. He knew the mark had taken the bait. With Zhao Shuha as guarantor, he quickly secured a loan from the Sanha Guild, a powerful merchants association backing Zhao. When the funds hit the account, the crisp sound of ledger pages turning felt almost celebratory. Lu Yong threw every resource he had into the market at once. He bought up the whole lot, cleared the warehouses of death-substituting puppets. Death-substituting puppets, strange devices that could take on someone's disasters or bear their guilt. They circulated within the gates. Their value was set by rumor and fear. Once the word leaked, the price detonated like gunpowder. Elsewhere, Zhao Shuha paced in his chamber, the soles of his shoes thudding against the stone. Excitement rolled through him like a heat wave. The news is true, he murmured, voice trembling. His fingers rubbed the edge of an IOU. He thought of the sacred sect's mass grave in Jiangnan being seized by the Yushu Sword Pavilion. The person who struck was the pavilion's third elder, known as the demon-slaying master, a name that carried weight. With news like that out, No one could easily claw the position back. It's almost impossible to take it back in the short term, he said, calculation sharp in his tone. Then his mind leaped to profit. Buy low, sell high, hoard, and let the price climb. The numbers in front of him flared. The chance to get rich was right there. He hurried on, like a beast straining against its tether. The market reacted fast. The news swept through like wildfire, hot and contagious. Vendor voices grew louder, hammering the air. Coins clinked, ledgers flipped. Even the rubbing of cloth as coin bags brushed together made a dry, eager rustle. More and more people began hoarding. Some were taking a gamble, some buying insurance, others only saw numbers jumping on a page. The first groups reaped fat rewards. Low purchase costs turned into multiples on sale. Small streams of profit joined into a river. Things heated up further. Instead of falling, the price of the death substitute in puppets climbed. People paid higher and higher to take others' stock. Some sat up late into the night, eyes glued to the figures like gamblers watching cards turn. Making money suddenly seemed simple. Buy first, sell at the right moment, and the easy contribution points gained could equal the rewards of doing several, even dozens of sect missions. Under the lamplight, Zhao Shuhe counted the figures. The greed on his face deepened. Lu Yang left the exchange unhurried, his steps steady. Outside, the lights still flickered, like a map being unfurled. The wind carried distant shouts and the clink of copper bells, folding all of it into the night. The market felt like it had been set alight. Hawkers' cries stuffed every alley. The clang of copper coins, the ripping of paper notes. Hands never stopped moving, eyes shone. More and more people came in. Some pulled out their life as savings. Some put their household belongings on the counter as collateral. Movements were quick, gazes greedy. Buyers held a small black figurine up to the lamp. The puppet looked like carved stone, its eye sockets deeply hollowed. The merchant slapped the table. The numbers on his ledger jumped. Someone in the crowd laughed aloud. Someone yelled, "By now, you can still make a profit." And they did make a profit. The early buyers set the items down, waited a few days, then sold them. When the accounts closed, the numbers were thicker than before. Onlookers' faces changed. That kind of envy was like fire. It quietly burned through their reason. More people joined in. Even those who had been cautious at first began to get restless. Someone watched a fellow disciple who only bought a few pieces and, a few days later, had a pile of cash. Their mouth twitched. The look of resentment was written on their face. So they lined up, paid, signed. The price of the substitute shadow puppet, a shadowy effigy that could take a master's injuries for them, small and cold to the touch, and oddly reassuring when kept nearby, climbed relentlessly. People didn't care about the definition, only the digits. From the initial 200 contribution points, it rose to 300, then 400, then 500. With every jump, the hawking grew more piercing. A 50% increase was like a shot of adrenaline. People began to talk themselves into it. It rose today, it'll rise again tomorrow. If I don't buy now, I'm losing out. There was a near primitive impulse in the market. People banged their chests and made offers. Hands were lifted with goods again and again. Phone screens flashed. Accounting apps seemed to applaud. Speculators jostled one another. Laughter and murmured schemes braided together. Finally, it hit a point. When the price hit 500, reason thinned like mist. Someone whispered, "Sell." The voice was barely heard, and yet somehow everyone heard it. Zhao Shuhe was the first to sense the subtle moment. His eyes were cold. His fingers moved quickly over the list. A few people, expressionless, split several shadow puppets into different lots and passed them off to different buyers. The calm, decisive movements of a gambler clearing his hand. The clink of incoming coins sounded more reassuring than any applause. He was ready to cash out and leave. His selling was like throwing a stone into a pond. Ripples spread. Others began to doubt. Heads bowed to recalculate. Faces changed in an instant. A few alert traders smelled danger and put their goods out too. The shouts, "Short and halt" placards sprang up one by one. Prices started to fall, dropping faster than they had climbed. Panic filled the air. Some scrambled to pull orders, some bit their lips. At that momentum, in a few days prices would collapse completely, back to square one. Just when everyone thought the tide was turning and the market would settle, the wind shifted. A piece of news struck like lightning down from the sect's heights. It spread first in the tea houses, then at the courier stations, the bookshops, even the night markets, being repeated and amplified. The sacred sect is about to strike back. The words were simple and sharp as a blade. The crowd went quiet. Then someone added, voice trembling with disbelief and excitement. They lost the 10,000 men pit over in Jiangnan. A high-ranking power in the sect is furious. He is going to act in person, pull disciples, and launch a counterattack on the Yushu Sword Pavilion. The news blew into every ear. Hands began to shake again. The price chain reignited. The din returned, but this time laced with a new anxiety. Some laughed harder, some buried their heads, and tried to grab back the remaining goods. The market teetered between two forces, panic and hunger. In the midst of the noise, people murmured words they couldn't quite say aloud. This round was far from over. War is coming. The news spread like a spark. In an instant it set the market ablaze. Anything that could be used in war began to surge in price. The first things to be snapped up were the death substitute puppets, lifelike figures designed to take a lethal blow for someone at the most dangerous moment. It was like leaving your life in someone else's hands. Plain and simple, something you could see and touch. Prices shot up like rockets. What had already started to fall suddenly leapt back up. That night it first flew back to the peak of 500 contribution points. By the next morning it had doubled to 1,000. From the original 200 contribution points, it had multiplied fivefold. Ha ha ha! In the library, Wang Beirong sat in an old rocking chair, laughing until his throat sounded raw. He gestured wildly, eyes glittering with greed, face flushed, his voice ragged. Every sentence he spoke sounded like he was counting money. Keep going up. Higher. He slapped his knees, so excited his teeth chattered. He decided to buy a few more. There was an edge of urgency in his voice, like someone racing after a train that had already left the station. The ordinary disciples of the holy sect were celebrating. Many couldn't sleep that night. Some pulled out the money they'd set aside for incense offerings. Some ran to the exchange in the middle of the night, their steps heavy but their faces smiling. Those who'd been cut off from information often bought at the lowest point. Now they were the lucky ones. Coins clinked, the sharp, metallic clink of bronze pieces hitting wood. Keys were thrown onto tables with a bright clatter. People tossed aside old robes and put on new clothes. They brushed the dirt from their sleeves and for the first time wore a look of hard determination. People they'd always hated were sent packing. The ones who'd been ridiculed suddenly held their heads high. Rumors hopped from ear to ear like a relay. They said the poor kid the fiancé had dumped had become rich overnight. In front of everyone he tore up the marriage contract and curled his lip in a cold smile. Never mock a young man's poverty. His voice was as cold as a winter blade. They said the girl who'd been bullied by her stepfather had bought an entire cave estate. The key hung heavy in her hand, she walked with sure feet, and when the door opened dust flew up as if she were slamming the past shut behind her. The mood in the market rose and fell like the tide. Each announcement of a price jump was another swell, one after another. Some people wept, some laughed. Some panicked, others rejoiced like maniacs. The death substitute puppets were no longer mere props. At this moment they stood for opportunity, for the chance at a second life. Do you have a dream? Want to make your dreams come true? Buy a death substitute puppet. The auction hall seemed to catch a wind. Calls rose like a tide, applause fell like raindrops on the planks. Overnight the trade became a craze. Every household talked about it. Every street corner was calculating interest. Until that day, when an unremarkable disciple climbed the stage. His face was composed. His voice was crisp. The crowd fell silent, as if someone had squeezed the air from their lungs. He said, I advanced from Qi refinement to foundation establishment because I earned enough contribution points. I spent them all to a foundation pill outright. If not for the death substitute, I wouldn't be standing here today. The words hit, and the hall erupted. Some sucked in a breath, others' eyes lit up. The air felt pinched, frozen for seconds. Prices began to soar. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The numbers licked the bid sheets like flames. Calls turned into shouts. Heartbeats thudded like drums in people's ears. Lu Yang smiled. He wasn't greedy. When the price hit 2,000, he tamped down his excitement and sold decisively. He remembered his original holding, 10 death substitute puppets, bought at 200 contribution points each. Now they sold for 2,000. The ledger flipped a page, and 20,000 contribution points flashed on the screen. The money hit his account. His smile clung to his face like sunlight on a blade. Across the room, Zhao Xiuhe felt as if cold water had been thrown on him. His stomach churned and his face went pale. It was the taste of regret. He thought of Wang Beirong, a man who looked like time was already eating him alive. Zhao had once mocked him, even considered setting a trap in the shadows. But Wang had been buying at high prices lately, hoarding more than 20 death substitute puppets. Now Wang grinned from ear to ear every day. Numbers rolled in his favor, approaching a scale of 100,000 contribution points. Zhao watched that smiling face and felt as if a piece of his chest had been ripped away. It wasn't that he hadn't made a little money. It was that he had seen the chance and let it go first, and someone else had brutally taken the future. That night Zhao tossed and turned. Outside the window the neon was cold. His mind was full only of those soaring figures. Before dawn he changed clothes, grabbed his pouch, and headed to the market. His hands trembled in the morning light. He repeated 3 words under his breath, "Get back in." The crowd rolled on. The hawkers kept calling. Some laughed brightly, others lay awake until dawn. The name, Death Substitute Puppets, sliced through everyone's desire and fear like a knife. For the one who seized them first, they were a ticket to turn their life around. For the hesitant, they were a noose tightening at the throat. He threw all the contribution points he'd earned from leaving the market earlier back into the death substitute market. At first he kept some aside and moved cautiously. But the price on the screen kept jumping upward without pause. Every tick felt like a tug at his chest. Miss it once, can't miss it twice, he told himself. The short sentence beat like a drum. The thought grew more urgent. Many thought the same. Players who had cashed out early and comebacks surged in together. Buy orders pushed the price up like a flood. The noise grew loud, the chat filled with excited and anxious emojis. The price shot higher and higher. The air felt thick with heat. Some cheered. Some gritted their teeth. He understood. This was no longer about value, it was a bubble. It could pop anytime. It could collapse at any moment. But he trusted his sharp instinct more. He would run before the drop. Whoever could get out in time would be the winner. Then Liang messaged him. Short and blunt. I've already exited. Can I pay you back the 2,000 contribution points I borrowed? Zhao held his breath. The phone clicked under his thumb. His reply was as clean as a blade. You're too impulsive, little brother. Reckless to a frightening degree. Can't you see the price is still rising? It hasn't even started. When the real battle begins, supply won't meet demand, prices will go crazier. Buy those points back now. Better to buy now than later. On the other end, Liang was as calm as night. Uninfected. He wanted the tempting profit he regretted selling early. But he saw the motive behind Zhao's words. Zhao was trying to pull people in. The more people who came, the easier it would be to cash out. The more who jumped, the easier it was to push the price up, and the more likely someone would be left stranded at the top. I'm not in a hurry, Liang wrote for simple characters. He reached into his pocket and touched the book there. The pages were rough, marked by the years he'd walked through. It was his trump card, a book that could make time come again. Wait one life and watch. When the price peaks, I'll take the chance in the next, he thought, calm as a ticking clock. With the book in his hand, he believed he would only gain, never truly lose. At the thought, Liu Yang's heart steadied in an instant. He paid off every debt down to the last coin. The purse on the table made a soft clink. Then he put away the ledger and locked the chest. The door side shut. Outside, the wind in the courtyard fell silent. He went to the meditation cushion and sat cross-legged. The candlelight stretched his shadow long. This time he was really going into seclusion. He would no longer heed the clamor beyond the walls. Meanwhile, another storm was brewing outside. The price for death proxies shot up. Death proxies, black market effigies used to stand in for a life, had become a wartime necessity. The reason was simple. The Chuxing sect had mobilized. At dawn, flags flew over the sect compound. Horns blared in succession. The long horn had a rusty, metallic edge. A mobilization order was pinned to the bulletin post. Disciples dragged their packs away, their backs bent in hurry. The iron gate grinding closed sounded like an overture to the end of days. Among the crowd were low goodbyes, labored breaths, the thunder of hooves, and the creak of wheels. Every small sound was telling the market. People were going to war. When the news hit, buying surged like a tide. Sons of the great families turned up too, not ordinary disciples, but those who had a word from home could produce heaps of sect tokens. They moved fast, and their bids were far higher than the ordinary buyers. In the market, the calls piled up, one over another. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. The numbers jumped like mercury. Beside the trading table, the crisp clash of copper coins kept time with quickening heartbeats. Some were so scared they left. Holding the contract they'd just bought, their legs shook. Others smiled thinly. They leaned against stalls, eyes calm from losses endured and learned. Don't panic. Someone stepped forward, voice cutting through the crowd. This is just a technical adjustment. Selling off? It's far too early. Save it. Another snorted, sleeves drawn over his hands, eyes calculating profit and loss. You sold too soon last time and couldn't get back in. Zhao Shuhe stood in the crowd. Sunlight hit his face and revealed a trace of weariness. He'd been too hasty before. Leaving early and trying to re-enter had cost him. That red mark in his ledger was burned into his memory. This time he slowed his breathing, folded his hands, and watched. He reminded himself, the righteous demonic war hadn't truly begun. The death proxies on the market, though they looked scarce, were actually enough for now. These high prices were largely fear and speculation. Don't hurry, he said quietly to his companion, voice low and steady. It's not real panic yet. We'll move when the wind shifts. Panic drifted through the crowd like fog. People shoved, arguments flared. Someone slapped a contract down on a table, the paper snapped. But others reached into their robes, produced stacks of cash, and bid composedly. The market was like the tide. When it rose, it swallowed everything. When it fell, it left froth in its wake. Everyone was trying to find their place on the crest. But once the fighting starts, the substitute puppets will be consumed in huge numbers, someone said in a low voice. They're one-use protection devices, no substitutes. Everyone will have to come back for more. The price is going to spike again, another answered. 5,000 points is nothing. 7,000, maybe even 10,000. It's possible. If it can save lives, people will buy it no matter the price. Zhao Shuhe listened, a smile lifting one corner of his mouth. The analysis rang in his ears like a bell. While those people are scared into selling, I need to increase my position. He treated it as an order. He put all his savings in. It still wasn't enough, so he borrowed. The Sanha Merchant Guild stood as guarantor. Documents were piled on the table. He signed them with a cold hand. He shoved all his chips into the pot at once. All in. He wasn't the only one. Others followed suit. A buying frenzy rolled through the market. Prices that had just collapsed rebounded quickly. Watching the numbers snap back, Zhao Shuhe felt like he'd swallowed a sedative. The tightness in his chest eased. There was only relief on his lips. The next morning, a dispatch from Holy Fire Cliff burst like cannon fire through the whole sect. Recently, the sect leader has been directing formations, publicly mobilizing disciples into a war-ready posture, and secretly striking at the so-called 10,000 pit in Jiangnan. The proclamation said, cold and crisp. Last night, the sect leader personally retook that stronghold. The Yushu Sword Pavilion has contacted the sect leader and is willing to negotiate. The announcement ended, the voice fell. The reaction was instantaneous, like a synchronized thunderstorm. The moment the message finished being read, a distant cave abode exploded. It sounded like something being torn apart. The blast rattled the window frames, dust fell like rain. Stones bounced across the courtyard with dry clacks. The smell of gunpowder stabbed the air. Someone shouted, and the sound was immediately swallowed. Then came absolute stillness. The entire Chusheng sect seemed to have its breath stolen. The mountain gate that had been teeming with people yesterday was now pressed into an oppressive silence. Even the birds kept quiet. The wind froze in the cracks of the stone. The silence made it hard to breathe. Everyone felt as if their throats had been seized. Only a few pebbles tumbled in the distance, thin as heartbeats. Everyone understood one thing. The Jiangnan mass grave had been retaken. That meant the supply of death substitute corpses was no longer scarce. The Yushu Sword Pavilion produced their sect token and made an official statement that was as good as a public announcement. Put those two together, and the bubble had to burst. Death substitute corpses, those objects that could take a person's death for them, went overnight from divine treasures to garbage. Prices fell like a stone with its rope cut. 7,000, 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, 200. In a quarter of an hour, a price that had taken more than a month to climb collapsed back to where it started. And it kept dropping. Everyone wanted to sell. No one dared buy. The hoarders' faces looked as if they had been sliced by knives. Hollow eyes, trembling hands. Their fortunes slipped through their fingers like sand. Bang, bang, bang. Within the Chuxing sect, explosions of sound never stopped. Someone smashed the account's desk. Someone broke cups and bowls. Someone outside the gate wept bitterly. The doors to the elders' rooms were flung open one after another, then slammed shut. The sound of hearts being torn was more grating than the bangs. In his cave dwelling, Zhao Xuhe lay face down on the bed, already unconscious. He came to again, a haze still clouding his eyes. Half dreaming, half mocking himself, he muttered, "I actually dreamed the death substitute corpses dropped in price, huh?" He shook his head and checked the market on the sect token. One corpse, 100 sect contribution points. He froze, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't speak. He shut off the token, drew a deep breath. His hand shook as if he were clutching a lifeline. Then he turned it back on. One corpse, 50 sect contribution points. It felt like someone had punched him in the chest. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth and wet his chin. His face went purple-black in an instant, like a seared pig's liver. The power inside him tangled up into a mess. His breathing dropped very low, like a pebble falling into a deep well. He bit down until his teeth ached, his knuckles whitening as they pressed into the table's edge. Hoarsely, he hissed, "I hate." Rage churned in his chest, nearly ripping free of his control. He forced the surge back down, regulated his breath, stabilized the flow of his inner chi. The trembling in his fingertips slowed. The heat at his chest felt doused with ice, and, barely, he calmed. Footsteps and a greeting came from outside the door. "Brother Zhao Luyang's here." Zhao Xuhe stared for a long moment. The name was like a key, opening the old ledgers and empty pockets in his head. That man had somehow managed to leave early and pay off his debts. What about him? Not a penny left. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fingers tasted of cold, metallic blood. He stepped out of the cave on unsteady legs. Outside, Luyang looked relaxed, as if he'd just come back from the market, grinning and waving. "Senior brother, how much did you make today?" Before the words were finished, the energy inside Zhao Xuhe suddenly ran rampant. A wave of heat ripped through him like torn cloth, surging up through his flesh. Fine cracks spidered across his skin, dark red seeping from the seams. A sharp, popping sound stabbed his ears. Luyang's face changed. He stumbled back 2 steps, shocked. "Brother, are you all right?" Zhao gritted his teeth. They ground together like metal, a low rasp. He forced a dry smile. "I'm fine." He shifted the subject, and his eyes brightened as if someone had lit a wick. "I found an old cave left by those before us. There might be some valuable things in there. Want to go check it out?" Luyang shook his head, sincere and a little helpless. "I appreciate the offer, brother, but I haven't learned that kind of magic. I can't handle magical duels. I'd only slow you down." Zhao's smile vanished. A chill crept up through his teeth. His hands clenched until his knuckles went white. A cold light flashed in his eyes, silent and sharp like a blade against stone. Then a slight smile returned to his lips, his voice low as wind stirred dry leaves. "If that's the case, forget it. What's worse are those contribution points." Zhao Xuhe's fingers tapped the edge of the table. The principal was leant out from his side. Rounding it up, that money should all have been his. He sneered. There was a blade in the smile. "All right, keep them with you for now," someone replied in a low voice. The room's light flickered, shadows like knives. A deeper curve formed at the corner of Zhao Xuhe's mouth. He set his cup down. The rim gave a crisp clink. He only closes himself off to cultivate qi, not to practice combat arts. He muttered to himself, quiet, but like a needle against the listener's eardrum. "Once I've settled the Panlong Island matter, I'll pick a late, quiet night, slip into his lair, and kill him. Those contribution points will naturally come back into my hands." The words fell, and the wind outside rose up as if to accompany the vow. "That Zhao is probably already scheming against me." Luyang stepped out of Zhao Xuhe's abode. His pace was steady, neither hurried nor slow, as if walking his own path. Sunlight edged his shoulder with gold. Dust snapped briefly under his shoes. He headed straight for the library. His steps were rhythmic. No panic on his face, only confidence beating steadily in his chest. He hadn't been idle these days. While others argued themselves bloody, He covered his ears and shut his door. The sound of buying pills, the clear chime of coins landing in a palm, he remembered them all. Then he entered seclusion. Furnace heat, herbal scent, sweat and silence braided together. He spent money on medicine. His chi cultivation surged from the 4th level upward. Levels 4 to 6 were mid-stage, like climbing a steep mountain, not by clever tricks, but by sustained strength and supplies. No miracles, only investment. The medicine churned inside him. His breath swelled like bellows, growing fuller and stronger. The breakthrough came simply. First, a heat in his chest, like being suddenly scorched by the sun. Then his spine straightened. The chill around him was torn apart by a rush of warmth, like an iron plate cutting paper. The air thickened. Blood rushed in his ears. One last inhale, like a valve opening. Power snapped into place. He knew he had reached the 6th level of chi cultivation, the peak of mid-stage. He touched the old wound under his neck. The ailment he carried from his original body had been cured by a cleansing pill he bought with contribution points. The medicine was a clear stream, washing away years of scabs. That kind of disease hollowed a person out to the face. Poverty is often a killer. In his previous life, he'd seen too many people who couldn't survive. No money, no medicine, lives fading away. He had once thought of relying on innate chi to force a breakthrough. It sounded profound, but reality was blunt. There wasn't enough quantity, the effect too weak. In the end, it was just a lesson learned. Liu Xian probably cheated more than him back then. At the edge of traps, there are always others who misstep. Some said he didn't understand supernatural arts. That was just his enemies comforting themselves. In his last life, he set formations and ambushed, and once, by luck, had suppressed Zhao Xihua. That time he relied on the dazzle of formations. Now it was different. He didn't need those tricks. Power sat steady inside him like a sharpened blade, ready to be drawn at any moment. He could get away even in a straight-up confrontation. At the library annex, the wooden door was heavy. Dust carried the smell of old paper. Liu Yang swung a wine gourd from one hand and walked with a light step. He untwisted the stopper, and the scent rushed out at once, spreading like petals torn open by wind. The drunken blossom brew sweet with a kick that hit the nose. "Brother Wang, how've you been?" Liu Yang smiled. Setting the gourd on the table, there was a light in his eyes. Wang Bairong's face looked like cracked old copper, the furrows full of years. His eye twitched, but he couldn't keep the smile down. His voice was dry. "It's you again, kid." He tapped the gourd with his fingertip. "This thing's worth a lot. If you sold it, it'd fetch you several months' wages. You really struck it rich." Wang shook his head, as if swallowing another comment, then sighed. Liu Yang didn't dodge. After that upheaval, his relationship with Wang had changed. Before, Wang had been cold. After, he warmed up. The reason was simple. On the eve of the chaos caused by that stand-in, Liu Yang had urged Wang to move some of his hoarded stock fast, saving most of his property. That timely advice had preserved the bulk of his fortune. Wang stroked his beard. His eyes looked a little wet. His palm was coarse. His thumb pressed the edge of the table, as if holding down gratitude and shame at once. "It's a pity after living all these years, I can't see as clearly as you," he said, half mocking, half grateful. Liu Yang shook his head and smiled modestly. "Don't say that. I only happened to mention a few things about some people. You're one of the few who actually listened. Knowing when to stop in time is already smart." Wang narrowed his eyes, embarrassed by the praise. He didn't hold back either. He filled his cup in one go. The cup struck the wooden table with a bright clink, like a little hammer on the heart. The wine hit him hot and sharp, racing into his chest. He smacked his lips and downed it in a gulp. His throat felt as if fire had skimmed over it, but his face relaxed. He set the cup down, cleared his throat, and with a mock seriousness asked, "What do you really want?" It wasn't hostile so much as curious. They weren't related. Wang wanted to know why this young man was so considerate toward him. There were plenty of rumors outside, talk of a master in the archive, of a benefactor who picked out those who were fated. Wang wanted to cut through the edge and hear it straight. Liu Yang shrugged, smiling lightly. "It's simple. Good wine, good friends. And to browse those old, dusty books, learn a few of the old ways." He made it sound like nothing. Wang tilted his head, letting his gaze travel over his face. After a moment, he seemed to put his doubts aside and clinked his cup against Liu Yang's. "Fine. The wine's yours, but the warning's mine. Don't go bringing me any trouble. They drank again. On the wooden table, the liquid shimmered. Outside, the wind stirred the curtain, and it rustled. In the library annex, there was only their breathing and the fading warmth of the wine in their throats. The glasses met with a clear, crisp chime. Lu Yang filled Wang Beirong's cup with one hand, stepped back half a pace, and smiled courteous and respectful. Senior brother, you've been in the sacred sect so long you've seen a lot. You've been working in the archive too, you must be gone through most of those books. If you could give me some guidance, even a single sentence would mean a lot. He sounded sincere, his tone like handing over an invisible calling card. Wang Beirong only took a sip. The liquid slid down the corner of his mouth, leaving a warmth. The shadow in his cup rocked. He didn't answer at once. He topped the cup up and, his voice rough with annoyance, said, "Humph. The way the sacred sect handled this outrageous." He drank, eyes narrowed into slits as if he'd seen an ugly truth he shouldn't have. Once he opened his mouth, the words tumbled out. They struck when prices were at their highest to suppress things planned in advance. Somebody up top tried to grab a cut. Those people are worse than beasts. The words landed like a hard slap on the table. The cups wobbled, the scent of the wine prickled the air. Lu Yang poured another glass for him and, keeping time, agreed, "You're right, senior brother." More wine flushed Wang's face red, and he talked more, a slow smile forming. His tongue was a little loose, but his gaze grew more direct. "You're here to pick a technique. Good kid, you came to the right person." He set the cup down and rubbed the table with his palm, as if feeling for a memory. "First, let us be clear. Our archive is just a branch of Butian Peak. What they let out is mostly for regular disciples. Potent, yes, but not top tier." He gestured broadly, drawing a boundary in the air. "The real top level moves, the ones that can tear the scene apart, those are kept on Sacred Flame Cliff. That place is the sect's core. Only true disciples, those officially recognized inner disciples the sect intends to groom as heirs, are entitled to learn them." He mumbled on, as if searching for a new topic to lubricate the wine and to clear his conscience. "You think that's unfair? Maybe. The sect's hierarchical. The lower ranks learn basics to improve. The higher-ups keep the sect's heirlooms for their own people, so they don't lose their trump cards." Lu Yang asked quietly, "Isn't there's some kind of compromise?" Wang brought the rim of his cup to his nose and inhaled the wine, hit his forehead like a flush. His smile carried calculation. "Of course there's a way. Do you think an old bone like me has sat on these things all these years only to complain? There's a path, but not through the front door." Wang Beirong smiled faintly. His hand swept along the bookshelf, stirring a thin cloud of dust. The wood of the library gave off that old, familiar scent. 40 years in this place, he knew almost every book, had breathed in the perfume of every incantation. Even if he'd never seen a page, he could guess the ending by its scent. "There are really only 3 secret arts in this pavilion that can push someone to the peak," he said softly. His voice was low, like the sound of a wooden door closing. Lu Yang stood straight, his eyes bright as newly sharpened blades. Wang could see the fire in him. "Side effects?" Lu Yang asked. Wang Beirong's smile fell away. He tapped the spine of a book with his fingertip. The sound was crisp. "For example, I know one called Heavenly Demon Blood Transmuting Radiance." He spoke the name like naming a blade, the emphasis cutting on the word blood. He stopped dressing it in archaic phrasing. His gestures and the image were blunt and clear. That art uses a person's life as fuel. You channel your essence and blood into an artifact, and it ignites. In an instant, it erupts with white light, the force multiplied tenfold, enough to reduce an enemy to dust. But the price, once you master it, you age rapidly, as if time itself is tearing you apart. You can't progress any further. The peak, there is an end. The air seemed to chill a degree. The turning of pages sounded louder. Wang looked at Lu Yang's face. Youth, light, and a reckless heat. Worth it? Wang's voice dropped. He wasn't persuading so much as reading a fate. His finger landed on an old volume, like a nail driven into wood. These secret arts are terrifying in power. Their cost is terrifying too. Not some slogan of sacrifice, it's your lifespan hollowed out, piece by piece. Lu Yang didn't flinch. His smile was like a gambler's. His fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. "I want to learn." The words came fast, each one a strike. "This is the power I want. Even if it's only for one lifetime, if I can be a king in that life, That's enough. The book of 100 lifetimes I know how to use it. The phrase slid from his mouth like a key. Wang's eyes flicked. He could imagine the book's lure. To divorce the cost of this life from the future, to treat death like a switch. Danger smiled like honey. Wang rose, taking slow steps. The bookshelf would give a low, settling creak. He looked at Lu Yang with a tone of unwillingness and warning. You're still young. Power isn't the only path. Secure your foundation first, then talk about these reckless shortcuts. You have time now. Spend a lifetime for a moment of strength. What about 10 years from now? 20? That power won't bring back the days you've lost. He let the last sentence fall as if setting down something heavy, then sighed. The sound was dry, like earth settling. Flowers can bloom again, but people can't get back their youth. Don't bet your future on a flash of light. Lu Yang was silent. A smile still touched his mouth, but there was a crack in his eyes. The soft light in the room dimmed. The smell of old books and the weight of two different choices hung in the air together. You made that decision today, and it felt good for a while. What about 10 years from now? 20? The consequences creep out slowly. By then, there's no medicine to make you regret it. When he finished speaking, Wang Beirong fell quiet. His eyes seemed pulled back to someplace far away. After a long time, he sighed. You don't know. When I was young, I had glory in the sect. For a time, I was arrogant. I took one wrong step, and my whole life collapsed. He smiled with bitterness. His voice thinned as he spoke. The cup on the table clicked crisply. The rims of his eyes were red. The smell of wine and sweat threaded through his words. His fingers tapped a hasty rhythm on the cup's edge. When he spoke of the past, his sentences broke into fragments. Gestures took the place of long explanations. Bit by bit, he told them about that cultivation method from years ago. At the time, I came across a low-grade technique. The name wasn't anything special. The more I practiced it, the more it felt like something was missing. He rolled up his sleeve, knuckles pale and blue-white. His voice rasped like a dried cloth being rubbed. Young and foolish, he reduced the idea of levels to the metaphor of stairs. Cultivation is a staircase. A lower-level method is like missing a few steps. You can stand on it for a while, but you never find stable footing. In the end, the real foundation never sets. He coughed once, as if expelling a stone from his chest. That stone was regret. For decades, he had been half-buried. Former brothers kept climbing. The woman who had once been by his side kept her youth. He watched them grow distant while he remained stuck. How I wish I could start over. He said it in a low voice. His fingertips trembled and touched the wine in his cup. The red swayed like the years he never spoke. If I could go back, the sentence died as the wine hit him. He slumped back into the chair, body soft, breathing heavy, eyelids closing. Lu Yang waited until Wang Beirong fell asleep before he rose. Under the lamp, he found the thread in the old man's fractured memories. A book title and the place it was hidden. The book was easy to find. Tucked into a secret compartment, its cover yellowed, 3 characters on the front carved like knife strokes. Heavenly demon blood transmuting divine radiance. The cover smelled of mildew and faintly of iron, like the scent of reopening an old wound. Lu Yang opened it. The paper rasped. The handwriting was sharp, each line abrupt. A mix of incense, dust, and a cold chill crawled down his throat. He pulled the book out and held it in his palm. His expression grew heavy. This is a demonic technique. He didn't rush to judgment. He spoke each clause in short, clear sentences. It can make a person's strength increase fast. The cost is enormous. The danger is extreme. It carries almost every trait of the demonic path. He read the chapter to Wang Beirong. His voice was steady, but every word hit like a hammer on wood. To complete this art, you must first choose a magical artifact. Then, using that artifact as the vessel, strip away a layer of your body's outer shell and cast it into the furnace to be refined. The process is long and arduous, 81-day refinement. In the end, it will condense on the artifact as a blood-transmuting sacred light. He looked up at Wang. His tone was cold as a blade. That light is no ordinary light. It is corrosive. Any mortal who touches it will rot instantly. Touch it, and you die. The room went quiet, broken only by the faint popping of the brazier. Lu Yang added, when you cultivate this technique, your body will split off a remnant shadow. That remnant attaches to the artifact. If the artifact remains whole, the remnant does not die. If the artifact is damaged, the remnant will be injured as well. The words left the air taut, like a cut. Wang Beirong twisted on his mat, old dreams pricking him like thorns. He clenched the blanket and whispered, weakly, if the artifact isn't harmed, the blood remnant 1T die. There was both plea and despair in his voice. The side effect is your lifespan is halved. He flipped through the dossier, his voice low and cold. After you become a blood shadow, your outward form still walks the world, but you are no longer whole flesh and blood. Consciousness remains, but the body is fixed. Your cultivation will never rise. Your power is frozen at that instant, like growth rings nailed to a trunk, forever unable to climb higher. Lu Yang lifted his head. His eyes lit up. Just what I wanted. He smiled faintly and decided to learn the forbidden art. While studying, he found another version of the text, rough handwriting, parts deleted and altered. It was the script of a senior cultivator. The differences were blunt. The original ritual demanded the practitioner's own blood as sacrifice. Now, it had been replaced with the blood of one's clan or kin. Less self-harm, but far more danger. Blood shadows forged from another's blood often weren't the original soul and were difficult to control. Backlashes were common. The practitioner's spirit would be pulled and torn. But Lu Yang closed the book, his voice growing even calmer. Whether in this life or the next, the blood shadow will be mine alone. A few days later, he left the stacks, a burlap sack full of dossiers slung over his back. In his hand, he produced a heavy purse of silver and bought the celestial sword controlling manual outright. Cash paid, no questions asked. His reason was simple. To use a sword technique openly, one needed the scripture to back it up. The manual arrived the next day. The paper smelled of ink and candle soot, a thin stack that sat heavy in his hands like a promise. He went to the backyard and found Yun Miaoqing. Her fingers clutched the sword pinned at her throat so tightly the knuckles were white. Her gaze was stubborn, her face a pale, unyielding cool. Lu Yang looked at her and muttered under his breath, "Devil." The word carried, inexplicably, a hint of distant astonishment. For a moment, memories shattered like glass and reassembled into new images. He suppressed the feeling and spoke directly. "Sorry, I need the method and the know-how to refine sword pills." She froze, then asked, "How did you know?" Surprise and guardedness in her tone. He made no show of pretense. Repetition was the most reliable tactic. If once failed, try twice. If twice failed, try thrice. Patient, diligent, he practiced, asked, and demonstrated again and again. He worked out every detail. Yun Miaoqing wasn't heartless, seeing how quickly he learned. She corrected him while she showed him. She marked the cadence of metal on metal, the subtleties of heat, the change in scent when a powder was added. One by one, she pointed out the signs. Before long, he had learned the entire process and the crucial experiential tricks for forging sword pills. Then he went to Wanbao Peak, the treasure refining hall of the Outer Gate, one of the inner sect's 4 peaks. Most of the holy sect's artifacts were born there. The summit was cold, mist cutting across the mountainside like knives. Rain struck the flagstones so hard they sounded as if they were cracking. Behind the stone counter at the front desk, the furnace steward looked up as he approached. Lu Yang said without preamble, "I want to rent a ground fire furnace." He pushed a stack of contribution points across the table. After a brief calculation, the steward led him into the highest grade smelting chamber. The door opened, and a wall of heat rushed out. The air smelled of iron and burning charcoal. The furnace low roared like a beast rolling its ribs. All around were refractory stones and black casting platforms. A few gleaming forging tools hung on the walls. In the distance, metal struck metal with a crisp echo. He set down his pack, spread a cloth, and tapped his palms together before laying out his materials. Fine shards of metal, black powders, and several polished spirit stones. When his fingers brushed the metal, a coolness seeped into his fingertips. Ash danced at the mouth of the furnace, hissing softly. Lu Yang drew a slow breath. Firelight caught in his eyes as if something had been kindled there. Then he began his preparations. 3 taels of gold essence, 3 taels of jade marrow, 2 taels of cinnabar, 2 taels of sword chi, each measured with exact precision. He pinched a few seals and drew up fierce fire from the earth's core. Flames leapt, the iron around the furnace glowing red from the heat. He dumped all the ingredients into the brazier at once. Lu Yang muttered under his breath. In the jade pivot sword pavilion, Elders usually forged things for people. He didn't trust the place. It wasn't a distrust of people so much as a refusal to leave his fate in someone else's hands. If he did it himself and something went wrong, he could fix it. If he failed, he could try again. One set of materials cost 2,000 contribution points. Lu Yang had 10,000 in total. After buying manuals and paying off debts, he could afford only 3 sets. 3 chances. If all 3 failed, he'd make a joke of an oath. Try again in the next life. He reenacted, without a single deviation, the steps he had copied from Yun Miaoqing. His movements were economical, his breathing steady. He controlled the ground fire's temperature, letting the gold essence melt first, letting the jade marrow soften slowly. The cinnabar, heated, began to give off an aromatic scent like a boiling medicinal cauldron. The sword chi was sealed into the airflow, threading through it like fine needles. The gold essence liquefied, the jade marrow fused. The cinnabar wrapped itself around the sword chi. Light and shadow churned inside the furnace. Lu Yang's south spirit hovered close to the forming pellet, circling it. He could feel that little core like an infant curled in its mother's womb. Just as a sliver of joy crossed his face, the pellet trembled. Then a blast, not the gentle crack of pottery, but an abrupt detonation, like a small thunderstrike. The lid jumped twice. Sparks flew the air filled with the acrid tang of sulfur. A wave of heat hit him. Ash dusted the back of his hand and left a faint sting. Calmly, he swept the wreckage into a corner with his sleeve. His palm still felt the residual heat. The room sank back into silence save for the stove's low, wounded sigh. He crouched and touched the scattered residue, his mind clear. He murmured a conclusion. The steps were correct. The problem lay in the final phase. He pictured again the scene from Yun Miaoqing's memory. To forge a sword core pellet required the sword and the heart to be one. A blade was not merely cold steel, a usable sword was guided by an understanding and dominion born in the heart. You could bind sword chi with your hand, but making it submit into a pellet required the sword's obedience. He knew his weakness. He had practiced the heavenly firmament sword control technique only a short time. His sword path wasn't mature, the sword chi was an untamed stallion pulling at his reins. The orthodox schools preached gradual progress, building a bridge between heart and blade step by step. Demonic paths did not follow such rules. A cold, inward laugh escaped him. He looked back at the flames, and something like light came into his eyes. The demonic blood transmuting radiance, a demonic art that could stir the bloodline and turn emotion into weapon, did not teach gently. It shoved power into your hands and let fury replace refinement. Sword and heart merging is essentially control of the pellet, he whispered. Each word fell like iron. If that was the truth, then why not change the method? Force the sword chi into submission with demonic light. Use blood as the medium, anger as the rod. He reached out and felt the heat gather in his palm. Resolve hardened in his gaze. A small clank sounded from the ironware beside the furnace. Outside, the night lay unnervingly still. Lu Yang set the remaining set of materials before the fire. His fingers trembled. This time, the sword will obey my heart, he said softly. He closed his eyes and began to run 2 mind methods at once. Fire and blood, sword and rage, surged together. The air seemed to split, emitting a low, humming roar. The demonic blood transmuting light was a technique that used the practitioner as the sacrifice. It wasn't about forging a deadlier weapon. It fused a person's flesh and blood with the treasured artifact. If it worked, their powers would mesh to an unnerving depth. The pressure would be enough to make the air seem to congeal. To walk that path, there could be no anesthetic. Any drug that dulled pain would slow the reaction. Forging that sword orb depended entirely on measure and timing. Half a beat's difference could mean utter failure. So he had to remain fully conscious. Every wave of pain had to be felt firsthand. There was no smile at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. He swallowed the thought between his teeth. The demonic path demands cruelty to oneself. He clenched his jaw. Coldness glinted in his eyes. The furnace low roared. Waves of heat from iron and stone swallowed the room's sounds. He sat before the pit furnace, hands and feet moving with rhythm. A rag was shoved into his mouth. It was soaked with saliva and tasted bitter. The sword orb formed in his palm and shattered. The light pricked like fine needles. He gathered the sword chi. It was not a blade but strands of cold steel. At the exact right moment, he drew the sword Qi toward himself. The sword Qi struck his skin. It did not cut so much as burn, tear, and rewrite. Heat seeped into bone. His blood felt as if the fire had stolen its warmth. The air smelled of metal and rust. Sometimes he heard a deep crack, like a latch closing. Sometimes it felt as if a string inside him snapped and was rewoven. On the 81st day, the blood shadow gave a distorted sound. Finally forged, it said, the voice echoing as if in glass. He became a mass of crimson shadow, no face, no flesh. The shadow trembled in the furnace light like a red cloth in the wind. Then stripped flesh, as if tugged by magnetism, slowly flew back. Skin fused over the skeleton. Pale flesh filled with fresh blood. Shriveled muscles swelled back, layer by layer. Every inch felt newly stitched. In the end, a whole person sat back down. He stood up in an ordinary posture, like anyone who'd just finished backbreaking work. But his aura was different. It wasn't thin the way it used to be. It was dense, steady as a mountain. At his chest, the breath sat like a seed, condensed into a knot. This strength was far greater than it had been 3 months before. Maybe the torment had burned away countless distractions. Maybe the pain had singed the body's frailties. In any case, he had broken his old limits. And curiously, it had happened before he truly took the final step. He had not yet fully fused his flesh with the treasure, yet he already stood before the next gate. He had long since mastered that divine art. But his power was restricted. A breakthrough wouldn't help. His force was locked into a fixed slot and couldn't grow. Right now his cultivation sat at a rudimentary level. But it's enough, Liang murmured. His voice was light, as if remarking on something insignificant. The book in his hand, the book of 100 lives, reminded him he did not live for the triumphs or failures of this life, but to lay plans for the next. Test its might. He spoke the 4 words. A sudden heat flared at his brow. A gleaming sword pellet appeared there, like a burning glass bead, red light rippling over its surface. Then his whole body became a ripped band of blood-red light. The ribbon surged toward the pellet. The 2 lights merged into a single point and exploded with a muffled boom. With a thunderous roar, the ground below the mountain trembled. Outside Wanbao Peak, people in the market were thrown off balance. Several staggered and fell into the dust, which rose with the metallic tang of gunpowder and a strange, acrid smell. What is happening? Someone shouted. The sound was shredded by the shockwave. The ley veins shifting? An elder disciple frowned. The guards nearby went pale. They were supposed to stabilize the ground. Qi, why this upheaval? They exchanged anxious looks. Some felt something off, and their gazes snapped to a furnace chamber halfway up the mountain. The light there was abnormal. Look, someone cried, and every eye was drawn to it. A long column of light burst from the furnace chamber, a rainbow like ribbons stabbing into the sky. Wherever it passed, the sea of clouds heaved, as if gripped by a giant hand, and rolled into towering waves that let out a low roar. Clang, clang. Crisp metallic notes split the heavens. The sword's ring sliced the air like a blade, stinging eardrums. The sword light carried a halo of deep red, as if blood had been set aflame, dyeing Wanbao Peak's cliffs crimson. The whole mountain seemed swallowed by a tide. Spiritual energy churned in the air like true ocean waves, battering everyone standing atop the peak. The wind pressure surged. The air sizzled with scorching electric sparks. The disciples felt their chests crushed, gasping, many retched, barely able to take another breath. Is that an almost formed energy seed? A young man whispered, eyes bright with envy and disbelief. Just one more step, and it will complete the great transmutation and immediately ascend to a higher level. Who is breaking through? Someone else asked quietly. Everyone wanted to know. They had seen near-successful cultivations before, but never an aura this crushing, heavy as a mountain. The light looked like an extraordinary artifact magnifying its power. That long, rainbow-like sword light was clearly no mundane implement. Above the sea of clouds, the sword light cleaved the firmament like an edge. At the column's torn edges, the rent void revealed cold blue filaments. There, atop the pillar of light, a figure stood with a grave face. His or her gaze was as cold as a blade. When they turned to look down, the commotion beneath Wanbao Peak spread outward in concentric ripples. Liu Yang's form dissolved, becoming a blood-red streak. Sword chi and awareness merged, radiating outward in hair-thin threads. His spirit spread like the ridges of a fingertip. Within a 10-li radius, nothing was missed. The wind was sliced by the sword light, the air hummed with a metallic note. He stood there quietly, eyes scanning past the cloud sea. He muttered to himself, low and cold. Late-stage internal power settles into the core of the abdomen, like a seed dropped into earth, putting down roots and sprouting. The body inflates with strength, blades and spears hardly touch it. Power multiplies by tens. But for now, only the spirit awareness remains. Before he finished, his brow twitched. Something seemed to approach his ear. Who? He barked one short word that fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples outward. The sword moved with his thought. The blood-red arc of sword light tore open the clouds with a high, slicing cry. The cloud sea split, revealing a young figure in the gap, handsome, clothes in disarray, breathing hard, sweat on his face. Senior brother, don't attack. Don't attack. The man raised his voice, almost pleading. Lu Yong didn't stop. The sword light surged on. The newcomer hurriedly produced a small flag from his bosom. It unfurled and snapped in the wind. In an instant, the flag's shadow split into two doors. The flag doors hung like curtains, smacking with the sound of damp silk. He slipped through one flag door, the sword light followed. A moment later, he popped out the other side, flicking his hand so the doors shut. The small flag shrank back into his palm. The motion was slick, like a stage trick. Lu Yong froze. The sword cut he'd driven had been trapped in some inexplicable space. The man had simply slipped through it. The echo of the flag's slap lingered in the air. Interesting. A cold smile lifted the corner of his mouth. The energy pearl at his brow vibrated violently, like distant thunder detonating. The sword light fanned out like a peacock's tail, splitting into dozens, perhaps hundreds of blades. Each swept like a razor, tearing the night, whistling through the air. The young man's face went pale, sweat multiplied on his brow. He fumbled the flag again and pressed it to his chest. The surface of the banner shimmered like thin glass, blocking several blades. He shouted, voice trembling with urgency, Senior brother, my name is Xiao Shiya. I came only to make acquaintances, no ill intent. Senior brother, please stop. Xiao Shiya? Lu Yong paused, the name drawing a thread of inquiry into his voice. The sword light froze midair, as if time had iced over. In its glow was a face slick with cold sweat. Memories snapped together in jagged fragments. His gaze hardened. That face recalled someone long placed in a scheme, the designated entrant. The name and the scene suddenly fit. The next second, the sword light retracted. The radiance condensed into a person and landed in front of Xiao Shiya. Lu Yong laughed, a clear, hearty sound. Don't get the wrong idea, junior brother. I was just messing with you, he said, extending a hand in a casual gesture, a hint of pride in his smile. Xiao Shiya wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing inwardly. That last strike had almost been real. Outwardly he smiled, his tone deferential and polite. Senior, your skill is formidable. I admire it. This is a small token, please accept it, don't refuse. He then passed the little banner over, his movements modest but steady. Oh, now, don't be silly, Lu Yong said as he shook his head and took the flag. The moment his hand touched it, two characters appeared on the surface, stitched in gold thread. The edges flashed a cold light in the lamp void escape. The characters lay smooth as a still lake, unostentatious. This is a void escape banner, Xiao Shiya explained calmly. I bought it at an antique shop before I joined the sect. At first it did nothing, but later I found it has a particular use. He said it plainly, without flourish. The banner can split into two panels. When activated, it becomes two gates, one that appears to be a death gate, the other a life gate. If you're within the same realm, you enter through the death gate and exit through the life gate. Even in seemingly hopeless situations, you can find a way out, as if the disaster were routed around you. Lu Yang's face twitched. He couldn't help growing more suspicious. Such a divine item bought from a common old shop? He frowned. Curiosity pushed him further. He tightened his spirit. His gaze went cold, blade sharp. Lu Yong used the gate eye technique, a skill for reading someone's chi with the eyes. At a certain level of cultivation, one can look at a person and see their aura, like an aura halo. What he saw stunned him. Light pulsed across Xiao Shiya's clothing. The cloak's trim shimmered a dark gold. Boots, robe, crown, belt each radiated an uncommon sheen. It wasn't the glow of ordinary fabric, it was as if artifacts were hidden within the weave. The light flickered in the seams. The gold thread was so fine it seemed alive. The banner's surface gave off a faint warmth, like a slow breath. Liu Yang's eyes widened. His chest tightened. His usual composure cracked into a subtle imbalance. His fingers clenched without him realizing it. The smile in his eyes had cooled. He'd spent months and a small fortune forging a single magical artifact. To Xiao Shiya, though, that kind of thing was as common as the wind. Some people were practically green with envy. "This guy's insanely lucky," someone muttered under their breath. Liu Yang stood in the crowd, a pill pinched between his fingers, his lips twitching. A moment ago, he suspected someone had tampered with Xiao Shiya's big win. Now he let that suspicion go, and a new thought crept in. Not sabotage, then. Could it really just be luck? He narrowed his eyes. There was a feeling about Xiao Shiya, like an invisible halo wrapped around him. The air tightened subtly. Anyone who stepped closer found their breath a little shallower. Someone like this follow him around, and you could probably pick up a lot of benefits. Especially someone like him, still low in cultivation, snagging opportunities would be easy. Liu smiled, a calculating warmth under the surface. He moved 2 steps closer and laid a light hand on Xiao Shiya's shoulder, the touch casual, but his eyes bright. "Xiao Jr. brother, truly extraordinary." He introduced himself with a practiced grin. "I'm Liu Yang, same batch as you. Not so much a senior as a fellow disciple." Xiao Shiya blinked, then returned the bow respectfully, his voice clear. "Brother Liu flatters me. Your cultivation is steadier. It's an honor to accompany you." Liu waved a hand, part modesty, part self-mockery. "Don't be silly. Can't call it talent. I lean on pills and some unorthodox tricks to break through not the righteous path. If I'd trained by the book, I'd probably still be stuck in the lower ranks." The mood softened and their conversation opened up. The surrounding whispers scattered like loose pebbles. The occasional clink of metal sounded off like a rhythm to their talk. Halfway through, Liu tested the waters. "I just broke through and want to go back to my cave to consolidate. What about you, Brother Xiao? Where are you headed next?" Xiao Shiya smiled easily and ran a hand over the short sword at his waist. The blade flashed a cold light. "I'm planning to try my luck at that place they call the Fortune Pool. Folks say it's all down to chance. I've been on a bit of a roll lately, thought I'd see if it holds." "The Fortune Pool?" Liu's brow arched, excitement flickering over his features. His finger traced an invisible circle in the air, as if sketching out a plan. "If that's the case, why don't we go together?" He said it in a low, steady tone, but his eyes had turned businesslike. Riding along with someone like Xiao Shiya would make it that much easier to snatch whatever fortune came their way. A breeze stirred, lifting a thin veil of dust, a tiny prelude to the decision they'd just made. Outside Wanbao Peak, the sea of clouds surged like a tide. A dozen or so figures stood motionless in the mist. The wind pressed low and cold. At their head stood a young man in white, debonair and handsome, his robes wrapped in vapor. He looked as if he were waiting, as if he were watching for a signal. Suddenly, an excited voice broke from the crowd. "Senior brother Liu Xiao's come out." Before the words finished, the young man in white lifted his eyelids, and the mist seemed driven aside. That face came into sharp view for everyone. It was Liu Xian. Liu Xian was steady. His smile was gentle, like the spring breeze. But when he narrowed his eyes and his internal chi stirred, the smile froze. The air around them felt as if sliced by a blade and grew noticeably colder. "There's someone beside him. His aura isn't ordinary," Liu Xian said quietly, as if pointing out something not to be ignored. He then cast his chi sight toward Xiao Shiya. The technique quickly found its mark. A heavy force leapt into his vision. Liu Xian raised an eyebrow, unease flashed in his eyes. This man was no ordinary disciple. Even if he hadn't reached the higher realms, his aura was already so dense it could make the air congeal enough to change the balance of the situation. A soft "oh" came from behind Liu Xian. Qingqian turned, her expression moved. Her voice held a note of surprise and an almost imperceptible sting of jealousy. "Senior brother Liu," she said. "The one with the dense chi is someone I know." Heads turned. Qingqian bit her lip and her tone sharpened. "His name's Liu Yang. He only joined a few months ago. During that deal where a substitute took the fall, he slipped out early and made a killing, at least 10,000 contribution points. They say it was that money that forced him through to his current cultivation. Her words sparked low murmurs among the group. Above the cloud sea, the wind carried whispers of suspicion and greed. Everyone was calculating. Everyone was waiting for the next move. He recognized the woman at a glance. It was Qingchen the fairy who had clung to Zhao Xuhe in the last life. But this time she had already confronted Zhao Xuhe. They had turned on each other. She was now with Lu Exi, an ally and lover both. The reason was simple. Zhao Xuhe had dragged her into a filthy racket selling death proxies, treating human lives like wagers and promising to trade death for money. It was wildly profitable and just as deadly. The result was predictable. Zhao Xuhe went bankrupt. She collapsed. Lu Exi took a fall too. This time it blew up. Even worse, the losses far exceeded those of the last life. Debts surged like a tide and squeezed the breath out of them. No money, no face. So they did what they'd never done before. They robbed their own sect mates. They stole from those disciples who'd cashed out early with small ventures and somehow made a fortune seizing their savings to plug the hole in their accounts. In time, they'd assembled a crew, members from the sect who still had backing but had been ruined by that one deal. Their criteria for targets were simple now: low capital, early exit, big profits, tag them and take them. Zhao Xuye had become their latest mark. Qingchen finished telling LV Yang about Lu Yang. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The meaning was plain. Add Lu Yang to the list. Don't stall. Move, Lu Xian ordered. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold, mocking laugh rang out over the training ground, sharp and brittle like the sound of dry branches snapping. Points of light burst in midair and surged forward like a pack of starving wolves. Each of them drove their flying lights. The beams cut the mist like blades and closed in fast toward LV Yang and Zhao Xuye. In the distance, the lights wove together like a net drawing shut. Just after leaving Wanbao Peak and crossing the cloud sea, LV Yang had already felt an uneasy thrum from the sword orb at his brow, pounding like a tiny drum under his skin. He followed that unease with his senses. From all directions, streaks of light were rushing in thin and fast, tearing the air like knives. They all pointed to the same spot, a net tightening in the sky. Wind whistled in his ears. The clouds were rent by slashes of light. His chest tightened as if cold water had gripped his blood. Behind him a voice came, cool and amused. Stop. Don't run. LV Yang's expression dropped in an instant. You actually said that. The words fell, and a coldness rode in on the mountain wind. Whoever had come meant no good. Lu Yang didn't look back. Sword light, like a silver thread pulled from a scabbard, wrapped around Zhao Xuye. He drove his inner force, and his body sprang like a coiled spring toward the merit pool. The sea of clouds churned under his feet. He moved so fast the wind screamed. But they had been ready. Not far out, Lu felt his footing drop. He halted. When he looked up, the clouds had thinned in an instant. The world warped. Light and shadow stacked like shattered mirrors. Phantoms closed around them. It was as if an invisible net had been strung up. No matter how they dodged, they were held fast at the center. A low hum thrummed through the air. His chest felt pressed by a giant hand. Breathing grew heavy. Lu Yang's face darkened at once. He reached out with his chi to probe. After a moment, he ground his teeth and said in a low voice, "Their formation is tight. There are people over there, and they're not weak. One on their own is at a disadvantage, but 7 more working together are crushing the surrounding chi. Our odds may be 30%. What could they do?" Silence hung for a beat. Then Zhao Xuye spoke, regret in his voice. "Brother Lu, they're coming for me. I was careless. They want the treasures and the merit points I carry. I thought they'd have scattered after a few months, but they're relentless. Things look bad. Let's split up and run." Split up? Lu Yang shook his head, desperation in his eyes. They've sealed this sea of clouds. It's like they've used some powerful device. I don't think we can get out. Zhao Xuye didn't panic. He slid his hand into his robe and pulled out a small metal cone. Its surface gave off a cold light, like compressed lightning crackling inside. "I have 2 treasure-breaking spikes," he said. "If I unleash one, it can tear open a path. I'll give you one. You go first, I'll cover the rear." He spoke calmly, and there was resolve in that calm. Lu Yang took the spike. The metal bit, with a chill that seemed to bite to the bone, his palm felt a faint vibration. He sent a pulse of power to test it, and in an instant knew it had real force. It could rip a seam at the edge of the illusion. Liu Yang's eyes flicked over Xiao Shiya's face. Wind whipped their cloaks. In the wavering images ahead, shadowy figures were closing in, their footsteps striking like iron hammers. "You're sure you want me to go first?" Lu's voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Shiya smiled, but there was nothing playful in it. "Brother Lu, the road is long and hard. You go. I'll open the way. We'll meet again." He said it plainly, like handing someone a knife, then stood there, back straight as the light shifted. The air tightened again. Shadows churned around him. Xiao Shiya clasped his hands in salute, his smile without a trace of fear. He did not flinch. He turned and walked toward the attackers, his steps steady, as if he had already accepted the end. Lu Yang stood there, brow furrowed. He had been in seclusion for 3 months. During that time he had made no enemies. Whoever had come wouldn't have come specifically for him. Besides, Xiao Shiya was an easier target. His situation was clearly more dangerous. The evidence was right there. Lu Yang fell silent. He thought of his goal. Last time he obtained half of a third-rank heart technique scroll called the 9 Transformations Dragon Technique. The other half should have been his priority to pursue. Zhao Shuhe might have clues. He should have gone to Zhao Shuhe first, taken that fragment, and stabilized his foundation. But he hadn't. He had followed Xiao Shiya to the merit pool. The merit pool was a divine pool that only opened its grand prize draw once a year. He had already used up his draws for the year. Following Xiao Shiya offered him no benefit. Something was wrong. A coldness crept up his spine like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. His hands and feet went numb. His chest felt gently pressed by a fingertip. The sword bead at his brow began to thrum like a warning bell, emitting a faint buzz. "Who is affecting me?" he asked himself in a dry voice. Suddenly his thoughts cleared. The real reason wasn't curiosity. He had gone with Xiao Shiya because Xiao Shiya needed him. Otherwise it would have been Xiao Shiya alone being hunted. Now it was different. With him as outside support, there was an extra substituted decoy. A vision flashed through his mind. If Xiao Shiya was the kind favored by fate, radiating an aura that made the air itself seize up, then he, Lu Yang, had been arranged to stand in front and take the blade. He was like the stock supporting character in a story, not the hero's comrade, but the wooden board nailed in front. Lu Yang's mouth twitched. There was a smile in his eyes, but it tasted bitter. Split up and run now? That is suicide. Lu Yang saw it all clearly. Once they scattered, the fire would concentrate. The one who got jumped would, 9 times out of 10, be the slower runner. He knew he wasn't fast. He also knew Xiao Shiya was good at laying traps. What Xiao Shiya wanted was to draw people out, let the others chase him, and leave someone behind as a human shield. The people of the holy sect spoke with righteous indignation, but they were calculating underneath. If someone volunteered to stay rearguard, the others would secretly be pleased. Pretend to shed a few tears, turn and walk away. Who would truly sacrifice themselves? At that thought, Lu Yang felt a chill in his chest. He had no illusions. If no one in the holy sect could be trusted, he'd assumed they couldn't. Draw the conclusion first, then look for the flaws. This was how he survived. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, chasing them, hovered in midair. His eyes were cold. With the targets split in two, he preferred to take out the more dangerous one first. Catch the ringleader first, he calculated. Xiao Shiya was less powerful and easier to handle. Taking Lu Yang first would give him better odds. Before he finished his thought, an explosion sounded from behind the clouds. Boom. The wind rose. It felt like the air had been sliced. A streak of sword light tore through the sky. It didn't look like it was fleeing. It had direction and purpose. It sliced through the cloud sea and fell straight toward Xiao Shiya's side. The light made a screeching slash through the air. The smell of scorched metal filled the air. Xiao Shiya froze. Lu Xian's hand stopped mid-motion. Lu Yang laughed, clear and decisive. "Brother Xiao, don't be afraid." He stepped forward. "I'm here. Don't expect me to leave you." There was no pretense in his words, no flourish, just bluntness. "These guys are nothing. With me here, we'll take them together." As the words left his mouth, the sword light seemed to halt, as if summoned by him. Xiao Shiya stared at him, surprise plain in his eyes. Could I have miscalculated? No way. Xiao Shiya's eyes went wide, his face instantly darkening. He saw Lu Yang's movement clearly. Outwardly they stood side by side. But Lu had placed himself squarely in front of him, shielding him. The bulk of robes made a wall. The air on the edge of that wall trembled. Xiao Shiye knew someone was putting on a show. Brother Lu, that was all a misunderstanding. He forced a smile. His voice was low, as if afraid anyone might overhear. Lu Yang didn't answer at once. He gave a cold, cutting smile, then seized Xiao Shiye's shoulder and flung him hard. Xiao was tossed into the cluster of cultivators beside Lu Exine, landing heavily. Robes fluttered, kicking up a smell of dust. You Lu shameless, Xiao Shiye had barely steadied himself before he started swearing. Panic and fury mixed in his words. From a distance, Lu Exine froze for a moment, then snorted and laughed. There was obvious schadenfreude in it. He didn't know the specifics of what had happened between them, but it looked like they had torn each other apart. For him, enemies fighting among themselves was ideal. You hold Xiao Shiye, I'll deal with Lu Yang. Lu Xian adjusted his plan, his voice rising like an order. No sooner had he spoken than he vaulted up, riding a sliver of escape light straight at Lu Yang. The streak cut the air, leaving a wave of heat. At that moment a smile flickered at Lu Yang's lips. It wasn't mockery so much as confirmation. The next instant he vanished, as if plucked out of the air. Almost simultaneously, a blade of light exploded from Xiao Shiye's chest. The sword light was as sharp as a knife, slicing through the night with a dazzling cold. From within that light Lu Yang stepped out calmly, his gait steady, his form fused with the radiance. The Shinshao sword riding art no empty name. It was a sword as path body technique. When the sword light moved, positions shifted with it. Someone heard the sound of fabric ripping in the wind. The air carried the chill of a blade. A jolt hit Lu Xian's mind. The earlier words between the two, team up, replayed. It wasn't ridicule, it was a tacit signal. Their performance had been flawless. Xiao Shiye had been deliberately thrown into the crowd. Lu Yang had used the sword light to thread through them. He saw their intent. The cultivators who'd been struck back panicked and retreated. The strongest among them were only in the early energy stages and could barely hold their formation. Lu Xian's expression flipped from smug to stunned. He had thought he was trapping Lu Yang among the weak only to be manipulated by that very moment of confusion. The lingering sword light still trembled in the air. Low cries rose from the crowd. The wind carried a metallic bite, as if it would shave people thin. Lu Xian's face changed suddenly. He drew out his voice and shouted, "Scatter! Everyone get!" Too late. Lu Yang's smile was cold. The sword orb in his hand suddenly blossomed. The light fanned out like a peacock's tail and like exploding stars. But this time the light wasn't pure white, a heavy, blood red bled through it. Lu Yang inhaled deeply. His voice dropped. His body flickered as if swallowed by the crimson. The sword orb, and he became one. A scarlet curtain of light shot up, like flames, like congealed blood mist, spreading outward from him. When the light swept through, the wind sounded like chains scraping the ground. Leaves trembled. Breaths halted. Those caught in the glow first felt a bone-deep cold, like falling into an ice pit, then their awareness seemed to be sucked away, eyelids growing heavy and sinking down. When the light faded, the place was hollow and silent. Collapsed figures lay on the ground. Some still gasped, many no longer responded, limbs lax, splayed like dolls drained of life. That blood-colored veil had devoured their strength and vitality. The red flickered around Lu Yang, sinister and unfamiliar. The sword orb trembled. A blood shadow coalesced from the light, taking shape into Lu Yang's figure. He turned his gaze and saw Lu Xian standing in the distance. His laugh swelled, edged with derision. "So it's senior brother Lu, huh?" Before the words finished, a blade of light sliced an arc and shot straight for him. Lu Yang's assault was as quick as thunder. The sword ripped the air, leaving a cold whine. Seeing the ferocity of that bloodlight, Lu Xian's face changed, and he tried to step back. "Think you can leave?" Lu Yang left him no room. The sword followed, pressing in with every step. Lu Xian's feet sank, and he urgently cried, "Qingchen, lift the seal." His voice stabbed through the silence like a pin. The illusory mirage around them cracked like glass and scattered. A figure emerged from the dissipating light. She walked forward with composed grace. Qingchen, the fairy. The air still held the chill of the blood veil. Qingchen's lips did not move. She raised a finger, and a ring of faint light bloomed in her palm. Her arrival was like a spring breeze, bringing a trace of warmth that clashed with the remaining cold. Liu Yang's gaze iced over in an instant. His sword light did not stop, but it was as if some invisible hand had blunted a fraction of its edge. Liu Xian took the chance to retreat half a pace, his eyes haunted by the afterimage of the blood screen. He spoke in a low voice. "Qingchen, stop him. Don't let him get close." Qingchen nodded. She lifted her hand, and the faint light wove into a thin barrier, like a translucent curtain, shielding the people. The screen rubbed the air and emitted a high, fragile whistle. Liu Yang sneered and stepped back. The sword orb spun in his palm, red as blood, like a beast ready to gorge on life. He stared at Liu Xian, voice slow and cutting. "You think you can escape? What you owed me back then won't be written off so easily." Liu Xian's shoulders trembled. His gaze stayed fixed on Liu Yang's face, as if trying to determine whether this man truly was the enemy from yesterday. He said nothing, only clenched his hands until his knuckles whitened. Silence settled, broken only by the wind. People in the crowd began to back away. Xiao Shiye stood to one side, eyes wide, trying to burn the scene into memory: the blood light, the fallen companions, and that sneering face. Qingchen's light screen stood vertical, thin as paper yet as firm as an iron gate. She lifted her eyes to Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, things are different now. Don't act recklessly." Liu Yang's smile deepened. The sword orb trembled again, like a repressed red flame waiting to erupt. He didn't strike at once, but every passing second felt like a compulsion to force someone else to move first. The air tightened as if it might split. Liu Xian drew a long breath, bracing for the next onslaught. He knew there would be no retreat tonight. The cloth veiling the sea of clouds was no ordinary piece of fabric. It looked as thin as a cicada's wing, but hid a formation within. She folded the handkerchief into a 9-square grid, like a small cage. The array squeezed the vast cloud sea as if sealing it into a glass jar. Wind pinched off, sound smothered. The air contracted, his chest felt pressed by an invisible giant hand, and routes that had been open were cut off by an unseen net. The mechanism had been meant to stop passing figures, but unexpectedly it trapped Liu Xian inside, sealing off any way out. Only when the fairy Qingchen appeared did Liu Xian let out a long breath, as if a taut string had finally been released. The next moment he summoned a burst of light and slid up to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, their shoulders almost touching. Both of them stared at the two pursuers, Liu Yang and Xiao Shiye, their gazes hard as ice. The pursuers stopped several dozen yards away. The wind carried the rasp of dust. In that brief exchange of looks, the four of them felt like two sets of blades testing each other. Liu Xian lowered his voice and said to the woman beside him, Can we smooth this over?" The handkerchief still thrummed faintly with the formation. From over the cloud sea, he softened his tone and addressed the two juniors. "If you're willing to let it drop, I'll give a good Dao book as compensation and apologize. Let us put this behind us." Liu Yang's laugh was cold and brittle, like glass splitting. "Now? You expect us to buy that? Senior brother Liu, we're already committed, no need for theatrics. From here on, there's no turning back for either of us." Liu Xian's face went suddenly dark. Silence fell on him like a heavy stone on the chest. Liu Yang's words weren't empty threats. The sect had rules. If no one complained, nothing happened. But once a report was filed, everything would be in black and white, and the consequences could be severe. A careful calculation showed in Liu Yang's eyes. Raising his voice, he sneered. "People like you have probably been setting ambushes and stealing from fellow disciples before, just never caught. If I go to the sect's enforcement office and report this, when the truth comes out, think about whether you'll be able to save yourself." Liu Xian didn't answer right away. His hands began to sweat. The smile on his face looked like guilt glued to paper, thin and full of cracks. After a long beat, he offered quietly, "We can sign a binding contract agreeing this matter 1TB spread. As long as the contract exists, I'll be satisfied." Liu Yang arched a brow and smiled even colder. "Really?" Liu Xian's smile stiffened further. His tone was obviously forced. The offer sounded like a lifeline, but the closer you looked, the more it resembled a paper umbrella that would collapse at the first gust. Of course, he was lying. Only the dead are truly trustworthy. "Qingchen," Liu Xian barked. The usually silent, immortal Qingchen finally moved. She parted her red lips and let out a single syllable. Open. At her voice, the sea of clouds roiled. Mist whipped up and mountain spires rose out of nothing. The jagged stone peaks formed a circle like blades, trapping Lu Yong and Xiao Shiya at the center. The air grew suddenly heavy. Rock and fog rubbed together, making a low, rasping scrape. Another array. Lu Xian sneered small, cold. You really think I fear that streak of bloodlight? His words were like a blade. With a casual flick, a banner appeared in his hand. It snapped in the wind, the cloth trembling as if alive. Hidden within it, residual souls tossed and turned like caged vermin. Lu Xian's eyes hardened. Perfect. This old banner has no main spirit guarding it. Today you'll be the sacrifice. Go. Before he finished, Lu Yong had already become a streak of sword light and lunged. The blade was ice cold, tearing the air itself. The scent of blood surged, iron-tinged and metallic, so thick it stung. Lu Xian's smile died halfway down his throat. Souls return. Lu Xian formed a hand sign. A white mist rose from the banner. The vapor reached out like hands, like people, and coalesced into two shadowy figures. They were incomplete, but their human outlines were clear. Lu Xian shook the banner as if ringing an ancient bell. The mist form steadied, as if awakened. The sword light descended, cleaving the air with a high shriek. The mist figures met it, emitting a short, low hum as their contained energy burst. The two white shapes smashed into the blade and were shredded in an instant. The torn mist fell like powder, scattering faint spirit light before dissipating. Lu Xian had meant to step out of the formation to stand beside his banner spirits and strike again, but seeing what happened, he drew back. His eyes flicked, calculating a retreat. Qingchen, act, he urged. Qingchen's face darkened. Her movements were clean and precise. She plucked a phoenix tail hairpin from her hair and flicked it between her fingers. It became a shaft of golden light, a needle aimed straight at Lu Yang's brow. The pin rang with a metallic note as it sliced through the fog in a thin arc. Before the golden thread arrived, another beam of treasure light sprang from the void. It hung there like a shield, abruptly blocking the path. The figure was like the sleeve unfurled Xiao Shiya. The smile in his eyes was gone, only resolve remained. He didn't pause. With one sweep of his sleeve, a dozen small devices flew out. Tiny copper bells, daggers, little mirrors. They spun in the air, clinking crisply as they collided. Each carried its own light, uneven in quality, but all fierce, like little suns. Rather than be hurled at an opponent, the artifacts detonated simultaneously in midair. The explosions were like mountain ranges collapsing. Shrapnel scattered fire and smoke belched, and a wave of heat slammed outward. The ground fog trembled. The metallic, iron smell of blood was half drowned by the scorching scent of gunpowder, replaced by the acrid sting of burning metal. Boom boom booms rolled through the peak forest. The stone spires shivered minutely. Voices, breaths, light and shadow braided into a chaotic tangle. Lu Xian's banner shuddered and let out a low, mournful wail, like an old soul suddenly roused. Qingchen's face went paler, her fingers clenched at empty air, the phoenix pin's golden afterglow pulsing in her palm. Lu Yong did not fall back. In the smoke and fire, his figure looked more monstrous than ever. The tip of his sword carried the smell of flesh and heat, aiming straight for the center. Xiao Shiya did not yield either. They were like two living knives, locked against one another. In an instant, the battlefield turned suffocating. Every blast hit like a blunt hammer to the ribs. Every tendril of smoke felt like a hand reaching to snag an ankle. Lu Xian turned slightly, his gaze cold as ice. He knew that at this moment, no one could afford to let their guard down. A burst of precious light exploded outward, like little suns detonating, heat ripping at the air. The beams slammed into the formation Fairy Qingchen had laid. The array's patterns quivered, nearly tearing open from within. For a moment, the three of them froze. Their eyes twitched, their expressions changed. Xiao Shiya wasn't one for flashy spells. Nor did he need to be. He swung his hand and hurled a magic artifact. It split open in midair, spitting out a string of searing spheres. Simple, direct, deadly. Lu Xian's face grew darker. He slapped the banner of 10,000 spirits. The banner hummed with a low, oppressive tone. In an instant, dozens of banner spirits sprang from its seams like shadows, like shards of soul from the little flag falling in unison toward the formation. They weren't conjured from nothing. They were fragments of spirit Liu Xin had secretly collected. When he was young, he had raided the mortal slaughter city and stolen countless souls. Now they were being put to use. Hold the formation. His voice was cold and hard, short, like a blade. The banner spirits obeyed, dropping to the edges of the array like pulled iron lines. When they touched down, the surrounding runes flared a fresh azure. The formation steadied, thickening as if buttressed by a new foundation. Fairy Qingqian let out a breath. She drew a small flag and snapped it hard. The mountains manifested by the array shifted in an instant, stone peaks slamming together with a sharp roar, then rising to surround and lock away a corner of heaven and earth. Swordlight was swallowed by shadow. She was shielded within the stone walls, and Liu Xin was trapped inside that moving barricade as well. Liu Xin sneered and waved the banner again. 6 carved slots gleamed on its surface, empty cups waiting to be filled. The banner required 1 chief soul, 2 guardian spirits, and 3 corpse spirits. Only when the 6 were gathered and poured full of thousands of souls would the banner be whole and its power surge. It sounded simple enough. But those 6 positions had eluded Liu Xin for more than a decade. Tens of thousands of souls he could seize from the mortal realm. Yet the 6 key spirit slots were always missing. Even so, the banner was fearsome. Light and shadow rolled, the wind carrying a faint, tearing edge. Kill them, he roared 3 words that struck like a drawn knife. Liu Xin waved his banner. Tens of thousands of soul forms, like smoke, surged up in an instant. They weren't battle spirits honed by training. They were shadow ghosts born from mortal grudges. No flesh. Hollow forms. Low quality, only numerous. They poured in like a tide, a black crush that swallowed Liu Yang whole. The fleshless phantoms feared no wounds to the body. The blood-colored beam Liu Yang had just used, the keen light condensed from the blood well in his body, was far less effective on them. When it struck, it only threw up a spray of dust across the shadow's surfaces. Liu Yang didn't panic. Coldness glittered in his eyes. The sword orb in his hand trembled. Like a core splitting, it burst into dozens, then hundreds, of thin blades of sword light. Each blade was a razor cut, tearing the air, letting out a high, keening hiss. He danced among the sword light. Not a head-on clash. When enemies pressed him, he retreated. When they opened a seam, he slashed from the flank. Every strike landed as his body flowed elsewhere like a gust of wind passing through, leaving behind only bloodlight and severed shadows. Hit and run. Flash cuts. He controlled the tempo, wearing his opponents down. Though there were many shadow ghosts, none had solid flesh to anchor them. The sword light rent them to pieces with sounds like breaking branches and low, mournful moans, and they gradually dissipated into black smoke. In less than a quarter hour, the 10,000 vengeful shades were scattered and disordered. On the other side, Xiao Shiya struck hard. He hurled several high-grade talismans. They detonated in midair, shockwaves rocking the once stable defensive array. The explosions cracked like metal breaking, appending dust and fields of force. The array's eye and its talismans trembled. Fairy Qingqian watched the shift in the situation. Her face tightened, and she called to Liu Xin in a low voice, "Senior brother." Liu Xin remained composed, a trace of contempt at his lips. Seated within the formation, his gaze was as calm as still water. "Don't rush. I'm not worried. Why are you in such a hurry?" He spoke lightly, but his actions were precise. Releasing those low-quality, resentful spirits had been part of his plan. Use sheer numbers to pressure and exhaust the opponent's internal energy and magical power. Once their chi was drained, once they grew weary, he'd pull out the real killing move and decide the fight in one blow. Explosions and the hissing of sword light still hung in the air. Both sides were still probing. The true climax was only just beginning. He hadn't wanted to show his last card so easily. That banner was more than a magic tool. It carried weight. It carried secrets. It had once belonged to someone with a dangerous identity. If it were recognized, the consequences would be far worse than merely losing a treasure. One rumor leaked would be enough to drag him into an abyss of no return. Liu Xin swallowed. His hand trembled on the banner pole. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," he murmured. He hesitated a moment longer, then lifted the banner steadily. The fabric made a faint swish in the night wind, like leather rubbing. He cupped his hands and bowed respectful, but not theatrical. The enemy is ahead, and the situation is urgent. Senior brother, please lend your aid. When the words fell, the air felt prickled by a needle. The silence deepened. The banner in his hands ceased to be mere cloth and wood. It had a temperature like iron fresh from the forge, like it might belch flame. The people around him took an involuntary half-step back. Everyone felt that oppressive force. The air seemed compressed, and breathing grew heavier. Memories drew close like shadows. Once, Liu Xian had been just one of the countless ordinary disciples, waking early to train, taking assignments, paying off loans. Life ran like a machine on rails, steady, but narrow until an accident knocked his fate off course. It began with a bounty, posted by a high-ranking disciple who claimed an ancient treasure in a cave house and dangled a rich reward. They needed someone to scout and a few to serve as cannon fodder. Liu Xian saw only the pay. Young and eager to change his lot, he joined the party. The cave house mouth looked like a snarling maw. Wards formed a net. Traps stood like a forest. Many backed away, some were torn to pieces. He was shoved to the front, palms slick with sweat, each step like walking on knife edges. Yet the wards softened oddly before him, like morning mist meeting sunlight and dissolving, as if an unseen path had opened just for him. He passed through unimpeded, his heartbeat thudding, mechanisms snapping, cloth tearing. He ended in an old stone chamber. The air smelled of rot. Dust settled in his palm, fine and heavy. On a stone altar sat a metal casket, cold as a winter river. He opened it. Smooth pages exhaled the scent of ink and an indefinable energy, like the still heat before a summer storm. Inside were two things, an ancient book and a banner. The banner lay folded. Its weave was so tight it seemed to drink in the light. The book's cover read Book of Innate Tao, in others' words, a text that could change one's root plainly, a method to manipulate the force within. When he saw the banner, his heart jumped. It was no ordinary implement. It felt alive. A light touch sent sparks of energy flaring, stinging his hand until it went numb. A scrap of paper was tucked inside, the handwriting rough as if carved by wind, signed, Xiantian Junren. The note didn't mince words. Xiantian cursed the current sect and several elders, saying people's hearts were no longer true, that they had turned destiny into a cold transaction. He claimed he would leave the legacy to the one with destiny. He predicted the recipient would be a true disciple with the character Xian in his name. But refusing a straight-line fate, he deliberately scrambled causes and effects and entrusted the real inheritance to Liu Xian, a seemingly irrelevant nobody. The note carried anger and choice both. It also made one thing plain. Whoever took the artifact would face a life or death catastrophe. Yet Xiantian had not been entirely despairing. He left, within the cave house, a way to break the cycle. Steps listed coldly, like a prescription or a trap. Follow them, and you might live. Deviate, and you might die. Liu Xian's fingertip traced the strokes. He could feel the grooves, like touching another person's heartbeat. In that moment, he was terrified and oddly steadied. Fate crashed in like two great waves, one after the other. He closed the casket, wrapped the banner, and pressed it to his chest. His breath tightened as if a hand pressed on his ribs, yet he could hear the future's impacts as if they were beats. Now the banner was in his hand, exposed. There was no way back. Raising it was a decision and a declaration. He looked ahead. Shadows writhed, a blade flashed, and the air grew sharp. Liu Xian lifted his chin. His voice was calm and as crisp as a blade. Senior brother, help me. Strike. On the chessboard of cause and effect, a counterfeit Xian was never meant to be a strong pillar. That was the role Liu Xian had been assigned to play. A stand-in, cannon fodder, the boy who delivered the treasure. Yet fate itself overturned the arrangement. It was a night that took your breath away. Blood and incantations blended into a sour, metallic smell. Wind cut through the stone chamber like an invisible blade. Dawn hadn't broken. When the sun rose, only Liu Xian walked out of the cavern. His steps were steady, but each one felt like it belonged to a different man. The one who had called himself a true disciple of the sacred sect had vanished between heaven and earth. Liu Xian did not simply hack him down. The contingency the innate true adept had left behind was still there. That countermeasure was mechanical, an altar, a final contract. Lu Xing drew the man's essence away bit by bit, first the breath, then the sight, and finally that stone-hard fixation. The sound was like paper being torn. A hissing noise drilled into the ears. Cold condensed on the banner into black veins. The man did not die, he was forged into a living shadow, pasted onto Lu Xing's flag, becoming its strongest banner spirit. The banner billowed. The fabric flapped as if it had its own heartbeat. A black-robed shadow slipped free from the cloth. The rustle of fabric was long and low. The shadow did not look at Lu Yang right away. It scanned the surroundings first, a smile in its eyes, and within that smile a trace of nostalgia, as if gazing upon an old city. Survival of the fittest, disciples slaughtering disciples, the black robe said calmly, with a bitter sort of laugh. The sacred sect is still the same as ever. Senior brother, long time no see, Lu Xing said, cupping his fist. His voice carried respect and a touch of polite formality. The black robe snorted half derision, half recalling something absurd. Your move was nothing but passive defense. The Xiantian Dao tome falling into your hands, what a waste. You flatter me, senior. Lu Xing put away his smile, his voice remaining soft. That man was originally a sword cultivator who also mastered a strange art that turns blood into blades. I was indeed no match for him, turning blood into slashing light. The black robe narrowed its eyes, suddenly serious, then shook its head. Anyone who can make that art work is talented, but talent wasted on the wrong path. By agreement, this is the third time action is taken. You have a keen eye, senior. Lu Xing nodded. After this, I will send you on to rebirth. With your merit, in your next life you will surely return to the true path. All right. The black robe replied indifferently. Then it turned, finally fixing its gaze on Lu Yang, who stood a short distance away. The air seemed to be cut by a knife, every eye converged. Lu Yang and Xiao Shiya hardly reacted. Qingchen, the immortal maiden, froze. Her eyes snapped wide and fixed on the black-robed figure. At first she only thought he looked familiar. When that aura suddenly unfurled, she came fully awake. The energy burst from his chest like a tidal wave. In that instant, every memory rushed back. Chen Xinen, Brother Chen, she blurted, disbelief in her voice. Chen Xinen, the sole son of the master of Butian Peak, a true disciple of one of the sects for Inner Peaks, who had vanished years ago. His disappearance had sent shockwaves through the sect. The Peak Master had personally traced the causal threads and still found no lead. And now Chen Xinen stood here. Qingchen's face changed. She took 2 steps back, trying to put distance between herself and Lu Xing. Before she could finish the motion, a crisp sound cut the air. A sharp tearing, like silk sliced by a blade. A palm-shaped shadow flicked out, whipped fast. Qingchen's hand, or rather an invisible blade where her hand should have been, pierced her abdomen. Her face went blank. Her gaze lost focus. Her head tipped slowly, and like a candle snuffed by a gust, her life immediately went out. Too bad. Since you saw him, you can't be left alive, Lu Xing said calmly. No lingering anger, only cold finality. Qingchen collapsed. The surrounding formation began to tremble, runes flashed like papers scattered by wind. Lu Xing gave a small shake, and the old banner sprang to life. The cloth emitted a low, swallowing rustle, like a throat taking something in. Qingchen's body was drawn into the banner as if falling into a dark well. In less than a moment the banner slit open with a line of light. Qingchen's figure walked out of it. Intact, but pale and hollow-eyed. She was no longer living, she had become a spirit attached to the banner, a banner spirit. She could still manipulate the array, but her movements were slower than before, and her voice carried a thin echo. At the same time the figure under the black robe moved up to Lu Yang. It was Chen Xinen. His steps were light, but his aura was anything but ordinary. Lu Yang regarded him, one brow lifting. Their power levels were similar, both on the 7th tier of energy, yet their presences were completely different. Chen Xinen's aura was clean and precise. Like sharpened steel, Lu Yang's energy carried a tangled echo, like an unraveled hemp rope. Chen Xinen glanced at him, his tone flat with a touch of mockery. You're practicing the true yin-yang harmonization technique. In theory, it can raise a person's energy a long way. But your aura is chaotic. It doesn't look like it came from hard cultivation. The yin-yang energy that should belong to the 5th tier, when it landed on you, at best only stacks up to the 6th. The appraisal hit Lu Yang like an alarm bell. Who are you? Lu Yang lowered his voice, eyes not daring to leave the man for an inch. My name is Chen Sinan. The man's voice was calm. The short sentence dropped like a thrown knife. I'm trapped. If you can bring a message back to Butian Peak for me, my father will reward you handsomely. Before the words had even finished, Chen Sinan moved. He raised his hand and pressed like opening a valve. The air began to vibrate. The surrounding chi drew toward him. The force wasn't a sharp strike, but a deep, surging current, as if the whole sky were answering his rhythm. Lu Yang's pupils shrank, not because he'd seen some miraculous technique, but because the energy inside him cried out, fractured, loose, full of gaps that couldn't be filled. He could feel, clearly, that his foundation was thinner than the man before him. Every breath felt like something heavier pressing down on him. A thought flashed through his mind. This wasn't the ordinary dual cultivation technique. The basic sect methods he'd learned taught 2 people to align. This move seemed to take hands with heaven and earth, resonating with the pulses of wind, cloud, and rock. Chen Sinan's method was superior. It could use the surrounding chi as its own aid. The force was dense, like a hot spring spurting from under a bedrock, able to press a person down until they couldn't catch their breath. Chen Sinan's palm gust struck out. No flashy flourishes, just the energy welling in his palm, pressing down like a mountain. The air tore with a low hum. Lu Yang staggered back. His soles crushed the gravel, the scrapes sounding weak and helpless. A burning shock hit his chest, like an iron band clamped around his spine. Beside him, Lu Xian smiled. Confidence hung in the smile like a bet placed. No one understood Chen Sinan's strength better than him. To Lu Xian, even if Lu Yang were 10 times stronger, he still couldn't endure that kind of pressure resonating with heaven and earth. He almost whispered, he's sure to win. In the distance, Xiao Shiya's face darkened. His gaze was a knife, sweeping over everyone's movements. His brow tightened as he calculated. He could see clearly that the situation was not in his favor. Silence settled around him like a thin mist. Chen Sinan didn't rush to speak. He stood steady, residual waves still on his palm, voice calm and cold. I didn't want to use these, but you forced me. His words were short. Each one drove a nail into the moment. The air stiffened again, as if waiting for the next command. Xiao Shiya knew it clearly. He was the weakest one here. All his confidence came from those treasures. But now he understood relying on artifacts alone wasn't enough. He drew a breath. His movements were clean and decisive. Then he pulled out a storage pouch. The moment it opened, a brilliant spiritual light burst out like a fountain. The light carried a presence. It carried warmth. It drew every eye. Chen Sinan and Lu Yang, who were still locked in combat, froze mid-motion. Lu Xian's eyes widened. A small tower rose from the pouch. It looked as if cast from gold, 9 tiers stacked. At its top a tiny glimmer appeared, coalescing into a human-shaped outline. There was animation in its features, eyes and brows, as if it could breathe. This is a sentient artifact? Lu Yang didn't finish the sentence before Chen Sinan and Lu Xian both inhaled sharply, the surprise written on their faces like a hand clamped around their throats. Ordinary magic tools could glow an outward display of power, but they needed someone to wield them, like a knife needing a handle. This tower was different. It had its own will. It could move on its own, grow stronger on its own. It was like a sleeping creature, quietly breathing inside a metal shell. Xiao Shiya formed a hand seal. His gesture was precise. The little tower began to swell not slowly, but like a balloon suddenly inflated. Golden striations spread outward. The human-shaped light at the top pulsed, as if a heart were racing. Bastard! Chen Sinan was the first to shout. His voice carried both anger and panic. He stepped forward to stop him, but the sudden expansion threw off his timing. Lu Xian's face turned leaden. His lips trembled, he could hardly speak. Treasures like this belonged only to the rarest of people. Using one as a self-destruct weapon was the height of waste unthinkable even to comrades. Worse still, the tower did not resist. It seemed resigned, even cooperative. Its lightning-quick expansion left nobody time to intervene. The air began to tremble. The ground gave a low groan. Distant dust was sucked inward, then hurled outward. The temperature spiked, heat licked their faces. Their ears buzzed as if thunder were closing in. The next moment, a sound tore the sky. Boom. The explosion opened like a burning sun. Heat waves slashed like blades across skin. Dust and rubble were hurled into the air, striking the ground like rain. Light detonated before their eyes, blinding white. Their eardrums felt hammered, ringing flooded their heads. Qin Sinan was blown back. 3 steps he spat blood, his sleeves singed. Lu Yang was flipped by the blast, his shoulders slamming into a rock, teeth gritted against the pain. Lu Xian collapsed to the ground, chest heaving, his eyes fixed on the searing light. Xiao Shiya dropped to his knees. Sweat on his face had been dried by the heat. He braced himself on the ground, too weak even to look at the tower, which had already turned to smoke and dust. The air smelled of scorched things and a metallic tang. A black crater lay in the earth, a scorch mark from intense heat. The tower's afterimage flickered in the ashes a few times, then was gone. Silence settled around them, broken only by the wind and the cracking of broken stone. Some were gasping, some were wailing, others testing their limbs to see if they still worked. This was the cost. Maybe a wager. Maybe a desperate counterattack. No one could say for sure, but everyone understood the same thing. Xiao Shiya had just done something irreversible. The next second, the light erupted like a sea of fire, swallowing every sound and shape. Waves of light churned, like giant swells tearing through the night. The formation Fairy Qinshan had set up split in an instant, like paper being ripped apart. The radiance surged outward, sweeping over Lu Yang, Lu Xian, and Qin Sinan. The air filled with heat and the smell of burning. Metal, cloth, and flesh hissed long and thin under the high temperature. Lu Xian was the first to cry out in despair. A few afterimages twisted around him, the banner spirits he had just summoned, shredded like torn flags. The last breath of his spiritual power flared into gray sparks and went out. Flames raced up his shoulders, his skin bursting black. Moments later he was nothing but a wisp of smoke, his bones made faint, snapping sounds in the heat. The myriad spirit banner in his hand snapped its tether as if drained of strength, drooping in the air and drifting down silently. You're a disciple of the holy sect, he mumbled in his last instant. The words fell like distant leaves. Qin Sinan gritted his teeth and held on 2 more breaths. His body blurred in the light, like thin paper trembling in the wind. He had already poured most of his spirit into holding the scene together and now clung to his form with what little remained. The light grew brighter, the heat higher. Qin Sinan finally let out a long sigh, his shape loosened and scattered like gray dust on the wind, dissolving into the light. Lu Yang was faster. The sacred radiance pressed down over him and swallowed his outline. This time he wasn't burned to ash, he was sucked into a bottomless void, the very fact of him stretched and rendered formless, without even an echo. The brilliant light ravaged on for a while. Inside the blaze there were only the crackling bursts and, after everything was consumed, a heavy silence. Only when the light gradually dimmed, the heat subsided, and the dust settled did a figure appear. Xiao Shiya stood amid the ruins. A smile he could not suppress spread across his face. His hands still trembled, and his eyes looked like they held fireworks. "I won," he said, laughter and an incredulous sense of triumph in his voice. He looked up at the scattered fragments around him. The self-destructing artifact lay at his feet, its form rent, edges emitting thin white smoke. The self-destruct device had been his trump card. The moment he unleashed it felt like lifting the lid on fate. But the move was unreliable. Unless the battlefield was contained and the opponents exhausted to the brink, the strike could easily go wrong. Artifacts had wills of their own, sometimes they disobeyed and refused to self-destruct. Xiao laughed louder, as if letting out all the good fortune he'd been holding inside. Since joining the holy sect, luck had trailed him everywhere. He'd hit jackpots in trades, buying low, selling high, and earning a pile of contribution points. Once, walking down to the mortal realm, he wandered into an old house and happened upon an artifact left by someone before him. When he was being hunted, he ran straight into a human shield who could take an arrow for him, Lu Yang. Every crisis seemed to be nudged past by the hand of luck. Every coincidence left him unscathed and with the largest share of the gain. He slipped his hands into his sleeves and kicked the ashes at his feet. His laughter echoed in the silence, a little hollow. Behind the glow of victory, there was the chill that remained after everything had burned away. What a myriad spirit banner it's mine from now on. Xiao Shiye reached out, his fingertips just about to touch the banner. In that instant, a burst of blood-red light exploded. A swirling red shadow sprang up from the side and surged like a tide. The red shape thrust out a hand and gripped the banner at the same moment Xiao Shiye did. Xiao Shiye went rigid. His fingers trembled. His heart hammered against his ribs like an iron mallet. The air turned as cold as a winter night. The blood-red glow twisted in his palm and emitted a low humming. What? Brother Xiao also wants this treasure. The voice came from inside the blood shadow light as a laugh, cold as a blade. The red shadow shivered. A face slowly formed. It was Lu Yong. He turned, a smile at the corner of his mouth. There was an edge hidden in that smile. That smile sent a chill down Xiao Shiye's spine. Those shriveled corpses flashed through Xiao Shiye's mind like phantoms. Blood and flesh drained dry, cracked joints, silent as an emptied bellows. His face went pale in an instant. His grip loosened, the banner slid aside. He hurriedly cupped his hands, voice shaking and urgent. Senior brother, congratulations. The myriad spirit banner I was holding for you, I've returned it. Lu Yong smiled faintly. Appreciate it. He took the banner. His fingertips seemed to pinch a bit of flame. The pattern on the cloth faintly gleamed, as if an ancient current flowed through it. He poured a thread of his power into the flag. Light welled up from the cracks like a returning tide. Then he produced 2 small pouches from the banner. When he opened the cloth, the contents smelled of old ink and metal. One pouch was stamped Lu Xin. The other read Qingchen, clearly personal effects. He flipped through the pages. A thin Taoist manual lay in his palm, its characters instructing how to channel the body's qi. The other scroll held secrets of formation arrays, diagrams, routes, energy flows, all laid out as simple steps. Lu Yong chuckled softly, as if looking at a child's doodles, yet he committed every page to memory. Xiao Shiye took a few steps back, trying to put distance between them. His legs shook. His voice sank so low the wind seemed to swallow it. In truth, his earlier move had not been an ordinary trick. The banner could detonate, instantly releasing gathered spiritual power and tearing everything around it apart. Even someone at the peak of their cultivation could be pulverized by that blast. It ought to have been a killer. But with Lu Yong it was different. His body was not solid like a normal person's. That blood glow was not a common protective art. He had turned his flesh into a blood shadow human in shape, but without ordinary substance. You couldn't touch him, couldn't hit him. His true life was entrusted to a tiny sword pellet. As long as the sword pellet remained intact, he could return. If the pellet shattered, he would dissipate completely. So Xiao Shiye's self-detonation, however fierce, had struck nothing but empty air. Lu Yong only smiled, eyes like a lit lamp, and calmly stowed the 2 books and the 2 pouches. His movements were steady, clean, without a hint of panic. The aftershock of the spirit treasure's self-detonation still trembled in the air. The sword orb, forged from golden essence and jade marrow, seemed to have fused stone into metal far harder than an ordinary body. The blast tore at the surrounding light and singed a few blades of grass, but the orb did not shatter, it only split with a few jagged cracks. Loose stones and heat waves battered the ground, carrying a metallic, acrid tang. Lu Yong used the settling dust to reform into human shape and walked out slowly. A smile hung on his face, his eyes held both smugness and calculation. That scene had thrilled him. Xiao Shiye really did have talent. If he hadn't rushed forward to take the hit, how could Lu Yong have scored such a big break? This one's on you, Brother Xiao, he said. His voice was low, but laced with cold. He didn't wait for an answer. With a flick of his hand, a blood-red pillar of light descended in midair, cutting the air like a blade. The beam struck Xiao Shiye with a dry, hissing crack. The air filled with the smell of iron and burning. Lu Yong reached out and began drawing the man's breath and life away, bit by bit, as if sipping a mouthful of hot soup. Xiao Shiye's chest caved, his muscles contracted, and his eyes lost their light. He was reduced to a shriveled husk, no cries, no moans, only the soft patter of falling stones and the sizzle of dying embers. Lu Yong looked at the corpse and sneered. Killing him was tidy and decisive. Leaving him alive would have been leaving a future problem. He stroked his chin, half self-satisfied, half calculating. With Xiao Shiya's luck always finding benefactors and catching breaks, someone should have come to stop him, right? He'd been prepared, yet it had gone so smoothly. A flicker of doubt crossed him. He tightened his brow and sent out a probing breath-sensing technique. Through the fluctuations, he could read the energy around a body. Where Xiao Shiya had once shone like daylight, lit by fortune, those points of light were now fading one by one, like fireworks vanishing from the sky. Fortune gone, Lu Yong muttered, uncertainty and unease in his voice. Then, very near, a soft sigh came from in front of the corpse, plain and quiet, like someone blowing out a candle in the dark. Lu Yong looked up, his gaze cut through the dust, and his expression froze. All his thoughts stopped at once, as if the string of a kite had been cut. At some point, a figure was standing before Xiao Shiya's corpse. The man wore a crane-patterned cloak and a smile at the corner of his mouth. He waved a feather fan. He stood like a scholar out for spring, smiling on the surface, but not really smiling underneath. Debonair, yet fundamentally unsettling. When he appeared, it was as if the colors around him had been filtered out. The leaves were still green, but they looked faded. The air grew heavy, like something pressing on the chest. Someone in the crowd swallowed and unconsciously lowered their voice. Petals nearby hung in the wind, as if frozen, all turning toward him. Anyone who came near had involuntary grudges and jealousy flare across their faces, as if an invisible ruler were measuring out their fates. "Is that all you got?" he drawled. His voice wasn't too loud, but in the hush it cut a clear, bright seam. He reached out and beckoned. Whatever Lu Yong had just tucked into his storage pouch was pulled by an unseen force. The pouch ripped with a rip. An old Taoist manual and a small banner were snatched free as if by a gust, two black shapes whooshing into his palm. The book's cover shimmered with a cold light. The little banner quivered, as if it were devouring the air around it. A distant voice called out abruptly, "Han Yun, you're out of seclusion?" A familiar voice, edged with surprise and inquiry. He lifted his head. The feather fan stirred. There was a smile in his eyes, laced with indifference. "No choice," he said. "The man I chose suddenly died." "Died?" The voice snapped. "One of your people can die? How is that possible?" Han Yun shrugged. His tone was flat, as if discussing something trivial. "Just bad luck. I lent him some of my fortune, meant to have him fish that lucky, colorful fish in the merit pool. Too many variables. The luck he had was used up early. Fortune is like a candle when one end burns out. He was gone." Those listening went still. Lu Yong's hand remained on his chest, fingertips trembling. The Taoist manual was weighed in Han Yun's hand. He took his time before tucking it back into his robe. He flicked the fan a few more times, the motion sounding like knuckles tapping. He turned his gaze to Lu Yong. A new light glinted in his eyes. In a low voice he said, "This one is interesting." Han Yun made a quick counting gesture in the air, nothing elaborate, like casually flipping a card. His smile widened. "This guy's unpredictability is absurd. That recent odd case the dead man used as a stand-in seems connected to him." He added, almost to himself, "Outsiders think he is of pure, ordinary origin, but a mere mortal who upon entry already controls fourth-level internal qi circulation. That's wrong." Stranger still, he knew the mental formula for that Shunshao Yujian sword technique before he even joined something only the orthodox sword sects passed down in secret. Could it be he is a mole bred inside a prestigious sect? At those words, Han Yun's look grew deeper. He pocketed the book and, unhurried, drifted closer to the crowd. The light and shadow around him seemed to follow. Interest, like a flame, slowly kindled in his chest. Aside from the ancient scroll called the Book of 100 Lives, Han Yun the Taoist peeled Lu Yang's secrets out one by one, like unwinding a thread. His voice was cold. His movements were slow, like tearing layer after layer of thin paper. Finally he stopped. His brow tightened. "You cultivated the heavenly demon blood, transforming divine light?" he asked. There was disgust in his voice. Lu Yong knew that art. It was a secret technique that turned blood into crimson flame. There was a chill in the blood, and the light ate away at things. In its depths a practitioner drifted like a shadow, their path forward severed. The interest in Han Yun's eyes vanished in an instant. His expression grew indifferent. like a hunter catching the scent of blood. He shook his head and sighed. What a pity about that prize fish in the Merit Pond. No catch this time. I'll have to wait for next time. With that, he drew back his gaze and stepped forward. His footfall was as light as the wind. Like an angler who'd used up his bait, he left empty-handed. Soon he was gone beyond the sea of clouds. Lu Yang was left alone. Sweat trickled down his spine, his clothes stuck to him. The dying sun in the distance looked splashed with blood, the cloud sea rolling with a dark red light. He stood frozen. After a long moment, when no palm had come down from the sky to smash him into pulp, he finally let out a breath. The tightness in his chest eased. Just now, was that a foundation stage Jinren? He asked himself in a low voice. A foundation stage Jinren wasn't simply a strong man. He was someone whose base had been firmly rooted like a tower with deep foundations. Their attacks were not only forceful, they could fix a person's intent. In that instant, Lu Yang's thoughts had felt frozen, his limbs like a mouse clutched by a cat. It wasn't just a gap in power, the difference in rank shattered his pride in an instant. He stood there, throat dry, and at last forced out, "I'm still too weak. I have no power." Memories stabbed at him like needles. A few days ago, despite being outnumbered, he had driven Lu Xin and the others back. Then he had been full of vigor, like a boy stepping out of shadow. Now his arrogance had been snuffed, his mindset returned to calm. The immortal path was long. He still had to take it step by step. He thought again of Xiao Shiya and those words about fortune. This time he was stunned. Fortune someone could actually bestow it on another? The thought hit him like cold water down his back. A growing unease spread through him. Xiao Shiya had said one thing before going to the merit pool. "I've been a little lucky lately. Thought I'd try my luck while I'm at it." His voice drifted, as if it were an offhand joke. A little lucky lately. Lu Yang had taken it for modesty at the time. Now he wasn't so sure. That so-called stroke of luck looked like an opportunity laid out for him, and it had a name attached to it, the Hanyun Taoist. He pictured the scene by the pool. The water was as green as glass. Fish threw off prismatic light, like tiny rainbows swimming. People called those fish colored merit fish, in short, special fish believed to bring good luck. The Hanyun Taoist wanted to use Xiao Shiya's hand to hook one out of the pool. The movement had looked casual, but it had been purposeful. If that was the case, they had already pulled it off last time. Lu Yang remembered the rumors. After Xiao Shiya caught that fish, he announced his seclusion and then vanished from the world. People guessed he had obtained some secret. At the thought, Lu Yang's chest went cold. Once the fish had been taken, the bait lost its value. The people who had been steering the whole thing no longer needed that little prop. He looked up at the mountain gate. The Chusheng sect spread out like a great net, clouds meeting the sky, pavilions half hidden. In the distance, the elders' figures loomed like islands, appearing and disappearing. Wind passed through, and the banners slapped out a short, crisp sound. Lu Yang felt like one of the fish in that pool, slowly fed and fattened. The so-called disciples were merely favored prospects, pinned in and kept. No wonder they're the holy sect. He forced the sentence out into his chest. His voice was small, threaded with a sneer and a little relief. It made sense no one had killed him outright. A fish that could still kick and occasionally flash skill was a promising seedling for those above. Why waste it? He let out a breath. At least nothing tied to the 100 Lives book had been discovered. The book's secret was still locked in his head, unrevealed. The Hanyun Taoist hadn't even suspected why his aura outside the gate had been stronger. Lu Yang knew his presence was far more potent than a typical outer disciple's. In his present guise, he could still pass. "Best not to delay first. Go eat," he muttered, voice edged with hunger, and his steps lightened. Fortunately, although the book of the primal Tao had been taken, he had already memorized its essentials word for word. Years of memory practice honed on the 100 Lives book let him instantly recite scriptures backward and forward. On the mountain path, the dry rustle of pine needles accompanied his footsteps. Sunlight pierced the clouds and warmed his shoulders. The vigilance in his heart hadn't faded, but today, at least, he had returned safely to his place. Whenever he came across something good, he committed it to memory on the spot. Even if it was only a few pages of formulas, he'd burn them into his mind. That way the knowledge could carry into his next life. He wouldn't have to spend the sect's exchange points to buy those techniques. Contribution points, the sect credits used to trade for items, could save him a lot. Taoist Han Yun took the Book of the Innate Tao. He did not take Qing Chun, the immortal's secret manual of array treasures. He left decisively, holding only one book. Everything else stayed behind. To everyone else, the two books weren't even in the same league. Lu Yong didn't care. His eyes had already fixed on the level 3 technique in Zhao Xue's hands. The Book of the Innate Tao was dispensable. The manual of array treasures was different. Arrays and the craft of forging were far more useful to him. He treated the manual as a tool, a key that could open up resources elsewhere. As for that thing called the Innate One Chi Myriad Spirits Banner, he shrugged and said nothing more. Opportunities always came. He'd deal with it in the next life. The sound was so soft it was half a laugh, half a sigh. Back in his cave, he steadied his heart first and closed his eyes to cultivate. Days of short, measured breathing and steady intent. By day, he turned the pages of the manual one by one, his fingertip tracing the characters as he pictured the lines of the formations. At night, his attention shifted to the sword core. That small sword orb was like a black nucleus, once cracked. Now he repaired it bit by bit. Energy poured in like warm fluid, the fissures slowly knitting closed. His fingertips still felt residual heat, as if old broken blood in a wound were beginning to stir. Half a month later, he went out again. The air was cool. Pine needles in the hills made a dry rustle. There was an argument at the mouth of Zhao Xue's cave. Voices low and tight. Lu Yong moved closer and saw a young man in the enforcement hall uniform. The black robe bore a plain insignia. His shoulders were square and formal. His face, the chill of judgment. His words were knives, their edges sharp. You promised you'd return it. The enforcement hall disciple's voice was cold, leaving no room for wiggle. Zhao swallowed, pale and anxious. He fumbled his sleeve, eyes weary and desperate. Brother, listen, I do have credit. 10+ years without incident. It's only 1,000 contribution points. He spoke slowly, as if piecing together an excuse. I'll pay it back tomorrow, really tomorrow. You'll pay the interest too. The disciple arched a brow. His smile hit a barb. How long do you plan to stall? There was the sound of cloth rubbing and footsteps gathering. The disciple snorted and turned away, his stride steady as a verdict. The chill of him lingered in the air. Zhao stood with his face darkening. A ripple of qi moved under his breast, as if an invisible hand were stirring it. Lu Yong chose the moment and made himself visible not far off. The instant his presence hit, the air seemed to pause. The wind dropped. Senior brother Zhao, long time no see. Lu Yong stepped forward with a smile. He said little, but it carried a keen edge. Zhao looked up, hesitated, then surprise flashed across his face. His pupils pinched. Junior brother Lu, you broke through? Your aura's thicker. Lu made a casual gesture, as if brushing dust from his robe, a faint pride at the corner of his mouth. Barely made it. Nearly didn't hold. His words were short, calm, but carried weight. They stood at the doorway. The mountain wind brought the scent of pine and dust. Zhao's breathing was a little fast. Lu's gaze was clean and sharp, like a polished mirror, fixed squarely on the book hidden inside the room, the one he wanted. Lu Yong gave a slight smile, his tone as calm as if he were talking about the weather. I'm slow in talent. I closed myself off for months and burned through a lot of sect points to barely force a breakthrough. Senior brother, don't laugh at me. Zhao Xue's smile froze midway. His face twitched in patches. His Adam's apple bobbed, his teeth ground with a harsh clack. The room was filled only with his breathing. His fingers balled into a fist inside his sleeve, nails biting white crescents into the flesh. The details he could remember cut like knives. He'd staked everything on that death proxy puppet and lost every coin. Even the woman who used to frequent the tea house had moved on with someone else. Meanwhile, Lu Yong had come back laden, sect points stacked like a mountain. He'd even used those points to buy the means to break through. Now, he might not even be on the same level. Lu Yong bowed his head and sighed, speaking slowly. I did run into a chance left behind by true immortal Pan Long. But my luck wasn't enough, and my accrued merit wasn't enough either. The manual marked 3rd rank. I only managed to get half of it. Half a manual? Zhao Xue's voice dropped lower, as if sand were being forced through his teeth. Lu Yong shook his head. I asked Master. He traced the causes and said that because I gambled on that death proxy puppet, I prematurely burned through years of accumulated merit. That's why I fell one step short. It all came to nothing. When that landed, Zhao Shuha could almost hear the clack of his own teeth. The consequence was simple. The half-manual contained only one technique suitable for the qi refining stage and had no methods for the foundation establishing level. To him it was nothing but scrap paper. He bit his lip until it hurt, knuckles blanched. The debt collectors were still waiting outside. If he broke his cultivation now to switch tracks and join another sect, the scariest thing was getting caught midway. Someone would strike when he was weakest, steal everything, and finish him off. The air felt constricted. Zhao Shuha looked up, his voice sharpening with eager expectation. "You came to me because you're in trouble?" Lu Yang let out a long breath, a faint weariness undercut his voice. "It's a long story. I came to ask for your guidance. I've hit a bit of a snag recently." "What kind of snag?" Zhao's eyes lit up, like he'd spotted a lamp in the dark. Lu Yang sighed. "I've been holed up, training. Only after breaking into a higher tier of internal breath did I realize that inner power has ranks too. Like floors in a building, different levels bear different loads. The tier I need was short by luck and by accumulated virtue. Now it's too late for regrets." At that, Zhao Shuha finally relaxed, a small smile lifting one corner of his mouth. "So it comes down to inner power rank." Zhao Shuha smiled with practiced politeness. His voice was gentle, but there was a glint in his eyes. He ran a finger along the rim of his cup, tapped it twice, as if waiting for the other to speak. "Many in the Saint sect didn't notice that," he said lightly. "If you didn't see it, that's normal." LV Yang sighed, his brow loosening and tightening. "Life is unpredictable." He shook his head, then spoke bluntly. "I came to ask if there's any way to raise the energy in my body by a level. If there's an advanced cultivation method, even better. Don't worry about money, I can pay 1,000 or 2 in contribution points." "Oh?" Zhao Shuha's hand paused. The tea in the cup rocked and made a small sound. In that instant his mind lit up and raced. Contribution points, exactly the sum he badly needed. He hesitated for a beat. A calculating smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Then, as if deciding, he drew a worn scroll from his robe. The cover was faded, the surface tattered, the page edges still bore damp stains. The title read Ninefold Dragon Transformation Manual, but only half of it remained. The aura was faint, yet between the lines a residual warmth lingered, hard to describe. "This should suit you." Zhao handed over the scroll, his voice calm, but as if a weight had been set down. "Practice it long enough, and it can change the structure of your internal energy, help you take that step." LV Yang took the scroll, his fingertips brushed the brittle paper. His eyes lit up. He could almost hear his own heartbeat. They exchanged a look, and the deal closed at 1,500 contribution points. Zhao asked no more, his smile growing more natural, like someone who just made a profitable trade. People show who they really are when money is owed. Zhao was no exception, but his smile was soon tucked away again, as if he buried a stone deep inside himself. LV Yang carried the scroll back to his cave dwelling. Only the hibernate wind and the sound of turning pages filled the place. He read each page with meticulous care, his voice low and steady, as if issuing orders to himself. He committed every line to memory, down to the brushstrokes of each character. When he finished, he rewound the scroll, pressed it to his chest, and slid it into his robe, his expression growing heavier. Unfortunately, he couldn't practice right now. Something like a blood-red shadow cloaked his interior, his energy neither increased nor dissipated. It sat on a knife edge, like a gear jammed in place. He couldn't even perform the simplest energy release. Each attempt brought a wave of icy, tearing pain from his chest, as if blades were cutting through muscle pain, so sharp it stole his breath. He pressed his hand to his chest and felt the blood pounding. Moonlight slanted across the room and fell on his clenched fist, the shadow lengthening and shrinking. Expectation on his face curdled into a bitter smile. He held the battered manual to his chest like a small, dying flame. "Maybe next life," he murmured. The voice was quiet, not despairing, only stubbornly calm. Then he went to his bed, lay down, closed his eyes, and the room filled with nothing but his breathing and the night's cold. Time was precious. Even with that book that could call back memories of past lives in his hands, he wouldn't squander hours for no reason. If he couldn't cultivate, there were other roads to take. He pulled another volume from his storage pouch. The cover was worn, the corners curled. "For characters crown the title, The ink pressed dark secrets of array treasures. It had been left by Qingchen. Qingchen, her name sounded soft, but her handwriting was sharp. The edges of every page were heavily circled from long nights. A few names were crossed out. The strokes looked like old wounds torn open. Lu Yong looked at those scars and smelled the dust of turning pages with a faint tang of rust. He said softly, "Study formations." His voice landed in the quiet room like a pebble dropped into a still lake. He opened to the first page. The preface was short. The lines read like a declaration, blunt and clear. Arrays and treasures are two things combined. The array is the layout. The treasure is the key. The array can seize the movements of heaven and earth. The treasure can lock the array into form. They complemented each other. The strokes on the page were coarse. Every character seemed to tell him, this craft relies on more than hands. It needs eyesight, insight, talent, and diligence. Neither may be lacking. On the second page, patterns crowded the paper like cracks in ice, like a city's circuit map. Beside each line were tiny notes, brief, as if pointing at intersections. This segment draws chi, this one pulls, that one converts. Lu Yong extended an index finger and traced the page. His fingertip met rough paper, but he felt as if there were faint vibrations in the patterns, like static, like the echo of distant thunder. The preface said that drawing array lines well was like cutting furrows into barren land. If the water runs right, the crops live. You must sketch the movements of heaven and earth into the pattern to borrow nature's power. But heaven and earth are too complex. Many truths resist being reduced to lines. You need an eye that can see through tangled order. He flipped to the third page. The diagrams filled the sheet, complex to the point of being a web, like a mirror warped by flame. Every line had a curve, every junction looked like converging veins. This is the array diagram, he read aloud. Breath from his mouth touched the cold paper and made a dry sound. He laid the book on his knee and took out his charcoal. Wind came through the crack of the door and set the wick flickering, shadows stretching and shrinking across the table. On a blank sheet, he first sketched the outline. The lines needed steadiness. His palm was slightly damp. The sweat carried the metallic tang of ink. He didn't try to memorize every line's name yet. First, he clarified the big directions, breaking the diagram into sections like tearing a complicated map into smaller maps. Each small map had a function: divert, concentrate, convert, bind. His pen halted at an intersection. The note there used a single word: reflux. Beside it was a faint circle, polished by previous readers' touches. Qingchen had clearly made an alteration here. He looked up. There was only him and the book in the room. Outside, it was night. The lamp carved the pages into blade like light and shadow. Lu Yong's mouth twitched. Learning began with dismantling. He looked down and continued tracing. The pen made crisp sounds on paper, like peeling back a maze layer by layer. Each layer revealed more of the pattern's inner flow. Tonight, he would see the skeleton of this formation. Then, like counting a lock's teeth, he'd figure out how to file the key true. Pattern lines were the foundation of every formation. A single strand decided whether energy could flow. If the combinations were wrong or conflicted, the link would break. The formation wouldn't move. Interesting. Lu Yong laughed. Confidence threaded his voice. With his talent and the effort he put in, a simple formation diagram shouldn't have stumped him. 1 month later, the room held only paper, ink, and silence. On the meditation cushion, Lu Yong sat like a block of wood. A thick stack of drafts lay beside him. The paper edges were curled from being flipped. The smell of ink hung in his nostrils. They were all his calculations. Every page filled with lines and symbols, results worked out stroke by him. His eyelids were heavy. His shoulders felt like he'd been carrying 2 slabs of stone. In his hands, he pieced the pattern fragments together. His fingers moved stiffly over them. Time dripped like thick honey, slowly, bit by bit. Somewhen later, his fingertips suddenly gave a tiny glow, small, like a firefly. Light leapt along the lines. The ink strokes on the paper seemed to catch fire, faintly brightening. Is it? He almost shouted, using every ounce of strength. He straightened. Excitement flashed in his eyes, then a crease of doubt crossed his face. He spread the pattern out and stared at the seams. He counted silently on his fingers and muttered a few short formulas. Silence again. He frowned. No, why did it move? He murmured, a mad edge to his voice. These were the fruits of a month of grinding thought, his blood and sweat written on the pages. Yet he didn't understand why it had reacted. He retraced the lines, lightly scraping each one with a fingernail like an engineer checking a circuit. Energy probed through the pattern like flowing water. Some places closed the loop, others offered no return path. A metaphor came to him. A formation was like an invisible circuit. Ancient runes were scattered components. Comprehension was fitting usable parts into a complete line. Often it was like searching for gold among scraps. Those without talent only dug out more waste. He smiled bitterly, the corners of his mouth stained by exhaustion. At least I've caught on to something, he murmured. So he threw himself back in sleepless, forgetting to eat. Tea went cold at night, and he didn't care. The wind outside rolled by like distant drum beats, reminding him time was passing. Another month passed. The manuscript edges had yellowed ink, bore the marks of being rubbed and rubbed. Lu Yong finally unraveled the design. He pressed the last piece of the pattern down. His chest tightened, then eased. A shaft of light rose from the paper. Not a blinding glare, but a gentle glow, like the first light of a lamp. The light crawled along the lines. The characters on the paper were washed bright. Dust in the room spun in the beam, making a soft rustle. This is a lighting formation, he breathed, his voice low as wind through pine needles. He reached out. Warmth gathered at his fingertip. The paper felt as if touched by morning light. He saw his work was more than a diagram. It could split the dark, gather faint energy into light. He smiled, surprised, a little proud. The light lit his face, softening even the tiredness in his eyes. Inside the formation's radius, light spread like daylight. Every method of concealment failed. Beyond that, the array neither attacked nor defended. It only lit things up. It only revealed. Lu Yang's face was haggard. His eyes were red like cracked rivers, but his movements as he flipped through the book were full of excitement. He pried the third page open as if he'd found a treasure. There were small characters on the page, like a mocking voice at his ear. It's normal if you can't unlock it. The pattern on the third page isn't for beginners. It's meant to show you how hard formations can be. First, lower your stance. Don't expect to reach the top in a single step. Lu Yong stared at the lines. He was silent for a long time, as if he'd swallowed something bitter, a low murmur rising from his throat. Damn it! He sprang up, the book thudding onto the stone floor. Dust rose, the lamplight spilling across the open page. The edge of the paper folded where it hit. The sound felt like another blow to his chest. After a while he bent and picked the book up. His fingers brushed the slightly yellowed paper, fingertips stained with the oil and ink of long nights. Whether he liked it or not, what had to be done still had to be done. Life wouldn't pause for his laziness. He went back to studying, carefully. Slowly he realized his talent wasn't as bad as he'd thought. The third page pattern really wasn't meant for beginners. That wall had held him for 2 months, but it had pushed him to a more fitting starting point. After switching to several easier formations, progress suddenly became visible. A few nights of drilling and the bottleneck was broken. The defeats that had once smashed him began to be chewed away bit by bit. Confidence returned, like a thin light showing beneath a scar. Days slipped like sand. The wick burned down to a short black nub. The room was piled with diagrams and drafts, their edges curling gray. Calluses thickened on his fingers, fine lines gathered at the corners of his eyes. Spring turned to winter, and back again. Seasons cycled outside the door more than once. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During those 20 years, Lu Yong closed his ears and heart inside formations. He rarely paid attention to news from outside. He stopped bothering to pay the cave's rent. He moved from an inner chamber of refinement to a shabby room by the outer gate. He couldn't even draw on the force inside his body with no urgent need. He simply stepped out of the rat race for gain. The world outside didn't stop. Every few years a gifted youth would appear blessed with luck, arriving fast and burning bright. Overnight they were praised, their futures laid out like golden boulevards. People said Xiao Shiye was one such case. Fortune like a flood hauling him into the spotlight. Cheers and laughter from the crowd, like distant drums and music, slipped through the crack in the door, like wind, teasing Lu Yang's hair. Lu Yong kept his head down and kept drawing sigils. His wrist rose and fell, the pen carving circle after circle on the paper. He heard the scratch of the pen, the occasional crackle of the oil lamp, the stubborn rhythm of his own heartbeat. He folded time into formations. Young people's brilliance came and went. What he wanted was to carve every line into his bones. Whenever the man everyone had marked as the child of destiny received a great public boon from the sacred sect, he would always vanish suddenly in front of everyone. He wasn't the only one who disappeared. Those who rushed over at the rumor, hoping to edge closer and soak up the luck, were swept away with him. "Looks like that senior is fishing for a big catch again," someone whispered and laughed. Every time Lu Yang heard that kind of gossip, he trembled. He remembered the names Xiao Shi and Yi Zhuyu. He remembered the trouble they'd brought. He couldn't afford to provoke them. He had to give them a wide berth, make himself as small as possible. Everyone also knew about Zhao Xue. 20 years on, he became a true heir of a famed sect. His qi ripened. But a few years back, he failed at a breakthrough and fell dead on the spot. Lu Yang only sighed softly and didn't ask further. Things were as they were. He needn't interfere. What truly satisfied him were the years he'd poured into formations and relics. 2 decades of work finally pushed the crucial point in the treatise on array treasures into clarity. That breakthrough feeling was like finding a key in the dark. Addictive. The cave room sat heavy as lead. Water dripped in a steady rhythm down the stone. The remnant heat of the brazier was leached away by a cold wind. Lu Yang hunched over the table, thin as an old chair. All his spirit clung to the little sword core before him. He could hardly stand. His shape was loose. A shadow of blood at his chest flickered like a candle, growing dim. It was a sign that his end was near. A forbidden art he'd once explored had retaliated against his lifespan. At 40, he felt hollowed like a wick, oil gone, lamp snuffed. He didn't panic. Only focus. Only the sound of his fingers carving on the stone plate. The stone veins clicked faintly under his nails. He knew inspiration mattered more than anything. Even if this moment was the end, he couldn't let that flash slip away. I understand," he murmured, his voice thin as paper. "Wait, no. Oh, right. Right, no." His words came like a hammer on iron, broken and staccato. Each denial sent his fingers to etch a new line. Time stretched like a taut string. The blood shadow at his chest drifted like a boat cut loose from its mooring. His heart slowed, his breaths were shallow, like waves heard far out at sea. On the edge between life and death, his eyelids snapped open. A light flared in his eyes, thin and hard as early spring ice. "Ha, I did it," he laughed hoarsely. The laugh tasted of sweat and the smell of old wood warming. The sword core shrieked, a clear metallic peal. The formation lines on the stone plate came alive. Each rune lit like a small flame, ring after ring, spreading outward. The air began to tremble. Heat shot up from his palms along his meridians, not pain, but the burn of completion, like electricity running through dry vines. The blood shadow flared, then faded again. A low hum filled the chamber like distant whale song. The sword core spun in the light, cracking like ice. Lu Yang's mouth twitched. He closed his eyes, like a child at a hearth listening to the fire. He breathed a touch deeper. He did not rise. He did not celebrate. His hands still gripped the carving knife. He kept repeating the finalized formation short phrases, the beat, the rhythm and echo of the heart. Wind slipped through the cave mouth, a cold stream that took the last of his warmth. But in that cold something lit. The sound of the formation locking together was like metal closing, like a door being pushed open. Lu Yang smiled, softer now, relieved, and satisfied that his wish had been granted. He watched the lines he had drawn stroke by stroke appear, spread, and interlock around the sword orb. The strands stretched out like fine filaments, then drew together like a spiderweb. At last the pattern clung to the crimson sphere. Click, a sound like locking knuckles. The lines flared, the formation began to operate. Light hopped across the cave. Lu Yang laughed. The sound struck the stone walls and rolled away. There was no breath in that laugh. The 100 Lives book. The voice fell through the air like a turned page and like a verdict. Then came a cold reminder, words like iron carved into his chest. You strove to forge this patterned thing and did not give up at death. In the end, the work was completed, but you lost your life. Current remaining pages of the 100 Lives book, 96. When restarting a life, you may choose one thing gained from your previous life. 1. Receive one treasure. 2. Retain part of your strength. 3. Extend your lifespan. Forego the above and have one talent randomly awakened based on your past experiences. Those whose names are called, come before me." The voice was brief, like an order, like a prompt. Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes. After a long moment, he exhaled, clearing himself from that dream where past and present had overlapped. His voice was low and crisp. "I choose a treasure." Before his words finished, something stirred in his belly, as if a small void had opened inside him. A compact orb appeared in that gap. It was wholly crimson, its surface covered in complex patterns. The lines glittered like stars, like bloodstains, and like chains. With a soft chime, it let out a clear sword note, like an ice blade scraping a still night. Lu Yang smiled with satisfaction. This sword orb was the crystallization of 20 years of effort. The material was superb inside. It burned an uncanny bloodlight that was both cold and searing, like the chill flame of aged ink blood. Before he died, he had embedded a high-level formation into it. The formation was no ordinary defense. It was a net that devoured space. Anyone drawn into it would be trapped inside the diagram laid by others, unable to move. It was nearly impossible for a single person to break free from an array woven by many. His gaze unconsciously flicked to the immortal maiden Qingqian standing just outside the cave. She stood not far off, her aura tender like a newly lit lamp. Her grasp of formations clearly lacked 2 decades of depth. He snorted, pride threaded through his laughter. "It's time to give you a name." He thought the name, and the orb's bloodlight surged. A blood-colored human shape condensed on its surface, an exact likeness of him, as if a blood mirror had formed. The two figures overlapped like twin blades fused into one. The shadow then let out a low, cold chuckle, a sound like a blade being honed in the night. "You were forged from my life and my past, and you were infused with the blood-transforming divine light. From today on, you'll be called Blood Sunday." As the words fell, the sword orb on the platform gave a faint hum, as if answering. Lu Yang collected his thoughts. He glanced at Lu Xian still talking a mile a minute on the stage, then turned his eyes back. He put the innate One Qi Myriad Spirit banner aside for the moment. There was no rush to use it. Then, following the memory of his previous life, he began to move. The steps were simple. Take the stage. Assign roles. The Heluan Hall. Force Yu Suzhen into a corner with a deft reversal, then kill her with a counterstroke. The motions were like a rehearsed play, smooth and controlled. This time he didn't borrow money from Zhao Xua, nor did he take the usual beginner-esque freebies. Items newcomers were handed, things like the white bone flying sword he sold straight away. He put the money into something more practical, death substitute puppets. These things needed explaining. They weren't living, nor were they spirits. Think of them as wooden puppets that could be infused with spirit power. They could take a lethal blow for their owner. People bought them for one reason: to die in your stead. Some called them substitute puppets, different names, same purpose. Lu Yang quietly stoked the market. He bought low, sold high, operating like an investor. Expand capital, roll it quickly. At the same time, he was secretly scooping up stock to replenish his supply. The market went crazy, prices shot up. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't sell at the absolute peak. He cashed out when the index steadied at 3,000 points. By then, he had accumulated 20 death substitute puppets and made 60,000 contribution points. The number was cold on paper, but it was solid weight in his hands. After counting the money, he spent a large portion of his contribution points on spirit pills, then shut the cave door and took out the 2 most important things from his 4 lifetimes of reincarnation: 2 training manuals. The first was the 9 Transformation Dragon Formula. The second was the Myriad Chariot Dragon Ascension Scroll. He closed the manuals and felt a thrill, as if he had touched a shaft of light. Briefly, the first rewired the force running through the body, each layer a qualitative change. The second reinforced the body and mind's foundation, giving that force somewhere to anchor. Together, they pushed a person to the threshold where a stable core of power could form. In other words, a shortcut to striking higher tiers. Lu Yang flipped to the introduction of the 9 Transformation Dragon Formula. Sparse lines, but as clear as a map. It divided into 10 stages, each corresponding to a metamorphosis of energy: Sky Serpent, Divine Hawk, Blue Ox, Brocade Tiger. After 9 changes, the final metamorphosis into dragon form. Reaching that step would raise the chance of breaking through the foundation by 30%. His eyes brightened. His pulse quickened. He decided to start immediately to turn this knowledge into changes in his flesh. "All right, I'll disperse my cultivation and focus fully on this set," he said. Boom. The true chi piled in his dantian was slapped open by an invisible hand and scattered. The heat ebbed in an instant. His body felt like a deflated bag. His head swam. The pressure that had sat on his chest loosened. His legs grew heavy. Before long, he fell from the 4th level of chi refinement back into an ordinary human shell. The vertigo of the fall made him want to steady himself on the table. Outside sounds sharpened and receded at once. He closed his eyes and heard the faint creak of the wooden floorboards in the cave, as if the world were rearranging itself. He did not let the dissipating internal breath go to waste. All that scattered chi and blood he poured into that innate energy silhouette. That silhouette was the external energy he had forged with his life in his second life. Now it absorbed the cultivation of this life as well. It was like a mirror and like his double. With it guarding him during seclusion, at least he would not be completely helpless. Time was like wind. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the cave dwelling, Liu Yang sat upright on his meditation cushion. His eyes were half closed, his fingers guiding the breath inside him. The once empty sea of chi was now occupied by a far larger mass of energy. That energy seemed alive. It moved with his intention. One moment it darted like a startled hare, nimbly threading through meridians. The next it coiled like a python, nesting in his body until his skin felt like it would split from heat. Then it became a resplendent tiger, rearing and letting out a low roar that sent energy waves slamming into the cave walls with a dull echo. At another instant it turned into a fierce, soaring hawk, diving along the meridians with eyes like knives, cutting through every obstruction. Changes came without end. Sound and breath wove together until the cave held nothing but the low hum of respiration and shifting chi. Long after, Liu Yang finally exhaled a long breath. The breath did not dissipate. It condensed into an azure ox. Its steps were steady and heavy. Each one seemed to drag a small mountain. The air itself sank. Even the dust dared not stir. "It's done." A smile crept across Liu Yang's face. These 3 years of cultivation had gone far more smoothly than his previous lifetimes. In this life, he had ample resources, external medicines in full, nourishment without lack. In just 3 years, he had returned to the 6th tier, already at the peak of the mid-stage. He knew he was still stuck at the mid-stage bottleneck, but he was confident. At most 5 years, at least 3, he would advance again. Returning to the late stage was only a matter of time. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only at the 6th tier now. His combat power was no longer comparable to his past life. That mass of energy had changed a great deal. It patched many of his flaws. It was a system 9 transformations, each with its use. Each transformation was like a spell, directly altering one combat capability. In tiger form, the chi turned into razor claws and destructive force surged. In ox form, the surface of his body hardened like bedrock and his strength pressed down like a mountain. In hawk form, his vision expanded suddenly, able to see clearly for miles. In serpent form, his breath contracted, his steps fell silent as smoke, hidden to the extreme. In rabbit form, his movements became lightning fast, speed raised to a dazzling degree. In camel form, his internal breath recovered like a spring, wounds stitching closed in an instant. These transformations complemented one another. They shortened the gap between mid and late stages. With these tools, Liu Yang's weaknesses in real combat were filled one by one. His 3 years of seclusion were not just for accumulation. He was reshaping himself into a multifaceted weapon. What tempted Liu Yang most was the flying fish change among the 9 changes. Its effect was simple. In one line, it could help someone break through, like a key opening a locked door. If I use it now, I might instantly leap to a higher level, he calculated inwardly. But that would be too wasteful. He had a longer plan. He would save this chance for when his chi reached great perfection, push his energy to the peak, then use that one change to smash through the bottleneck in a single burst. After the true breakthrough, he would follow up with the Ascension secret scroll that could send a person skyward, close himself off for a time, and rush straight into Foundation establishment. He wanted the moment he displayed his results to leave everyone staring in disbelief. With that in mind, Lu Yong produced a spirit pill. The elixir was bitter and warm, a buoyant heat spread from his throat to his chest. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, fingers lightly poised, breathing slow and clean. He sank back into cultivation. Days passed. A thunderous rumble first made the ground shiver. Then a low roar like a mountainside collapsing rolled in. Lu Yong was jolted awake. He opened his eyes, his chest felt as if someone had struck it, his heart pounding against his ribs. He had placed a spiritual body outside the cave, a shadow of his consciousness. Now that shadow had been torn apart, shredded into countless points of light. The air smelled of ripped electricity. Someone had broken in. A powerful enemy, no doubt about it. He froze. Having hidden away in the cave this life to train, he had paid almost no attention to the outside world. Why would someone suddenly come to kill him at his door? Puzzled, Lu Yong pushed the door open. The wind cut like a blade, dust slapping into his face. The sight outside stopped him cold. A familiar face stood not far off Zhao Xuhe. The whites of his eyes were veined with blood, his complexion was dark and taut, as if it might burst. A few cultivators stood beside him, each radiating an oppressive pressure that seemed to threaten to crack the ground under their feet. Zhao Xuhe caught sight of him. His voice was raw, like it had been ground on stone. "So it was you." Lu Yong hurried forward, clasping his fist in salute, keeping his tone steady. "Senior brother Zhao, I'm Lu Yong." Zhao cut him off violently. Rage laced his words. "Don't play dumb." He stepped forward, his shoe hit the stone with a dull, heavy thud. The blood in his eye twitched. Panlong Island vanished without warning. The opportunity one finally won with merits from 3 lifetimes is gone. My master divined the cause and concluded that the inheritance from Panlong Island was seized by a disciple surnamed Lu of the sacred sect. He jabbed a finger at Lu Yong like accusing a criminal. His voice fell like an iron hammer. For a moment the air seemed to freeze. Lu Yong found himself speechless. The surrounding cultivators narrowed their gazes like drawn arrows. Zhao Xuhe closed the distance, teeth bared. "Answer me. Is Master Panlong's legacy in your hands?" When Zhao Xuhe finished speaking, Lu Yong froze. His expression locked for a moment. Then, as if touched by something icy, his face darkened visibly. Zhao's words sent a chill through him. Panlong Island gone. Not destroyed, but erased, as if scrubbed from memory. It couldn't be found on any map, and even memories of it had been washed faint. The cultivation technique he'd committed to memory in his last 2 lives was gone too, as if someone had already plucked those fortunes ahead of time. A tightness clenched Lu Yang's chest. It felt like someone was pulling the threads of fate behind him. The thread was thin, but its pull could snap a person's path. If opportunities were arranged and advantages handed to a teacher's own disciples in advance, ordinary people had no chance to turn things around. Steal what was theirs, and they would tally the cost and come for you, dragging you off the stage. He understood that, and a bitter smile tugged at his mouth. The laugh that escaped was low and cold. This world made him sick. What truly shaped outcomes wasn't so-called fairness, but rules already written. Those appointed followed the script, outsiders were only supporting players. Worse, although Zhao looked to be alone, the real mover was probably behind him. That master was no ordinary person. Lu Yong was nearly certain the man was an elder of profound cultivation. The air grew heavy, his chest felt pressed by a stone. Even breathing felt a degree harder. He looked up. Images from his previous life flashed through his mind. Hong Yun the Taoist, that lofty face, seeming to gaze down from the dome above, his eyes cold and oppressive enough to force people back. "Why are you forcing me?" he murmured, voice edged with anger and helplessness. Anger climbed his spine, and a sneer was torn across his mouth. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Xuhe, fire in his eyes. His fingers clenched until the knuckles went white. Just as the tension threatened to snap, someone stepped out beside Zhao. Their stride was steady, their presence calm, but it cut like a blade. "Junior brother, watch out," a sharp warning rang out. Swordlight sliced through the air like a white line snapping on a string. The air itself was torn with a shrill scream. Wind roared past his ears. The blade's light picked out every mote of dust. Zhao Xue's vision blurred. The last embers of anger in his eyes were quenched by a sudden cold that felt like ice set in his chest. When he finally made out the figure standing in the light, all his burning fury evaporated, leaving only fear and disbelief. The man who had just stepped forward was also a disciple of their master, 3 years senior to Zhao Xue. His bearing was steady, his inner power had been honed to a near-critical edge. He walked as if the wind followed him, his presence pressing on people's chests. In raw fighting ability, he was far superior to Zhao Xue. And then he was gone in an instant. A slash of crimson light, like a keen blade, ripped the air. Flesh seemed to be sucked dry and shriveled bones shattered in the light with tiny, brittle cracks. All that remained was a layer of empty human skin, which drifted down from midair like an old garment, flipping as it fell and slapping the ground with a thin sound. A moment later, a faint light leapt from the skin. Small, but so cold it made spines tighten. Inside the light, a ghostly figure coalesced. It showed no anger. Its voice was light and clear, even tinged with a sense of release. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for freeing me." The ghost's gaze rested on Zhao Xue. Its tone was calm, as if stating something already decided. "Before we came, Master said my foundation was shallow and my blessings insufficient. I would never achieve greatness in this life. Master ordered me to come with you and, at the crucial moment, save your life to help you accumulate a little merit. You have merit from 3 past lives and a 30% chance to establish a foundation. Now that I've saved your life, the karmic bond is sealed. If you can lay a foundation in the future, I hope you will help me cultivate again in my next life." When the words finished, the ghost was swept away as if by wind. The streak of light shot upward, pierced the night sky and drilled toward the firmament, a falling then rising meteor that vanished into the black above. Below, Lu Yang's eyes grew even colder, cold as a blade in midwinter. "Use my hand to fix someone's karma for the next life?" he murmured. His voice held anger and unwillingness. "Treat me like a tool, squeeze out whatever last value I have, then dump the responsibility and hope on someone else?" Before he finished, his attention shifted. A few disciples of the sacred sect were moving in beside Zhao Xue, stepping forward with measured, heavy strides. Each aura was dense as lead, so solid it seemed to bend the air. Their energies were almost at a breaking point, the silence before a thunderclap, as if ready to smash through some invisible threshold. Zhao Xue snapped back to himself. His eyes flashed, his voice rose a notch, full of the bravado of someone betting everything. "Brothers, if you help me take this man down today and reclaim the opportunity, I will repay you when I can establish my foundation. If I succeed, I will do my utmost in my next life to help each of you start anew and attain completion." A beat of silence followed, then nods all around. Short, resolute replies came from their mouths. "Rest assured, junior brother. Opportunities are supposed to go to those meant to get them. If someone steals your chance, that's a grave offense. With our master here, we'll help you take it back," the lead disciple of the sacred sect declared with righteous indignation. Lu Yang only laughed. The sound was low, like a blade cutting through the night. "Pretty words. Put plainly, you're just trying to steal something, aren't you? You're too stubborn." Lu Yuanshun tossed out a sneer, his name thrown like a blade. "My name is Lu Yuanshun. If you refuse to hand it over, don't blame me for being ruthless." He didn't wait for an answer. His hands fell, fingertips tracing a string of hand seals. The air tightened. Suddenly, the atmosphere rolled like a heat wave. That power pointed upward, able to shake everything around it. Lu Yuanshun produced a golden mirror from his sleeve and raised it above his head. The mirror flashed with blinding light, hanging in the air like a shrunken sun. Light poured down, quickly coalescing into 10,000 golden curtains. The falling gold sounded like millions of copper coins dropping at once. The light wasn't gentle, it was blade-like, striking the air with the heat and tang of metal. In an instant, a sheet of golden radiance cascaded like a torrential downpour, bearing down on Lu Yang. Lu Yang's brow tightened, and his figure vanished. Then a sword flash leapt up. In midair, the sword light split into hundreds of thin beams, darting left and right. They were like white lightning, desperately weaving through the golden haze. Each blade of light hissed sharply as it sliced through the rain of gold. But no matter how they surged, the sword beams couldn't break free of that golden veil. The light acted like a magnetic field, sucking away all kinetic energy and suppressing the sword's momentum. Our master foresaw your sword technique and will give you away, Lu Yuanshan said with a triumphant laugh. He turned to Zhao Xua. Brother Zhao, put some power behind it. I've got him trapped so he can't slip away with Qinggong. Nervousness showed on Zhao Xua's face, but he didn't hesitate. He drew a circular seal from his bosom, a metal stamp gleaming with cold light. In his previous life, he'd used something like it to draw in long-range flying swords. Liu Yang's eyes flickered when he saw it. He recognized the Yuan magnetic gold seal, designed to counter flying swords. Zhao Xua raised the seal and intoned a couple of formulas. The seal spun in the air like a magnet, running along the air in tightening circles. It descended, aiming straight at the sword lights. That thing again. Liu Yang's mouth curled coldly. Remembering the lessons of his previous life, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake. He willed it. The Blood Sun sword orb became a crimson bead of fire, changing course with his thought. The sword light could have been drawn in by the seal, but the orb avoided direct contact. It arced aside, refusing to meet the golden seal head-on, then suddenly transformed into a vast spray of blood-colored divine light, pouring from the sky like a rain of blood. The divine light born from the sword slammed into Zhao Xua. It carried a heat wave and the high scream of metal on metal. Zhao Xua's face drained of color. He stumbled back 2 steps, his feet scuffing. He cried out, "Senior brother." Lu Yuanshan sneered, unconcerned. "Don't panic. It's only a trapped beast fighting for its life." He gave a flick of his hand. The golden mirror magnified again, the columns of light intensifying, as if they would slice the air into pieces. On the other side, Lu Yuanshan's face was as calm as ever. His voice rang clear and cold. "Junior brothers, go." Before the sentence fell, several disciples of the sacred sect walked out in measured steps. Strange smiles curled at their lips. Before the divine light could touch the ground, they offered themselves as sacrifices, their bodies dissolving on the spot into blood-red motes of light. The blood light exploded outward, springing from the earth like chains. Each strand carried a biting chill. They coiled and locked together, like iron bands clamping down on the crimson divine radiance hanging in the air. Liu Yang tried to pull the blood orb back, but his motion was seized. His thoughts faltered and slowed, as if invisible hands had grabbed hold of his mind. Zhao Xua and Lu Yuanshan were not caught unprepared, especially Lu Yuanshan. Before coming, he had received a secret transmission from their master, a man skilled at tracing cause and effect, at laying out every possibility. Lu Yuanshan had arranged a counter. It wasn't a head-on rush, it was a coordinated, methodical trap. The plan was simple and deadly. First, lock down his speed so he couldn't flee. Then Zhao Xua would move to suppress the suspended sword orb. Finally, the junior brothers would bind the blood radiance firmly. 3 lines closed in, sealing off any escape. Facing such an encirclement, no matter how great his powers, Liu Yang felt like a beast trapped inside a hunter's cage. Lu Yuanshan sneered. The golden mirror in his hand shimmered and burst. Countless gilded mists surged like a tide, hot winds tearing the air and smelling of molten metal. Waves of light, like flames in an iron furnace, pressed toward Liu Yang, aiming to forge him alive. Liu Yang only sighed softly. There was no anger in his eyes, only resignation and composure. When someone is backing, they can arrange things this thoroughly, he murmured. Indeed, every move landed on his weak points. Each tactic felt like a knife thrown by someone who'd planned every angle, precise and ruthless. By the book, this round should have been impossible to turn around. The mysterious master had calculated his path down to the smallest step. Even the trajectories of some of his techniques had been predicted. Still, the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Good thing I brought an exception. The shadow of an old relic flashed in his mind, an item he had brought from his past life. The Blood Sun sword orb. It wasn't a typical artifact written into fate. It was an anomaly tucked into a seam, invisible to ordinary causal calculations. Even if they could predict his swordplay and his bloodlight, they could not have foreseen the origin and secret of this orb. The orb trembled in his palm. Crimson light spiraled at his fingertip like a small sun dyed red. The tension in the air loosened in an instant. Liu Yang's eye sharpened. In that moment, the seed showed a crack. In the next moment, Liu Yang drew on his inner strength. Clang clang. The Blood Sun's sword orb answered with a long, resonant cry. The seams on the sphere's surface split like a torn wound and suddenly ruptured. Light burst forth, sigils fanned out like a spiderweb. The air was sealed. It was as if someone had hit pause on the world, and in an instant everyone was swallowed. In less than a blink, Liu Yang had formed a formation. This was no ordinary array. It was a sword formation condensed from 20 years of effort in his previous life, called the blood-cleansing heavenly river. A few words could not convey its power, but the scene made everything clear. The formation had 3 layers arranged in a 9-palace pattern. Its main axis was a rushing river of sword chi flowing south to north, a blade of light cutting across the sky. Its secondary effect was a shifting, blood-red divine radiance. Liu Yang had engraved 360 nodes in his design. Each node, manned by a cultivator, could push the formation to its limit. He had a contingency. After he reclaimed the innate banner from Liu Exine, he had planned to place the banner spirit into the nodes. The banner was small and clever, able to hold a position in place of a person, convenient and labor-saving. But there was no time now. He had to take control of the array himself. Open, Liu Yang barked, sealing a hand sign. The Blood Sun's sword orb sounded like a horn set ablaze. Inside the formation, the heavenly river surged from south to north. The sound of light against metal was like 10,000 blades clashing. The wind smelled of iron and heat. Lu Yuanshan, Zhao Xuhe, and the others were all swallowed by that river of sword qi. The river was not water but blades, every inch sliced without end. Several weaker cultivators couldn't react in time. One heart-rending cry, and they were blasted into a mist of blood in the blade light, like petals torn apart by a whip. Lu Yuanshan went deathly pale, too stunned to speak. Impossible, he shouted. Master always said he knew formations, but I didn't give him any time to set one up. How did he do it? He could not comprehend it. The Blood Sun's sword orb was no ordinary treasure. It was a formation unto itself. With a thought the array formed, there was no need to set flags, draw diagrams, or arrange formation points the traditional way. Once it was unleashed, heaven and earth were locked. Blade light roared into the night. The formation's cores pulsed like a heartbeat, inching forward as they devoured the surrounding air. Each scrape of metal sounded like bone being torn. The crowd's breathing shortened to ragged gasps. Liu Yang stood on the edge of the halo, his gaze cool, residual power still clinging to his hands. He knew this was only the beginning. The air felt as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. The formation underfoot shuddered low. Liu Yuanshan's steps stalled. Confidence in his chest cooled by half. He had thought the array merely lent power, only borrowing the momentum of heaven and earth. But once his true body fell into it, even his composure began to waver. Zhao Xuhe beside him went pale, his fingers trembled. Senior, this formation, Zhao's voice dropped off as if half of it had been swallowed by the wind. Liu Yuanshan turned his gaze to the heart of the array. He forced a tight smile and, almost casually, raised the golden mirror suspended above his head. The mirror spat out a thin veil of light. The light hung like a shield, humming and quivering. He issued quiet orders, but his movements betrayed unease. There was calculation behind his words, contempt in his eyes. He thought Liu Yang was just a junior who'd lucked into some tricks. How deep could he be? Liu Yang didn't answer. He stood perfectly still, like a cold blade. His fingertip twitched. The sword qi, clear as a river, met his touch and instantly took on a wash of crimson. The red spread like rain and like cutting edges. It expanded without a sound, the light stained as if with blood, its edges sharp enough to slice the air. The crimson inside the formation was unusual. It wrapped every strand of sword qi. Each beam of blade seemed chained with an iron anchor. Normally, this kind of divine art only showed its power when striking a living target miss, and it was useless. Now it was different. The formation wove the divine light into a net. Inside it, every sword qi found a trajectory. No aiming was needed. Once released, they would inevitably fall. In that instant, Liu Yuanshan felt as if his chest had been struck. The ground lurched. Heart-rending screams tore through the air. The junior disciples fell one by one, robes in disarray, faces ashen as if their strength had been siphoned away. No, Liu Yuanshan roared, lunging forward. His hands flashed through a rapid series of hand seals. The golden mirror's energy above him surged violently, its light went wild. The mirror gave a low, throbbing hum, like metal being rent apart. Lu Yang glanced once and sneered coldly. His voice was calm, but like a blade. A self-destructing treasure? How naive. The golden mirror shone like a tiny sun, its light condensing until it pressed on the chest with an almost suffocating weight. Lu Yuanshun stared at the mirror, his fingers trembling like snakes. He knew exactly what needed to happen. If the mirror could be made to explode, it would tear the formation apart and carve a path out. There was only one condition: Lu Yang couldn't adapt a formation on the fly. Ordinary formations were mechanical, following steps. A true formation master was like a commander. In his hands, the array wasn't dead lines, but a breathing net. When the situation changed, the master could alter the pattern, diverting attacks elsewhere. The power could swell or shrink accordingly. And this array had been laid by Lu Yang himself. He knew it as well as the lines in his own palm. Lu gritted his teeth and moved both hands at once. He pushed the golden mirror to its limit. The light inside leapt and thrashed like a star about to go supernova. The air began to shiver. Time shrank to the point of a needle. But at that moment, Lu Yang moved. He formed a seal with one hand, his knuckles strong. The other hand darted along the ground, plucking at the array's lines as if they were strings. The pattern flowed beneath his fingertips like water being channeled. The blast's impact was quickly disassembled and scattered in all directions. The force that should have focused on one point was shaken apart into several weak rays. The golden mirror exploded. Shards flew like rain. Columns of light splayed outward. The sound was like the aftershock of distant war drums. Yet when the blast's core was pulled apart, its power was reduced many times over. The formation did not rip. Instead, in the instant of shattering, the array gaped open. A dark silhouette was swallowed. Zhao Shuhe didn't even have time to cry out. His throat seemed sucked dry, and his body instantly became a desiccated husk. The surface of the corpse crackled with tiny, charred noises, like the after sound of paper burned to ash. Impossible. He's a formation master. Lu heard himself shout, and felt as if cold water had been thrown in his face. His color drained. He felt the blood in his body surge as if a gate had been opened, and everything flushed out. Every muscle trembled. A chill of death crawled up from his feet. He knew he couldn't hold on. His vision blurred, pain rising like a tide. His lips were split, and only a single thought remained. He whispered a name, as if reciting a final incantation, blood transforming divine light. As the words fell, the jade pendant at his waist gave a soft sound. Cracks raced along its edge like ice breaking underfoot. The pendant suddenly fractured into countless pieces, and between the shards erupted blinding brilliance. The light surged like a tidal wave, instantly billowing toward the heavens. Heat tore at the air as if the sun were falling before their eyes. The pillar of light struck the formation. The force Lu Yang had been controlling recoiled. The rune lines emitted a sharp, whining hum. A breach opened in the dense talisman array. The sigils trembled like snapped strings, giving off staccato vibrations. The formation cracked. Lu Yang's pupils narrowed violently. He looked up, unbelieving. The light began to sketch a shape. The dome of the sky was painted in light like a vast canvas, and on that canvas a face slowly emerged. The face was enormous, calm, and burnished as old bronze. Its features showed no anger, but carried a sovereign dignity. It hung high on the vaulted sky. Its eye sockets were two black wells, and its gaze could press a man's soul flat. Light flowed from between its brows like the shadow of a ridge. The face did not speak, but its pressure was a low drumbeat, hammering into the ribs. Under that light, Lu looked up. The pain in his chest was overlaid by a strange, inexplicable calm. He didn't know whose visage it was, but in that moment he knew he was alive. All the sounds around him were pushed into distance. Only the breathing of the vault above remained, rolling like the tide. The face showed no expression. His eyes were like two discs of icy light. Lu Yang met that gaze for only an instant. His eyes burned, tears welled up. The strength inside him felt as if it had been sucked away. His legs went slack, and he nearly fell from midair. The face tilted down, the voice booming like thunder cracking over distant peaks. "How dare you?" The sound wasn't loud, but it landed like a blade of judgment, cutting through the air. The wind around them drew back. The spiritual aura seemed driven away. An unseen gaze descended, like an invisible mountain pressing on his chest. His chest tightened, and he could hardly breathe. The ground split with a crack, shards of stone spat out from the fissure. The mountain erupted with movement. Across Bution Peak, disciples roused from their caves one after another. They saw that massive face in the sky, and their expressions changed. Some cried out, some fell to their knees. "Hail, Peak Master!" The voices rolled like a tide, wave after wave. Some of the elder disciples recognized the face, their eyes went blank, their scalps tingled, and they immediately prostrated themselves and kowtowed. "Master of Bution Peak." Only then did Lu Yang understand. The man was the sect leader of Bution Peak. His presence was like an invisible ruler, measuring everyone's weight. When he spoke, the formation Lu Yang had painstakingly arranged began to collapse. The runes on the ground burst apart as if torn by fierce flames, spitting out rubble and dust and letting loose a string of deep, thunderous booms. Lu Yang stood in the dust, helplessness plain in his eyes. 20 years of effort now felt like scraps of paper blown away by the wind. He finally saw the gap between himself and that man, a depth so vast it left him despairing. One cold rebuke had been enough to shatter his most intricate plans. Time rewinds to a short while earlier. The summit of Bution Peak. The summit was nothing like the clamor below. Only the rise and fall of clouds, serene and austere, as if a sheet of glass separated it from the world. At a cliff edge, two figures stood, looking down over the layered sea of clouds. His hair was white as snow, but his face was still boyishly innocent. His black and white robe was neat and spare. He held a fly whisk, his fingers trembled, and he flicked out a wisp of dust. When he smiled, a soft warmth lit the corners of his eyes. He looked like an old immortal stepped out of a book, but his voice was calm, with no trace of slickness. Across from him stood a middle-aged man with a crafty look. His mouth always seemed to hang in a question mark. He raised an eyebrow and sneered a little. "Bution, I hear you've been picking a husband for your daughter lately?" Bution, the Peak Master, turned his body. The fly whisk tapped lightly in his palm, making a faint sandy sound. "Oh, interested?" His tone was unhurried, but his eyes were calculating. "If it's the men under you, they're all show," the middle-aged man shrugged. "Fine on the surface, useless when it matters. Your daughter isn't a match for them, better find someone else." Bution shook his head, his voice warmed like a hearth. "Don't. I've already set my sights on someone. He's steady as a rock in the sea. 3 lifetimes of hard cultivation, solid foundations. After learning Panlong Jinren's 9-change dragon technique, his strikes carry the power of a true dragon, able to rend the very air." The middle-aged man made an abacus-like motion in the air with his fingers and narrowed his eyes. "The Panlong Island inheritance was stolen long ago. That chance wasn't taken by anyone from your sect." Bution's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on the fly whisk, as if holding an invisible sword. "I've already figured out who did it. I sent Yuan Chun with a team. It won't take long, the inheritance will be recovered, and someone will pay." The middle-aged man snorted and waved a hand. "Tsk, that's harsh. The path to immortality is hard to find. Don't crush all the youngsters' hopes." A curl lifted at the corner of Bution's mouth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "You give the young hope sometimes for the sect's future. But this isn't about who gets in. I could tell there was something wrong with the one who stole the inheritance. His method was too precise, the residue of his aura wasn't immortal. If I don't act, the consequences will be hard to clean up." The master of Bution Peak's tone shifted, surprise seeping through. "This man has only been a disciple for a few years," he said. The sentence was short. His voice was heavy. "During that dark scheme a few years back, he actually profited a great deal," he added. "He's mastered a strange technique that turns blood into a cold gleam, a blade like divine light condensed inside him. He also learned the sword work of the Yushu Sword Pavilion. His strikes are clean and decisive. His cultivation is far above that of ordinary newcomers. The pressure around him makes the air almost freeze." The middle-aged man's eyebrows rose. He muttered something under his breath, his eyes already calculating. "I didn't expect our sacred sect to produce talent like this," he said, lowering his voice, part surprise, part obvious interest. He began to beckon, his tone brightening, as if looking at a new curiosity. Come "Come point me the direction," he said with a smile and a wave. "Let us see this boy's constitution. If he is the right sort, maybe we can refine a top-grade elixir." The master of Butian Peak replied, "That is simple," and pointed to the distance. He had been smiling. When he looked up, the smile slowly faded. The mountain range stirred as if waking. A dull boom rolled out. The distant ridgeline shuddered. Rocks broke loose from the edges and tumbled, striking the sea of clouds and kicking up a gray-white spray. Dust swallowed the outlines. The shockwave made ears buzz. Deep in a cave dwelling on Butian Peak, Lu Xian lay prostrate on the ground. He pressed himself against the damp stone wall, his fingertips ground raw and bleeding. He breathed so shallowly he didn't dare draw a full breath. Every rise of his chest sounded like a drumbeat, afraid those outside eyes might hear. "Please, not looking for me, not looking for me," he whispered in his head, the words as small as ants. His palms trembled. Hidden inside his portable artifact was his son. If that thing were discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. The man outside who could make an aura congeal needed only a flicker of thought to crush an ordinary person's foundation. Lu Xian clutched a talisman to his chest. The paper rasped between his fingers. The heat in his palm shook. "With the divine charm protecting him, he can't see," he murmured, his voice carrying a stubborn certainty that didn't fit the frailty beneath it. More plea than conviction. Outside the cave, on the dome of the sky, a face slowly took shape. It was as if cut from the clouds, the features severe. Light fell across that face like a blade. Lu Yuanshan knelt on the stone steps. Each kowtow drove his body closer to the earth. A burning pain tore at his chest. He coughed blood. It splattered on the stone, bright red. He called softly, "Master," his voice torn by the wind. Then he bowed again and again. There was no relief on his face, no survivor's ease, only a cold silence like a winter night. Light flickered in his eyes, but seemed frozen. The metallic tang of blood on his breath and the sky face's chill braided together. The air had had its warmth removed, only a keen, cutting cold remained. At the last moment, the jade pendant shattered into pieces as the formation broke. From among the shards slipped a wisp of consciousness, the residual mind the sect leader had left behind. It was like a lifeline. For a newcomer like Lu Yuanshan, it amounted to a second chance at life. It was agonizingly difficult to fabricate once spent. It could hardly ever be recovered. Now it was gone. Worse, he hadn't only failed to help junior brother Zhao reclaim the opportunity, he hadn't even protected him. He had watched the boy die by accident. Failures piled up, and Lu Yuanshan's future looked bleak. He fell to his knees. His forehead hit the dirt. Jade dust lay in his palm. Only one sentence escaped his lips, so quiet it sounded like wind over a tombstone. "This disciple is incompetent." He did not dare argue. He did not dare look up. He could only wait for his master to pass judgment, wait for that person to take Lu Yang's life, and then see what would become of him. Clang! Suddenly a sword note cut through the gloom. It was small but crystal clear, like spring water striking stone, a fine, tinkling sound that drilled into the eardrums and refused to be ignored. It gathered momentum like a brook swelling into a torrent, then into a raging sea. By the end it felt like a river roaring in the chest, making the ears throb. Lu Yuanshan looked up. He was pulled as if by a rope. High above, a figure stood in midair, back straight, face tilted down. It was as if the whole world had frozen under his gaze. Beneath his feet flowed a rushing river of sword chi. The blade surf churned, its color like congealed blood, reeking of metal and overflowing murderous intent. Strangely, the river did not disperse into mist. It drew back, rolled up its waves, and was swallowed cleanly by an exquisitely crafted sword, orb like water sucked into the neck of a bottle. What is he trying to do? Lu Yuanshan swallowed. The thought that flashed through his mind seemed like a ridiculous joke. Surely no mortal would be so bold as to defy heaven's mandate. The face in the sky moved as well. An eyebrow lifted. The voice that came down was cold as an ice blade. "You intend to attack me?" The words slit the air. Short, but crushing. Lu Yang's eyes did not waver. The sword orb in his hand opened its mouth and swallowed the blood river in one gulp. The sword tip pointed at the heavens. Cold light stabbing upward. His voice was calm and resolute. "Senior, please instruct me." Across from him, there was only silence. A pair of eyes, cold as a winter night in the wilderness, and in them an unmistakable contempt. The next second, a tiny black speck ripped open the sky. It swelled outward in an instant, like an ink drop exploding on water. It fell toward him slowly, as if to overturn heaven and earth. Only when it drew near did Liu Yang see it clearly. It wasn't a stone or a cloud. It was a finger. Thick. The skin was ridged like ancient bark. The fingertip reached down from some unseen height, like a gigantic mallet, poised to crush him. In an instant, a strange chill struck his chest, numbing him. His thoughts froze. Every hair on his body stood up. A voice, distant and indisputable, sounded. "This is the answer. You are nothing but an ant, ignorant of how high the sky is. Want to press me to death with one finger?" He let out a low laugh, a fury made sharper by being driven to the brink. His breathing grew heavy. Energy churned inside him. The forbidden incantation he'd learned in a previous life surged violently in his throat. His chest felt seared by flame. His blood seemed to catch fire. Life and death fell away. All that remained was rage and a single clear objective. He clenched his teeth. His voice tore out of him like ripping cloth. "Kill." The anger congealed into light. The light was a blade, cutting the air, striking straight at the sky. The sword light was narrow and cold, carrying a metallic shriek like a steel cable snapping. The clash made no thunder. There was only a momentary, blinding glare, like a candle flickering in the wind. Then darkness rolled in like a tide, swallowing sight. His consciousness was dragged into the black too, like canvas being torn away, utterly weightless. Deep in his mind, a line of icy words suddenly appeared. "You were pressed to death by a single finger of the Lord of Batian Peak. Current, Book of 100 Lives, remaining pages, 95. Then, like a system prompt, another block of text slowly materialized. When you restart a life, you may choose one gain from your previous life. 1. Treasure, take one item that can change the course of battle. 2. Power, retain a portion of last life's cultivation to avoid detours. 3. Lifespan, extend your years in the next life, giving more time to change the outcome. 4. Give up everything, and, relying on memories from your previous life, randomly awaken one innate talent." The words dissolved like mist or wind. The whole process was calm and mechanical, without mercy. In the classroom, Liu Xian's voice came from the platform, calm and slightly commanding. "Those whose names are called, come to the front." The voice felt both near and far. Liu Yang's hand still gripped the edge of the desk, his nails leaving marks. He hadn't quite recovered. The aftertone of that sword still echoed in his head, the flash of fury and the crushed helplessness. People murmured nearby. The scratch of pens on paper pricked his ear like a fine needle. He muttered to himself, his voice small as if dragged from a dream. "An ant pushing a mountain isn't entirely wrong." Liu Yang let out a long breath. Air forced from between his teeth, trembling slightly. The gap he'd just seen with his own eyes still swam before him. The Foundation Establishment Elder was like an immovable mountain. He felt like a drum that had been hollowed out. But he wasn't deflated. His chest actually swelled. The more setbacks, the braver that saying took root in him. He had the Book of 100 Lives. It recorded every path from his past lives. What couldn't beat him only made him sharper. Start over. Liu Yang pulled his attention back to the book's interface. In his previous life, he had been only a level 6 Qi refinement cultivator, not strong. Worse, he had stubbornly plunged into a technique called the 9 Transformations Dragon Technique. That method carried a flaw, like a ticking bomb strapped to him. As long as the flaw remained, he couldn't walk that road again. He couldn't just choose to raise his power. He had to choose another path. His fingers brushed the light. Lines of text flashed across the interface like cold voices. Settling your past life experiences. Explanation lines popped up, short and clean. You once drew your sword and struck at a Foundation Establishment powerhouse. You died. After the news spread, people mocked you for overestimating yourself. But no one knew you were not without merit. You didn't wound that man at all. But the moment he pinned you down, your swordsmanship broke through a bottleneck. The master of Batian Peak had to use extra strength to suppress you. Afterwards, people said that though you were an ant, you still had a couple tricks. Then a conspicuous purple prompt appeared. You have awakened a purple talent. 2 chances. The next line was shorter, like a definition and a warning. 2 chances. Within the limits of your ability, no matter how terrifying the attack, you can calmly handle 2 life or death moments. Lu Yong tightened his brow. The words echoed in his ear. The talent sounded like an absolute defense, but within the limits of your ability felt like a safety net, restricting how far it could stretch. He frowned. His palms were a little sweaty. He thought for 2 seconds and let the hesitation go. Choosing a talent was meant to avoid that ticking bomb technique. A strong talent was great. A weak one could still buy time. The key wasn't the talent itself, but how to slip past the master of Batian Peak's gaze. That man predicted and calculated. He could see through movements, anticipate techniques. If he was red, no talent could save him. He said quietly, his voice crisp, if it doesn't work, then give up the 9 transformations dragon technique. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a clean summons came from afar, calling his name without adornment. Lu Yong. He drew his gaze back. It came again, closer. I'm here, he said, voice short, like the intake before drawing a sword. Processing error, failed to fetch. As soon as the formation snapped into place, the air split as if cut by a blade. Lu Xian stopped hiding. Qi surged through him. Sword-like cleaving stone with a single strike, he split the cave's stone door and strode in. Lu, don't hide. You're exactly the kind of person he finished when his voice suddenly cut off. The cave was unnaturally quiet. On his meditation mat, Lu Yong sat upright, a smile that carried a chill. There was none of the grim obsessiveness of a fanatic, none of a warrior's blazing fury, just stillness, like a lamp that did not flicker. No. Lu Xian's pupils snapped tight. His hand shook as he fumbled out a small banner, its cloth engraved with spinning sigils. But it was already too late. The doorway seemed to pop open like a pride jar, blasting a blood-red light. Invisible hands and that glow seized his chest and spine. His internal qi was siphoned away, his heat snuffed out like a blown candle, his muscles going numb. He lurched and crashed to the ground, throat producing only a dry rasp. The floor at the threshold lit up with an interlocking sigil array. The runes scraped the stone with a crack and a sibilant hiss. That formation was notorious laid across the cave's mouth long ago. By bursting in, Lu Xian had simply walked into a net of his own making. I've been waiting for you a long time, senior brother. Lu Yong rose, his steps unhurried. He looked down at the man on the floor, and a mocking smile tugged at his mouth. Memories flipped like blades. The humiliation he suffered the last time. The moments when he'd been toyed with and made to feel less than alive crashed back all at once. Now, at last, it was my turn. Lu Xian's face drained of color. He could barely breathe. Panicked, his voice trembling, he blurted, Who are you? Spare me, don't kill me. I can be useful. Grasping at a last straw, he grew more desperate. I have an old manual that records methods for forming a foundation. It can steady your root foundation 1 step, and you'll be at the threshold of a true master. I also have a treasure that hides a fragment of an ancient sect's transmission. It contains their secrets, the forbidden techniques, and their weak points. He tossed the information out like loose coins. Just let me go, and it's all yours. Use it, study it, whatever you want. He ground his teeth. His eyes held both fear and a hungry hope. Before Lu Xian's words had even finished, Lu Yong moved. He thrust out a palm, hollow as a wind-sucking funnel. A cold light spilled from his hand. It seemed to leach heat away inch by inch. Lu Xian's body slowly sagged. His breath was drawn out of him. The flesh remained, but without warmth or focus in the eyes. Only an empty husk was left, like fruit hollowed by wind. Fool, whether I kill you or not, you belong to me, Lu Yong said quietly. Even you are mine, he added, his tone clanging like iron links. He beckoned into his sleeve, and the myriad spirits banner shot out. The banner looked old under the dim light. The fabric showed dark, subtle patterns. Lu Yong did not hesitate. He swung the banner, and the cloth sliced an arc through the air like a blade tearing the night. The corpse was pulled into the banner. The fabric closed over it with a faint rasp. Then the banner shivered slightly. Thin white mist rose from the surface like incense ash. The mist carried a cold tang. In that fog, Lu Xian's shape disintegrated and reformed. The cloth trembled, the vapor cleared. A figure reappeared on the banner, but it was not the same. Lu Yong had learned the technique from old books. He knew how to draw on primordial qi to bind a person's soul to the banner. The move did not rely on brute force. It was like weaving dyeing a thread of memory into the cloth. Lu Xian opened his eyes on the banner. He froze for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lu Yong, disbelief plain on his face. Brother Lu, this can't be. How could you activate the Myriad Spirits banner? What did you just call me? Lu Yong sneered, his voice as calm and heavy as a stone dropping onto water. Lu Xian's face went slack. His knees buckled, and he dropped to them, palms slamming to the ground. Though the memories of his life remained, his demeanor had changed. He no longer schemed. His voice was suddenly soft, as if he owed someone his life. Spare me, sir. Lu Xian pays his respects. He knelt steadily, with no trace of hatred, only obedience, as if it had been stitched into his bones. That was the banner's danger. The banner spirit might look like a living person, but its wool was tugged by the cloth's patterns. Any thought of resistance was like a thread cut by those woven lines. Lu Yong produced a yellowed talisman and toyed with it in his palm. The paper's edges were curled, the ink had already blurred. It rasped faintly under the light. What is this? Lu Yong asked. Lu Xian bowed his head to the ground, his voice so low it seemed to come from beneath the earth. It's a talisman of primordial mixed qi, left by a pre-celestial Taoist. If you carry it, outsiders' divinations cannot easily probe your fate. Lu Yong held the talisman up and studied it, as if confirming something. Lu Xian went on, telling of his past deeds, how he engineered Chun Sinan's death, how he slipped past the schemes of a foundation-stage Shinran. He spoke in detail, calmly, without remorse or defense. Each word felt as if it were being stitched, needle by needle, into the fabric of the banner. Lu Yong nodded once in satisfaction and flicked his wrist. The spirit banner trembled. A gust of cold wind rolled up from the cloth, carrying a low, metallic hum. Then, from a seam in the fabric, a young man in a black robe slid out. He steadied himself in midair, his face paling. His eyes landed on Lu Yong first, then moved to the patch of cloth fastened to the crossbar. Lu Xian's form had already been woven into the banner. His face was twisted in the weave, as if someone had pulled him into the canvas. The fabric rasped in tiny sounds. Underneath the cloth, Lu Xian's whole body trembled. His voice came out like thin paper being crumpled. Chun Sinan froze for a moment, then laughed. The laugh was dry and brittle, like a broken branch. So this is how it ends for you, he said cleanly, eyes sharp as knives, his tone oddly jaunty. I thought you might actually do something. Didn't he expect you'd get sucked into the banner instead? He glanced at Lu Xian and stepped closer, palms slapping the banner frame as if to confirm it was only cloth and not someone's chest. How did you do it? How did you end up fused into it like this? Lu Xian gave no answer. His head hung under the cloth like a bound bird. Even his breathing sounded careful. Chun Sinan turned to Lu Yong and cupped his hands in a flattering bow, his applause as light as tapping on porcelain. As expected of someone from our sacred sect, he said, I'm not asking you to free me, nor begging for mercy. Just do me one favor, get rid of this trouble for me. Kill him, and I'll repay you. I'll hand over the location of a place stuffed with treasures as thanks. He paused, his eyes burning with desire. It's hidden in the depths of the Cloud Sea, on a lone isle called Gourd Island. There are many things there, not ordinary at all. You're not strong enough yet. Better wait until your inner power grows before you go. Lu Yong did not waver. The banner wind swept his face, cold. He only shook his head slightly, his voice cold and clear. No need. Chun Sinan's smile snapped away like a ripped-off mask and became a low explanation. Junior brother, you misunderstand. Though we of the sacred sect appear indifferent, we repay favors. We are not heartless. Lu Yong cut him off, his words like stones. Stop polishing your image. Don't make yourself out to be noble. He glanced around once, his gaze passing over the face sewn into the cloth before settling on Chun Sinan. The sacred sect? Give me a break. Who survives without keeping claws tucked in their sleeves? Keep your treasure island. I'm not going. When he finished speaking, Lu Yong didn't look back. The banner emitted another low hum. The air felt as if pricked by needles, and silence crept back in. A needle seemed stuck in Lu Yang's chest. He was terrified. One thing he couldn't figure out. Lu Xian had held that banner for years. If there really was a hidden stash, why had he never tried to seize it? Lu Yong thought it over and came to a simple conclusion. The most likely reason Liu Xian hadn't acted was fear of being overthrown, afraid a guest would turn into the master. Chen Sinan's background ran deep. His methods ran deeper. He was nothing like someone like Liu Xian. Even if that man had been reduced to a banner, Liu Yang couldn't feel completely at ease. Chen Sinan's face shifted, his voice tightened. You called me out, what do you want? A test. Liu Yang's tone was low and the words were short, cold as a blade. Chen Sinan heard danger and his voice went soft. Wait, I can still tell you of a foundation chance, something to steady your root and help you take the first step. He put the term foundation establishment into plain words. Lay the roots, steady your chi, then climb one step higher. The black banner trembled the next moment. Its rune lines twitched like living veins. Liu Yang didn't hesitate. He slapped his palm. The banner snapped open as if cut by a knife. The remnant soul on the banner was torn to pieces. The sound was like a dry branch snapping and glass exploding. Chen Sinan forced out a last cry. No. A harsh, spiteful laugh was shredded mid-sentence. The Butian Peak Master was so against me in his previous life. This life, I'll kill his son first event. After a few lives, when my foundation is built, I'll come collect. The words never finished. The voice turned to ash. A scorched smell hung in the air. Flickering spirit light drifted away like powder. Chen Sinan's vital energy dissipated completely, his soul shattered into silent fragments. Liu Yang folded the banner away with calm movements, like refolding an old coat, like sheathing a weapon. He tidied the scene without a word, then sat back down and waited quietly. Soon Butian Peak trembled violently. The quake felt like a heavy object falling somewhere far off, pressing the air into a dull weight. The pressure came without sound, like a boulder dropping in the dark. Liu Yang's expression changed instantly. For a moment, he looked genuinely startled. He knew what that was, the gaze of someone who had just established their foundation. That kind of gaze didn't merely look, it could stir cause and effect, trace along chi to uncover every sharp edge. Once those eyes fixed on you, there was no escaping. By rights, he should have been discovered. In the next second, someone should have appeared at the cave's entrance. Liu Yang sat without moving, as if struck by lightning and frozen. Half an hour passed. The pressure slowly eased. Butian Peak sent no one, no questions, no search. He let out a quiet breath and smiled inwardly. The book pressed to his chest, the 100 Lives book, had given him the courage he needed. It really works, he murmured. His voice was soft, but full of triumph. No one could read his hand. Liu Yang's face was expressionless, but he smiled inwardly. At that moment, he finally had enough proof. In this life, he could safely train the secret art called the Ninefold Dragon Transformation Technique, a skill that shapes his internal energy into dragon-formed shockwaves. He followed the script of his past lives. First, send out a substitute shadow puppet to earn contribution credits for the sect. Then push Yun Miaoqing into the spotlight as a diversion. Riding her momentum, he would hide his sword intent in the sword core. Finally, hoard elixirs and go into seclusion. 10 years passed. In the blink of an eye, generation after generation of disciples came and went. The storm that had been stirred gradually died down. The sacred sect continued steadily onward, but today was different. The grotto felt as if it were being pulled into a whirlpool. The surrounding air began to spin. Spiritual energy no longer drifted lazily, it rushed in like a breached dam. Air at the cave mouth was sucked inward and then hurled back by violent waves. Stone walls trembled. Dust flipped through the air. Stone lanterns gave low, mournful groans. Is this a heavenly portent? Outside Butian Peak, exclamations rang out one after another. Our senior brother condensed an energy seed. He's broken through to the late stage of energy condensation. Someone shouted. The voice carried shock and disbelief. In the sect's jargon, the late stage of energy condensation is an advanced level like a pot of water about to boil. Few can easily cross that critical threshold. Those who reach it are immediately set apart. The young disciples who had been running themselves ragged for daily needs watched the spectacle with awe. Their surprise quickly burned through by unexpected envy and resentment. Their eyes held light, and also ash. Inside the grotto, Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes. The dim meditation chamber was suddenly split by white lightning. The brightness stabbed at the heart, the air tasted of sharp metal, like a blade scraping the skin. A dull pain in his chest eased. as if a torn seal had been stitched closed. "This bottleneck is well named," he murmured. His voice was calm, with a faint buoyancy as if a weight had been lifted. In this life his progress matched the last. In 3 years he had refined his internal energy to the 6th tier, reaching the peak of the mid-stage. After that he had been stalled for 7 full years at an invisible barrier. The reason he hadn't broken through sooner was because he had already broken through once before. The experienced know how many hidden shoals lie along this path. Otherwise the journey might have taken even longer. It showed just how many cultivators spend their whole lives trapped on that final step, unable to move. He had just broken through. He didn't rush out of seclusion. He closed himself off for another 3 days, waiting until the changes in his chi, body, and spirit had completely stabilized before slowly rising. He opened the 100-Life book. A panel, like a bronze plaque, flared up before his eyes, and entries jumped out one by one. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 28. Cultivation: Chi refinement. Late 7th layer. His chi sat heavy in the meridians like a torrent. Array skill: Mastery near 9th grade, sets formations with finesse. Talent: Left path prodigy. White has tricks up his sleeve. Purple: bluntly, adaptable, and resourceful. Manual: 9 transformations. Dragon fist, level 7. When he invoked moves, his breath took shape. Divine arts: Shenxiao sword control. Minor attainment: perfect comprehension of array treasures, secrets, killing curse. Heavenly demon blood, transforming divine light. And chi concealment technique, all fully honed. Treasures: Blood Yang sword orb. Innate 1 Chi 10,000 Spirit Banner, both superior artifacts. Pages in the 100-Life book, 95. The panel closed, the information fading like afterglow on his fingertips. He drew a slow breath and felt the chi still churning through his veins. Compared with his previous top life, his chi this time was richer and his techniques more complete. If he had to fight, the opponent would have almost no foothold. The moment his aura appeared, even the air around him felt pressurized and heavy. The most terrifying thing in his hand was the divine art, called Heavenly Demon Blood, transforming divine light. It used a blood-red radiance to tear at and corrode an enemy's vital energy. Even their will felt singed. Combined with the blood-washing Sky River Sword array, it became a formation that could stretch space into a net. Once trapped inside, unless the foe already knew his patterns and had counters prepared, they would hardly escape severe wounds or death. Still, he wasn't entirely at ease. Heavenly Demon Blood, transforming divine light, was vicious, but it was a secret any ordinary disciple could unearth. The real danger were those recognized as true transmission disciples. They might possess stranger, more unpredictable divine arts. The kinds of variations that didn't appear on paper were the hardest to guard against. He tightened his brow for a moment, then relaxed. This life was different from that previous top life. Back then he had turned into a blood shadow and been marked, his immortal path cut off. This time he carried a divine talisman that could temporarily mask his origins and the threads of causality. Outsiders would find it hard to read his background at a glance. To a normal sect, a young man in the late stage of chi refinement could be both a handy helper and a worthy investment. He closed the 100-Life book. A chill spread through his palm. His eyes brightened. He had made his decision for the next move. Seek out sects known to take true transmission disciples and strive to be noticed. Preparations would begin immediately. If a sect that could get him into Foundation establishment reached out, even the head of Batian Peak, he wouldn't refuse. Grab the benefit first. Leave grievances for later. An opportunity is cash if you don't cash it now. When will you? Outside the grotto, as news of Lu Yang's breakthrough spread, his file was set on the desks of those who cared to look. Paper rubbed paper. The ink on the seals still gleamed. Origins and background were checked off one by one. Every page was thumbed until it creased. The conclusion could be summed up in 3 words: legitimate origins, solid family, from a respectable clan. The family seal on his papers even had a hairline crack along the rim. What did that mean? It meant he wasn't some shady outsider. It meant he'd received formal training. It meant someone had pushed for him, or that he had family backing. "This one's a product of hard training," said the woman at the table, her voice threaded with approval. Her features were pretty, but her gaze was sharp. She tapped the table with a finger as she examined the dossiers, as if tasting a man's growth rings. He was also late in the qi refining stage. In other words, his energy had already piled to a high level, deeper than Lu Yang, who had just broken through. His power was like a stone tower stacked to the 9th tier, one more layer, and it could be capped. Her name was Fei Xia. She had a small reputation in the sacred sect, and not just because of her looks. She made talismans, and her skill had earned the favor of an elder. The herbal scent of talisman paper still curled in the corner of the table. Her knuckles bore faint traces of ink. The young man beside her toyed with a feather fan and smiled casually. The fan ribs clicked softly. There was calculation in his smile. Someone who made a fortune off a risky deal and never brags about it, that suggests a careful man who can hide his strength. Fei Xia nodded, her voice lowered. Cautious and clever. Ordinary disciples lack too many things to get ahead. Talent, nerve, patience. Miss anyone and you won't make it. Whispers ran around the table. The papers were closed. Outside, pine branches were struck by the wind, making a rhythmic rustle. A decision was made, firm in the speaker's tone. It's settled. Recommend him for membership. The Three Rivers Society could use someone like this. Fei Xia glanced at the file again. Part calculation, part expectation. I'll put in the recommendation. 10 years to go from the bottom to where he is now. You catch someone like that, and you've got real talent. Inside the grotto, the air was quiet enough to hear breathing. Lu Yang sat cross-legged on his meditation. Matt, the bedding behind him, still held the residual heat of his breakthrough. His breath was steady. The qi in his body ebbed like a tide, leaving only a faint vibration. His fingertips were still warm. Outside voices seemed muffled behind a curtain. The lamp's orange glow drew long shadows across the window lattice. A dozen or so talisman papers lay fanned out before him like a row of blades. The faint rustle of paper, cinnabar gleaming oily in the lamplight. Each one felt like an offered olive branch. The terms were written plainly. Join us. Receive immediate rewards, training partners, secret techniques, unusual powers, rare treasures, priceless elixirs, almost anything you could want. Lu Yang looked up and regarded the papers with a faint expression. He wasn't surprised. Big sects had many people and wide territories. Scattered interests naturally clustered. Once someone reached a certain level, had a bit of weight in their cultivation, they earned a voice. People he'd seen in a previous life could, with only a little power, rally a small following and bind people's loyalties together. Most factions, though, had shallow roots. They lacked the real backbone others could depend on. The ones who could hold people firmly were still the respected elders or the forces behind a true disciple. Their offers looked solid. The sums were heavy, tens of thousands of sect points, the numbers leaping off the paper like proclamations. Lu Yang only smiled. He brushed one aside. His fingertips met the dry, aged surface. He didn't lack those points. An early business deal had left him with a comfortable nest egg. What he lacked, by contrast, was a key. Not a key you could buy with money. A key that would let him into the sect's middle ranks, bring him close to those in power, a pass and the privileges to acquire things ordinary people could not. As he was thinking, the formation outside the cave home shuddered. The sound was low, like distant drumbeats. Thump, thump. Lu Yang looked up, his eyes sharpening. The illumination array he'd set before the entrance flared to life. A column of light shot out like a cold, clear river, washing the dust from the threshold. In the beam, motes danced and revealed a well-defined silhouette. The outline was elegant, her robes haloed with a faint glow. It was Fei Xia. She had announced her arrival with no fanfare, appearing only in that shaft of light. She stood outside the doorway and gave a slight bow. Her gaze swept over the rune-patterned ground, and a surprised smile crossed her face. Her tone carried curiosity and a touch of approval. "Brother Lu, you can set formations too?" Her voice was clear, like wind over water. She skipped the usual courtesies and went straight to the point. There was a genuine warmth in her eyes, as if she harbored some expectation. Lu Yang cupped his hands in salute, movements clean and brisk. "Senior sister, speak plainly if you have business." Fei Xia smiled and introduced herself, her voice steady. "I'm Fei Xia, steward of the Three Rivers Council of the Holy Sect. I'm here for you." "Oh, senior sister, please," Lu Yang hurriedly called out. His voice came a little fast, like a leaf stirred by a sudden wind. He recovered his smile, heels tapping lightly as his posture relaxed. "Three Rivers Society. The four words hooked his attention. The name Zhao Shuhe flashed through his mind. That man was a disciple under the master of Batian Peak, only an unremarkable member. An invitation from the Three Rivers Society carried real weight. He lowered his voice, cautious and polite. "Forgive me, senior sister, my knowledge is limited. May I ask, what exactly is the Three Rivers Society?" Fairy Fei Xiao smiled faintly. Her voice was like water striking stone, calm but strong. The Three Rivers Society was founded by the three senior brothers working together. She slowed as if assembling a simple picture. The eldest brother has already found firm footing on the path of cultivation, like a peak stronghold rising from the sea of clouds. The second and third brothers have deep roots, as well the energy within them is mature, like a furnace that needs only one tiny spark to burst into flame. She added, her tone warming, "The three brothers come from the same background as we do. They were poor when they were young. Once they succeeded, they wanted to build a platform to help disciples with the same origins through those early, difficult stages." Lu Yang nodded, showing outward respect. A flicker of contempt passed the corner of his eye. A memory pricked him. Last few lives, he had borrowed money from the Three Rivers Society. The figures on the ledger were cold and harsh, 36% annual interest. His smile stalled. That leaden memory flitted across his face, but he kept his expression steady and tapped the rim of his teacup a few times. "Being invited to join is certainly an honor," he said, clean and brisk. "But what kind of benefits does the Three Rivers Society offer?" Fairy Fei Xia's smile deepened and her gaze held steady. She stepped forward. A shimmer ran through her sleeve as if light moved there, and her voice dropped, clear and low. "Rest assured, junior brother. If you are willing to join, I can teach you, right now, a transmission grade spell." She said it plainly, like handing over a key, one that would smooth the flow of his inner energy and allow him to take the step ahead of others. Lu Yang's eyes shifted slightly at her words. Tea scent filled the room. The candles sputtered softly. The air held for a moment, waiting for his answer. "Once you join, you'll have to hand in a chunk of contribution points every year. You can use those points to redeem privileges inside the association, buy artifacts, hire someone to instruct you, anything. Of course, there are conditions." Immortal Fei Xiao produced a jade slip and set it lightly in front of Lu Yang. The slip was cold and translucent. Its edges seemed to swallow the light. She pointed to the clauses and said, "All new members must sign a contract and leave a drop of blood as proof of identity." Easy enough. Lu Yang glanced at the contract. There weren't many clauses: secrecy, duties, responsibilities. Some would feel constrained, afraid of losing their freedom. Lu Yang shrugged, waved a hand, and signed his name. The strokes landed, ink dark and glossy. "For life," he said under his breath. His voice was low. It wouldn't affect his next life. If anything, he rather hoped the restrictions would be tighter. Being treated as one of them would make resources more secure. Fei Xiao smiled at his decisiveness, the corners of her eyes softening. She reached out and continued, "Now, take out your sect token. I'll place a restriction on it for you. From now on, your token will also work inside our association. Thanks for the trouble, senior sister." Lu Yang produced the token. It looked like a polished bronze plate, the sect's pattern etched along the edge. No sooner had he set it on the table than Immortal Fei Xiao formed a hand seal with one hand. She flicked a finger, and a thread of blue light appeared in her palm. The light leapt from her fingertip onto the token. The jade-like glow trembled for an instant, like a pebble disturbing a pond. A ring of fine lines traced across the token's surface, part pattern, part breathing vein. Then a new panel illuminated on the token, emitting a faint, steady light. The glow brought a warmth, like a hand pressed to a heated stone. Lu Yang squinted. Those runes weren't random doodles. The strokes were crisp, the structure precise. To him, it looked more like a small formation. Temporary, functional, ready to be activated at any moment. "Talisman work," he murmured, a touch of surprise in his voice. As a level 9 formation master, he read formations quickly. He wasn't a talisman expert, but the basic logic was obvious at a glance. Fei Xiao withdrew her hand, and the light on the token slowly subsided. A name suddenly jumped into Lu Yang's mind like ink on an old page: Zhao Shuhe. Along with it came an image of a female Taoist companion standing at his side, smiling faintly. He remembered. It wasn't from this life. It was a fragment of memory from 2 lifetimes ago, blurred but real. The woman before him was exactly the one from that legend. The memories from 2 lives ago turned like old pages in a gust of wind. Lu Yang saw the scene. 2 figures standing side by side on a battlefield. The air itself twisted, their presence pulled the atmosphere into razor-edged arcs. Some called them companions on the path. Others said they had trained breath and qi to an extreme, as if their skin had become armor. Then, together, they surged toward a deeper breakthrough like 2 iron stakes trying to drive into unyielding earth. In the end, they failed. They died one after another during seclusion. Lu Yang's eyes lit up not because they had died, but because they had actually had a chance. That chance had lain at a point they could reach, an opportunity tied to foundation establishment, something that could lift a person to a new rung of cultivation. If it could be seized, even the smallest thread of hope was enough to rewrite fate. More details came back to him. 20 years later, the sacred sect would launch a massacre aimed at a righteous sect called Shenwu Gate. Before that battle, the sacred sect secretly moved large supplies into an outer market near Skull Mountain, right beside Shenwu Gate. Zhao Xuhe and Fei Xia had been put in charge of that market in their previous life. In the ensuing chaos, 2 strange artifacts were discovered. When the fighting broke out, the 2 earned great merit, and the sacred sect slipped them another artifact from within. A pill master merged the 2 items and refined a pill capable of breaching foundation establishment. That was how they got their chance. Even if they ultimately didn't succeed, the opportunity had been real. He reached up and pressed his hand to his chest. His pulse beat like a drum. The 9 transformation dragon technique coiled in him, a sleeping dragon slowly turning. He knew he and Zhao Xuhe had used the same cultivation method. If they had a chance, maybe he did too. Even a sliver of possibility was worth gambling on. 3 days later, the cave abode was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then the sound of wings brushed past the window light, like paper being flicked by a finger. An owl with an almost human face settled on the sill. Its beak parted slightly. The voice that came was cold and clear, like porcelain rinsed in a mountain spring. "Junior brother Lu, could you come to my little grotto?" There was no politeness in the tone, but it compelled him to move. Lu Yang rose. He drew the sword qi beneath his feet. A silver blade of light split the night like a seam tearing through mist. He rode that light. Wind screamed in his ears, his robes snapping in rhythm. At the tea pavilion, mountains and water wrapped around them, and the mist magnified the tea's scent. Water tinkled against the stone table. Steam rose from a cup that had only just cooled. Fei Xiao Immortal was already seated. Her gaze was like a clear spring calm, but edged with the sharpness of someone with unfinished business. The tea pavilion was silent. Beyond the wooden lattice lay thin mist and distant peaks. Fei Xiao sat at a small table, brewing tea. Her movements were clean and precise. She lifted her wrist a fraction, tilted the porcelain pot. Hot water slipped into the cup, throwing up tiny, delicate sprays. Pale steam coiled upward. The aroma began gentle, then deepened, as if ribbons had wrapped themselves through the air. Lu Yang arrived just then. The scent hit him, and he inhaled deeply. His mind cleared. His mood tightened. Even his spirit sense grew keener. "Sit, junior brother," Fei Xiao said, looking up. Her voice was flat, but direct. Lu Yang took a seat. Fei Xiao set down a small jade slip. Her gaze met his without evasion. "A reply from the association has come," she said. "Oh." Lu Yang feigned surprise, a trace of mischief in his smile. "Is it my turn for a technique?" "Yes." Fei Xiao smiled faintly. "Second senior brother sent a list. You may choose one complete cultivation method from it." The jade slip was smooth and cold. Lu Yang took it with both hands. When he opened it, the surface gave a mild glow. Characters crowded the page like the tide, row upon row, hundreds of technique names. His eyes stung. A complex ache rose in his chest. He tightened his lips. The knuckles on the back of his hand went pale. He recognized many names from Butian Peak's library, but those were abridged copies, like shaving a great tree into splinters. The shape was there, the power gone. The difference between them was like a creek and an ocean. He cursed inwardly. The association's resources were controlled so tightly. Without connections, finding a full original was nearly impossible. He gripped the jade slip, feeling an inexplicable cold at his fingertips. Then his eyes brightened. For characters leapt from the lines and caught every scrap of his attention, heaven demon blood, transmuting divine light. He scrolled down and found an even longer, weightier title. The True Method of Tying Corpse Release and Shape-Shedding. He read it aloud. The words rang in the tea pavilion. They cut through the thick fog like a blade. Images flooded his mind. Blood-colored streams of light wrapping a body. The boundary between flesh and heaven and earth eaten away. At high mastery, the body seemed to leap beyond the laws of the five elements. Blades and swords unable to pierce it, like those legends of beings who, after a corpse release, could still persist in an altered form. Heat rose in him. He clenched his fist beneath the table. His heart beat strong. His voice was low and resolved. "It's this one." Fei Xiao watched him, a smile at the corner of her eyes. The tea scent lingered. The jade slip still glowed. Outside, the wind sounded like distant drum beats, marking the moment with unmistakable clarity. Lu Yong nodded. He gave his arm a flick and unfurled the ancient scroll. The pen tip whispered across the paper. The ink smelled faintly of long settled dust. He copied it down cleanly and efficiently. When he rolled the scroll back up, he smoothed his sleeve and steadied himself, then cupped his fist to Fei Xiao and said calmly, "It's done. Senior sister, any other tasks?" Fei Xiao smiled softly. She tilted her eyes toward him as if weighing something. "I'll be taking station over at Skull Mountain. The market there is lively, but messy. They're short a few skilled hands. Would you go with me?" Lu Yong wasn't surprised. Her offer carried benefits and burdens both. He'd expected as much. He smiled and answered plainly, "If you don't mind, senior sister, I'll go with you." Her eyes brightened, pleased and encouraging. "You didn't let me down, junior brother. Staying in the sect, it's hard to get ahead. Only by going out and taking your chances do you stand a shot." Her tone hardened for a moment, then softened again. "You have to take a gamble to have hope." Their talk was brief. Fei Xiao's gaze grew a touch warmer. Lu Yong said little. He let a small smile curve his mouth, his arms relaxing just enough. That calm wasn't a shouted bravado, but a steady readiness. 10 days later, the sky ship cut through the clouds toward Skull Mountain. The wooden deck gave a low creak. Wind sliced past his ears, carrying distant hawkers' cries and the city's hubbub. Lu Yong dropped to the deck in a single bound, landing steady. Fei Xiao nodded. After a few polite words, he melted into the crowd at the lower edge. He didn't want the spotlight. Rather than having everyone's eyes on him, he'd rather be like an old painting hidden beneath a crowd in a corner. With a slight frown, he could silently slip to the back of the throng. Voices, the rustle of cloth, the clink of metal, and the low hum of the airship's engines blended into one. He leaned against the rail, his gaze quietly scanning every alley and every possible opening. The deck of the flying vessel quickly filled with people. Footsteps, low voices, the rustle of sleeves rolled in like waves. Wind tore a seam through the clouds. The ship shivered slightly in midair. At the front of the crowd stood Fei Xiao, the immortal. Flanking her were two cultivators with steady auras. Lu Yong recognized one face: Lu Yuanshan, a disciple of Butian Peak. Lu Yuanshan stood like a heavy pillar. His presence kept others at a respectful distance. A cold flash crossed Lu Yong's eye. He swallowed the words before they left his mouth and scanned the assembled faces. Lu Yuanshan was here. Would Zhao Shuhe be here too? This chance to establish a foundation might fall to him. The thought quickened Lu Yong's steps. Sure enough, at the far end in a quiet corner he found him. Zhao Shuhe was leaning against the hull, his robes threadbare. He cradled a small cup of spirit wine. The scent rose slowly around him. His eyes were murky, more defeated than before. The wine in the cup occasionally caught his reflection like a shattered mirror. Lu Yong approached with light steps, his voice polite and theatrically surprised. "Brother Zhao? You. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a small world." Zhao Shuhe stared for a long moment, as if he were rummaging through old memories. Then his brow tightened, and he appraised Lu Yong. After a pause, his voice came out dry. "Brother Lu Yong, your cultivation improved? Your aura is contained. You're nothing like the child you used to be." There was disbelief in Zhao's tone. The Lu Yong he remembered had been insignificant. The man before him now was composed, confident enough to shock him. Lu Yong smiled, a smile that felt like a dull blade. "Brother, don't say that. You once did me a favor I haven't forgotten. How could I jest about you?" Zhao's expression darkened slightly. as if he took offense. His gaze returned to Lu Yong, unreadable and tangled. Lu Yong's smile carried an edge. He tapped the cup to his chest and lowered his voice. Good to see you well. This is just the right time. The conversations around them went on. The wind thinned the wine's aroma. Zhao's fingers trembled and the surface of the cup shivered with small ripples. His eyes were hollow, like an old clock whose chimes were thin and distant. Zhao Shuhe froze for a moment. After a beat, he remembered he had, in fact, borrowed a sum from Lu Yong years ago. Could that count as a favor? People like that existed? He was about to open his mouth with a sneer when Lu Yong had already reached out. His tone was calm, as if commenting on the weather. Senior brother, your chi seems to be stuck. If you don't mind, I have a pill here that can help clear it. Zhao couldn't look away. The pill was tiny, like a polished pebble. Its color wasn't the usual pill red, but a pale blue-gray, the surface faintly luminous. Lu Yong held it between his fingers. His fingertip gave off a warmth, like the first sun of spring. And no, that might not be appropriate, Zhao stammered, taking a step back, his voice small. Lu Yong didn't press him. His smile was gentle, like a breeze across a lake. You really don't need to overthink it. Take it, it will help clear the blocked currents inside you. If you want, I'll stay right here. Zhao accepted the little pill in a daze. It was lighter than it looked. A fine vibration pulsed through his palm. Suddenly, a strange warmth rose in his chest. The man in front of him felt both foreign and familiar, like a friend he'd met long ago. In that instant, his guard eased by half. Lu Yong sat down, smiling as if an old friend had come back, and his voice grew a touch more talkative. I've been keeping an eye on you these past few years. You don't show off, you're not impatient. When you hit a bottleneck, it's often the direction that's wrong, not the aptitude. There was earnestness in his words. Zhao felt a tightness at his sternum. He hadn't felt seen like that in a long time. The memories of the past 10 years rose like a tide of bitterness. He had been swept into a financial scam. The investment imploded at its peak. What had happened over on Panlong Island had been even more chaotic, so tangled that even their master couldn't untangle the causes. His reputation suffered. His situation grew cold. Their master's expectations dimmed. His cultivation stalled. A decade passed, and he remained stuck at an early stage, unable to break through. Even his engagement to the junior sister had been called off as his fortunes declined. Those things pricked at him like needles in the chest. He had tasted the chill of human warmth turning to cold. When he heard that Lu Yong had pulled out before the crash, cashed out in time, and gained financial freedom, Zhao's eyes warmed. It wasn't the money itself, but the yearning. If only luck had smiled on him too. His face softened without him realizing it. There was a light in his eyes, like a small flame. Lu Yong looked at him with genuine expression. You are steady-minded and not distracted by money. That kind of resolve will lead to great things. It's a pity I wasn't as steady as you back then. Zhao offered a faint, dry smile. Don't blame yourself, junior brother. Everyone has their own fortunes. Lu Yong shook his head, but his eyes were encouraging. Opportunities aren't given to just one person. As long as you don't give up on your own path, a temporary setback means nothing. Zhao toyed with the pill in his palm. The vibration at his fingertips felt like a summons. The room's light was soft, and the air smelled faintly of herbs. His heartbeat slowed and steadied. A single sentence had opened a door for him. He nodded once, quietly but with conviction. You're right. Zhao Shuhe nodded lightly. It looked like he pulled himself together a little. Then he stole another look at Lu Yong. His lips moved twice, but no sound came out. His fingers kept fidgeting at the edge of his robe inside his chest. The motion was careful, as if weighing something. Lu Yong understood, a smile in his eyes. He said nothing, and didn't he reach for his purse either. When you hand things to someone too readily, they tend not to value them. A shout from the flying boat's deck cut through the silence. Skull Mountain. The boat slowed. The planks creaked low in the wind. A cold gust brought a metallic, bloody stench. In the distance, the ranges rose like rows of giant white spines. Ridges ran for hundreds of miles, peaks sharp as knives, mist curling like breath in the cold. The air hummed with energy, a faint electric vibration. Every stone gave off a pale, eerie glow. This place is thick with energy, Lu Yong said, leaning on the rail and squinting down at the earth veins. His voice was low but each word clear. If someone's buried here, In less than 10 years, it's easy for them to become a walking corpse. Sharp Eye, junior brother. A wash of rosy light passed as Fei Xia Immortal stepped out of the side cabin, her feathered robes fluttering like clouds lit with embers. Her steps were light, and her voice tinkled like wind chimes. That's why the holy sect set up a market here, a garrison bazaar for wandering cultivators to trade and to guard against odd things. Lu Yong nodded. Below, the entrance to the Whitebone Cave showed market banners half lost in the fog. Vendors hawked goods. Weapons rang against iron, and the occasional clack of bones sounded distant and unsettling. Stalls clustered near the mouth, lantern light warm and dim. Faces in the crowd were pale, some wore talismans, and everyone moved with care. Fei Xia glanced over them and relaxed her tone. Skull Mountain spits up a massive corpse tied once every 30 years. Those corpses lose their minds and throw themselves at the living without reason. It's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. The refining materials inside those bodies can be used to make many valuable things. She produced a talisman. The paper flashed a cold light in her palm. We VE planted the 100 Bones Reclamation Array around the market. In short, it's to control the corpse tide, gather the bones, and bind the Een so we can collect materials and quell the chaos. She looked at them, and her voice softened a bit more. The array has 4 focal points. Daoist Lu and Daoist Chen will take 2. The other 2 you 2 junior brothers, and I will each guard 1. How does that sound? As you say, senior sister, Lu Yong replied cleanly. His voice carried calm, not fear. Zhao Xuhe beside him froze for a moment, then bowed his head again as if he had swallowed whatever plea he'd been holding. The wind grew colder. Far below, the cave mouth yawned, bottomless, a giant maw waiting to devour. Lanterns flickered. People in the crowd whispered prayers or gripped their tools. The shadow of Skull Mountain rolled in. Fei Xia heard him and gave a slight nod. After a moment, her brows drew together, and her gaze flicked to Zhao Xuhe standing beside Lu Yong. Zhao Xuhe's eyes widened. Surprise spread across his face like a curtain torn aside. What's wrong? Lu Yong asked, curiosity in his voice. Senior sister, do you know Brother Zhao? No. She withdrew her eyes coolly, no longer looking at Zhao Xuhe. She smiled at Lu Yong, warm but distant. I'll be counting on you to look after me from now on, junior brother. The smile was like a wisp of morning mist. When she finished speaking, she took a step forward. A glow rose at her side. As if a veil had been ripped open, it streaked across the sky and vanished. Zhao Xuhe remained where he stood. His fingers trembled, his breath uneven. His expression was complicated. First astonishment, then a suppressed, eager expectation. There was an invisible pressure in the air that made the back of the neck go cold, an oppression no cultivation rank could fully explain. He could feel it. When Lu Yong drew near, the air around him seemed to freeze for an instant. Brother Zhao? Lu Yong's voice called. Zhao Xuhe froze. A joy that was hard to name flitted across his face. Then, as if doused with cold water, he pulled it back. He moved his lips as if swallowing something. At last his posture became respectful and his voice low but clear. Sir. Lu Yong gave a resigned little smile and sighed. Brother Zhao, I still have official business. If you run into trouble, come find me at any time. With that he dissolved into a shaft of light and left. Only Zhao Xuhe remained in the square. His complexion wavered, emotions skittering across his eyes. Then he pushed those ripples down, his gaze grew steady, as if weighing each thing and putting it into the balance of his heart. Walking into the marketplace, Lu Yong replayed Zhao Xuhe's reaction with a faint smile. Just as I thought, he didn't come for nothing. He murmured. There was no hostility in his tone, only patience. If he chose, he could wait, slowly weaving a thread of trust. If necessary, he would be willing to spend a lifetime to secure a better bargaining chip for tomorrow. He moved with measured steps through the crowd. The market was loud and busy, vendors shouting, bolts of cloth rustling together in a steady din, yet around him there was a different rhythm. Each step kicked up a little dust. The light behind him stretched long. Before long, he stopped at a pavilion. This place was one of the market's 4 energy nodes. The air here was dense with power, rolling like a tide. Sunlight slanted in, the window lattices throwing a grid of shadow and light. Lu Yong reached out and touched the railing. In his palm, he felt that warmth, as if some unseen force were breathing. He looked up. Deep inside the pavilion might be an important clue. The silence here felt heavier, more meaningful than the earlier clamor. Bloodwash Heavenly River Sword Formation Rise. Liu Yang let out a low shout. His voice sliced the air like a blade. The Blood Sun sword orb sprang from his palm. It blazed like a miniature sun and slammed into the pavilion's core. A metallic hum spread out. Formation lines unfurled like spilled ink, ring after ring replacing the old patterns. The air thickened as if doused with cold water, and a faint metallic tang rose to his nostrils. He hadn't bet everything on that old array, he'd only borrowed the right to one array eye. With quick, precise movements, he opened a new spot inside the pavilion. The new formation was compact and tight, a hidden trump card tucked up his sleeve. He tapped a sigil stone with his fingertip. The rune sank into the rock like a dim light pressed down, its warmth ebbing away in pulses. I have too many aces to show them all. He didn't speak the words, but his actions said it plainly. The more people around, the easier it was for secrets to be seen through. That 100 Bones restoration array, however clever, was a method everyone knew. When a truly formidable opponent arrived, a single move could find its flaw. When he finished, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. With another wave, he named the pavilion Blood Robe Tower. A name gave it status and made it easy for others to call. Wind ran over the eaves, and the banners snapped crisply, like the ascent of a newly raised flag. Suddenly, a dozen or so streaks of light tore across the sky. The points of light fell like tossed fireflies and scattered around Blood Robe Tower. When the light faded, ordinary faces were revealed, men and women, old and young. Some wore cautious eyes, cat-like in their wariness. Others bristled with excitement, like children who'd found a new toy. Most were shallow in cultivation, from just started to barely established. Their inner force was like trickles or small waves, enough to run errands, not to sustain a full-scale fight. They all saluted the pavilion in unison. Their footsteps were light but measured, their voices neat and filled with reverence, as if each feared disturbing the calm. Beside the tower, the blood-robed youth leaned against the railing. His deep red robes fluttered like a blood-colored curtain. Tall and lithe, handsome-featured, a warm smile lived in his eyes. He smiled rarely, but it was enough to make people drop their guard. "We pay our respects, Tower Master," they called together, their voices rippling across the open pavilion. Everyone rose at once and bowed in unison. Inside the sect, they could address one another casually as brothers. Once outside the gate, they behaved by rank. Manners left no room for sloppiness. Liu Yang stood on the platform, his gaze cool as it swept across the row of figures below. Energy clung to him like a heavy mist, pressing the air still. The aura made people instinctively want to take a half-step back. "No need for formalities," he said, the two words cutting through the quiet like a blade. The disciples stepped back, murmuring under their breath, but none dared to say more. He ran a quick tally in his head. The people before him looked ordinary, no sharpness, no special killing intent. In a top-tier cultivation place, only two kinds of people got dispatched: those like him, full of ambition and aiming for the next breakthrough, or the low talent, the old, the penniless who could no longer survive in the sect. These people clearly belonged to the latter. Liu Yang's eyes cooled. A calculating thought flicked through his mind. "If I wanted one sword apiece and I'd kill them all," he thought. The voice in his head was light, the killing intent heavy. But he had no intention of acting. The weak gave him a feeling of safety. He liked this atmosphere: quiet, controllable. "Disperse. Handle minor matters yourselves, don't come to me." His words carried the weight of an order that brooked no argument. The disciples scattered, their footsteps kicking up dust as they left. Liu Yang turned, raised his hand, and traced a ceiling sign at the door of the Blood Robe Tower. A blue-green light flashed. The doorway closed, as if locking the building into a soundless world. The wind was cut off, the clamor strangled. Only the tower's lights and him remained. He planned to focus on cultivation, go into seclusion, and wait for the chance to form his foundation. Foundation forming was about laying a firm base for the next step. It wasn't a title, it's the root. Night deepened. The brazier burned low. Liu Yang opened an old volume. The cover bore the title The True Art of Lunar Metamorphosis and Corpse Release. The pages were dry and thin. They rasped softly when turned, like wood burning out on a winter night. He frowned. muttering. The difficulty of this method lies in combination and coordination. He closed his eyes and recalled a passage from the book. Great techniques were not comparable to single moves. They were not merely a higher-ranked name, but a way of combining forces. The explanation was blunt. Stitch several compatible high-grade spells together like parts when they ran. They fed one another. The power did not simply add, it multiplied. With proper coordination, the force could become 10 times, even dozens of times greater. To trigger it required an extremely deep foundation and abundant mana. Those without a foundation could not withstand the backlash. Liu Yang reached out, pressing his palm to the secret volume. A faint warmth rose under his hand, like a spark about to ignite. He drew a long breath and a line of resolve cut through his eyes. The night was heavy, the candlelight in the tower flickered. He would assemble those parts, one by one. To refine the true art of Taiyin metamorphosis and corpse release, one must pass 3 trials. 3 supernatural abilities, and not one can be missing. They were like 3 links in a chain. Lose any one of them, and the whole chain snaps. The first link was called the Heavenly Demon Blood Transmuting Divine Light. It wasn't ordinary light. It cut like a blade, slicing flesh and shredding the mind. At the crucial point of practice, the body had to endure unbearable pain. The room would fill with the smell of rust and fresh blood. Practicing it was like cleaving away your own future. Very few ever mastered it, and mastery didn't necessarily mean advantage. Many people were broken here. The second link was the profound Yin form capturing great method. The difficulty wasn't the technique itself, but its medium. You needed a Xianpin Taiyin jade to imagine a stone that had sealed the night inside it, cold as moonlight. Without that jade, the method was like a locked door with no key. No matter how clever you were, you couldn't open it. Worse, the jade was rare as can be. It wasn't listed in the sect's exchange catalog. Even if you were laden with contribution points, you couldn't buy one. Not even the sect, spanning 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, had such a marvel. Practicing this art depended entirely on luck and fate. If you didn't encounter it, you simply wouldn't. The third link was the Tai Wei Edict Pardon Treasure Talisman. It required no rare artifact and demanded no flesh be cut. The problem was comprehension. It was more like a formation dismantled, and at the same time like a set of living talismans. The rules shifted and the forms changed. You had to master the writing of the talismans, the deployment of the formation, and the rhythm of the mind technique all at once. If any one of those failed, the whole system collapsed. Liu Yang first looked at the first trial. He glanced at it and shook his head. He gave up. The bloody ink made him recoil. He didn't even think twice about the second. That jade was something he couldn't find for now. So he set his sights on the third. Night deepened. The lamp oil flickered in the breeze. Pages whispered against his fingertips in tiny, dry sounds. Liu Yang bent over the table, reading and drawing again and again. Ink on his hands had taken on the color of night. Around midnight, he lifted his head, eyes rimmed with fatigue, and murmured, "It's a little like a formation, a little like talismans. Whether I can learn it all comes down to insight." Then he grabbed a handful of his hair and rubbed hard, as if trying to work his stubbornness out through the motion. "I chewed through formations far tougher than that. How long do you think one measly divine art can hold me back? Give me 20 years, and I'll master you too." Liu Yang spoke plainly. His voice was low, but it had the hard, knife-edged certainty of steel. When he said it, his eyes were alight. He stayed up nights, poring over books until dawn. His fingers bled from tracing talisman paper. Whenever the house settled and the world went quiet, he would spread that yellowed scroll out before him, as if it were a map he could never afford to lose. The scroll's name was long and grim: The Taiyin Metamorphosis and Corpse Release True Method. The title itself was a blade in the dark. Under its edge lay 3 divine arts, almost impossible to master together, each one tempting in its own way. The first, demonic blood transmuting radiance. Imagine turning blood into a devouring beam of light. It burned like black flame, able to corrode defensive chi and tear through fleshly protections. Dangerous just to hear about. Addictive to imagine. The second, profound Yin form seizing technique. It could siphon a person's life movement into a condensed soul shadow. Cut the shadow, and the living body would collapse far away, like severing a puppeteer's string. No distance could protect you. The third, the the Taiwei Decree Amnesty Talisman. Not an ordinary charm. It worked like a measuring rod that could read fate. It could inscribe causality onto paper and calculate a person's origin and destination. An ancestor's grudge, an unpaid debt, all could be wiped clean with a single stroke of that strip of paper. Deadliest of all, when the three were united, their power didn't merely add up. They fed off one another, producing a third effect. They increased the odds of breaking through pivotal stages. In plain terms, they could speed a cultivator's luck in advancing. Lu Yang understood that clearly. Even if the chance was tiny, he refused to let it go. 5 years passed. Seasons turned like wheels. Outside, the phoenix tree's leaves fell and grew again. The lanterns of the blood-robe tower shifted from blue to yellow, then dimmed further. Lu Yang still leaned against the railing, staring at the sky. But his silence concealed motion. He mouthed the 9-change dragon technique. He inhaled cold like frost and exhaled thin mist. Qi swirled in his chest like water, turning into a living landscape. Each change felt like a cut he made on himself. Brief, decisive. On the 8th change, the illusory mirage shift, his qi churned as if something inside him were tugging at his sternum. Warmth bloomed in his energy core, as though a torch had been lit there. The air around him quivered. The candlelight outside was blown into slender, shaking shadows. The spirit veins of Skull Mountain were poor. Lu Yang had money. He had bought spirit stones by the cartload, piled them into small mountains. The stones cracked crisply in the furnace like distant shards of glass. With supplies ample, his cultivation never stalled. Progress on that Taiwei talisman, however, was glacial. Yet while drilling the other arts, he suddenly had a breakthrough. It was as if a door within his qi was pushed open, and a thicker, rounder current poured into his energy core. The flow rolled, and a vague dragon shape appeared, coiling inside his chest. A clean, decisive snap echoed from within him, not pain, more like light forcing its way through a crack in stone. The heat wasn't burning, but it drove the cold from his bones. Lu Yang closed his eyes, palm over his core, feeling that force move like iron chains. When he opened his eyes, there was a new clarity in the dark. He knew he'd crossed a threshold. The seed of qi in his core had transformed like a true dragon turning over in his chest. His cultivation had reached a new level, refining qi, 8th stage. His strength was several times what it had been. His voice was deeper, his steps steadier. Processing error failed to fetch. Fei Xiao's face went grave. Her voice was low but carried an unquestionable calm. "The Earth instrument has sounded an alarm," she said bluntly. "The corpse tide that was supposed to erupt in 15 years has been triggered early." It felt as if the air had been torn open. A low, humming sound came from afar, not wind, not thunder, but the rhythm of countless footsteps pressing in like a tidal surge. Right now, tens of thousands of the dead are rushing toward the market town. Her eyes burned. There was no warning. This kind of disturbance had to be set off on purpose. It's very likely tied to the Xinwu Gate in the northern border. They've been digging up relics out there. Maybe they found some artifact that commands the dead. Lu Yang's brow tightened. A brief warmth ran through his veins. A short intake of breath raised the hairs on his neck. Fei Xiao's gaze dropped straight onto him, as if she could see through him. "Do you need me to go help?" he asked, his tone steady. Fei Xiao smiled instantly, but there was an edge to it. "Exactly. A corpse tide is calamity and opportunity. Whoever can trigger it early must be using a strange artifact. If we can seize that thing, we can gain a priceless chance. If we work together, the odds are good. Even if something goes wrong, at our current strength the risk isn't high." Her words were like flame. Confidence flashed between her brows. A glow spilled from her shoulders, as if the air itself had been singed. Lu Yang was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry, senior sister," he said quietly, but with resolve. "I'm not as capable as you. My way is different. I'm better with formations than with charging in. Holding the market town and securing the rear is steadier than plunging in recklessly." He set his palm on the talisman box at his waist. His knuckles lifted and fell again, calm and measured. The candlelight in the room flickered with the weight of his words, a silent decision. But Fei Xiao frowned, her expression softening as if she were torn. "The immortal path is short to stand out. Sometimes you have to take a gamble. I thought you understood where to draw the line." There was no smile at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. His eyes passed over the rolling gray canopy beyond the window, steady and composed. Times are different, senior sister. If I stick to my regimen now, I'll make a crucial breakthrough soon. That breakthrough matters more to me. After I achieve it, it won't be too late to go all out. Outside, the sound of the corpse tide grew nearer. Low moans, laced with rot, washed against the walls like waves against a seawall. Inside, only breaths and the slow swing of the clock's pendulum broke the silence. Fei Xiao watched him a long while. Finally, she took a deep breath and nodded. Her expression was complicated. In the brief silence lay an unspoken plea and a begrudging resignation. They said nothing more. The wind at the window carried the distant clamor like an unfinished overture. You've changed, junior brother. Fei Xiao shook her head, resentment flashing in her eyes. Her voice dropped low, as if afraid of waking some terrible truth. Then stay in the market and keep watch, she said. Don't expect any share of the opportunities when the time comes. LV Young only smiled. There was no pity in it, no anger. Silence spread out from him colder than reproach. She looked like a child whose edges hadn't yet been worn down by the sect. Bright eyes, simple tone. When she spoke of opportunities, she sounded as if she were admiring a pretty trinket. She couldn't see the teeth of the corpse tide, she only saw a distant light. He could see it. He pictured the ebb and flow of the corpse tide. Low, mournful groans, the rattling tearing of flesh, sharp nails in the dark. Even if someone did pick up a world-shaking opportunity, they'd still have to come back to the market he guarded. Those who returned would either come alive or come back in blood. At dusk, inside the blood-clad tower, the sinking sun lay across the sky like a spread pool of blood, thin and blinding. LV Young circulated his energy in slow rings. The outside breaths were drawn into his belly like water, slowly filling his core. They turned into internal force, surging through his meridians and pushing apart muscle and bone. The energy braided into lines, like a dragon folding back into the sea. His whole chest settled into a steady weight. Almost there, he murmured. The sound was low but heavy. He needed only the final move. That last posture was like a fish's leap, light, sudden, and fierce. Flying fish schemes the water. Combine it with 9 transformations, and he could compress the force in his body to the 3rd level. That 3rd level was no longer a gentle flow, it was like a sleeping dragon waking, with the strength to tremble mountains. Once someone had it, standing on a battlefield, they were no longer merely a pawn. He had made his wager clear. Once he forged that force, the war between the righteous and the demonic would erupt, and that would be the moment he wanted. To go to Skull Mountain and seize that foundation-forming chance. A chance to lay one's roots deep and change fate completely. All other hollow honors and petty gains meant nothing to him. Only that was worth dying for. When he finished, LV Young stepped out of the meditation chamber. The dusk wind carried the smell of dinner oil and damp wood smoke from distant fires. Someone stood at the door upright, with eyes that looked like blades. She had been waiting a long time. Seeing him, she immediately stepped forward and handed him a jade slip. Dao brother, the corpse tide's movements for today have been reported, she said steadily, her hand steady. The jade slip threw back a faint cyan gleam in the firelight. LV Young took it, a smile touching his eyes. Thanks, Daoist Yun. His smile remained calm, as if he could treat every danger as a gust of wind. Her name was Yun Miaoqing. She had been a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Sword hall training made a person's sword energy clean and precise, and their manner straightforward. LV Yang had long since mastered the Xinshao sword art. Yet past ties had bound them together tighter than teacher and student or family, like 2 different rivers briefly lashed together. She stood there like a sheathed long sword, quiet but formidable. To be honest, Lu Yang hadn't meant to bother. There had been a bond in a past life. Seeing her suffer in this one, helping her was nothing more than a convenient kindness. Besides, it was better for her to stay with him than to be bought by some other sect and turned into a tool. So he agreed without much thought. The result was unexpected. Yun Miaoqing's attitude toward him grew increasingly gentle. Maybe because in this life they hadn't cultivated together, she treated him with both courtesy and distance. And that distance let her slowly drop her guard. Dao brother, you're a good person. She came up beside him, her voice low and clear. The tide of corpses is rising again. This is a time of chaos. If you don't want to stay in the Chuxing demon sect, why not feign death and come with me to the Yushu Sword Pavilion to seek refuge with the righteous?" As she said it, her eyes were fixed on him, as if the future itself were in them. Outside, the wind carried distant cries. Every thud against the wooden door brought up dust and the smell of mildew. The tide of corpses rolled in like the sea. With every approach, the air grew colder, a chill that seemed to seep from the bones. Yun Miaoqing stepped a little closer. Her fingers brushed his sleeve by accident. A flush crawled up her cheek. In that moment, she looked fragile and expectant at once. She remembered that when she was at her most desperate, it had been this man who saved her. He hadn't hurt her. He'd given her a place to hide. Born of a demonic sect, yet he treated her with courteous manners. 10 years passed, and she watched him grow stronger bit by bit. His aura was no longer so easily stirred. Simply standing there could make the air around him pause. His looks were attractive too, she had never denied that. So she thought, if he could be accepted by the Sword Pavilion, maybe their paths could come closer. Lu Yang looked at her and remembered how in previous lives she'd shouted demon at him. That resolute confrontation had amused him. He wasn't keen on romantic entanglements. But he knew Yun Miaoqing carried weight in the Yushu Sword Pavilion. With her recommendation, things would be much easier. He didn't answer at once. He listened to the pounding outside, listened to the tension and hope in her voice. "What about senior sister Feixia and the others?" he asked, his voice even, as if confirming something that mattered. Yun Miaoqing pressed her lips together. For a moment her eyes dimmed, then they hardened. "Senior sister Feixia and a few guardian disciples went to hold a side gate," she said. "When the corpse tide hit, they were overwhelmed. Some were wounded, some sacrificed. A few demonic cultivators scattered in the chaos, and many were taken." A flash of pain crossed her eyes, but she quickly masked it with calm. This isn't the time for blame. She looked back at Lu Yang, her voice lower. "If you agree to come with me, I'll plead your case. There are a few seniors at Yushu who have dealt with you before. If I speak for you, they'll listen." Lu Yang stared at her. He could hear the rhythm of his own heart. Two thoughts occupied him: the danger before them, and the path she could open. Another thud at the door sounded, like an urging. Lu Yang rose, his movements composed. "All right," he finally said. "I'll go with you and see whether the Sword Pavilion is willing to accept me." He offered no further explanation. He turned and looked down the little path that led out of the courtyard. The moans of the corpse tide drew closer. They stepped out side by side, and the night swallowed them. "A few days ago, we smashed a corpse tide at Jian Ridge. Someone stepped in to help. He was strong, but we forced him back. Then we gave chase." Yun Miaoqing handed over a jade slip. It was cold in her palm, like something just pulled from snow. Lu Yang took it. At his fingertips, the image poured into his mind like a flood, the metallic sting of blood, a tide of howls, the dull thuds of corpses striking rock, and a single silhouette carved sharp as a knife. The figure clutched a small piece of jade that threw off a cold, spectral light in the night. "I see." He said it low. The words were wrapped in memory. His gaze darkened. The slip read, "The corpse tide was not a natural outbreak. Someone had stoked it." Behind it were disciples of the Shenwu Gate. They held a thumb-sized treasure jade with a strange name, the Xianpin Tying Jade. He froze, then snapped to his feet so fast the chair screamed. "Xianpin Tying Jade?" He almost said it like a spell. The jade looked like a pebble made of moonlight, black threaded with white, as if liquid moonbeams churned inside. A glance at it was enough to send a chill crawling up the spine. Lu Yang thought of the transformation techniques recorded in the secret texts. With such a jade, his body transformation method could take a giant step forward. Given time, the deeper corpse decomposition arts would no longer be out of reach. He clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked softly. There was no joy in his eyes, only cold, like a night wind rising out of a deep well and seeping into bone. "Fortune doesn't hand itself over on a silver platter," he said, half mocking. His mouth twitched, awkward as if frozen. "I'm not the sort of child fate favors." Worse still was the thought that someone might have arranged all this from the shadows, someone pulling at the strands of cause and effect. Those were the most dangerous people. A name flickered through Lu Yang's mind, Daoist Hanyun. Or perhaps some Foundation establishment cultivator was pulling the strings. Those kinds of people set pieces on the board and watch you walk into their traps. He sat back down with a calm finality. He returned the jade slip to Yun Miaoqing without trembling. I'm not going out. He spoke plainly. The voice was quiet but struck like an iron hammer on a bronze plate. The situation at Skull Mountain was unstable. The arrays in the market still needed guarding. If he stayed, he could at least hold one corner steady. As long as that foundation stage immortal didn't show themselves, he wouldn't be swayed. He looked out the window. Fei Xiao Fairy and the others had already left. If they could seize the jade back, there was still a chance. Lu Yong placed his hands on his knees and tightened his grip until the knuckles whitened. His gaze was a blade cold and precise. Determination sat on his chest like a stone. At this point, with matters come to this, he could only gamble. After all, the intelligence said they would pursue relentlessly. As soon as they snatched the jade and slipped back into the market, his chance would come. Lu Yong watched from the shadows, his eyes bright. He tightened his fist slightly and murmured a few words of encouragement for Fei Xia. The sound was tiny, but it hit his ears like a drum. Time passed quickly. Another day. Inside the blood-robed tower, Lu Yong sat cross-legged, drawing in his qi. Suddenly his brow twitched as a ripple moved through him. The next moment he rose, mounted a streak of retreating light, and stepped outside, his gaze sweeping the market's outer edge. From the horizon came a distant rumble, then a series of sharp detonations. Black clouds rolled and billowed like oil spreading on water. Those were the aftershocks left by the pursuing lights. The foremost streak trailed a colorful plume, Fei Xia's sign. It cut across the sky like a band of cloud, ripping the dusk apart. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes and counted the figures. There had originally been 4 qi refining level experts in the Skull Mountain market: Fei Xia, Lu Yuanshan, an unnamed senior brother, and himself. Now he only saw 2. One was missing. His brow tightened and his voice dropped. Urgent. From the array. The order fell, and the sacred sect disciples in the market moved fast. Array banners unfurled. The wind whipped the corners of the flags, the flapping like drumbeats. In an instant, a heavy formation sprang up along the market's edge. The formation was steady and dense, like a net that could swallow the wind. Lu Yong sat at the formation's heart, controlling the great array called the 100 Bones Reversion Array. It was a 7th-rank formation, a top-tier method for this level. No matter how strong an attacker was, as long as he held the array's eye, it could endure an assault. But the situation shifted a moment later. Lu Yuanshan sneered and drew a black token from his robe. Fine runes were carved on it, emitting a faint cold light. He formed hand seals and pressed his energy to the token. The once closed great array answered him and split open a gap. Now came an excited shout from outside the market. Several spirit lights shot out like arrows. They spun in midair and became 4 small array banners, fanning out in the 4 directions. Then a compact but sturdy formation dropped into the gap. Its runes coiled like metal clasps, locking the array gate tight. Lu Yong tried to seal the formation, but the little array pinned his hands and feet. He felt an icy force push through the runes, pressing at his mind. The edges of the banners emitted a metallic hiss, the energy's pulse tightened like a drawn string. A clear, triumphant voice called from outside. Shenwu Gate already in position. Lu Yong's face changed. The air seemed to be sucked dry, a heavy silence fell. Dust swirled in the wind. On the distant horizon, the tail plume of the colors still burned, the detonations fading. Every heart settled, heavy and tense. The air felt as if it had been sliced open. In the center of the formation, a black rift split the light. Streams of energy hissed like smoke pouring from a wound. The shimmering barrier trembled, emitting a low, somber hum. The crowd in the market froze. The wind was swallowed, and all that remained was the sound of tearing. Liang's brow tightened. His gaze flicked, and he recognized who had struck. A shadow outside the manor moved. The Shenwu Gate men crouched like wolves at the alley mouth, waiting for this exact moment. Once the rift opened, they could rush in. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as the fissure appeared, Lu Yuanshan only glanced once at the market. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Then he turned, became a streak of white light, and fled in the opposite direction. His figure dragged a cold tail of flame through the night and vanished into the shadows of the distant hills. Sound snapped away like a broken string. People screamed, others toppled. The metallic scrape of armor rang out, startled horses snorted. Someone shouted Lu Yuanshan's name in fury, voice raw. Lu Yuanshan's back, didn't he look back? He moved fast, but without panic, as if it had all been calculated, treating the whole market like a bargaining chip. He wasn't running in terror. He was making a choice. Fei Xia gritted her teeth. Blood stained the corner of her mouth. Her breath was shallow and quick, as if most of her strength had been siphoned away. Still, her footsteps were steady. A sliver of light cut through. Fei Xia plunged into the rift. She planted herself at the breach with her back to the market. Palms pressing against the shattered light screen, her fingertips tingled like electric shocks. Her voice was like gravel. "Junior brother, we fight together." Her shoulders trembled. She forced the pain down, like holding back a blaze trying to burst free. She would not let Shenwu Gate break. Through her gaze was a blade of stubborn resolve. Liang watched her. Her vermilion lips were stained with blood, dark circles under her eyes, yet she did not fall. She stayed while Lu left. That choice twisted at Lu Yang's suspicion like a pair of sharp tweezers. He stepped closer almost without a sound, fingers twitching on his sword hilt, his voice colder. "Senior sister, could you be a traitor?" Fei Xia heard the doubt in his words. She offered a bitter smile, as if swallowing something acrid. "You can suspect. People would think so. But the net was already set. If we run now, Shenwu Gate will chase us to a dead and no way out." She raised a hand. A faint bloodstain marked the back of it. Her eyes swept the rift, landed on those moving figures in the distant shadows. "Hold this line. Wait for reinforcements. There is still a chance. If we flee, we cut off our last retreat." Her words were short, each one hit like steel. Liang felt a chill in his palm. Night wind picked up dust. The tear in the light screen gaped like a ripped wound, black shapes twitching within. The air smelled of scorch, like paper about to catch fire. He fell silent, his gaze skittering between Fei Xia and the departing silhouette. The questions in his chest did not vanish. But before this roar and the pressing danger, all that remained was the weight of one decision. Because the jade was in his possession, Immortal Fei Xia snapped upright, her voice trembling in the narrow market lane. She pointed ahead as if accusing an invisible rope. "The Shenwu Gate used that Xianpin Taiyin jade as bait and laid an ambush," she said, eyes narrowing, her fingertip whitening. Lu Yuanshan, greedy for treasure, rushed forward and grabbed it. "We took the bait and walked right into the trap." Senior brother Chun was still struggling. His protective light was torn to pieces by that man. In the end, he couldn't hold on and fell. Lu Yuanshan ran off with the jade and didn't even look back. LV Yang listened, his face darkening. After a moment he said, "So he left early because he was afraid of being exposed. He wanted to escape the consequences." Fei Xia's expression grew colder. She lowered her hand, and a wisp of faded light slipped from her sleeve like a cloud blown thin by wind. She offered little in the way of reproach, but every word was edged with fire. "Fiends, today is your death." A voice cut from a distance, sharp as a blade and full of uncompromising rage. The sky seemed stained with blood. 4 or 5 burly men strode in on shafts of light, their footsteps heavy like hammers. The leader's gaze was like an eagle's. His muscles were taut, and his breath surged like an incoming tide. As he drew near, the force in him made the air itself shudder. "It's divine fist, Wu Zhichong," Fei Xia whispered, warning and a little uneasy. "His inner energy is nearly at its peak. Every punch he throws can rip apart a protective shield. Brother, be careful." Senior brother Chun had his shield shattered by one of his punches, she added, lips pressing together as if swallowing something bitter. By then Wu Zhichong had arrived. He raised his arm and drew it back slowly, like pulling a bow. His shoulder coiled. A dull, heavy glow gathered on his fist. The air around him tightened and drew inward, as if sucked toward an invisible maw. "Die," he growled, a sound like iron striking iron. The fist launched. The sound cracked like an explosion, and a punch wind tore the silence of the alley at impossible speed. The shadow of the blow burst forward like a wall detonating out of flat ground, aimed straight at LV Yang's chest. LV Yang felt his ribs compress as if a mountain were springing at him. Air was driven from his lungs. Boom. At the critical moment, Immortal Fei Xia stepped forward. Her cloud-like sleeves unfurled like drifting mist. She turned her palms and unleashed a ring of cold, luminous vapor. The vapors were no mere prettiness, they knit together into a barrier that snapped into place before Wu's punch. The punch struck. The light clouds shattered, fragments scattering like ash. A deafening blast rolled out, dust rising, lanterns in the lane swaying. The force was slowed, split, and blown apart. In the end, the brunt of the impact was held outside the market. But the defense had its price. Fei Xiao's protective radiance was greatly depleted. The mist-colored treasure light that had hovered about her thinned as if rain had washed its color away, leaving only scattered afterglows. Her face went several shades paler and her breathing grew heavier. She drew her sleeves back slowly, eyes passing over the scattered luminous mist to the patch of ground struck by the blow. Her lips moved slightly, as if counting losses. At the corner of her eye a barely perceptible flicker of sorrow passed. The colored wisps of mist lay like a finely woven veil. It was the treasure she had painstakingly refined for years, the Qixia smoke veil. The fog light was mottled like morning clouds. Now the surface of the veil was torn in many places. The ragged edges snapped in the wind like silk being ripped. Suddenly a streak of fleeing light tore the horizon. As it fell, it carried a scent of burning. The light contracted and a figure took shape. Lu Yuanshan, the man who had just fled. His face was pale, taut as a drawn bowstring. Behind him came a steady, measured step. When that figure appeared, Fei Xiao's gaze snapped tight. Duanmu Yuan, known as the mountain-moving Taoist. His aura was dense and heavy, pressing down on the air itself. Fei Xiao felt a chill. He came from the Xinwu sect, and his strength was not weaker than hers. She called out in a low, brisk voice. Lu Yuanshan, don't be a hero. Come back and fight with me. There was no flourish in her words, only command. The Xinwu forces surged like a tide. But Fei Xiao could see clearly. She still had 3 trustworthy companions. LV Yang was an ordinary disciple with no tricks, but enough to handle the sect's novice fighters. If they could hold off Wu Zhichong and Duanmu Yuan, LV Yang could break free to deal with the others. The hope of holding the market still remained. Lu Yuanshan did not hesitate. All right, then I'll fight by you sometime. He drew a deep breath. It felt as if something inside his chest had been ignited. A metallic tang filled his nostrils. Bloodlight flared at his brow. Red light rolled and boiled, like clouds ripped by wind, circling above his head. His chi snapped like a plucked string and surged violently. The surrounding air shivered, even the dust on the ground was whipped up. The sight eased Fei Xiao's expression a little. Her palms burned. Lu Yuanshan came from Butian Peak. His sect background was not simple. With the bloodlight now raging, he seemed all the more dangerous and reliable. She stopped holding back and poured the remainder of her power into the veil. Fei Xiao suddenly swept her hand. The Qixia smoke veil unfurled again. Wisps spread fast, like a blossoming rosy cloud, sweeping forward. The smoke carried a faint fragrance and a blistering heat. Light was blocked, sight blurred. Between layer and layer of veil, one could almost hear the low hum of air being rubbed. Break him! Wu Zhichong's voice cut like a blade. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt. The fleeing light slashed a white line through the air, like a knife tearing the night. The streak carried a wind as it raced through the sky, aimed straight at Lu Yuanshan. The smoke churned. Red light faced the white streak. In the wind, there was the sense of metal about to strike metal. Everyone around held their breath. Sound was swallowed by the mist, only the clash of energy and will remained, like thunder about to break. Immortal Fei Xiao snapped her hands, and a burst of white light rose from her, as if she'd been set ablaze. A luminous shield popped up, forcing back the momentum of the mountain-moving Taoist, Duanmu Yuan. Duanmu charged like a living mountain. The white glow vibrated and hummed. She shouted to the side, her voice trembling with urgency. Brother Lu, hurry. Stop Wu Zhichong. Don't let him through, we still have a chance. Lu Yuanshan stood to one side, his features cold as blades. His gaze flicked over Lu Yang, and a faint curl touched his mouth. Lu Yang? Him? Just a nobody who got lucky. So what if he broke through a little foundation? The words were short, the contempt obvious. Immortal Fei Xiao still believed in a way out. Her fingers tightened, energy in her palm surged like an incoming tide. But Lu Yuanshan's sneer deepened. He saw the immediate danger and something worse. The horde of corpses pressing in from beyond the mountain, a sea of the undead swallowing the world step by step. If the formation was breached and the horde came, no one would escape being overwhelmed. So he turned and acted. Fast. Without hesitation. Watch my might. He growled, his voice hard as steel. Blood sprang from him. The red light was not like ordinary sorcery, it took on the shape of a living shadow. It warped the air, stirred the dust, like a demon beast tearing itself free from his back. Fei Xia's eyes narrowed. The crimson glow condensed into a towering silhouette around him. Each streak of light was like a blade, slicing the air. Blood shadow heaven's flight. Lu Yuanshan intoned, and with the change in his movements the blood shadow flashed. His human shape vanished. Only a blood-red afterimage remained, streaking toward the outside of Skull Mountain like a sharpened arrow. The remnant dragged a long tail of flame, tearing the air with a high, grating shriek. Fei Xia froze, her hand still midair. She hadn't expected Lu Yuanshan to be so shameless. She had thought they were fighting side by side. She hadn't realized she was merely being used as a shield. At that moment, the sky outside Skull Mountain fell abruptly dark. The wind stopped, even the dust settled. A cold voice came from the distance, cut like a blade. Trying to leave? Stay here. The blood-red trail had just reached the ridge when it was cleaved by an invisible blade. The instant it was cut, the air rang with a brittle sound like shattering glass. The beam split clean in two and fragments scattered. The severed half of the light tore like ripped cloth, spraying up crimson smoke. A short, desperate scream came from the break. Lu Yuanshan was flung back into the mountain, his voice raw with an uncontainable terror. He bellowed a single, disbelieving word as if he'd heard the worst possible verdict. Completion? The word blew through the air, and everything went quiet. Everyone heard it, their faces turned ugly. They all knew that wasn't an ordinary breakthrough. It was an ending that chilled the heart. He had burned through more than half his vital essence to force out that blood escape. It was a displacement technique paid for with lifeblood. A streak of blood-colored light tore through the night like lightning. At his speed, ordinary people stood no chance. Only those strong enough to press the air into something solid, those who could make silence fall simply by standing, could stop him. He tightened his grip on the Xianping Jade, knuckles whitening. His chest felt as if struck by a sledgehammer, his breaths came short. One thought filled his mind. Get out alive, and there might be a chance. If the master of Batian Peak took notice of him, even a single glance, all of this would be worth it. Heaven intends to doom me, he muttered, as if shouting into the night. The words were swallowed by the wind. A voice suddenly called his name, clear, urgent. Senior Brother Lu, return to the market. He couldn't be bothered to answer. At this point, it felt like a question of dying sooner or later. His footsteps turned into a streak of blood light, ready to sever every pursuing hand. At the moment he spun to flee, a sound rose behind him. The usually silent Lu Yang stepped forward. His sleeve-flicked fingers flew like a Qin player's. 10 quick strikes, and sigils burst forth like rain. Each rune was a blade, falling around the market and seeping into the formation's gaps, stitching them closed. Light exploded. Array marks intertwined and spidered outward. The small formation's breaches were rapidly sewn up, the shattered defenses were restored in an instant. The light fell like a heavy curtain, enveloping the market inside and out. The sound rolled like an advancing mountain, a thunderous rumble. Lu Yuanshan froze. The bloodlight trembled, as if being yanked back. He whipped around, fear and a desperate will to live flaring in his eyes. Brother Lu, save me, he cried, his voice ragged with panic. The array, came a cold shout from above. The 100 Marrow Restoration Great Array re-engaged. Sigils in the formation meshed like gears with a low, resonant hum. The rotating wall of light shoved Wu Zhichong and Duanmu Yuan back several paces, forcing gaps in their defenses. Seizing the opening, Lu Yuanshan hurled himself out like a blood-red meteor. The outer lines of the great array split automatically, leaving a doorway. He slipped through, the gate snapped shut behind him with a click, like a hook catching a lock. He collapsed to the ground, chest heaving. Dirt and blood mixed beneath him, a metallic, biting scent. Lu Yang stood a short distance away, the edge of his sleeve dusted with ash from scattered talisman paper, his eyes calm as still water. Lu Yuanshan dragged himself toward him and, voice dry, said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help." The bloodlight faded. A murmur ran through the crowd. Lu Yuanshun collapsed to the ground, his clothes spattered with blood, looking thoroughly ruined. His face was deathly pale, his eyes still held lingering shock and doubt. "Brother LV, so you can still set formations?" His voice was hoarse. Several people turned to LV Yang at once, as if they'd found the answer. The formation had suddenly tightened. The oppressive pressure that had been crushing the crowd felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed it, then slowly let go. If someone hadn't reshaped the array, that last strike would have killed them all. LV Yang smiled faintly, walking without hurry. "I only know a little about formations. I said a few moves to hold it together." His tone was light, without a hint of boast. Lu Yuanshuan's expression shifted. Sweat trickled from his temple. It looked as if his pride had been pierced, then quickly gathered back in. Voices in the crowd lowered into whispers, tinged with awe. Formations could rewrite a battlefield. It wasn't something a few punches could achieve. LV's gaze swept back, his smile deliberately cold. "Senior Brother Lu, this time you did make a gain." The sentence was short, the smile even thinner. Lu's hand groped inside his sleeve. His chest rose and fell. After a long moment, he lifted his head. His expression had hardened a little. His voice was a bit dry, but clear. "Brother LV, I've been keeping this thing for you for a long time. Today I should return it." He reached out and produced a small box. When his nail lifted the lid, it made a faint sound. Everyone's breath seemed to hitch at that noise. Inside lay a piece of white jade. 7 tiny holes pocked its surface. Its outline suggested a crouching little figure. A cold light danced across it in the fractured sunlight. The jade sat there quietly, like a small thing guarding a secret. Desire showed in some eyes, others took an involuntary step back. Lu held the box up to LV with both hands. His palms still trembled. His gaze was urgent, almost pleading. The crowd's attention snapped to the jade and to him. He said nothing more. He bowed slightly and offered the box with both hands, respectful and quick, as if trading this moment for a future breath. LV took the box and nodded. His movements were cool and efficient. He slipped the little box into his storage pouch. When the mouth closed, the jade's glow was swallowed by the cloth. His eyes did not linger on Lu. They passed over the market's clamor to a spot not far off where a figure stood, tall, a spear held downward, its tip dust-flecked. The young man walked without hurry. He was handsome in a cold, clear way. His brows and eyes were sharp as blades, silent and keen. Wind lifted the tips of his hair. The spear made no sound in his hand, only a cold gleam where metal met light. LV nodded to him and spoke in a low voice, as if finalizing an exchange. In that instant, the crowd divided into front and back. The heat from the fight still lingered, and a new tension began to congeal in the rust-colored air. He wore a martial crown and scaled armor. A long spear carved with dragon motifs gleamed cold as water. Rather than a cultivator, he looked more like a general from the mortal world. Every step carried weight, every glance a lesson in tactics. The young man's eyes were knives, blade sharp as they sliced the air, as if cutting through the layers of the formation and fixing directly on Lu Yang in the central array. Are you the one who patterned the formation?" His voice was steady, but it tightened everyone's chests. "I didn't expect such a variable," he added lightly. At that moment, Divine Fist, Wu Zhicheng, and the mountain-moving Taoist, Duanmu Yuan hurried over. They bowed, their voices apologetic and strained. "Senior Brother Ouyang, our sloppiness let you down. Don't blame yourselves." Ouyang Haoze shook his head. His expression was gentle, but resolute. "Those evil cultivators are expert at playing hide and seek. Oversights are inevitable. Make up for it with merit later." His gaze then swept to the ruined market beneath Skull Mountain, a marketplace smashed to pieces, gray smoke still rising from the joints of the paving stones. Killing intent flared in Ouyang's eyes. "We've planned this for years. We can't leave loose ends. First, cut out the nails the demon sect left behind here. The fewer variables, the better." Before he finished, his body flickered, as if swept up by a gust. The suppressed breath inside him snapped open like a pry bar. A heat wave burst out, humming with metallic resonance. In an instant, a plume of refined chi shot skyward. Within the smoke, faint images of war drums and iron armor appeared. As if thousands of soldiers stood in array, the clang of heavy armor layered upon the air like thunder, terrifyingly near. "Break it!" His shout rent the sky like thunder tearing a curtain. The sound slammed into the market. Dust billowed, wooden stalls splintered, bolts of cloth on the booths were torn apart. Several nearby cultivators were knocked into coughing blood, their faces draining of color, eyes wide with panic. Liu Yang manipulated the formation. His fingers flew over the formation plate, his expression growing even grimmer. He saw that chi, the aura of someone at the peak. It was like a storm about to erupt. In these sects, that level was not just a measure of power, it signified rank. Those entrusted with it could inherit a sect's core transmissions. Liu Yang's fingers trembled slightly, sweat running down between them. He murmured to himself in a low voice, "If he truly wields such a great divine art, we may have to withdraw the formation immediately." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the air was drawn again by that wave of energy. Shadows resolved into the silhouettes of armor. Each metallic hoofbeat seemed to hammer at people's hearts. Roof tiles of the pavilions fell away, splinters of wood spun in midair like fragments sliced by time. The cultivator's breathing was momentarily compressed, chests as if pressed by a heavy weight. A few buckled at the knees and collapsed. Liu Yang kept one hand on the sword at his waist, the other feeling for the route he'd bolt down if he had to. He stepped to the edge of the formation. Across the ring of flickering sigils, he squared off with Ouyang Haoze. "I'm Liu Yang. May I ask your name?" His voice was low, calm, with an escape already in mind. Ouyang snorted. The sound hit like an ice crack. "You? Not fit to know my name." Contempt laced his words. "If you know what's good for you, surrender. I'll give you face only by stripping that demonic art of yours. Don't expect any mercy beyond that. If you resist, I'll break the formation and leave you not so much as ashes. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end?" Liu Yang smiled without changing expression. There was no surrender in the smile, only an invitation. "We belong to different sects and never cross blades in everyday life. Why not let this one pass? Give you face?" Ouyang exploded with derision, the sarcasm like a lash. "Big talk. You're shallow in real combat. You really think it matters if I don't give you face today? Then please, go ahead and break the formation." Liu Yang bowed his head. His voice was gentle, like he was laying down his last card. Ouyang's face shifted. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes. The smoky aura that had hung about him snapped tight. He clenched a fist and struck. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary heavy punch, pure, brutal force. Liu Yang did not underestimate it. His palm made a soft sound as he summoned the Blood Sun Sword Orb. The crimson orb flared in his hand, erupting into a blade of light that matched his frame. He followed through, the sword light slicing toward Ouyang's chest. Fist and blade met midair. The edge screamed like rent metal. The punch hit like a mountain. The collision sent out rings of popping air and showers of sparks. The metallic shriek, the jolt through bone, like glass being shattered by a heavy hammer. Ouyang moved like lightning. In less than a breath, his fist ghosts detonated, dense as rain, taut as a drawn bowstring. One after another they pressed in, giving no room to breathe. He spread his arms as if drawing a great invisible bow. The phantom fists flew like arrows, a dense volley that swallowed the area. A thunderous boom shook the ground. Liu Yang felt his chi as if half drained. A weight pressed at his chest, his ears filled with the hum of impacts and his own blood rushing. The phantasmal blows came like a tide, trying to batter him to pieces. He felt a slap of wind as a strike grazed his cheek. The heat stinging the sword at his chest flared and died back, his fingertips gone numb. The sigils under his feet flashed and trembled, fragile as glass on the verge of cracking. Despair closed in like a cold wind. Liu Yang did not step back. He swallowed the surging pain, eyes hardening. The Blood Sun Sword Orb burned in his palm again, its light carrying an unbowed heat. The wave of fists fell like collapsing mountains, pressing so close he could barely draw breath. A flurry of fists falls like a torrential downpour. Each blow rends the air. There's no opening to catch a breath. The rhythm is as fast as lightning, the force as fierce as thunder. Ouyang Haoze smiles at the corner of his mouth, contempt threaded through his voice. "Just those tricks?" His words are light, but his punches carry no restraint. Fist shadows blur into one another. The gust from his blows kick dust up from a distance. The air splits under the force, releasing a low, furious roar. Explosive shockwaves churn. The blows land on Liu Yang like giant hammers, driving into flesh again and again. Swordlight shatters. Liu Yang's form is pulverized. White bones scatter like smashed porcelain, hitting the ground with dull thuds and the brittle snaps of breaking bone. Pale fragments spin through the air like winter leaves. When the barrage stops, Ouyang hangs in the air, brows slightly drawn. Below him, a field of white bone debris lies scattered. Then, within the dust, the formation's sigils suddenly flare. Filament-thin light snakes across the ground, winding around the bones. Light and shadow roll through the array. The skeletons recombine like puppets being put back together. In the white glare, a figure slowly takes shape. Liu Yang walks out of the formation, his sleeves still fluttering. His face is calm. Unmarked, his breathing is steady and unhurried. He stops before Ouyang, inclines his body in a bow, his voice like a bell. "Fellow cultivator, your fists are extraordinary. I admire them." Ouyang says nothing. The gust of fists rises again, raining down once more. Liu Yang is smashed into fragments again. Once again the formation flares, the bones reform, and he steps out as composed as ever, without a trace of fatigue. His chi untouched, his power undiminished. He smiles and offers a bow, hand at his waist. "Shall we go another round?" This time Ouyang's smile is gone. His gaze fixes on the array. It isn't just a heap of bones, it projects a person's consciousness into 100 skeletons. The bones become stand-ins, controlled by the original. While the array works, broken bones can be quickly reassembled. The true body stands outside defeat doesn't injure the host. In short, bone warriors take the hits, only the white bones are harmed. From what he can see, the array is a mid to high tier setup, capable of calling up a full 100 skeletons. So long as an opponent remains inside, the formation can fully manifest his power. If he himself entered, the skeletons would rush in like a tide. A coordinated assault would shred a defender's guard to pieces. Even someone with deep cultivation would find it hard to walk out of that encirclement unscathed. A wind sweeps across the plaza. Curtains and hems lift with the whip of displaced air. The sound is sharp. Ouyang turns and lets a cold smile curve his lips. "You really think leaning on an array makes you free to act without fear?" Ouyang Hausa stared at Liu Yang through the ward's light screen and let out a cold laugh. "The formation may look pretty, but it's still an object," he said evenly. "What really decides life and death is a person's skill." His words were short like a knife. Liu Yang's face betrayed nothing. He flicked his fingers inside his sleeve and said steadily, "If you're confident, brother, step into the formation and fight. If not, stand down and spare us needless involvement." He sounded like he was discussing a business deal, but his tone was laced with warning. Ouyang Hausa's smile turned grim. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward. He drew in a deep, hollowing breath. His atom's apple bobbed. The next second his voice ripped out like an avalanche. It was heavy, like a hammer striking a drum, like thunder blossoming in his chest. This was the sect's top technique, the 1,000-mile sky-shattering voice. He didn't merely name it, his actions spoke for it. His shoulders shook. His breath was as heavy as cast iron, pushing the air like a tidal wave. A sound wave rolled out. The sound sliced through the light screen. The barrier began to buzz sharply, and the torn air reeked of burning. There was an immediate echo inside the formation. The formation lines cracked. The fractured glyphs snapped like a spiderweb. From the breach, skeletal soldiers erupted. The dry, grating sound of bone against bone stabbed the air. Every joint clicked and splintered as they trembled. The skeletons were variously formed. They had no flesh, but wore ancient armor. Summoned by the sound wave, they surged forth like a ruptured tide. Ouyang Hausa remained calm. He pulled a round mirror from his robe. The face of the mirror flashed a cold light, as if a slice of night had been turned into copper. He lifted a finger and murmured, "Please, Lord Tai Shao, take action." His tone was as casual as inviting a guest. Mirror light poured out and congealed over the breach. The beam was like a steel plate, the mirror's surface like frozen water, forcibly sealing the tear. The mirror hummed low. The formation mouth could not close, but the mirror light nailed the crack shut. The marketplace shuddered. Vendors' wooden signs swung, dust sifted down. The air gave a sudden whoosh. as if a layer of warmth had been sucked away. Cultivators stepped back. People shouted and screamed. Footsteps, scattered faces were written with fear. Fei Xiao went pale first. Then her face snapped hard with coldness. Her gaze landed on Lu Yuanshan. She barked, "Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere." Her voice wasn't too loud, but every word was as hard as a blade. They had been burned once before. Fei Xia no longer trusted easily. Her beauty was sliced by anger into a sharp edge. There was not a trace of a smile on her cheek. If it weren't for Brother Lu, you'd already be dead outside the market. Try to run in this chaos, and I'll kill you first, then ask why you fled. Her tone left no room for compromise. Lu Yuanshan froze. His shoulders trembled. Sweat beaded at his nostrils. His eyes showed panic. He raised a hand to speak, voice shaking. "Fei Xiao, this is a misunderstanding." He was drowned out by the surrounding noise. The crowd's gaze tightened on him like a net. Ouyang Haoze leaned against the mirror light, a cold curl at his mouth. He looked at Lu Yuanshan with mockery and appraisal. "Speak," he drawled. "What were you doing outside the market? Who's behind you?" Lu's fingers twisted until his knuckles went white. He bowed his head. His voice seemed squeezed from his throat. "I only took a job. They gave me silver and a talisman. They said if I placed a disruption talisman on the perimeter, it would make sure none of this would involve us. I thought it would only disturb the formation for a moment. It wouldn't hurt anyone." Fei Xiao laughed, not with joy, but with a coldness that cut to the bone. "A disruption talisman? What did you leave at the market gate? Do you know what that talisman would attract?" Her hand, rose veins stood out on her fingertip. Her scabbard rasped metal at her waist. The atmosphere tightened like a string pulled to its limit. Lu hurried to explain, full of regret. "I didn't know it would end up like this. They threatened my family. The elders in my sect, they said, if I didn't comply, someone would come after my relatives. Fei Xiao, I didn't betray you." The air was thick and dry. People started whispering, voices so low they sounded wind-pressed. The mirror at the breach hummed. The skeletal soldiers clawed at it from outside like a frozen tide, every joint scraped. Fei Xiao stared at Lu Yuanshan, weighing him. The tip of her sword drew a cold sliver half an inch from his chest. A flash of blood-colored shadow flickered in her eyes. After a long moment, she looked away. Her hand trembled, the sword tip quivered. Finally, she spat 2 words, "Take him." Those 2 words were a sentence. She nodded subtly to her sect mates. 2 cultivators stepped forward, efficient and without a word, like executioners. Lu Yuanshan was seized, his arms were hauled up, and his trousers dragged dust outward. Despair and a strange relief wore on his face. Maybe he understood. Living to be judged was better than being hunted down while fleeing. Ouyang Haoze watched the scene, a thin sneer flashing across his face. He withdrew the mirror, its light slowly melted into his palm. His voice dropped once more. "The cards are on the table. Are you going to investigate who's behind this to the end, or will you let it go and hide everything?" Fei Xiao turned back. Her reply was quiet, but clear. "We'll dig to the bottom." She tightened her grip on the sword. Her eyes passed over the mirror, over the panicked crowd, toward the distant horizon. Under the placid sky, undercurrents churned. This was far from over. Lu Yuanshan gave an awkward smile. Fairy Fei Xia's looked like it could swallow a person whole, suddenly pressed down on him, making him uneasy. He hurriedly shoved those cold thoughts back down. The 2 late-stage Qi practitioners managed to steady themselves. The market's commotion quickly died down. The crowd dispersed. The stalls briefly returned to silence. But everyone knew it would be only a short lull. What would actually break the camel's back was the clash between Lu Yang and Ouyang Haoze. Fairy Fei Xia had pinned all her hopes on Lu Yang. She wanted him to pull off a miracle. A circular mirror flashed into being in midair. Small as it was, it cut the surrounding darkness like a strip of red-hot steel, etching lines of light through the gloom. Lu Yang's expression changed. The air felt slashed by a blade, warm and dry, as if trying to shear off the chill. "This is a spirit treasure?" he murmured, words short and edged with surprise. Ouyang laughed, throwing back his head as if victory were already clenched in his fist. His voice rang like a bronze bell, bright and arrogant. "The 100 Bones Array has stood on Skull Mountain for years. When our Xinwu sect moves, we come prepared. With the Taishao mirror in hand, Yuan Ti escaped today." The Taishao mirror wasn't Ouyang's private possession. It was a sect heirloom, forged by senior elders specifically to counter those deathly, stagnant formations. The mirror's light shivered, emitting a cold trill. The radiance sliced the night like a blade, cleaving the darkness into sharp seams. When the mirror light touched the formation, the bones inside seemed squeezed by some invisible force, joints dislocated. The skeletal soldiers around them exploded with a divine note, shattering like pottery under a giant hammer, sending out crisp snaps and dust. The cracking of bone echoed through the air, tightening even the bystanders' heartbeats. Lu Yang didn't look back. He turned and ran, his feet kicking up dust like a wind sweeping past stalls and people. The hawkers' cries and the shrieks of surprise were left behind. Trying to run? Ouyang snorted and sprang forward like an arrow. He unleashed a divine shout, deep and penetrating, like reefs crashing into the sea. The sound was a blade, splintering the skeletal soldiers behind Lu Yang into fragments, then closing the distance, forcing Lu Yang to flee with everything he had. The moment Ouyang stepped into the formation, things changed. As soon as his foot crossed the circle, a sting like needles jabbed at the ground beneath him. Ouyang's face tightened. He tried to pull back, only to find the familiar broken earth replaced by a ring of crimson sigils rising on the ground. The patterns were as red as fresh blood, pulsing like veins and slowly spreading outward. Lu Yang stopped, turned to face him. The hurried panic from moments ago had vanished without a trace. A cold smile lifted one corner of his mouth, like a blade reflecting the moon. Ouyang's eye twitched, half incredulous, half alarmed. Impossible. I used the Taishao mirror to suppress that formation. How can runes still be appearing? The air between them froze. The Taishao mirror still hummed in midair, its light keen and sharp, but the crimson on the ground swallowed it like a dried sponge. The red sigils expanded in concentric rings, like blood seeping through cracks. Lu Yang's gaze was as calm as rock. He gave no answer. A wind blew down the alley, lifting a thin veil of dust, but it could not erase the heavy silence. The scene felt sliced open by a knife. Everyone's breath was drawn taut by that sudden, spreading red. Ouyang Hausa froze. The market around them was as lively as ever, but before his eyes, everything seemed to have been torn open. A second formation, where had it come from? The ground, the eaves, the paving stones. There wasn't a single sign anyone had laid it out. Because I never needed to lay it out. Lu Yang's voice was as cold as a blade. A smile tugged at his lips, but his hand gripped something tightly. In the next moment, a thin banner appeared in the wind. It snapped and fluttered, as if sucking up every scrap of chill from the air. Tiny, shifting lights rolled across its surface like 10,000 little lamps strung on a single thread. Lu Yang lifted it and gave it a shake. From the seams of the banner, countless shadowy wraiths were shaken free, rushing to the ground like a tide. They fell onto the nodes of the formation. The diagram hadn't been laid by hand, yet it came alive in an instant. The runes flared red. The earth trembled. The sky bled into crimson. Suddenly, a river of red surged from south to north, like a breached dam, pouring straight toward Ouyang Hausa. The air stank of blood and rust. The slap of the water sounded like drums. An invisible force shoved Ouyang backward 2 steps. He grunted, and dark sweat beaded at the corner of his mouth. He felt his qi and blood drain away through pinholes, frighteningly fast, as if his whole body were being hollowed out. "Tianguang, save me," he shouted. The words were barely out when a sheet of light burst open over his chest, folding into a golden armor like layers of fish scales. The radiance was like dawn, like a mirror. It forcibly held back the crimson devouring force. 2 powers collided. The red light corroded the golden armor, struck back. Energy tore and screamed. Sparks flew, dust boiled up. In a few breaths, the two locked into a ring, neither yielding an inch. Ouyang let out a deep, rough breath. His face went duller, but a harder light flared in his eyes. He drew his breath inward, pressed his fingers into a seal over his breast, as if summoning something else hidden at his side. He didn't want to run. He couldn't. His retreat was cut off, his body still burning, anger like wildfire clawing up his throat. "Then we'll fight back," he snarled, voice absolute and resolute. His body went taut as a drawn bow, aimed straight at the figure in the formation. He couldn't back down. He couldn't run. His chest felt gripped by a cold hand. Blood surged upward while his mind remained unnaturally calm. Only one road lay before him: attack. The only retreat was death. If he turned and fled, Lu Yang would tear him apart on the spot. The only way to break the formation was to kill Lu Yang. If Lu Yang died, the array might collapse. Boom. A translucent armor of light flared up, wrapping the blinding white into a shield. Ouyang Haoze leapt forward. The spear tip ripped through the air, aimed straight at that banner. The banner was no ordinary cloth. It had been condensed from primal spirit qi, alive like a sigil. Ouyang could see it clearly. The banner was the heart of the formation. If he could destroy it, the array might be broken. Go! He didn't hesitate. Fueled by rage, his body surged forward. The spear drove like a bolt of lightning. Just as I hoped. Lu Yang's voice was as cool as wind. He raised the banner. A ripple of light and shadow rolled beneath it. Within the light, a figure slowly took shape: Lu Xian. His face was paper white, his gaze unfocused, as if torn awake from a dream. Next moment, Lu Xian's lips trembled. He uttered a single word: kill. The word hit like a nuclear blast. It wasn't an ordinary shout, it was a curse that bound life and death together. Spirit forms that had clung to the banner were forcibly drawn out. They let out tearing wails, sharp as the screech of snapping iron chains. Energy surged like a tidal wave, smashing into everything nearby. From Lu Yang's perspective, these banner spirit forms would not be destroyed forever. Even if temporarily shredded, as long as their source remained, they could regenerate. He had no intention of wasting time in orderly combat. He chose an extreme: make them self-destruct. A collision to take the enemy down with him, trading lives for lives. Such an explosion would produce the greatest possible carnage in an instant. The spiritual tide rushed in. The shockwave was like a landslide, even breathing hurt. Scorching arcs of light sliced the air, white flashes blooming everywhere. Nearby, someone screamed like strips of cloth being torn. The ground erupted into shattered rock, dust billowing like an overturned jar and quickly blinding sight. When the dust settled, the stage was bleached into a deathly gray. Lu Xian's silhouette was gone. Only a scorch mark remained. The air reeked of burned iron and the stench of rotten flesh. Ouyang Haoze hung frozen in midair. His true qi felt siphoned dry, limbs heavy, his head a buzzing drum. His face had darkened, as if pressed by night. His breathing was rapid and shallow. The aftershock of the blast rang in his ears like distant shards of glass being struck. He ran a rapid tally. He'd used spiritual treasures, unleashed several divine arts, even suppressed the enemy's cultivation. Against someone only in the late-stage qi cultivation, victory should have been effortless, no question about it. Yet each tactic failed. One maneuver after another was nullified or diverted. His magical reserves were being drained with terrifying speed. Strength in his arms ebbed. His chest felt as if scraped by an invisible hand, burning like fire. A raw intuition rose. At this pace, there would be no way out. I can't hold. He didn't speak it aloud. His gaze only grew colder. In the next instant, he tightened his grip on the spear. In a world of blades and blood, there weren't many choices left. A chill flashed at the corner of Ouyang Haoze's eye. His fingers wove a hand seal. The celestial light armor suddenly emitted a beast-like wail. Crap! Lu Yang's face changed. He vanished in a flash, landing behind the blood sun sword orb. With a flick of his hand, the blood-red sword shadow detonated into solid form, planting itself as a shield before him. Boom! The armor tore itself apart. Blades of light sliced the air, a wave of heat rushing forward with the metallic, burnt tang of scorched metal. The bursting spiritual light surged like a tide. Lu Yang's sword formation diagram was ripped open by the glare. The formation's runes snapped, and a clear, open sky gaped amid the ruins. Lu Yang moved fast, desperately trying to close the broken formation. Ouyang was faster. He used the gap to break out of the array's encirclement. At the same time, a black-purple aura cut through him like a razor, slicing away 30% of his life force. His body froze, like a puppet stripped of its skin. You ruined my artifact? I won't let you off for that. Ouyang stood outside the market, his face twisted into a snarl. His palm pressed against another magic device, the ancient mirror. Light churned on its surface. The mirror gave a high, piercing cry, like metal being slashed by a blade. Even if I have to sacrifice every treasure, I'm going to force you to show your hand today." His voice was low and cold, like distant thunder. The wails and surging spiritual energy in the air grew wilder. The atmosphere trembled, dust spun in the light. Ouyang's eyes were blood red, two burning coals. The two disciples from the Xinwu sect, whose cultivations were stable, could no longer sit still. Wu Ji hurried forward, worry and hesitation on his face. "Senior brother Ouyang," he said under his breath. "That ancient mirror is extremely important." "I know." Ouyang glanced back at him. In his blood-colored irises, anger like cooling flames receded at the edges. His tone turned calm and dangerous. "But the fiend inside the formation is the greater threat. He's young, and his formation cultivation is extremely advanced. If we don't contain him today, if he makes a crucial breakthrough tomorrow and ascends to a higher realm, he'll be far more dangerous." As his words fell, the aftershocks in midair still trembled. Liu Yang's breath was faint, the blood-red sword shadow quivered at his chest. Amid the dust, the brittle sounds of shattered treasures rang out like distant snapped strings, their echoes lingering. "If it lets us kill even a newly risen warrior of the demon sect, then let the Tai Shao mirror be the sacrifice. If it's lost, it's lost." The Tai Shao mirror trembled in midair, its surface plucked as if by an invisible fingertip, releasing a low, humming tone. The sound was like a startled swarm of bees and like a heavy bell echoing in a half-dream. The glass shivered, as if it had its own objection. Ouyang Haoze kept his voice low, dropping the sentence like something unimportant. To him it was just a tool. Useful, he could call it Tai Shao Gong. Useless, he could toss it aside. He treated the mirror's protests as mere noise and buried them. Wu Jichong glanced at Ouyang Haoze's retreating back and sighed long. He didn't block him any further. Ouyang's breath was full now. Close to its peak, this mission of the Xinwu Gate was being carried by him. The decision had been made, and the consequences would be his to bear. All Wu could do was swallow his arguments and step aside. Dust still hung in the market, slowly settling. The crowd's clamor had been turned down, reduced to scattered whispers and shocked exclamations. Liu Yang crouched and picked up the half-shattered Blood Sun sword orb. The smell of metal and black powder clung to his fingertips, the cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. In his other hand, he gripped the primordial 1 Qi 10,000 Spirits banner. The little banner still radiated heat, its cloth trembled slightly, like a flag pulled back from the heart of a battle. He lifted his head and looked out beyond the market, toward where Ouyang Haoze stood. There was something unreadable in his eyes, both cold and resolute. Fei Xiao floated over lightly, her face alight with relief. Liu Yuanshan followed close behind, his expression complicated, excitement at surviving, laced with a thread of apprehension. "Brother Liu, you're still alive?" Fei Xiao's voice was like spring water, full of gratitude. "Brother Liu, you really do hide your strength," Liu Yuanshan said, clapping his hands, admiration in his tone as if a realization had just fallen into place. "You forced Ouyang Haoze to fall back. The market's safe for now. We can hold until the sacred sect sends reinforcements." Liu Yang only shook his head. A thin, cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, but his words were calm as a blade. "Fall back? It's far too soon for that." Fei Xiao's eyes lit up with satisfaction. She pressed her palm to her chest and smiled, pleased. "Look at his condition, he's clearly taken heavy losses. It's not a mere withdrawal, he's badly hurt. That should teach him a lesson." Liu Yuanshan hurried to echo her agreement. Liu Yang's smile thinned into something icier. He planted his feet and stepped forward a pace. His voice was low, but each word hit like a stone on stone. "Just driving him off won't make the problem disappear. I've never liked leaving threats behind." The air went suddenly still. Even the hawkers pulled in their calls. A few birdsong notes died strangled in the open. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Kill him. Make it clean and simple." The sentence fell like a boulder tossed into a pool, ripples spread outward. Fei Xiao froze. Liu Yuanshan's face drained color. Their gazes crossed, their voices shrank, squeezed out like breath. Kill who?" Unconsciously, everyone looked beyond the market. The dust out there seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for an answer. "Ouyang Haoze." Someone whispered the name almost as if it were blasphemy. Fear and disbelief tangled in the sound. Silence fell again at the name. The Tai Shao mirror's hum faded, as if stunned. No one spoke that name lightly. Ouyang Haoze was a scion of the righteous path, his breath nearly at its peak. To stand opposite him was a height most people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Who had that kind of nerve? Who had that kind of skill? And how could anyone possibly act in full view of everyone and pull off such a staggering stroke? The question cut through the air like a bright, sharp line. Every chest felt as if it had been nicked by that blade of light. Voices were choked off. Breaths shortened and grew cautious. The next moment, Lu Yang pulled from his bosom the Xianpin Taiyin jade that Lu Yuanchun had returned. He formed the seals, holding it steady in both hands. The gem in his palm began to soften. It melted like wax, like ice turning to water under spring sunlight. At last it became a disk of pure, translucent light, hovering in the air. Like a mirror, like a motionless moon. The disk cast back shadows. Not the real bodies before him, but residual qi given form. Each shadow corresponded to a strand of lingering breath only Lu Yang could see them. Fei Xiao the Fairy, Lu Yuanchun, Ouyang Haoze, Wu Zhiqiang, Duanmu Yuan, everyone who had fought here left a trace of qi like this. Sound was swallowed by the light, only those shadows whispered. This is Xianin shape capture, Lu Yang murmured. It was the second-level method in the true technique of the Taiyin transfiguration and corpse release. The difficulty lay in needing an external object. With the jade, he could pull a person's qi out of its body form and turn it into a controllable image. He narrowed his eyes and plucked a strand of qi, the one left by Ouyang Haoze. Lu Yang reached out and grabbed. The qi, like tangled thread, was drawn back and stuck to the disk of light. "Let's test its power," he said softly. His movements were spare, with no needless ceremony. He spun his divine power. The disk began to rotate, like a white lantern suddenly lit. The light grew and grew until Ouyang's shadow was cast with brutal clarity. Lu Yang pressed his fingers together, as if slicing a blade of light with his fingertips. The gesture dropped, and force exploded outward. With a sharp crack, the disk split in two. The image split with it. The shadow cleaved from head to foot, left and right, the cut precise and merciless like a blade through paper. At that same instant, outside the market, Ouyang Haoze still stood at the edge of the formation. He had just finished speaking with Wu Zhiqiang, turned toward the market, and with his right hand threw the Tai Shao mirror into the array. The mirror trembled violently inside the formation, as if compressed metal were resisting. Determination flashed in Ouyang's eyes. He meant to blow it open. The next second his movement froze, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A thin fissure appeared on his head. At first it felt like skin nicked by an ice spike, then the crack ran downward with terrifying speed. Blood sprayed like red petals caught in the wind. His body split along that line. The sound was fragmented and unervingly clear. He tore open. His robe was soaked crimson. The air filled with the metallic, gunpowder-tinged smell. The corpse flipped in midair. Half its face was frozen in astonishment. The eyeballs twitched, as if it had just realized too late to ask, "What happened? Am I dead?" And its consciousness slipped away, like a flame snuffed by a gust of wind. The Tai Shao mirror in the formation stilled. With Ouyang Haoze's pull gone, its surface calmed. Lu Yang reached out and beckoned. The mirror, like a bird obeying a call, flew back into his palm. Northern Frontier, the main altar of the Shenwu Gate. A bright hall, known as the Hall of Soul Lamps. On a long dais, rows of small lamps were arranged in neat ranks. Each lamp contained a person's breath. The sect master's lamp, the elders' lamps, the lamps of the closest disciples. Those lights were like living memories, burning year after year. Shenwu Gate had stood on these plains for a long time. Few of the upper ranks died. The disciples on duty treated this hall as part of their chores. Today was no different. A disciple was making his routine rounds. He stepped in and scanned the lamps. The lights flickered in sequence, bright, 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 then out, bright, bright. He froze. He blinked, rubbed his eyes. His expression went from lax to panicked. "It's out. It's out, Senior. Ouyang's light is out." The shout cracked through the hall like a stone exploding. In the next instant, a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the chamber. The slap of his soles on the stone floor echoed beneath the dais. His gaze dropped to the dark lamp. His face went leaden, knuckles white. "Ouyang, Skull Mountain," he muttered. half confirming, half accusing himself for some earlier oversight. He made a gesture. The power in his palm was low and sharp. They retrieved the lamp. The air around it trembled as if pricked by needles. The force skirted the wick and a blue light hissed and curled upward. The wick twitched. The flame, like a heartbeat called back to life, leapt up with a soft crackle, the sound of a long sleeper's breath. The lamp burned again. Shadows danced on the pillars. But no echo could draw a person back. The long silence that followed pressed down like a stone wall, squeezing the words from everyone's throats. Death, in the end, was irreversible. The lights came back on, but they couldn't save Ouyang Haoze. All they could do was flash back, in an instant, the scene he saw at the end. The firelight trembled. The image unfolded. The market at the foot of Skeleton Mountain appeared. Stalls, lanterns, a crowd, and the figure up on the high platform. The middle-aged Taoist's pupils snapped tight. This was the Chu Sheng sect's market. He recognized the man at a glance. A handsome, elegant youth, standing at the edge of the platform with his hands clasped behind his back, staring coldly toward the horizon. Is it him? The Taoist's knuckles went white. He ground his teeth. Hatred pressed on his chest like a block of iron, making his breath come heavy. Ouyang Haoze was not just a disciple, he was the hope of the Ouyang family, the most outstanding young man of his generation. The Taoist had pinned all his expectations on him. Now he was dead. The hatred ran deep. It cut to the bone. The lights flickered and the image shattered again.